studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We made it to a Friday. Seemed like a pretty quick week, if you ask me. Sean Sharif, Ralph, James Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam. We're live on Twitch. We are live on YouTube. Truckwreck.com text line is wide open at 877-881-1053. And we want to try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Little bit of a night off yesterday. Did anyone take advantage? No Stars, no Rangers. You got some NBA that Peyton was all over. We'll get to those disagreements in just a little bit. What else did you do?
We went to go grab something to eat. We're trying to we got 9 days now, Peyton. 9 days till Mexico.
Single digits.
So we're not doing Thursday queso night, right? We're not doing any of that. So we're trying to stay as healthy as possible. We got some fish. We were able to have some fish last night.
So you cook fish every night and then you went out for fish.
Well, sometimes. Yeah. We ate, we had a little snack. Then we got some, I'm not a hummus guy, but so I got guacamole instead to bring home. So we ate snacks with veggies. I know. I don't know what world's coming to, but I was dipping carrots into guacamole.
Good.
Yeah, instead of chips. And then, relatively early night, 9:30. It's not really, a little bit earlier than normal, 10 o'clock.
Yeah. So if you're going to watch some sports, last night you had some controversy in the NBA. You had some big-time performances. Devin Booker scored 45 with freaking Kawhi Leonard sitting. Kawhi Leonard misses. Clippers game 3, just when you're starting to get refreshed and hit the reset on Kawhi and the excitement, and you remember that he's a special player and he could be the best guy on the floor. It's not going to be Durant. It's not going to be Booker. Kawhi Leonard goes and sits as Devin Booker scores 45 and the Suns take a 2-1 lead. Steph scores 36. All this Draymond hoopla for nothing because he's not that good anyway. They weren't going to miss him that much because he doesn't do that much out on the floor. Sorry, Mike Bassick. Golden State stays alive by beating the Kings in Golden State. So that series is now 2-1 Sacramento. But the drama and the controversy came in Brooklyn.
He is officiating.
Ruling on the floor, flagrant foul, penalty 2. Harden is ejected. There'll be 2 shots plus the
Goodness. He thought it was. Oh, wow. Wow. Harden is gone. Now you're wondering, was this, I hate to say, somewhat of a makeup call?
Disgraceful. I thought that was absolutely disgraceful. James Harden ejected for a flagrant 2. This wasn't any type of follow-up where he had a tech or a flagrant early on in the game. It was a supposed shot to the midsection of the other player. Harden gone. You heard Reggie Miller at the end. Do you think maybe this is a makeup call when they did not toss Joel Embiid and Peyton thought this was just as bad or ejection worthy like Draymond?
And here's Bridges on a lob to Claxton, and he's able to get it in, and he knocked down Embiid. Oh, man, Embiid and Claxton are in a little bit of a scramble. Embiid was lying on the ground. Claxton then stepped over him. Oh, I don't believe him. Now Embiid kicked up at him right in the groin area. That's going to be a flagrant foul on Joel, but Claxton did not have to walk over Embiid.
Give me the one gamer.
That was the call on Philly radio. RJ Choppy, Commissioner Choppy, make the ruling on both last night.
This is okay. So the Harden thing, that was a good, clean, dirty hit. Okay, if you're gonna hit somebody in the junk, you got to do it like that, very covert style.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a good, clean, dirty hit.
Tough to tell.
I could easily. There's a reasonable doubt, right? There's a reasonable doubt there. The Embiid one.
And even if he did intentionally hit him, even if he caught him clean, I still think it's a flagrant 1. I still wouldn't think that that's a flagrant 2 enough to eject him. In a playoff game, what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? The stars are supposed to be out there. That was not ejection worthy, even if Harden did it intentionally, which I agree with you. It's very tough to tell. So you thought that was way over officiated to throw him out.
Yeah. I don't know if it was way over officiated. I mean, look, if you hit somebody, to me, if we're gonna go on the disrespect meter, I think hitting somebody in the junk is second only to spitting.
Okay.
Right? I think it's second only to spitting. The other one, man, like you can't. Draymond stomped on somebody. Like he stomped on somebody. That's to me. Embiid reacted in a. I hate the fake tough. Oh, don't step over me, man. That's disrespectful. Dude, I don't care. Step over me all you want. I don't give a damn. It's not disrespectful. You're fake tough. If you get upset about that, in my opinion, it's just like whatever. Like who cares? So I thought his reaction was worse. I thought Embiid's reaction was worse than Draymond's.
Okay, but which act? Which act between Harden and Embiid was worse? And should Embiid have been tossed?
He should have been tossed for being insecure. Harden's is worse because the nuts. Well, no. Embiid's is worse because that was. Damn it! I can't figure this one out. I don't know. Like because they're both the same. They both hit a guy in the same area.
Draymond's is the worst
for sure.
Harden's is second worst. Still not ejectionable. Ejectionable. Still not something that you should throw him out for. Guys, like, do that all the time. Someone's standing over them, and it's like, get off of me. I could even make the argument Embiid kicked the guy in the back of the hamstring, the back of the leg, instead of straight to the stones.
Intent was the same.
So Embiid's a second worst, in my opinion. No need for an ejection. And then Harden's was the most ridiculous call. Peyton, put him in order. End rule.
Draymond's is, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I mean, that was the absolute worst. Then I would go Embiid second, and then Harden third.
And which one, if any, would you have thrown out of the game?
Draymond, of course. I would have still thrown out Embiid.
Last night you were saying Embiid needs to go.
He had the intent to hurt. Same thing with Draymond. But I mean, yeah, if you don't throw out Embiid, you can't throw out Harden. Like that was the thing. You can't throw out one. And I mean, I think Reggie Miller was on point. It was a makeup call. But it's the playoffs. You can't.
Don't use this against me as a future drop or a t-shirt. All shots to the nuts are not the same. All shots to the nuts. And Harden's, which one was more intentional? Like, intent does matter. To me, Embiid's was like, get off of me. Get out of the way. I don't know if he was trying to go right to the stones. I could really argue that you can't prove that Harden was trying to go straight to the stones. So,
right.
Either way with that, man, a flagrant two to me, it's like a dunk reaction, right? Where you grab your buddy and you shove him and you're like, oh my, did I just see that? A flagrant two to me has to be that reaction of, oh no, like Draymond stomping on his chest is like, did that just happen? Yeah. And neither of these two things constituted that to throw someone out.
Yeah, look, it's really hard because you have to judge. You have to be able to judge intent. That's what makes this so difficult. And that's what makes it impossible for me to say which one was of the two last night were deserving of a suspension. Because I understand, like, one was reactionary, which was Embiid's. And then the other one, you have to be able to prove that he like intentionally said, all right, I'm going to drive right and use my offhand to hit this guy in the stones. Like to me, if you're going to throw somebody out, you've got to be able to prove that.
What do y'all think? 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Bobby, since you're walking in early, turn on the mic, put them in order, and which ones should have been ejected, if any.
Draymond's is the worst. It's on its own level compared to the other two. Then it's Embiid, who I now see why he gave up soccer. He can't kick a lick. And then I don't even register Harden's. Like I wouldn't even say that's a flagrant one. Harden's was ridiculous.
And would you have thrown out Embiid? Should he have been ejected?
Probably. I mean, it's ejectable probably, but absolutely not worthy of a suspension. Once again, Peyton's wrong.
Well, you're agreeing with him that Embiid should have been thrown out. So there
but not suspended. So there's a difference. I want to make sure we're on the record saying I don't agree with Peyton.
Were you trolling about the suspension? Or are you for real? Embiid should be suspended?
It's within the same ballpark. I mean, it was both. Draymond.
You just said Draymond was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That means it's not in the same ballpark.
They can still be in the same ballpark.
I don't know about that.
Ballpark's big. It's Coors Field. It's Coors Field. It's a big ballpark.
If I walk into a room and I'm like, that girl is she's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in here.
Yeah, I'm not even
the
looking
other
at anybody
girl
else.
that I end up with, because the first one says no, she's not in the same ballpark.
But Draymond's was, get off me, you're holding my leg, and let me hurt you. And that was the same thing with Embiid. He was like, you're stepping over me, you're disrespecting me, I'm going to hurt you.
This is like the same stupid argument that Shaq keeps making, which is why Shaq makes 0 basketball points. Just dive into Christmas trees. That's all you're there for. Oh, if he wouldn't have given a grab, it wouldn't have happened. That's not an argument. It's not an argument. If he never would have grabbed his leg, he never would have gotten stomped on. Okay, if you never would have yelled at the guy at the stoplight, he wouldn't have pulled out the gun and shot you dead. It's not like it doesn't justify the act.
But to clarify, first off, just to jump back and clarify, when you said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you obviously believe you ended up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's clear that up. The other issue is it doesn't surprise me about Shaq because that was the first thing I thought of was that this was the kicking version of Shaq's ridiculous punch to Brad Miller against the Kings back, or when he was with the Pacers, maybe, I don't remember. But you remember Shaq where he had that like closed fist and just kind of like swiped and took swings like that.
Is that how you would punch somebody? Just
that's
like
how
that?
Shaq did, and it looked like the kicking version of that.
Was yesterday a win or a loss for Elon? The SpaceX explosion, and everyone is now just like me because y'all lost your blue check marks. A Friday edition of Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Friday show.
like that.
What a Jared Sandler call there.
No, that was way better. Way cooler and way better. I'm never going to make fun of Sandler again because it has cost me a week.
Oh, no.
It's just, it just never ends. I honestly feel like I'm dodging a psycho ex.
Just calling all the time, just like, what's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? Why are you doing this? I work so hard on these calls.
Are you free? Are you free? You got a sec? No, I don't have a second. I don't want to talk on the phone. Yesterday, I was already tired from the Stars game the night before. I went home. I crashed. Then when I wake up and I'm groggy and in a bad mood again, I don't want to get on the phone and have this fake 10, 15-minute conversation. Let's just text. Let's just have, and then I honestly feel like he has an alert when we tweet because, and I'm scared to like go on Instagram or social media when the alert comes up to let you know that you're on there because I somehow automatically get a text from him. Like there's always a message like within 5 seconds of when I tweet. I'm scared to retweet stories. I'm scared to say anything back because then I think he's seeing it and he's hitting me up of, hey, let's talk it out, man. There's nothing to talk out. We had a good week. You had a good week. Enjoy Kansas City. You have a day off. I said, we're not talking on the phone today. Go enjoy your day off. Leave me alone.
I always feel like every time I call Sean, I don't know this for sure, but I feel like every time I call him, just give him the tone when he answers, that right before he hit talk, he preceded it by going, like he just, the last thing he wants to do in the world is talk on the phone, I feel like.
My poor child's ribs. I mean,
where is this going?
Yeah,
it's my get off the phone. You know, I just got to go to the tickle or mess
Draymond
with him.
step on him.
Oh yeah, Draymond.
I pull the Draymond. He's like, oh my, gotta go. Kid's
Little
crying.
Ollie Sabonis.
Oh man, this poor child. He's my phone eject
They're
button.
the greatest excuse ever.
Yeah.
They were there, the get it out of anything card.
I'm like,
can't do it. Kid's sick.
Cry. He's like laughing when I'm tickling him. I'm like, dang it, now I gotta pinch him. That's the wrong touch.
I used to, as a kid, I wanted the baby to be awake when I was like 5, 6 years old. I used to like sneak into the baby's room if they were sleeping, and I'd pinch their foot so they'd wake up.
Okay, see,
my mom found me do it one time, but she damn near killed me.
Now I hate you even more because your kid slept too
much. I woke up. No, I was not my kid. I was 5 or 6 years old. It was like my sibling.
I'm sorry.
I didn't, as an adult, pinch a child. Let's be clear about that. I was like 5, and I wanted the baby to be awake.
You're way above that, smashing TVs in your kid's room.
Well, I mean, don't vape, you know?
Avs Radio with the call. They tie up their series against the Kraken. Toronto beat Tampa 7-2. That series is tied. We're tied in Vegas as they beat Winnipeg 5-2. And the New York Rangers beating down the Devils 5-1. The Rangers are up 2-0.
They're dangerous. Rangers are dangerous. They are just dominating that series. The East is going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting as this thing moves forward because Carolina's playing really, really well, too.
But we woke up and Peyton said, got the clip of the day on a Friday. We absolutely must play it.
Man, so this is between the Maple Leafs and Lightning game. The game was out of reach. This was like middle of the third period. It was like 6-1, and they're just taking cheap shots at this point, getting penalties. The Lightning players are all pissed off. And so one of the players goes to the penalty box. Now, if you don't know hockey, the penalty box is like, I mean, you're right next to the crowd. They can't really reach you unless they jump over the glass, but like they're right there. They can bang on the glass. They can still talk to you. And one of the Lightning players that were in the penalty box started to take offense to some of the fans that were like reaching over, talking to him. So he kind of, gets in it with the fan and stuff. And then the Lightning, this is the radio color analyst, Phil Esposito, kind of takes a shot at one of the Maple Leafs fans.
There's activity by the Lightning penalty box. I think the Lightning are upset with some of the fans over there.
You got a fat woman who's yapping like crazy. Is that a guy with long hair? I can't tell.
Hey, that's progressive. He did not assume his gender.
He did not.
He said it's one of the two.
Well, he said fat woman at first.
No, he said you got a fat woman or a guy with long hair. I don't know which one.
I think
Wow. Has an apology already been issued?
I have not seen it.
Let's hear it one more time. And more suspension worthy, this or Embiid or Harden power ranking?
There's activity by the Lightning penalty box. I think the Lightning are upset with some of the fans over there.
You got a fat woman who's yapping like crazy. Is that a guy with long hair? I can't tell.
This is amazing.
Rank him. Who gets suspended more?
He's 81 years old. He's a legend.
81?
Phil Esposito. Do you have any idea who Phil Esposito is?
Other than the color analyst.
It's Jennifer Esposito's dad.
It's probably not. But I don't know. Like maybe it's just like, hey, Phil, you're 81, man. Just go.
What
just
is-
enjoy Tampa like everybody else.
What is the well? I mean, at 81, that is the age you
Heaven's
enjoy
waiting
Tampa.
room.
Just moves 40 miles east of the Villages.
What is the age where you just say like, let's just let him say what he wants? Is it a number or is it just like a sense of how sharp?
Gather the foreigners.
Yeah, well, not that age. It's definitely not college in 2017 at UNT.
Definitely after 80 for sure.
You think 80 is a good
I think, yeah,
benchmark?
you might be able to push it to 70.
Okay,
But you know,
can't wait to be 80.
what's the old rule?
You say what you want now.
Yeah.
You get dumped 3 times a week.
What's
Really?
the old rule?
I
Under 8
thought we
over
weren't
80.
allowed to say what we want. What?
It's the under 8 over 80 rule, right?
What's
Kids.
under 8?
If you're under 8 and you curse, it's kind of like a little cute. But if you get like over 8, it's like, okay, now you got to stop cursing like that. Or you know, if a kid just drops he like sit there and talking and he drops a small, not a big curse word, but like a small one.
Like damn.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay, you're talking like an adult. It's kind of cute. But if you're over 8, you know, and you can do whatever you want. You're over 80, same thing. It's like all the rules go away.
All right, was yesterday a good or a bad day for Elon as Kendrick Perkins and others freaking out upon the realization, RJ Choppy tweeted about it as well, that the blue check mark is now gone. It is gone away.
Man,
KG didn't lose his.
what a run. What a run. What a ride, man. I enjoyed thoroughly for about a decade being relevant in this world on the social media sphere.
You feel naked?
I feel naked now. Now I'm going to have to do all I can to get the blue check mark on my Instagrams.
So how do you get it now on Twitter? You have to pay
You got to pay for it.
$5 a month?
5 or 8, whatever
no
it is
idea.
now. I don't know. We
I didn't price it.
We can ask somebody, I'm sure, about
Yeah,
it.
we can ask LeBron.
But you got to pay for it. You got to pay for the blue check mark now. And that gets you like the ability to write longer posts, I think, and you get to see better stuff on your timeline. So now
You also know it's like coming from you. It's verified.
Yeah, but look, that's something that Odyssey should pay for. They want us to be relevant, they should pay for it.
That's a pretty good suggestion.
You know, you can actually
Pretty dumb and good suggestion.
You
It's never going to happen.
But what does it matter? Like that's the whole thing. That whether Odyssey's paying for it or not, like the fact that anybody pays for it to get it doesn't differentiate. Like I could say
because it's not a fake RJ Choppy.
Okay.
I mean, there's already a fake RJ Choppy.
There is.
That's what I'm saying. If fake RJ Choppy pays for the blue check, how do you know it's not RJ Choppy?
I thought that they took away, like people were trying to do that and it got sorted out. Like
No.
when this first started happening.
They sorted it out for like news
There's not-
organizations and companies.
Because doesn't it not say on there that you're either subscribed to Twitter Blue or you're
No, now they don't do that anymore. They literally only do Twitter Blue.
So did you have one and lose it?
Yep.
Are you going to pay?
Nope.
I wonder if they just would have reversed the order of this because everyone's like, it's the principle. Like I already had it. You gave it to me for free, so we can't put the genie back in the bottle. If the blue check marks never came out,
Yeah.
and then he introduced the verification
Sure.
to pay for,
Absolutely.
I wonder how that would have gone over much better.
Absolutely. Once you give something for free, you
Yep.
can't start charging for it.
But
Yep.
see, I always thought it's the equivalent to me of like
But they're going to make money because they weren't making money before off of the verified account.
No, they weren't. They weren't making money. Twitter was like unable to generate revenue for years.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but I mean, it's the equivalent to me of like if you have subscribed to somebody's YouTube channel, be a super subscriber, super subscribe to the Twitch channel or whatever else, and it's like, we'll highlight your message. It's like, I don't care. Like that, it's the same effect to me. So whether or not it would have been given for free or not, it seems like a silly, like, we'll put a blue check mark to know you pay. Okay, I don't care. It's basically a subscriber badge.
Then people tried to call out LeBron, saying LeBron still has a blue check mark.
LeBlue.
Is he that desperate for attention that he paid for? And then Elon said, I covered some. I picked up some tabs. So he apparently paid for LeBron's blue check mark. That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
You don't believe it?
No, I do believe it. I think it's funny because it does say when you hover over, it says they paid for Twitter Blue and they verified their phone number, which clearly if Elon's paying for it, I don't think he verified LeBron's phone number.
Then did anyone else care about SpaceX?
I saw that it blew up. It was unmanned, right? There was nobody in it, or
I hope not.
Unpersoned.
Yeah.
I think it'd be a bigger story if somebody was in it.
Yeah. So I mean,
But that they intentionally blew it up is what they're saying. Some of the things weren't firing off the boosters, but
Yeah.
10 million pounds, I think this thing was.
Not the first time that's been claimed.
And they're saying that it was a success, supposedly.
Yeah, like if their whole job now.
And some people are trying to say it's a publicity stunt because now we will watch
the next one
to see if it blows up.
Yeah, maybe. Now I'm sure the stock will fall a little bit from this, but like they're I guess I understand what they're trying to say. Like, hey, we know there's problems with this. We're trying to figure out what the problems are, so we're going to intentionally throw up a faulty one and see if we can figure out where the trouble lies.
Twitter's down, by the way. Elon's broken it.
Really?
Yep. Nope, it's down. I just went to downforeveryone.me.com and it says it's down, and I can't get it open.
You went to justme.
Downforeveryone.me.com, and then you enter a website and it pings it and tells you if it's down or if it's just your computer.
It's working for me. Yeah. Quit sucking so much. 877-881-1053. The Cowboys get a deal done. Aaron Rodgers to San Francisco. A second media member has said this, and RJ thinks this could start to be the end for Filthy with the coach, the former head coach that they just brought in. That's all next. Friday edition. Just getting started on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Let us know if you are part of the 6 a.m. club. It is not time to fist pump Bobby, but it is a Friday edition of Sean and RJ on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan draft coverage coming up on Thursday. We'll be at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco and all of your local Pluckers locations. Bobby, start us off with some minor Cowboys news with Terence Steele. What's happening with him?
So he has signed his restricted free agent tender, so he is locked in, done. They can still continue to work on a contract extension for the next little bit. But, man, knowing the Cowboys' history of a tender gets signed or a tag gets signed, and then they just kind of go, okay, all right, you're under contract. Well, we don't have to work that hard. Like, it's not a, hey, we'll at least sign this, and then we'll continue to work in good faith. We'll continue to negotiate in good faith on a deal here. That's not typically how the Cowboys have actually operated. It's usually, I feel like, caused them to get a little passive in negotiations once they know it's locked in. So that would be a concern for me, is that this is signed now and they don't feel any urgency to get anything done long term. They say they will. I think they're going to try to work to something, but not in love with how they've handled the Terence Steele negotiations this offseason.
Meanwhile, DeMarcus Ware was on yesterday with a KMC masterpiece with a very grouchy Kevin Hagelin, and they asked D. Ware, what would you do in the first round on Thursday, Mr. Future Hall of Famer?
I would trade up. I got what I need on defense. You're going to get a couple guys in the draft, but I got to go get a home run hitter. It's not going to be a tight end. To be honest with you, I feel like it needs to be like a running back. Like somebody that's real solid. I'm talking about a bruiser.
Maybe they know the state already.
Yes. Somebody that when Dak plays well or when the running back plays well, Dak plays well. We need that. I understand Pollard is great, but I don't know how he's going to come back. And so hopefully he comes back off the injury 100%. We have him, but you still got to have that one where you give him that football. Let me strap up my mouthpiece, and he's a bruiser. I got to make sure I'm ready for that game.
What? You reacted more to the Pollard comment than the trade-up comment.
I just want to make sure that I have that was DeMarcus Ware, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Played football. It's a broken leg. It's a broken ankle or whatever, right? It's a bone.
So was Dax.
Okay. But Dax was in a position where there was like 5 million little breaks in there, right? There's a rod, giant rod. Point is that this is 2023.
According to Mike Bassett.
Yeah. This is 2023. Nobody's having a career-ending broken leg, fractured leg in an ankle. This wasn't Alex Smith snapped off to the side.
No, but it is 2023, and yet we were still like making up excuses for Michael Gallup and why an ACL, which shouldn't hold you back.
Though, right?
But I mean, it's same sort of thing though, where you're talking about it's a surgery to the ankle, which is all about, I mean, that ankle flexibility and his ability to cut, it does matter. And if, you've got to see how the rehab is handled.
Okay, here's part 2. It doesn't, again, you're getting what you're blocked. Tony Pollard averages more yards per carry than Barry Sanders.
Because he's better.
Nobody thinks he's better. But the point is that you're getting similar production.
I don't know, around here at this station, people do think people are better than Barry Sanders.
You're getting similar production out of somebody who was taken in the 4th round. It's just like you get what you're blocked. Like do we need more information on this?
If you get what you're blocked, why was he so much better than Zeke?
Because
there's to a point. Yes, to a point you get what you're blocked, but then there's also the ability
Zeke runs a 4.7. That's why.
That's generous.
5'2".
Yeah.
There's a
like Zeke's burst and juice had been gone. That's why.
Rich Eisen runs faster than Zeke at this point.
Tony Pollard's just a better athlete.
There's diminishing returns at some point.
And that's why, going back to the Bijan discussion, that's why I think Bijan makes a lot of sense, because Bijan is getting what's blocked technically, but he is getting the most out of what's blocked compared to other runners, including Tony Pollard.
I hate to do this because I'm sure he's a wonderful kid, but yeah, I just keep going back to his highlights. I have never seen an overreaction to a little jump cut more so than this guy. with his elusiveness and the crazy. He makes. I'm gonna play the highlights for you live on the show, and I mean the smallest little shift around the line of scrimmage is all of a sudden Shady McCoy.
I mean, I can find you a clip of Hendon Hooker doing the same damn thing as a quarterback.
No, you can't.
You want me to do that jump cut, getting somebody, leaving their lingerie on the floor.
The draft prophet, the guy who told us that you will take Micah Parsons and love it, the great Ross Tucker will join us at 7:20 to kick off the Expressway today here on 105.3 The Fan.
He's probably going to end up with Bijan Robinson there in Philly, so what's it matter to us?
I'd be so off character.
All right, we got some drama in the NFC East, Choppy. You want to start with the coaching hire? Let's start with the coaching hire in Philly, and then we'll get to the Giants running back problem.
The Eagles are bringing him in. Matt Patricia, the pencil. The pencil over the year guy.
Yep.
They are bringing in the two-time New England Patriot assistant, former Lions head coach. He emerged on the Eagles' radar this offseason, and they're talking about bringing him in as like a special in an advisory role, not as a head coach, not as a coach, not as an assistant, just an advisory role.
Not as an offensive coordinator.
Not as an offensive coordinator, although
that'd
they
be
did lose
crazy.
theirs.
That'd be crazy to make him an offensive coach.
Something only Bill would have done. It may have worked with Tom Brady, but it's not going to work with Bailey Zappi and mac and cheese. But they're bringing in Matt Patricia, and apparently, Sean, they did run it by Darius Slay, who had made the comment in the past, I kind of like Detroit, but I'll never play for that man again.
Yeah.
So they are bringing in Matt Patricia to blow that whole thing up.
In 2020, Slay said in Detroit there were multiple incidents that led to the fraying of the relationship. After a training camp practice, Slay posted a picture on social media about him and a receiver who had caught a couple of passes on him that day. At the start of the meeting later that night, Patricia used the photo along with a small highlight tape of the other player before addressing Slay. Patricia put the picture on the team board, essentially saying, don't kiss up to another guy who's beating you in practice. And he used a lot more colorful language. Slay said, yeah, right there, that's when all my respect went out the door for him. Sirianni saying he spoke to Slay before bringing in Patricia.
Ooh.
There you go.
That's Some of these we hear some stories about the former assistants that leave New England and they go do their thing. We heard this with Josh McDaniels and Derek Carr and his film sessions. It just sounds like all these guys are just jackasses. They're all trying to recreate this theory and this aura of Bill, but like you can't recreate that. You can't go work under Bobby Knight and then go try to be Bobby Knight somewhere else. Like it doesn't work. It doesn't work with Bobby Knight anywhere anymore.
What's going on with Saquon?
The GM of the New York Football Giants says that they were asked about the franchise tag and if he is going to, because he has declined to sign it so far, and if he is going to show up at the workouts, the offseason workouts, like you got to ask him. I don't even know what his plan is. They don't even know if he's even going to sign the dang thing. And now this is going to head down into an ugly standoff because there's a July deadline to sign, July 17th. Sign this franchise tag. It's going to pay him the $10.1 million. He was offered reportedly a 3-year, $13 million per season deal that was on the table this offseason. He was like, no, not good enough for me. He wants more.
And the comment comes across kind of cold. They're like, Saquon coming into play, and he goes, go ask him. Ooh, okay. Go ask him.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is... I don't think you can, as much as I'm in favor of Bijan at 26, which, by the way, just tagged y'all in about 6 highlight cuts since you guys want to disrespect my guy Bijan.
Okay,
good. I'm glad you blocked me. No, as much as I think Bijan at 26 would be great value, you can... The idea of paying Saquon Barkley long-term, especially with how injured he's been and how, for honestly large sections of his career, he's just been an inefficient runner, I think would be crazy. And so I actually think it's a smart thing for the Giants to just say, you know what, we're not going to kowtow to this.
Hang on a second.
You see the first highlight?
The first one. I mean, like,
it's so ridiculous.
Is it the 2-minute one from NFL Network? Go down.
It's the one that you tagged
It's
us in.
Yes, the one against Baylor. It was a
The
Baylor
first are
game.
2 1-yard runs from the goal line.
Oh, he jumped over the Kansas defender.
Have you ever seen so much hype? The other one, he's like, it's a longer run, and he's just going through the hole. But there's nothing special about it. That's jumping out on tape.
Go
So
down.
no, I'm going to count them now.
Go down. No, go down. That is the last video I tagged you in, not the first. Go down.
So these highlights don't count?
No, I'm just saying that one I just saw was a 2-minute video. I didn't even watch that one. The others I watched.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not even looking at this unless you're verified. Don't tweet me. Don't tweet me. All right, roll your eye moment.
You know, okay, I see the one you're.
There's plenty in here that's pretty impressive.
He was a wide receiver. He lined up as a wide receiver. You know, if you want to have a wide receiver, why don't you just draft a wide receiver then?
That was just a stupid question.
And if you want to have Debo, just draft Debo. Like draft an actual wide receiver and then put him in all kinds of different roles.
That doesn't make it. Debo's like positionless.
Well,
So to say you have to draft Debo doesn't mean you have to draft a receiver.
Yes, you draft a receiver because receiver is a skill.
If you
Running
draft a
back
receiver who
is
can run or a running back who can catch, like it's the same thing.
It's not the same thing at all. A wide receiver who can run is far more valuable than a running back who can catch.
All right, roll your eye moment.
Yeah.
From Tom Brady.
Tom Brady?
On stage. Again, in front of people. You always make your most ridiculous, regretful statements in these types of conventions. First, it was Chris Sims suggesting that San Francisco could swoop. I'm sorry. You know what? I'll say Brady. The one that's more important is A-Rod. Chris Sims was suggesting that San Francisco could swoop in and steal Aaron Rodgers from the Jets. And then our former friend, Tiki Barber, WFAN, said the same thing yesterday.
If the 49ers trade Trey Lance, and again, the clock is probably off on him because they like Brock Purdy better. If they trade Trey Lance and Brock Purdy isn't available to play this year because of UCL surgery, Sam Darnold is not. I promise you, is not starting for the 49ers. They will go get, and they're okay to mortgage their future because they don't care. They're not worried about losing their jobs. They've done it before. They've gotten to the championship game. They've gotten deep in the playoffs, right? This team will go get Aaron Rodgers if he's available, and the Jets, the premise that we started this with, will be stuck sitting out in the cold with their underwear on, and that's it.
So that's 2 people bringing this up now. What did Craig Carton report?
Same thing that San Francisco was going to be. They're sneakily in on Aaron Rodgers.
Incarcerated Bob, Craig Carton.
He is incarcerated, but incarcerated Craig, or at least he was. I mean, look, could you imagine? Could you imagine this happened?
Gosh,
like the Jets.
What would the Jets fan base do?
I mean, look, the Jets fan base is already on DEFCON 1 with their own sanity. Is it 1?
1 is the highest, so they'd have to be probably 2, and then you'd go up to 1.
They're pretty close. They're on 2 anyway. And it's their own fault. You screwed around here. You know, you could have just picked up the phone at any time and upped your offer. You know, just give them you need the quarterback. They could have done that. They had already gone in this offseason acquiescing to all these players that he wanted to get on their team, and except for, I don't think they got Mercedes Lewis, but they got just about everybody else. So you already did that. You know you're going to get them. Why don't you just go and get them? Why not? Now you're going to leave the door open and San Fran's going to go get them. They're going to win the Super Bowl.
I wonder if San Fran, you know who's probably leaking this is the Packers. The Packers are probably leaking this to pressure the Jets to give them the first.
That makes some sense.
And
Brilliant.
What they want. Around the NFL, here on the home of America's team, with the NFL draft coming up on Thursday with the best coverage around, if you ask me. Madison Bumgarner is now available for your Texas Rangers and the Bruce Bochy reunion. Is there anyone who actually wants Mad Bum on the Rangers? The Cowbells have been banned, Max Scherzer suspended, and Charles Barkley dead wrong, just like Peyton Russell. Next.
The more you listen, the harder
Donation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Swimming on the floor, flagrant foul, penalty 2. Harden is ejected. There'll be 2 shots plus the
Goodness. He thought it was.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Harden is gone. Now you're wondering, was this, I hate to say, somewhat of a makeup call?
NBA referees forcing Tolos to defend James Harden. After last night, he was ejected for a shot to the groin. Reggie Miller on TNT was suggesting maybe this is a makeup because they should have tossed Joel Embiid earlier for trying to kick a guy off of him who was standing over him. The bottom line is filthy, ends up beating Brooklyn. They're up 3-0. The Nets are about to get swept, and Kyle Kuzma is about to pop a bottle. Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on 105.3 The Fan. James Harden afterwards called it unacceptable, and he's absolutely right. That was ridiculous. That's an all-time bad ejection, in my opinion. That's an all-time bad call for it being in a playoff game.
Yeah, and that seems like a very weak make good, though. Like, hey, we should have ejected Joel Embiid, but we're going to instead eject James Harden. Like at that point, that's like, hey, we should have ejected Corey Seager, but to make up for it, we're going to eject Ezekiel Duran.
And they shouldn't have ejected Embiid either. The guys, do that all the time. Get off me. They try to, kick up or push back with someone pulling the Ty Lue, Allen Iverson moment. So Embiid, in my opinion, sorry, Peyton, should not have been ejected for that. Harden to get thrown out was criminal. And after the game, Doc Rivers, which one's better? You want to start with Doc Rivers or Jacques Vaughn?
We'll do Doc first.
All right, Doc Rivers on Harden getting kicked out.
I didn't think any of them were anything, but they called them. And, listen, I told our guys, you could see it early on. There's a lot of extracurricular activity going on our way. But you're up 2-0. What do you expect? And we got to play through it. We got to knock out the distractions. And I thought we, in the second half, kind of did that.
Is there anyone on the chartrec.com text line thinking that Harden should have been gone and Embiid should have been gone? I'm curious because I'm going Draymond Green's is the worst. Then Embiid, don't eject him. Then Harden, definitely don't eject him. That's my ruling.
They're all different tiers too.
Definitely different tiers.
Like I think Draymond is clearly the worst. Embiid's on his own level, and then Harden doesn't even register. Harden to me was, I think he probably meant to use his hand and like push out or whatever, but I don't think it was like, oh, I'm gonna check him here. This will be good.
Yeah.
And so, because I mean, to me, it was that doesn't even. I would not think that's even a flagrant one, but like I would just think it's maybe just offensive foul and you turn over the ball. Like that would be it to me.
What makes me even more upset about this now is watching the Stars series, watching hockey.
Well, it's totally, it's totally the threshold, the precedence. It's totally different anyway.
Grief.
I mean, and not even that. Like, it's just the injuries. Like, there was that guy in that one. What was that guy with that 75 stitches? One of the other games, Peyton said that thing.
Yeah, the Jets, I believe.
Yeah, he had 75 stitches in the game. He came back before the period was over.
75?
Yeah, his face went into the skate of, I think it was of the goalie. And it just sliced him right over, like, from his forehead down, like, all the way down.
Damn, Zion would miss 3 years from that.
He would have. This guy didn't even miss a full period. Like, it's just different. You can't really compare the two. Draymond's is easily the worst. It was reactionary, but also knowing who it is doing it, I think played a major role.
Apparently Steve Kerr yesterday got asked about like, hey, have you tried talking to Draymond about doing some of this crap? And he's like, yeah. He's like, but like, I mean, it's his edge. It's like, I mean, there's only so much. He's like, nothing works with Draymond. You can't just put your arm over him. You can't yell at, like, he's going to do what he's going to do.
Here's Barkley after the filthy incidents on TNT.
I thought he should have been ejected. I thought that was a flagrant 2. I think his was worse than Draymond's.
Thank you.
Worse than Draymond. Yeah, because he tried to kick a guy in his jump.
Yes.
Yeah, like, just because the guy's a bad shot. I mean, you know what he was trying to do.
I mean, so what's the law?
Yeah, no, just my listen. We all have our own opinion. I thought he tried to kick him in his private parts. He should have got ejected. That's just my personal opinion.
Is, we go by the law. So if one guy gets suspended for the game, I'm not saying kick the man out. I'm just saying, like, that's supposed to be the law. Draymond did the same thing.
And listen, in my personal opinion.
So are you saying Embiid should have been ejected from the game?
I don't want to say it because I don't want that to be the headlines. I'm just saying I seen something like this the other day, and the guy got ejected and suspended. So how come it's not the same thing? It looks similar.
So you're basically saying that you just don't want to see it.
Well, I'll say it. I thought he should have got ejected.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Thank you, Kenny. The only sober one up there. Shaq says some stupid things. It's amazing. He's one of the all-time great successful billionaires with some of the things that he says and his perspective. Man. So that's TNT reacting to the incidents last night.
I mean, which person would you rather be? Would you rather be Claxton or would you rather be DeMontis Sabonis? I'd rather be Claxton by far. Like, that's how you know it's not the same thing at all. Claxton, I don't even know if he got a clean shot on him. Like, Claxton looked like he kind of just stepped over it.
All right, rank the levels of disrespect. The step over, the shot to the nuts, or the Lance Stevenson blowing in somebody's ear, in LeBron's ear. I'm taking the spit out. Spitting on someone is that is the gold medal of disrespect you better be throwing hands.
If we're talking about demeaning,
Give me the 3 again.
Getting hit in the nuts.
Harden or Embiid? Or just period?
Just period. Just in general.
All right.
The step over.
Uh-huh.
Or like some form of Lance Stevenson blowing in someone's ear or whatever.
Lance is one.
Lance is the most disrespectful. It's the most demeaning. The most painful, the worst to experience is getting kicked in the
And the step
groin.
over is 2.
Yes.
I think.
Getting
In terms of disrespect. What Dylan Brooks is starting to do I can't wait.
Can't wait for him to hang 50 on him.
I cannot wait for Game 3 in L.A. What Dylan Brooks is starting to do with LeBron is Lance Stevenson-esque. That, to me, is the most disrespectful. But we got to wait till tomorrow.
It's not even close.
I don't care. He's old.
You blow in somebody's ear, that's just demeaning and the step over similarly, but not as bad as that. The worst is the least I want to experience is getting kicked in the groin, but that's like the least disrespectful to me.
All right. Meanwhile, Steph scores 36. They don't need Draymond that much because he's not that good. All this hoopla because this is all he's known for, is being a wild character. And Golden State gets one against Sacramento, 2-1. And the Cowbells have been banned.
Oh, thank God. Thank God. Cooler heads prevailed.
This actually sounds like a wheel in Vegas. It's the Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, it's the Wheel of Punishment back there.
Yeah.
So the Kings fans have been warned. No
Wheel
more
of Misfortune.
Yeah,
you don't
Wheel
want
of
Hagley
Misfortune,
coming in
whatever.
a bad mood again today.
No, we don't.
Well, you actually misgendered that.
So, I don't know. I'm in a bad mood. I'm glad they're doing this. The Warriors have banned the cowbell. Banned it.
Yeah.
It is a soft move. It's a soft move on both parties. It's soft to have a bell that you need to make noise because it shows that you can't be loud enough on your own. And it's even softer to tell somebody they can't bring it in just to help your team.
Where do I go and buy a cowbell before an NBA
The cowbell
game?
store.
The cowbell store.
Yeah, I wouldn't even know where to begin to look for one of those.
Amazon. I assume you just buy one on Amazon.
WillFerrell.com.
Christopher Walken, Will Ferrell. I honestly think it's funny to me that I believe it was the last playoff run they made. It definitely was in the early 2000s. They got these banned before. And it's funny to me because it's clearly just been so long since the Kings made the playoffs that they forgot to tell the fans again 20 years later not to do this.
But it's just like, it's also like, imagine if, let's try to find an example. If the Steelers came to your city and you told them they can't bring their terrible towels. You can't tell some fan that he can't.
It's
if it's
different.
It's different. It's a noise thing. You're just trying to help your own home team.
Wait, would you say you should ban the what's that thing called they use at the soccer games?
Vuvuzela.
Yeah, that thing. That's what the Kings fans should bring in there.
That's what they should bring in there. Absolutely.
It's like, all right, we don't have cowbells. We'll just do this.
All right, over to baseball. Scherzer gets 10 games. I'm so disappointed for my guy. They suspend Max Scherzer for 10 games. You got a question?
No, just because I remember Mike said yesterday in Crosstalk it wasn't. He's like, that's not an illegal substance though. And I'm trying to remember who it was.
And he's not going to appeal it.
And I'm trying to remember who it was. It was Buster or somebody yesterday had said they're actually, according to the rules, there reaches a point where the amount of rosin you're using and how you're using it does become an illegal substance because it'll become sticky and that he reached that point where it didn't matter that it was rosin.
Then don't put it on the back of the mound.
Yeah.
You put the legal amount on the back of the mound. Don't put it in an amount where you can become illegal. I mean, what is he a scientist? Is he out there with his with his is it a bleaker out there?
Bleaker. Bleaker report.
Wait, Bleaker's the pizza place that we went to in New York.
Oh, John's a Bleaker.
Yeah, John's a Bleaker.
Bleaker is also
we'll
like
Vita from now on.
Yeah, exactly. Bleaker's also like dimmer, like
yes, bleak. It's very bleak.
Yes,
and then absolutely. I can't find anyone who wants the Bumgarner-Bochy reunion. He was designated for assignment by the D-backs yesterday. They're going to eat more than $34 million on this contract. He's been there for 4 years, a 5.23 ERA over 69 starts. It all came to a head the other day when he threw a hissy fit and gave up 7 runs in 3 innings against the Cardinals. He's 33 years old. He says, I wish I had answers. I don't. His fastball has dipped to 89.5 miles per hour this season. That's down 1.7 miles per hour than last year. And I can't find anyone who wants him.
Does he want to play left field? Does he want to take Ezekiel Duran's at bats?
Let's let him hit.
What? He's won like 2 silver sluggers, right?
He should do that. That's what he should do. He should Rick Ankiel and transfer to play a position player.
Could his OPS be higher than Ezekiel Duran's 433 right now?
Yes, it could. It absolutely could be. There's no doubt. I'm trying to think,
I'm gonna look now, see what his career OPS is. I bet it's like 6 something.
I thought he had started. I thought he had started opening day this year, but he didn't. I was like, man, that would have been the quickest fall from opening day to being released. I mean, he didn't even make a month into the season.
His career OPS is 524, so that is higher than Ezekiel Duran's.
Let's see how business-like Bochy is. Because the Cowboys, this would be a Cowboys move. Let's bring him in. It's a good story.
Mm-hmm.
We can send him into retirement. Let's see if CY, Chris Young, is like, no, he sucks. Keep him out of here. All right, we got a special edition of the college football kegger, and one of the best golfers of all time settles a sandwich debate on KMC next. But there is no debate on how you should manage that money moving forward. Sean Sharif here for the experts, the experienced experts over at Trajan Wealth. Make this your last move before the weekend, and you're going to be thanking me. TrajanWealth.com, TRAJAN Wealth. Headlines coming up at 7 and our final Snoop Dogg ticket giveaway of the week during the Expressway. The Expressway is commercial-free 7:20 to 8 o'clock every single weekday here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. 105.3 The Fan. Yesterday, the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag were out at the Celebrity Golf Classic. Las Colinas, awesome guest list provided to us over the past few weeks, so thank you to their PR team for that. But while they were sitting there, I guess enjoying some lunch, Kevin, Corey, and Bassick, they were talking about their favorite topic of how to cut a sandwich.
Yeah, the how to cut a hamburger diagonally. Is that how you do a
Wait,
hamburger?
a hamburger? Do people cut hamburgers?
Let's listen to it as one of the greatest golfers of all time, maybe the greatest female golfer ever.
Michelle Wee.
No.
Oh.
Annika was over by the buffet line, apparently, eavesdropping.
Kevin, what? Sitting right across from us is...
Did you just notice that?
She cut her sandwich diagonally. Annika
Sorenstam.
She cut her sandwich diagonally. And like that just proves my point that all the greats cut their sandwiches diagonally, or their
What was it, a sandwich or a burger?
Well, it looks like a round sandwich.
Okay, well it doesn't matter then. You just spin the plate. It's all diagonal.
It's all no. You have to. It's a special way that you cut it. Just trust me, man.
You might be able to convince her to just come on over to talk about sandwich cuts among golf and other stuff like that. Oh, we might actually be able to convince. Did you cut your sandwich diagonally?
Yes,
she did. Oh my God.
Yes.
Annika, welcome
On the fly.
to the show. Thank you for listening to our nonsense and coming over. I know we are very loud.
No, it was quite entertaining during my lunch here, but I just wanted to clarify the cutting of the sandwich.
Yes.
You know. So I'm married to an American. In America, you measure once and you cut twice.
Mm-hmm.
And Sweden, we measure twice and we cut once.
That's the smart way to
that's
do
an
it.
America burn right there. I feel like
that's a good approach.
I feel like that was an America burn.
It's okay. I'm perfectly all right with that. And do you also agree that when you cut it diagonally, it provides more sandwich and better
yes,
flavor?
totally. That's what we do here in Texas.
Yes.
But it's a circle. How does that?
Don't worry about that right now.
I'm not gonna win this one.
Age-old argument.
Which is
do you cut your hamburger diagonally or not? A round hamburger. It's fascinating.
I
don't know. I don't know
if
how
it's round. How do you?
That's the joke.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of the bit.
Yeah.
And is
only children cut their sandwiches diagonal. Adults slice them in half.
Adults eat them just as sandwiches. They don't even cut them.
Yeah, adults. Yeah,
adults don't slice them. Period.
No. Yeah. Now is that they're saying Annika? Is it Annika or Annika?
It's Annika.
I was certain it was Annika.
It's Annika. Just like it's Anakin Skywalker, but it's Annika Sorenstam.
Yeah, you wouldn't say Anakin. That'd be weird.
That's very weird.
All right, so you're not cutting your sandwich at all.
No.
I would either now if it was like a panini, like if I made a panini or a grilled cheese.
Yep.
Then I would cut it. I would cut it diagonally.
Why?
I don't know. But if it's like a cold sandwich, I would cut it straight across.
Were you ever a crust off guy outside of childhood?
My
youngest daughter is crust off cut diagonally. It's a pain.
Well, you could just buy them with the crust off.
I could, but I don't have Sean Sharif money.
Huh?
They sell that?
Uncrustables? Peanut butter Uncrustables.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but those are
the whole
so
brand.
Mike Madonna told G-Bag yesterday is his like snack of choice is the Uncrustables.
Really?
Yeah. He said peanut M&Ms and Uncrustables.
But that's not a sandwich. It's like a pre-made frozen treat,
that's a debate.
Right?
It's bread with stuff
Peanut butter and jelly
in between it. Yeah, it's.
I always thought of it Uncrustables as like a dessert.
It's a pre-made sandwich. No, kids will take them to like school for lunch and stuff.
Huh.
Yeah. So that was Annika yesterday popping in on the KMC Masterpiece. Who else was out there? Vince Carter.
VY.
Sat down. Not Vince Young.
Tony Romo was out there.
Did Tony sit down?
Tony didn't sit down with us, but I'm just saying he was out there.
Did it look like he was working on his golf game more than his broadcast game?
Let's get to more on Romo in a little bit, but let's get to a special edition of the College Football Kegger.
College football!
Do you want A&M trouble? Bama trouble? which colleges produce, or which conferences and colleges produce, they'll take the 5 stars from high school and make them into the NFL players.
Let's start with some local drama.
All right, local drama. A 4-star cornerback.
Make Bobby feel good about his overrated program for a second.
Make me feel good, Chop. Make me feel good.
By the name of Bobby Taylor has entered the transfer portal. He was at A&M. All right, and he did not want to leave. He goes on his Instagram story, and don't think I wanted to leave. But 4-star recruit in that loaded 2022 class, apparently they paid like $30 million for or whatever.
Yeah, and like half of them have transferred.
I'm sorry. 30 of them have. There are 30 players from Texas A&M that have entered the transfer portal this year. 30.
Sounds
Way
like
to go, Jimbo.
Sounds like Dion's program.
That's like not quite half your program, but it's close. It is close.
You know, my initial reaction is to say, oh my gosh, it's a fire sale. It's an exodus. This is bad. But then I'm like, is this just the NIL?
Yes. It's the
It is, but no program is having quite the exodus that A&M has had.
It's what it is the NIL, and it's playing time. You know, so if you're not getting playing time, you're going to leave.
Maybe they're not making NIL payments on time like Diamond Sports or something.
Maybe they're not. Maybe they're not. But this is very odd. Like, you don't see, like, everybody's dealing with NIL trouble. Everyone's having to recruit their own players again. But what you don't see is guys, 30 of them from one team up and leave. That's very, very odd.
Yeah.
I don't know what the problem is. Maybe Jimbo made promises he hasn't kept to these players. Oh, you're going to play. You play right away. Or we're going to get you this NIL money. We're going to get you right away. And maybe he hasn't. I don't know. I don't know what the reasoning is by why all these people are leaving. But, you know, they had that top class, arguably the best class ever, and they were 5-7. And then after that top 2022 class, they were 15th in 2023, this past class, and they currently sit 16th for the next year's class. So that recruiting is not doing nearly as well as it once did.
They're like the college version around here, the Dream Team Eagles. Like they had that off season, and they had this recruiting class that was going to go down as legendary. And now we're about a year away from Jimbo being fired.
Awesome Vince Young.
Yeah.
VY.
Yeah.
VC.
Yeah.
VC signed with Philly.
All right, we got some other drama in the SEC.
Yep, Bama. Bama's in trouble. They are in trouble. There is a quarterback. That's right. That's right, Phyllis. There's a quarterback.
More than just because Morgan Wallen took their fan.
That's right. He took him. That's absolutely right. Tyler Van Dyke is the quarterback of the University of Miami. Now, Tyler Van Dyke is thought to be disgruntled, not very happy down there. Alabama, meanwhile, is not thrilled with their backup quarterback situation, or I guess now current quarterback situation after Bryce Young left. So rumors are that Miami quarterback Tyler Van Dyke may be considering to transfer to Bama. But the problem is he is not in the portal yet, which means Bama is trying to poach a player currently on somebody else's roster. Big time no-no. Huge tampering issue. I don't know what the NCAA is going to actually do about it, but, man, you can't do this. You cannot. You keep your meat hooks off somebody else's player unless they're in that portal.
Yeah, and Tyler Van Dyke has been pretty upset at Miami. And, again, this is related to NIL crap, that he's upset with the NIL structure and things that are going on there. And this is the NIL. Look, I was all for NIL and getting guys, you know, the ability to make money off of their name, image, and likeness and everything else. And I'm still in favor of it. But holy cow, there's got to be some better oversight and regulation over this. This has become a mess.
There is literally no legal way, no way that Alabama can have had any contact with him. None. And if they did, then there needs to be a punishment.
All right, Bobby, what's this list you're so excited about you didn't want us to read?
All right, so the marketing research firm SBR Net, the Center for Sports Analytics at Samford University, come out with this list every year of the most popular college football teams based on college football TV viewers and people that they poll and trying to figure out how big the fan bases are. For reference, last year's top 5 teams, in order, 1 to 5, were Ohio State, Alabama, Penn State, Notre Dame, and Texas. Those were the top 5.
In terms of ratings?
In terms of just the number of fans that, like, you know, data extrapolated out. Would you like to guess teams in the top 5 this year? Alabama fell out. They were 6th.
Like heading in?
After this year, this was data that was conducted in January of this year.
Ohio State.
Yep, that's number 1.
USC.
Nope.
Georgia.
Nope. They're number 7.
Texas.
Nope, they're not in the top 10.
Tennessee.
Nope. Ohio State's rival is in this.
Michigan?
Michigan is number 2. Think another Big Ten team that was on the 2021 list.
Penn State?
Yep, they're number 3. Back where they were. Number 5 makes some sense.
Notre Dame?
No, Notre Dame is 9.
Whoa.
Number 5 is Florida State. Just because Florida State's always got you will never guess number 4. I could sit here and give you 100 guesses. You wouldn't guess this team. And I'm stunned.
Carolina?
Nope.
What conference?
You were close when you said Carolina.
Virginia?
Nope.
Not Duke.
Duke. Duke is the number 4 most popular college football team in the country, according to this poll.
And okay, how did they conduct this?
So
it's not by jersey sales or anything.
No, this is something that this is the college teams with the most fans among people who watch college football as of January 2023. So they just poll people and ask them basically, are you a college football viewer? What team are you a fan of? And then they extrapolate out the data, obviously based off of the sample size.
It seems like you could just look at the TV ratings or...
How many draft picks are they going to have this year?
Duke?
Nobody in the top 100.
No one in the top 100.
Although...
No wonder Jason Garrett got rejected or wanted the job, sorry.
Maybe Daniel Jones getting paid like he did just had people going like, man, I really am buying into this Duke program now. But there's zero chance Duke is in the top 50 most popular college football programs.
The only thing they have going for them is people who root for the basketball team might also be root for their football team too.
But that doesn't cross over anywhere else. It's not like UConn's got a big football following.
No, but if you root for Texas football, you'd probably root for Texas basketball.
This to me would cause me, if I had returned this data based off of our research, I would go, we can't publish this. We've got to go back and clearly figure out where we effed up, because there's no way Duke has the 4th most football fans in the country.
Stars Game 3. Rangers back in action. Are they going to add Madison Bumgarner? He's now available. Why is Tom Brady still flirting with coming back? And some drama in the NBA last night. Headlines on a Friday, then our final Snoop Dogg ticket giveaway. Next.
The latest from the... Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Tonight is Game 3 in Minnesota. 8:30 puck drop. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby with your Friday headlines to get you ready for your day and your weekend before our final Snoop Dogg ticket giveaway.
Snoop-a-loop.
Got a little dinner double date, and the husband is like, whatever time we go to dinner, back at the house by 8:30. He's like a Stars season ticket holder. He's like, I am not missing this game.
Ooh.
I was like, okay.
Why didn't he go to Minnesota if he's such a fan?
Well, I think he spent all of his money on the game 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, and tell him it's 8:50.
5,
it's not 8:30. 8:50.
Oh, yeah.
8:50. That's right. That's right. So we got to be done by then.
Is it going to be 8:50 again?
Of course it is.
Probably. There's a game before it, so I imagine.
We're all, like Minnesota Central Time Zone too, right?
I believe they are Central Time Zone. Absolutely, yes.
Joe Pavelski not traveling with the Stars for games 3 and 4. So he's out.
I wonder how long before we see him. Let's just say the Stars make a run.
Dude, he got like
he
it
got
was
rocked,
it
man.
was it was terrifying, like looking down at him on the ice and him try to get up and he couldn't.
No, I know. And I don't know. I think they've changed. Remember how they used to say like, don't fall asleep if you have a concussion?
Yeah, that's proved to be a myth.
I think they've changed that philosophy. So I hope, I don't know what he's doing right now, but obviously he's resting. But I still look back at it. His eyes are just kind of like just gazing up into space.
Yeah, it was, and like when he first tries to stand up and then he kind of slumps back. It felt, I mean, it obviously wasn't the same neurological response, but it felt very like Tua-like when you saw him laying there and just not moving.
Who do you think is favored tonight?
Minnesota.
The North Stars.
No. The Stars, minus 115.
The Stars are the North Stars.
Shut up.
Minus 150. Okay, I mean, that's very, very close. So that's a pick 'em, essentially. So Minnesota's, they got a plus 110.
Minus 115.
Minnesota, though.
Are they both minus?
It just shows the favorite.
Oh,
okay. Yeah.
They're both going to be minus?
Yeah. That's how betting works, right?
No. One would be plus. One would be minus for the second time.
I've seen them both be plus before.
Shut up. NBA action last night.
And here's Bridges on off to Claxton, and he's able to get it in, and he knocked down Embiid. Oh, man, Embiid and Claxton are in a little bit of a scramble. Embiid was lying on the ground. Claxton then stepped over him. Oh, I don't believe him. And now Embiid kicked up at him right in the groin area. That's going to be a flagrant foul on Joel, but Claxton did not have to walk over Embiid.
I love how you play dumb to betting just so the NFL Network doesn't fire you.
Yeah, right.
You would be a...
Take notes, Calvin Ridley. Dumbass.
I could see
That
you
was
being,
just a stupid question.
I could see you being a degenerate gambler
Yeah.
if you ever got into it.
I would have serious... by the way, I'm not wrong. I'm looking at the odds now. The Wild and the Stars are both minus 110.
That's because it's. I think it's because it's NHL odds and it's.
But they're both minus
it's a
110, like
goal
I
line.
said.
Yeah, it
depends what sports book you look at. Too.
So maybe I know sports betting a little too well, Sean.
Who's favored tonight?
No. So MGM has got the Stars at minus 115 and the Wild at minus 105.
Who's favored?
That means the Stars.
The Stars are favored because they're the minus 1.5 goal line, which is the same thing as like a run line in baseball, minus 1.5.
Apology accepted.
For having two minuses? No.
I've
never seen two minuses, so fine. You're right.
I would take that. I would take that bet. Like if I was betting, like the chance that the Stars win back-to-back games by more than a goal, like but what about it means you got to win by 2 to win this thing. I mean that's especially on the road. I don't know.
NBA playoffs last night. That was Filthy Radio with the call. Joel Embiid started off the controversy as one of the Nets was standing over him. Embiid kicked up to say, "Get away from me." I'm looking at the replay again here just to confirm that I don't think he should have been thrown out of the game with a flagrant 2. Yes, I still feel the same way. Peyton and Charles Barkley saying this is just as bad, if not worse, than Draymond Green. Shaquille O'Neal saying the same thing. I think it's ridiculous. And then James Harden ends up getting tossed for doing something much less than Embiid. And Harden gets thrown out of the game. Philly still wins. They're up 3-0. And Spencer Dinwiddie and Dorian Scottie Pippen are about to be home.
Got one more game to get to. Now, the NBA will probably make them wait 4 days to play this game. But they got one more game to get to, and then they can, it's they're on the plane. They're on the plane to Cabo, to Cancun, to Aruba, wherever it may be. But this was a wild one. This was two major instances in this game.
James Harden, not happy about it afterwards. And Jacques Vaughn, he's not happy as the Nets head coach. He's like, Joel should have been gone first. The MVP should have been out of here.
I don't think I've ever seen that in my career before, Alex, for a guy to intentionally kick someone in an area that none of us want to be kicked at or towards, and for him to continue to play. I've never seen that before. In a game, and a guy continues to be able to play. Intentional.
That Embiid kick could have been even more direct. He kind of caught him in back of the leg and back of the thigh. And he could have, if you maybe would have gone straight up, like no doubt about it, maybe throw him out. But for them to throw Harden out off that, he's like, I'm not a dirty player. That was his first playoff ejection ever. I don't know how many times he's even been ejected. I think it's very, very few. That's criminal. That is disgraceful for the NBA to throw him out for that. That is a flagrant one at the most.
I'm watching it. We're watching it back now up on the TV screen. That's an offensive foul. That's not even a flagrant. I think you whistle it because that's all it looked like he was trying to. It looked like he was just trying to push off. That's all it looked like he was trying to do. That's an offensive foul and turned the ball over.
I didn't see that this was some crazy. I mean, you have to gauge intent too. I know it's very difficult to gauge intent, and he definitely meant to, push that arm out. Otherwise, he wouldn't. But it looked like he was just trying to not hit him there, but just push him out of the way. Bobby's right. It's an offensive foul. I don't think that's a flagrant 2. Get out of here.
Are you fighting James Harden if he does that to you? I don't think so. Are you fighting Joel Embiid if he does that to you? Yeah.
Yeah, it's different.
The guy was standing over him, too. That could have, I don't know whether it was a tech. That could have been a tech.
Yeah,
as
could
well.
have been double techs.
For taunting, standing over him. The Texas Rangers tonight take on the Vegas Possums. 6:30 pregame. First pitch, 7 o'clock here on 105 through the Fan. How many wins for Oakland right now?
They have 3.
3-16.
Yeah, they're not good. And I can't imagine why they're only getting 3,000 fans out there.
Give me their run differential.
I know it's the worst in baseball. It's like a minus 90 or something.
Minus 86.
Oh, God.
The second worst run differential, we got Colorado at minus 46, Kansas City minus 51. So the Rangers back-to-back series against the teams with the worst run differential in baseball.
Yeah, and Oakland did play the Rays, and they got destroyed by the Rays, and that added to their run differential being so bad. But they're just an awful team. And in 2027, they will be in Las Vegas. That's the year. So they're going to break ground next year on the stadium. It's going to be just north of Allegiant. There's a little plot of land there.
Oh, that's got to be that's got to be the Sandler call with the home run. Easy. Elvis has left the building. That's
For this weekend?
Yes. Yeah, because it's they're going to Vegas. Elvis has left the building.
Is Elvis Andrus in Chicago?
You don't have to be Elvis. It's just the ball. You're calling the ball Elvis,
Viva
like
Las
Vegas.
Vegas.
Yeah, like Viva Las Vegas. Elvis has left the building.
I think you could do something like that.
Yeah.
6:30 pregame, first pitch 7 o'clock. Madison Bumgarner has been designated for assignment. They're eating $30+ million to get him off the big league roster in Arizona. He's been awful.
And it wasn't even the performances that did it. It was the jawing with Wilson Contreras. That a lot of people were saying, like, that was the last straw.
You think that Arizona was so turned off by that?
They were so turned off by it, and they're like, we're just not put up with this guy anymore. Like, first of all, he stinks. But then you add that to the mix. It was like they were already thinking about it, but that threw them over the edge.
Yeah, it's a retirement community. They don't want that kind of aggressiveness, that kind of energy in their city.
None of it.
Ask Banny for the insight.
Maybe he did. Maybe that's what he's hinting at.
2 country strong guys right there. Bumgarner, no one's going to trade for him. He'd be eligible to sign with the team for the league minimum of $720,000. The fastball has dropped. Even Derek Holland is laughing at this fastball that has dropped.
Hey, Derek's at 94.
Yeah, and Mad Bum's at 89.5.
Oh, how did he have a job? How does he have a job if Derek does?
Because they signed him to 5 for 85.
Boy, if Madison Bumgarner gets scooped up by the Texas Rangers with Derek Holland out there on the open market, this is no meritocracy. I'll tell you that.
I would. They'd be banned in my house.
But we don't want him, right?
No.
We don't want Bumgarner.
Derek Bumgarner, no. We do want Derek.
We want Derek. We don't want Mad Bum.
He's just such
what's
a
he gonna do?
self-important jackass. I cannot stand. I don't want especially if you're bad. It's tolerable when you're dominating people in the postseason. When you're awful, it's insufferable.
It is insufferable. But this has been his MO since he got in, right? You're not going to change just because you're worse. It's who he is.
I mean,
he's always
Zeke
been
got nicer the worse he got.
Did he?
Isn't Tio your favorite player ever?
Yeah, and he was kicking ass the whole time, so it was allowed.
Taking names too, or just
yes,
kicking ass? Okay.
Yeah.
Max Scherzer is not appealing the 10-game suspension the baseball gave him. Does this mean he's guilty?
It means he either doesn't think he has a chance of winning it, I think is more like it. I don't know. The players union a lot of times will, give them advice on what to do, but I'm surprised they didn't appeal this. I'm very, very surprised unless the Mets was like, hey man, just take a start off. We'll get you back as soon as you get back in there.
Load management type of thing,
Load
like getting the Luka technical the night before, knowing that you're going to rest.
I doubt that's the case because they've already had some injuries to their staff, with Verlander and such, and they probably want him back out there as soon as possible. But even if he misses 10 games, you're looking at he could come back the day he gets reinstated and start.
How do you appeal? I've always wondered, how do you even appeal something like that to where they go, oh, okay, we understand now what you were saying. He clearly said what it was out there. The umpire still said doesn't matter, threw him out. And so, that at that point, it's just the umpire saying, yeah, it was sticky, and the league going, okay.
What did the Cowboys do with Terence Steele?
Well, that's what Terence Steele did with the Cowboys. He signed their restricted free agent tender, so he is locked in. He is under contract. He's signed. He's ready to go, and they will continue to negotiate on a long-term extension. I'll be interested to see if this actually gets done, because the Cowboys have a history. Once tenders are signed, once tags are signed, they just kind of go, okay, all right, no rush over here.
Nick Sirianni yesterday spoke about the brand new Jalen Hurts deal as Bobby's imitating Sirianni on the fan cam. Careful, Choppy's going to get upset at you.
We were very careful. I know, he got injured. He's gotten injured, but we didn't pay him more to do less. I'll say that, right? Will we still think about how to protect him? Yeah, because that's our job to protect our quarterback. But Jalen does a lot of things really well, and we want to utilize the skills that he has so he can continue to play at a high level. And so, to me, we'll continue to go about our business the same way we went about our business. We'll always think about protecting him first, but we didn't pay him more to do less.
Eagles also bringing in Matt Patricia to be a defensive consultant, and Tom Brady on stage in Miami was asked about this Dolphins rumor that just won't die. Would you consider coming back and playing for the Fins?
I will say, now that I'm not affiliated with any team anymore, and even though I have strong ties with a couple teams, I do have some friends on the Dolphins that I really like. So I wouldn't say I necessarily root for them all the time, but I root for my friends to do well, and several of them play for Miami.
So there's Tom. Phil Simms coming out and saying, I don't believe Tom Brady's going to be in a broadcast booth. I got to see it to believe it.
Yeah, he's sitting there. He's throwing out the chum. He's throwing out the chum. He's looking at Tua's job. Is it Tua? It's my job right now.
This guy told us that Micah Parsons should have been the pick. He absolutely nailed it, and we're about to be joined by Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker, and the Insider Calls presented by the Odyssey NFL Draft Show. Join Brian Baldinger and Jason LaCanfora first night of the draft for an inside scoop on all the best Cowboy prospects. It all starts Thursday, April 27th at 6 o'clock our time on the free Odyssey app. Our boy, the great Ross Tucker, next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to the all-new Platinum Ford location in Terrell. It is
throw one more out there. I don't think they will do this, but I think they should strongly consider Micah Parsons from Penn State. He is an unbelievable difference-making player, and I think there are very real concerns with both Van Der Esch and Jalen Smith.
And right now, we welcome back in the owner, the draft owner of RJ Choppy, the draft profit predictor here on the home of the Cowboys. He is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider Calls presented by Odyssey NFL Draft Show. Join Baldy and Lacomfort on the first night of the draft for an inside scoop on all the best prospects for the Cowboys. It all starts Thursday at 6 o'clock on the free Odyssey app. Good morning. Great one.
What's up, fellas? I feel like this is the problem with audio because you guys can't see. I am strutting, around my house right now like I'm Ric Flair after you guys played that audio. I wish people could see my intro right now.
Give us a woo.
I mean, I love that you guys cut that audio. I love that you play it every time I come on. And you're right. I mean, I'm glad you guys scheduled me to come on. I should be on for the draft every year. In fact, Jerry should get rid of whoever and bring me in because I am the guy that knows who the Cowboys and what they should do.
That'd be Sean.
Yeah, you'd be kicking me to the curb. So appreciate that. You can't drop a Ric Flair without a woo, Ross.
Yeah, it's true.
Woo!
There you go.
All right. Before we get down to the picks, a little food poll question that Ross put up. I want you guys to answer it first from the former Cowboy NFL offensive lineman. If you go to a fancy event from 5 to 8 that promises to have heavy hors d'oeuvres but no dinner, do you eat dinner before you go, dominate the apps with no regard for human life, or both?
Currently, because we got Mexico in a week, I'm going to eat dinner first, so I have less hors d'oeuvres.
Okay.
In a normal, non-dieting, shredding situation, I am going to just go absolute. I'm going to bring the ruckus to the hors d'oeuvres
with no dinner beforehand.
With nothing beforehand.
Yeah.
Maybe nothing after. Maybe something after.
I'm going to have minimal hors d'oeuvres, and then I'm going to do late dinner after.
Oh, no. The answer is...
I'm going to stroll into Nick and Sam's at midnight like Zeke.
If they're promising... Or Luca.
Yeah.
If they're promising heavy hors d'oeuvres, the answer is you go just straight heavy hors d'oeuvres. What was the right answer, Ross?
So at like 3:30, I had a sizable yogurt parfait.
Wow.
So it's like a mini meal, right? So, and it's healthy. So I went into that thing not starving, right? Like I had a sizable Greek yogurt parfait.
Yeah.
I got nervous though. I got in there and all I saw was like a meat and cheese table. And I was like, oh, heck no. If this is what they meant by heavy hors d'oeuvres, we got a problem.
Yeah.
But then I kept walking. It was like in this mansion. So I kept walking around, and I finally found the room where they had the heavy hors d'oeuvres, and it was awesome. They had 3 different types of dumplings. They had chicken dumplings, pork dumplings, and I ever heard of edamame dumplings.
Oh.
And
game over.
Most of the people were in the other rooms. They weren't in the food room yet. So they would only give you 4 dumplings at a time. So I was like, 2 pork, 2 chicken. She put the teriyaki sauce in. I sat down and inhaled those before anybody else got into the room.
Yeah.
And I got right back in line. I got 4 more, sat down. Then people started to trickle in, and then I got back in line one more time. So most people think I only had 4 dumplings, maybe 8, but I actually had 12.
Yep.
And the lady was like looking at me weird, but I don't care. I'm never going to see her again the rest of my life.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
But the only thing that's interesting about those situations is it's all like these big business owners and fancy people. So it's like most people, like my wife, they don't want to be sitting down with like a big plate of food.
Right.
But what do I care about these people?
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like I don't care about these fancy bits. Like who they play for? I don't care.
Did they go to Princeton?
Oh, they go to Princeton.
Did they go to Princeton? Did they get state money? I'm also seeing chicken skewers, meatballs. You made the absolute right call because these are heavy hors d'oeuvres. What teammate, player, or known media person can put away the most food?
Ooh, that's a good question. I got to tell you, I'm pretty high up there. So in ninth grade, I was.
So you didn't do like the Russell Okun, just like, or the Joe Thomas, I'm going to become, anorexic
Super lean
and weigh 120 pounds. The Jeff Saturday diet.
I can't do that. I weighed 256 this morning. I can't do that. Dude, even when I was my skinniest, I still had love handles. I can't get rid of those fats. I've honestly thought about going to a butcher and just having them cut them off because I can't stand them.
I don't think you can do that.
But no, I mean, I lost a bunch of weight from when I got married. I had a back surgery for the Bills. When I got married, I was 337.
Oh.
That the single heaviest day of my life was my wedding day. And not many people can say that.
Yeah.
I used to go to training camp at like 320, but after the 04 season, the Bills said, hey, you just got to let your back heal. Like, don't do anything. So I didn't do anything. I didn't like drink beer and eat my mom's food. And then I had to have surgery 3 weeks before my wedding. I was 337. And I'm so cheap that I stuffed myself into my my Princeton tuxedo from sophomore year of college when I was 290.
Stop it.
Because Princeton has so many like formal events. There's like 5 a year where you need a tux. So my freshman year, I rented a tux like 5 times. I'm like, this is like $150 each time. What am I doing? So my sophomore year, I just bought one when I was 290. And my wife's like, you're going to rent a tux for the wedding, right? I was like, nope, I can get in this. So I was like Tommy Boy, fat guy in a 290 jacket. But anyway, dude, I'm telling you, when I was in high school and college, I'll give you an example. First time I ever went to Chipotle was with Chad Hutchinson playing for the Dallas Cowboys. So this would have been 2003 offseason. I wasn't even trying to gain weight then because I think this might have been when Parcells was there and he actually made us lose weight. But I still went to Chipotle, and every time I went to Chipotle, I would get 2 burritos at Chipotle and not even blink.
Man,
and finish them?
The tortilla is like 600 calories on its own.
Dude, those burritos are as big as your head.
Yeah.
And now I just get a burrito bowl. Those burritos are I would take them. Dude, when I was in high school and college, if I went to like Subway, I would get 2 footlongs, BMTs, extra meat, and add bacon. And I would my buddies would be like, they'd have like a footlong, or maybe like the girls have like a 6-inch. They would just watch me hose down 2 footlongs without even breathing.
Mark that, Peyton. Ross Tucker, Diamond Factory Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, that was all impressive. Let's see if you can be impressive in terms of the football forecasting. Can you guess the Micah-esque debate that we've been fighting about on this show for over a month now for the Cowboys at 26? Can you guess what the dilemma is, and do you have the answer for it?
Before I forget, you got to ask me later about why I think why I'm really high on the Cowboys for next year. But you're having a Bijan debate.
Yes.
And are you talking? So you don't think he's going to be there at 26? So you're debating whether or not they should trade up.
Choppy. Let's produce some more audio for the future here.
If they trade up for him, I'll lose my mind. No, we're just we're simply debating. Not even debating, really. It's Bobby's just spewing nonsense. Just the idea that anybody would still draft a running back in the first round.
Well,
or should draft a running back.
I think the idea that anybody would draft a running back in the top 10 is really silly.
Yep.
I literally was on Philly radio this morning, and there's a lot of people in Philly that want the Eagles to take Bijan Robinson at 10. And I said, first of all, guys, they're not going to do that because the Eagles know what they're doing. And secondly, as good as he is, the Eagles' O-line is so good, and Hurts as a runner is so good. Like, they just don't need to do that, right? And the big difference, I would say, guys, between taking him at 10 and 26 is the money.
Mm-hmm.
The money's really – so, like, the issue I have with taking a running back at 10 is he immediately becomes, like, one of the 5 highest-paid running backs in the NFL. It's only like $6 or $7 million a year, but that's what guys make. I mean, the days of these guys getting double-digit million like Zeke and Saquon and even Pollard on the tag. Like Aaron Jones, who's a stud for the Packers, he'd take a pay cut this offseason. They're not even going to give those guys like McCaffrey's deal. Nobody's getting that again. What Kamara got, nobody's like. They're not giving these guys $10+ million a year anymore.
Yeah.
So my issue with the Bijan at 10 would be the money. At 26, the money's a lot different, and it's stated, whether it's right or wrong, McCarthy wants to run the ball even more, and you got Pollard coming off this injury. I kind of like the Cowboys taking Bijan at 26. That's a different scenario than taking him at 10. I agree with trading up is asinine. I would not trade up. If he's still there at 26, which he won't be, I would take him.
Who are some other names or targets that you think we should be rooting for them to take?
Yeah, I think it's well, they can always go O-line, D-line, because I don't feel like they have O-line depth now. And, nobody ever likes when you draft an O-lineman because you're like, well, we don't need him. We don't need a starter. But you do. Like, as soon as one guy gets hurt, you do. I mean, you lost my boy McGovern, so you need somebody that can fill in at a bunch of spots. So O-line's never a bad thing. Plus, I mean, how long is Tyron going to play, right? So you need not only backup for this year and depth for the inevitable injury, but you need someone that's going to replace Tyron. And if you think that that's Tyler Smith, that's fine, but then you need to start in left guard. So you need a guy that can play guard tackle. You could always use D linemen, especially D tackles, but I kind of think there's a decent chance they take a tight end. I really do. I mean, I think people love these tight ends. If Kincaid's there, I think they would take him. If Mayer's there, I think they would take him. I think they should. I already think they got a really good offense, but, Dak loved Dalton Schultz. I mean, Dak threw the ball to him all the time. And to think like, oh, we just don't need him, blah, 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 I don't agree with that. They need a good tight end in the middle of the field.
Odyssey insider Ross Tucker joined us here at 105 through the Fan. All right, so who are some other players that you just love? Are there any that you just don't understand the hype for in this draft?
I'm always a little bit skeptical of like the kind of 1 year wonder physical phenom looking guy, like this Tyree Wilson guy from Texas Tech. I never even heard of him until this year. And that doesn't mean that he's not good, but I kind of feel like I would have heard of him, right? Like, I don't know. I always think it's funny, by the way, I tweeted this yesterday, at Ross Tucker NFL. It doesn't help these studs to come back for like the next year at all. Yeah. I mean, Will Anderson would have been the number one pick last year. He comes back, and now some people think he might not go till 3, 4, or 5. So what did he just do? I mean, the only thing that's changed this at all is the NIL, because now these guys actually do get money. Because otherwise, like, he just put wear and tear on his body to get drafted lower and make less money. Like, that makes no sense. Same with Jalen Carter. I mean, Jalen Carter would have gone higher if he had gotten the draft last year. Now, his was probably more for this off-the-field stuff, but the point is like, it's just like the Marvin Harrison Jr. Marvin Harrison Jr. should maybe not even play college football this year. Now, I'm sure some Ohio State rich guy's going to give him $1 million to play, but before NIL, I don't see why these guys would play. So Tyree Wilson, I'm a little bit skeptical of. He's probably the biggest one. Is that guy. The quarterbacks, I'm not a Will Levis guy. And you guys, RJ, you're going to laugh at this, okay? I've been thinking about this. Who's the last quarterback that was absolutely shredded that was good?
Oh, man.
Like, you look at the pictures of Will Levis, like, he looks like a linebacker or a – dude, he – like – you can see the striations of all of his muscles. Like, and I wish I looked like that. If I looked like that, I'd be on Instagram posting that stuff every day.
Not
like,
on
no
12 dumplings.
No, not on those dumplings. But Tebow was excellent. Excellent, right?
He said good, though.
For eight games, he was fantastic, scoring 11 points a night.
But what's the connection? Why do you think that it would hurt being shredded?
I don't think it hurts. I just don't – there's something weird there. I'll tell you this much. Brady was never looking to even put on muscle. Brady was all about, what does he always say? Pliable.
Yeah.
All Brady did was like stretch and was flexible. And listen, Brady's arm got stronger while he was in the NFL. Go back to his first couple years with the Patriots, and then go back to like his last couple years with the Bucks. Like Brady's arm got stronger, and it had nothing to do with him getting more jacked or more muscular. He just, like, his muscles were pliable. I don't even really know what that means, but I know that that's what Brady did, and that's good. You look at the Will Levis pictures.
Yeah.
He's not pliable anything. I mean, he's just like Will Levis. Like, there's a 20% chance Will Levis converts to fullback in 3 years. With his body type.
If you had to accomplish one of his eating feats, you have to pick one: mayo in the coffee or the banana with the peel.
Oh, banana with the peel. First of all, bananas are delicious, and I could convince myself that the peel is like really healthy, and I could get through that. I could do that. I've never had a sip of coffee in my life.
Wow.
And mayo is disgusting.
Oh.
So you are combining two of. I mean, I get why people drink coffee. They need it to like wake up in the morning. I jump out of bed. Like I work out in the morning. That's how I get my endorphins. I kind of think coffee's for wimps, to be honest with you.
Wow.
Like they need coffee because they can't just jump out of bed and get ready to kick some you-know-what that day. But then mayo, I despise the entire concept of mayonnaise. Who decided, we should put on this sandwich? Liquid fat.
That's what it is.
Fat. It's disgusting.
Awesome.
And you know what bothers me? Really bothers me. When you go to like somewhere and like somebody gets you packaged sandwiches, or like they get one of those sandwich trays and the mayo's already on the sandwich. Like, this is America, bro. I don't get to choose. Don't put mayonnaise on it. Don't even put yellow mustard. Let me have the options, because the only correct answer is spicy brown deli mustard.
Oh,
spicy brown's good.
I'm very anti anybody that is going to say to me what condiment should be on my sandwich. Like, you don't hand somebody a hot dog and there's already ketchup and or mustard on it. You let them make a choice. I mean, where do we live? Do we live in another country?
This isn't Russia.
No, you don't put mayonnaise on my sandwich when you give it to me.
So I'm going to need you to make me feel better about Michael Mayer then, since you said that you think that'd be a good pick for Dallas there, and I know you don't feel great about Tyrell.
Jason Witten?
No, that's the thing.
28 years. Jason Witten.
That's exactly, Sean. Who have I been saying he is? I've been saying he's Witten, and I think he's really, really good. I think that if you're talking about coming into the modern passing game, give me Dalton Kincaid from Utah, give me Luke Musgrave from Oregon State. I just think that Michael Mayer is a continuation of 8 to 10 yard chain movers.
Okay, so first of all, I don't think Kincaid will be there.
I don't either.
Secondly, I mean, Mayer's been Notre Dame's best player for like 3 years, and he's Witten. You know Witten's going to the Hall of Fame, right? You know Witten's like one of the 5 best Dallas Cowboys ever, and you don't want that?
No, here's the thing is that I want to come into the, like when we talk about running back value, I want to know what's the value of the 8-yard curl tight end versus the 16-yard seam tight end that Kelsey and Kittle are. Like if I can get potentially Kelsey or Kittle with the way Luke Musgrave's footwork is, I'd rather have that.
Right, Musgrave's faster. And you like, so look, I mean, they have these discussions all the time, and you guys can make that choice. Would you rather go for the faster guy with the higher upside, who might be a Kelsey type, or would you rather go for the guy that's extremely consistent, a better blocker, knows what he's doing against zone coverage, and is more reliable like Mayer? I think, look, we can have that debate about a lot of positions a lot of times. Are you going to go for the guy that has a chance to be a 9 or 10, but also a pretty good chance he's a 2 or 3?
Mm-hmm.
Or are you going to go with the guy that you know is an 8? I think that's a fair discussion. I would go with the guy that I know is an 8, because if he's Jason Witten and he's your starting tight end for 15 years, I mean, how many times is the guy – we talk about these tight ends, like how many times is he actually going to catch a pass down the seam for 40, 50 yards? I mean, that never happened. I hear people say that about Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz caught plenty of passes down the field. Is Dalton Schultz like going to be this guy that breaks 5 tackles and goes 50 yards? No, but there's only one guy that does. I mean, maybe 2 in the whole NFL that does that.
Who's the best player in the draft?
Will Anderson. Yeah, I mean, Will Anderson. I look, I love Jalen Carter, but Will Anderson, I mean, if this was a year ago, he would have been the number 1 pick, and we wouldn't even been having a conversation. It's just crazy to me. He has to come back for another year because of the stupid rule, and he has 1 bad game, and now it's like, I don't know, and they're going to take Bryce Young. You know, I get the quarterback thing, but now the Texans might take Will at 2 instead of a quarterback. If the Texans take Will Anderson at 2 and then they take Levis later, I will laugh. I will laugh so hard. Think about Lovie Smith. He will have ruined the entire franchise by winning that last game. It's unbelievable.
Ross Tucker.
By the way, you didn't ask me. I wanted to tell you guys. The Cowboys have closed the gap on the Eagles.
Well, it was going to be after my right? I was going to be after my reset here. Ross Tucker.
Oh, go ahead, reset.
Diamond Factory.
When you reset, you say my name again, and I need the pub. When you reset, say my social media too. Go ahead.
Ross Tucker at Ross Tucker NFL, at Go Big Recruiting, at My Front Page Gift, at Eagles, at Odyssey Sports, at CBS Sports, at Westwood One, at I Hate Deviled Eggs and Chicken Salad Sandwiches and anything else with mayo. Why Ross Tucker? Do you believe in the
sneaky about that? You know what's sneaky about that?
Mess up my.
Sorry, I have noticed. My wife has been calling me out lately that there are some things that I kind of enjoy that have a little bit of mayonnaise in them.
Like?
Deviled eggs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gross.
They're great.
Gross. Idiotic take if you hate mayonnaise and you like deviled eggs. Chicken salad, tuna sandwiches.
That's something I would do.
No, those things are disgusting. Disgusting. The fact that mayonnaise is used to stick it all together, to give it its consistency, heinous, hideous. I love those H words.
Why do you believe in the Dallas Cowboys?
Well, the biggest thing is there wasn't that much of a gap last year. They got rid of Zeke, which I don't think he was really helping them. But I love the additions of Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore. Love. They needed a corner opposite Diggs. Gilmore can still play. I did a couple Colts games last year. He's good still. And then Brandon Cooks is exactly what they needed. They needed a speed. I give them a lot of credit. I give the Cowboys front office flack a lot. Like, I thought the Amari Cooper trade was a joke. I think they screw up often. I thought they crushed it with the Gilmore and Cooks trade. They didn't give up very much. They didn't have to pay all the money for these guys. And it's exactly 2 big positions of need where they got guys that are still above average starters. Huge for the Cowboys. And the Eagles lost, what did they lose, 7 starters, I think? I mean, the Eagles lost a bunch of starters. So we'll see how it shakes out with the draft. But I think the Eagles, I mean, they're not as good as they were last year. How could they be? Their roster was unbelievable last year. So the Eagles are coming back to the pack a little bit, and the Cowboys are better. Right now, I think they're probably about even Steven.
You think Hurts was a fluke?
No, I don't think it's a fluke. I think it was a good contract for them. I think Hurts is a stud. I mean, Hurts was unbelievable in the Super Bowl. Who plays their best game ever in the Super Bowl, by the way? And they lost. They lost. Like, if you would have told me the Eagles would lose the Super Bowl, I would have said, okay, yeah, Hurts didn't play that great. I get it. Hurts played amazing, and they lost. That's the part that, like, the 2 things that are really bitter pills for Eagles fans, and you guys, I'm sure like this, is it's the best roster they've ever had, and they'll never have a roster that good again. Just because they had Hurts making second-round, third-year money, and they had brought in all these other guys, and they lost a lot of them in free agency now, like Hargrave and whatever, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. And Hurts played the game of his life, and they still lost. It's tough. That's tough to come back from. Flip side is they were actually in the Super Bowl, which you guys usually just watch on TV.
Here we go. Bobby, give him your Hurts hot take. Lay it on him.
Lamar's my hot take. My Hurts hot take is just I don't think he'll ever perform better than he did last year. That's all.
And tell me why.
Because I think that his development as a passer is going to be limited, and I think a lot of what makes him good is just his threat with his legs, and defenses are going to adjust to it.
Yeah, so, I mean...
Like, there's no one in the media willing. Everyone's too scared to ask, is this a little too early? Like, 1 year with a running guy still, I think of as the main strength, $51 million. Go ahead. And not one person in the media has had the guts to question whether it's a little bit too much, a little bit too soon.
I think it's fair to question whether or not he's a one-year wonder. I don't think you can say that about him throwing the ball. If you watched every snap he played last year, he really played well. I mean, he really threw the ball really well. Super Bowl was another example of that. The year before, he did not throw the ball well at all, and he was primarily a runner. This past year, I've never seen a guy improve that much. He and Josh Allen are the two guys that have improved more than anybody I've ever seen. And I think part of it was their O-line's awesome. They got A.J. Brown. I mean, with Brown and Devontae Smith and Goddard, they have really good skill guys. But also it was the first time he was in the same offense with the same coordinator back-to-back years since his dad in high school. I mean, he had two different coordinators at Bama, or three different coordinators at Bama. Then he goes to Oklahoma for a year. Then he has Doug Peterson. Then he has Sirianni. Like, it was the first year where he could actually build on what he did the year before. So I think he'll play very well again. And I think really they believe he'll continue to improve because he's still kind of in the same offensive scheme. They promoted the quarterback coach, still has an awesome O-line, still has those receivers. So I think you can question whether or not he'll get any better, but I don't see any reason why he shouldn't continue to be able to play at least as well as he played last year.
All right, put these three in order. I promise my phone won't ring during this question.
Rookie behavior.
I don't even know how it's on. I haven't had my ringer on in 7 years.
I didn't even hear it. See, when you're talking and you're talking as loud as I am and like with no regard for human life, I didn't even notice.
All right, put these three in order. In overall, first do them overall, and then second in the order as a thrower. Hurts, Dak, Lamar.
Overall, right now, I will go Hurts, Dak, Lamar. As a thrower, I will go Dak, Hurts, Lamar.
Okay. What's up with the Lamar drama? Are you surprised that no one has apparently called, or is this league collusion?
Definitely not collusion. I think they definitely
you don't think that the owners got a mass text or got in that room and said no more Watson deal?
I think that they were all very angry with Jimmy Haslam for doing that. Yes. But I also think that they realize a couple things. First of all, number one, the Ravens are a really good organization. Lamar's the face of the franchise. He is beloved in Baltimore. I think the other teams kind of realize, first of all, if the Ravens can't get it done with him, we're not going to be able to get done with him. I don't think people are eager to give a guy that missed that many games in December and January the last couple of years $250 million fully guaranteed.
Yeah.
I mean, he basically turned down the Hurts deal a year ago. He basically turned that down. The other thing is, even if there is something to that where they don't want to be giving out these fully guaranteed deals, I think if somebody else did it, I think the Ravens would match it. Because then Bisciotti could say to the other owners, yo, don't blame me. It was Irsay that did it, or it was Arthur Blank that did it. I just had to match it. I wasn't going to give him that fully guaranteed deal. So I think there's some thought there that they would just match it. The other thing, though, is the Ravens have called people about trading him. That's on the record because he said he wanted to be traded. They've called people they don't want to give up picks for the right to give him a contract that they don't want to give him. They don't want to give him that much money, fully guaranteed. There's also some concerns about his decision making, given the fact that he hasn't taken some of the deals the Ravens have offered him. I mean, that deal they offered him a year ago had implicit guarantees of $200 million. And he said no. And his whole thing is, well, he wants 5 years fully guaranteed because he wants those last 2 years guaranteed. Well, Lamar, first of all, okay, you're so concerned with the last 2 years that you're taking on the risk these 2 years, like last year and this year. Like, what's the like? You're more concerned about 4 and 5, the risk 4 and 5 years later that you're going to take the risk on yourself now. That's not logical. Plus, what's the worst thing that can happen? They cut you after 3 years when you don't have guaranteed money anymore. Well, then you're just a free agent, which is what you're trying to get right now, which is what you would happen now after 2 more franchise tags. I mean, there's no way any guy with an agent would have turned down the deals that Lamar turned down. He is totally set on getting more than Deshaun Watson, or at least what Deshaun got. I get it. He thinks he's a better player. He probably is. He didn't get in trouble off the field. Totally get it. But just because the Browns did something stupid doesn't mean another team is.
You're the absolute best. Enjoy the draft. I'm going through all your Twitter handles, and I see. Did you unfollow a bunch of people? I see you're not following us. I don't think or were you just Mr. Too Cool on there before losing your verified?
I keep. So here's the thing. I don't know if this is what other people do. I literally read every tweet on my timeline.
Yeah.
Like Twitter is my number one work resource, like how I get information.
Right.
So if I don't feel like you're providing value, I'm not gonna follow you. So like you guys, right? Like I can follow you, okay?
Yeah.
And then like your next tweet will be like, what should the Mavs do with Luka?
Wow,
and I would unfollow you immediately.
Wow, he did unfollow.
What do I care about Luka Doncic? I don't care at all.
Wow.
Like, so as soon as you tweet about the Texas Rangers,
yeah,
or what are they called? The Dallas North Stars? I don't even know what they're called. Like, as soon as you guys would tweet about that, I'd be out. I'd be out.
All right. That's a way to end it very rudely. Ross Tucker, Diamond Factory Hotline here on Sean and RJ. Thank you, brother. Enjoy the draft.
Yeah, you guys as well. See you, dudes.
What a beast. Odyssey NFL Insider Ross Tucker, Insider Calls presented by the Odyssey NFL Draft Show. Join Baldy and Lack and Forth first night of the draft for an inside scoop. It all starts Thursday at 6 o'clock our time on the free Odyssey app. Let's hook you up with the final Tolo giveaway of the week.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Snoop Dogg when he performs along with Wiz Khalifa, Too Short, Warren G, and much more at Dos Equis Pavilion on August 20th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Is Monica Lewinsky the reason for quiet quitting? Plus, Tim Collins gives Bobby a heart attack. We empty the junk drawer next. But first, let me go ahead.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junk it!
That's right. It's time to empty all these clips that, as Sean Sharif says, weren't good enough for their own segment. So we collect them all together. These are clips that either were inside of news stories that we saw, that we come across on social media, whatever else. If you have any that you want to suggest, that you want to hear played, you can always tweet them at me, at BobbyBeltTX.
Look, some people think leftovers are great, and these are the leftovers.
I like leftovers.
It's not just
Not
the
steak, though.
leftovers. It's
not
the
steak.
I will no. I mean, you have to re-grill it. You can't just microwave it.
Oh,
right?
you definitely can't microwave it. Fish leftovers.
Fish
can
leftovers,
be sketchy.
no.
You know the way to reheat a steak is the air fryer.
Yes,
sure. It works, man.
The air fryer is a miracle.
Yeah, it is.
Dude, I saw something yesterday on TikTok that I like. As soon as I'm off soda, as soon as I hit the maintenance program, I'm doing this. Take an oatmeal cream pie. You drop it in the air fryer, and then you put some vanilla ice cream on top of it when it's done. Oh gosh, it looked good. Holy diabetes. Okay, so yeah, these are the clips that maybe would have taken up like a minute at the end of a segment and couldn't do the whole thing. So now we just put them all together. This is the first one, and this actually occurred yesterday. I was in the little side studio here, and apparently I left the door open instead of closing it, which is probably not good because I was on like my fourth take, and every time I was dropping F-bombs, and so I'm sure that's how Tim was aware that the door was open. But I was in here recording my soda spot.
Assistant program director, Tim Collins.
And Tim Collins, how is it, Chop?
Hey!
Yeah, Tim Collins kind of walked in behind me while I was recording the spot and then literally blew a raspberry in my ear, Lance Stevenson style. We had to go buy a new belt for me. The other one wasn't fitting anymore. Ah! Oh my gosh, he scared the hell out of me. Damn. I know it. Holy shit. Oh, that terrified me. It was open? I had no idea. Jeez, that scared me. I literally had like goosebumps when he did it. Like I freaked out and panicked, and like my heart was like beating really fast because he was right behind my ear.
Did he blow?
Yeah, he went right behind my ear.
Wow.
You can hear it. It's right at the bit. Hit it. You'll hear him go.
Oh, you're gonna.
Ah! Oh my gosh, he scared the hell out of me.
Yeah,
So-
my wife does this. I told her one day, I hope I just drop to the ground and die from cardiac arrest. You think you're funny, just jumping around corners and scaring people, and it's going to result in death one day.
I can't do it. Like, I love doing that to like Kristen. It's funny. But the problem is that Kristen was in a car accident like 7 years ago, and she still got like back pain from it and neck pain stuff. And so the problem is that she jumps and her muscles have a tendency to tend up, and then she'll start getting spasms because she tends to. So I can't jump scare anymore. She could be making it up. That's probably likelier. Like, oh gosh, these spasms in my neck when you jump out and scare me.
I was in a car accident.
Yeah.
You know, when you say I'm in a car accident, you're supposed to be off limits.
Yeah, exactly.
You should
But
be.
7 years later? I mean, come on. Quit milking this lady. All right.
And you guys must have bonded over all of your weird intricacies. You
Mine
know?
and hers? I don't think she has that many.
You guys could go shot for shot with like your, I don't want a convertible. I don't want a sunroof.
Yeah, she has weird like anxiety things, but like I feel like she's not nearly as quirky as I am.
Okay.
Like I'm a Wes Anderson character.
Is that a horror director?
No, that's Wes Craven. Wes Anderson is like Royal Tenenbaums, Bottle Rocket, Rushmore, those kinds of movies.
So 3 movies I've never seen. Okay, cool.
Gosh.
You haven't seen Royal Tenenbaum?
I don't think so.
Royal
Maybe.
Tenenbaums is so good.
Maybe.
All right, next clip here. This is from my favorite podcast outside of the Sean and RJ replays, which you can find on the Odyssey app. This is from Your Mom's House with comedian Tom Segura.
It's not even your own podcast? You brought us?
No, because Peyton runs that one, so it's garbage. Anyway, this is my favorite podcast, Your Mom's House, Tom
By the
Segura.
way, I heard real quick, I'm sorry, that a fight almost broke out with Peyton on y'all's last podcast or something. Was
it did?
Beef up here with With Carter Freeman?
Oh.
Carter,
Yeah,
the web guy?
Don't say it too loud. He's going to take offense to it.
Well, let him come in here and take offense. We'll bend him up like a pretzel. Yeah, the only thing he can do
That's
is
an oddly erotic threat.
He can run away. I know he's a marathon guy. He can go.
Is he?
He's on his 5-hour or his 5-mile run right now. So
Yeah, but apparently he got a little redhead rage with Pepe.
I heard about that.
So I almost
Heard
had
about
Bobby
that.
and Carter threatening to beat Peyton's ass this week.
He does look like a runner. I mean, he's got that wiry, thin,
He'll come.
non-athletic
I already know what's going to happen today. We're going to walk out.
Yeah.
He's going to be the one out of the elevator, and he's either going to joke or he's going to say something smart. And if he says something smart, we're going to have a Auntie Anne situation in the hallway.
Please say something, Carter.
I don't know any other hot pretzel
Sean,
references.
you want to try those little hands with me?
I think Monday we should have Carter and Ryan switch shifts.
Oh,
Carter
yeah.
comes in the morning. Ryan goes afternoon if his schedule allows that.
It's not gonna. He's training for a marathon. Apparently, he can't run. He can't work. He has to run.
I think that'd be fun.
So Tom Segura and his wife Christina Pajitsky in Austin, Texas. That's her name. It's her name. They're Your Mom's House podcast. They were interviewing comedian Brian Simpson, and Brian Simpson was talking about how he's really upset with workplace culture these days and how Monica Lewinsky affected it.
My generation, we did it with Monica Lewinsky.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? We shame these women out of busting it open at work.
Yeah.
And it's what we all want.
It's what everybody
I've
wanted.
never worked somewhere where there wasn't someone there that I wanted to.
Yeah.
And maybe she would have if it wasn't for Lewinsky.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Getting shamed.
Yeah, getting shamed.
We should have all
right.
been like, so what?
Yeah, it's like nobody wants to work. Well, there's no at work.
Yeah.
I can't at work. That's why I don't want to go. You're not paying me enough to go there and not.
So he's not just cool with inter-office relationships.
Yeah.
He wants relations.
Yeah. He's in fact, there was too many cuss words around. I had to delete it out. He's like, why did we cancel this woman for being free at work? And then we gave the other guy a pass just because he plays the saxophone a little.
Have you guys ever felt the wrath of the inter-office relationship that's gone wrong? Like clearly was bad for the whole building. They broke up or there was some drama because the relationship was taking place. So, because that's supposed to be the rules, right? You're not supposed to date employees.
I don't think so. I can't think of a time where I knew somebody that was dating or married somebody within the office.
I like not inner office. Like, I mean, obviously I felt the wrath of like somebody's relationship going sideways and then it affecting how they behaved at work. There's that aspect of it, but no, I don't think I've ever, I mean, I've known people who messed around, but not like people who were in a relationship.
Peyton, what have you been your previous jobs even?
Previous jobs.
Wasn't it just here?
Where did you work before here?
So in high school, I worked at a bounce house place, cleaned and delivered bounce houses all around the Metroplex.
Oh, wow. Look at you.
You would tell people you were a bouncer.
Yeah. I drove like a U-Haul truck, had my own bounce houses, and delivered them to people's parties.
That's not a Chris Hansen
I was
alert.
I was an umpire.
Did you have that mustache?
Yeah, don't tell people that was your job with that mustache.
Ice cream
I
truck.
made a lot of money doing that.
Really?
I did. I was a lifeguard at a country club in the summers, last few summers in college.
Club?
Brook Hollow.
Okay.
If I needed a bounce house connect, do you have a hookup?
No, because the guy sold the company and gave it to someone else and didn't rehire me. So.
Okay.
Do you think you could teach me how to swim?
I could save you.
That could be amazing.
He
video.
he doesn't know how to swim, right?
You don't know how to swim?
He does not know how to swim.
You can't float?
I could like tread water.
You just lay on your back. Just get on your back and you'll float.
I can make it to the side of the pool, but I want to be able to go underwater.
Is this related to your duck incident yesterday?
No, but I need help with this. I get home yesterday from the show after the gym, and there's 2 ducks sitting on in my pool. They're sitting in the pool. Like they're on the side, and then I go outside to take a picture of them, a better picture, without a screen door in front. And my first thought was, this is what an idiot I am. Who left the gate open? Didn't even register. These ducks flew in. Okay. I was so stupid. I was like, 2 ducks fly? Ducks don't fly. Didn't even register. Who left the gate open? How the hell do these things get in there? And I got there to take a picture, and they fly away. But there's poop everywhere.
Who left the gate open?
There's poop everywhere.
And we now have another person screwing RJ Choppy's life.
Not yet. We're not talking about that yet.
Oh, okay.
Okay. We're not.
It's
okay.
coming.
Okay. All right. Good deal. All right. We're emptying the junk drawer here. Playing audio clips from the week. This next one, Give me your Joe Biden impression, Chop.
Folks, what are we doing here? When I was a boy in Scranton, Pennsylvania, everybody had dogs and squirrels and played with each other.
All right,
It was
all right.
great.
So we're gonna grade RJ Choppy's impression versus Dana Carvey's impression that he did with Bert Kreischer recently.
If you told me to do an impression of Biden, I go, I don't know what he sounds like. But then when you hear someone do it, you go, that's it.
Yeah, there's young people online that do some amazing. But Biden was just, kind of initially as my father lost his job.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. No joke. No joke. No one thinks it's a joke. Not getting around here. Come on, like the following flaws proclaimed in the Declaration of Independence. The people, all men are created equally. Excuse me, created pirates of the Caribbean.
Okay, so this is Choppy's voice is closer.
Not even close to Choppy's.
Choppy's voice is closer. Dana Carvey's mannerisms and stammerings are closer.
Better, way better.
That's what's closer.
Well, he gets paid.
No.
Yes.
RJ's is better.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I do think he gets the voice closer.
Yeah.
And the faint rasp, the folks.
Oh, yeah.
Pirates of the Caribbean.
Hey, Tamra, I hope that you were listening, you political nut job.
Oh, no.
As you sit there on my Instagram page saying, Slater's coming back while RJ's out. I'll listen because all Sean does, he's making fun of this or that. We make fun of everybody. We're joking about everybody. But Choppy does both impressions. Relax. Breathe a little bit.
I didn't know.
Or hit up Derek Holland.
Another relevant RJ Choppy clip.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no. RJ, we've had people on the fan text recently. You've seen it.
Yeah.
They all think that just based off of how you've discussed some things that wedding bells could be in your future again.
You never know.
And if they are, I think you can take some lessons from this guy who wrote some really aggressive wedding vows.
Oh, no.
Only two things are required to keep me happy. Keep my belly full and my balls empty. So you're amazing at half of it. We really need to get you some cooking lessons. Since the beginning, I was always told life gets even better when the kids fall asleep and you tell me to come to the bedroom. Nothing's better than the sound of and headboard slamming.
Robert!
P.S. Since you're so good at making decisions like marrying me, you can choose whether tonight's going to end with being a toaster, strudel, or a Twinkie.
All right, so I have a similar story to this.
I'm very uncomfortable right now.
You don't want to use those vows?
I'm not going to. No, definitely not.
The hottest girl in our high school was the sister of this guy's wedding we were going to, and one of the best guys, one of the groomsmen was giving a speech, and he just started talking about how hot this girl was in high school with the parents, and it was it was so uncomfortably awkward, and he was buzzed and drunk, and he's just sitting here talking about what a smoke show the sister was, that we're all like, this is an all-time bad speech. This is
Nobody
really
laughed
bad.
at all. Like it wasn't funny.
Yeah, like you had like 2 or 3 people.
Was it meant to be uncomfortable? So like,
I don't think so. I think he was just crushing on her, and he was like, "Man, John, we never knew that we'd be here in this situation. That all of us were just thinking about Julie. All of us were just thinking about your sister in high school, and we're all just sitting there. The parents are sitting there, and we're like, this is awkward.
That's incredibly awkward.
Wow. But that was funny. That was meant to be funny there with that speech.
Yeah, he's meant to, but I mean that's aggressive. Like
It's
you're talking
very
about
aggressive. Gotta know your crowd. Gotta know your family.
There's a lot of bleeps in there for what was a wedding vow. All right, last clip here, and I think I mentioned this one during a break recently, or maybe I was telling Corey about it. But this is just one of my favorite TikToks I've seen recently. This is a user named SK Lumper, and this is his skit, what it was like to break up with a girl in the 1600s.
I'm just not sure that it's working out. And to be honest, I've been talking to Levi, and he's got a really big horse.
No, I get
and
it.
Some really good crops, too.
I get it. Trust me, I get it.
I just don't think we're compatible anymore.
Before I forget, I bet Levi would really like to see that special trick you do.
Special trick?
You know, the one with the flying broomstick.
Broomstick? Broomstick?
Yeah. It's almost like it's magic.
Not magic?
Henry, what are you talking about? Something that a witch would do?
Someone say witch? Witch?
A witch?
A witch?
He's making this up. This never happened.
I think we found one, boys.
Henry. I love that. That's what the effed up player boy would have done in the 1600s. It's just how easy could that have been? Like, all right, you want to break up with me? I'm telling everybody you're a witch.
I didn't think it was funny, but
that's because you're not funny, and that's okay.
I was just thinking of Alicia, our promo person.
Oh, the Wiccan?
Whenever I hear witch, and she owns it, she'll text and be like,
"Really?
I'm working on a." Yes, she's like makes potions and
Yeah,
stuff.
she's got,
Her husband is Tolo Jason. He's always driving around tweeting us, Jason Ryan. But Alicia, she's like a wannabe known witch.
She keeps alligator eyeballs and raven's eggs everywhere.
I had what did I eat that alpha brain stuff the other day? I saw that was
you
in
tried
it.
that?
Yeah, I didn't know what it meant, but I saw it said cat's claw in it. I found out later that was a root, but for a second there I thought I was drinking like Wiccan potions or something.
Emptying the junk drawer with Bobby Belt every single Friday here on Sean and RJ. NBA controversy. You're going to love Dirk even more, and the hockey announcer, he's going to be in trouble for, quote, "You've got a fat woman who's yapping like crazy." That's not from me, y'all. That's from the NHL playoffs. Next.
Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Dribble drive left side, fades in the lane and gets another runner to go. Devin Booker with a 40-burger tonight. And it's a timeout for the Clippers. 111-101. Suns by 10 with 6:09 left to go.
Devin Booker, who I think you all tried to call out yesterday, 83 points in his last 2 playoff games. And the Suns beat the Clippers in LA to go up 2-1. I'm just so disappointed in Kawhi. I'm so disappointed. He re-aggravated his right knee during the Game 1 victory, played through it in Game 2, according to Woj. And Ty Lue, after Game 1, this is what we were saving him up for. You know, all the heat y'all been giving him for not playing in any back-to-backs. This is why, for the heavy minutes, here he is injured and hurt again. And Kawhi Leonard misses last night's Suns victory. What?
Choppy looked at me because I had the golf club behind my back and I hit it on the metal and it made a bell toll sound. So we both just kind of looked up at the same time. Anyway, yeah, Devin Booker. It's nice to see him actually showing up in a playoff series finally. That's great. Now, if Jimmy Butler can join him, we can stop being critical of both of them. So
I just don't know who I'm more out on. I'm more out, I guess, on Anthony Davis. I can't stand even watching Anthony Davis run or jog. He's just got such a too cool feel to him. Always hurt, always banged up. But here's Kawhi. Like, what's Kawhi's legacy going to be?
He had
Terrell Davis.
His legacy is
it going to be Toronto? Is it going to be more Toronto or more Clippers missing back-to-backs? More injury?
Well, don't forget San Antonio. Like, he was the main dog on that title team.
Yep. Defending LeBron
against LeBron. So I think Kawhi's legacy is in very good shape. I don't like to use the present to crap on the past with a lot of these players. Sometimes we do, though. Sometimes I fall into that trap. But like, Kawhi won one of the Dirk titles, that Dirk Giannis type title.
Yep.
With Toronto. I mean, that was not a super team by any stretch. And yeah, KD got hurt. And I think Clay was hurt too, right? If I'm not mistaken, during that series, to go back and look. But he took out Golden State, man.
What do you think? Kawhi's legacy, Bobby?
It's gonna be a bunch of, he was great, but he could have been like a legacy player. Like, he could have been one of the greatest of all time. And that's why I say, like, Grant Hill. I don't know, like guys who get hurt all the time. Grant Hill.
I mean, he's better than Grant Hill.
But you know what I'm saying? I don't know. You just watched those Grant Hill highlights the other day. You saw he was a freak.
Kawhi had a better career than Grant Hill. It's not even close.
Yeah, better career. But in terms of just being a player and like what type of a player he was, his ability, Grant Hill was one of the best players in the. People thought Grant Hill was going to be like a top 10 player all time before he got hurt.
Let me ask you this:
Griffey,
better career.
Okay, so how about this? KD, I think we all agree, has had a better career.
Yes.
But again, legacy in the NBA is different than other sports. We don't judge guys in legacy in the NBA by like their regular season.
But no one's ever gonna. I don't think anyone's ever gonna put Kawhi over KD all time ever.
No, and nor should they. But like, their legacy, I think Kawhi's got a more admirable legacy. Like, you know, like we
the Dirk title versus the team jumping.
We value his titles better than KD's. I think they both have. They both have 2, right?
Then Terrell Davis, you won 2 titles. You were the best player, like one of the best players in the league, and you couldn't stay healthy.
Speaking of Dirk and titles, this is going to make you love him even more.
Not possible. Love him the most I can.
This is from Headliners with Rachel Nichols. Why don't you set this up, RJ, because you were covering them then.
Yeah, so this was back, Dirk was talking with Rachel Nichols about...
Wait, so was Bobby covering them. The Mavs are looking for revenge
Shut
tonight.
up. What's your problem? This is big Monday energy
Mavericks
from you.
looking for some revenge today.
Now, I didn't know what Rachel Nichols was doing anymore. Like,
I know.
I was wondering where she had gone, but she somehow got... she still has a name. She got name recognition. She's able to get guests. She got Dirk Nowitzki. And they were talking about a lot of things, but this harkens back to 2007. And Dirk had one of the all-time great. He should have won should have been his second straight MVP. He should have won it in 2006. He had a much better year than Steve Nash. Wasn't even close. He should have won it then. And then he finally gets his his trophy in 2007, but we all know what happened in the first round of the playoffs.
What?
You were the favorite to win MVP. You lose your first round. I assume what you want to do is just go back to Germany.
I was embarrassed. I let the city and my team down, and all I wanted to do was go somewhere where nobody knew me and go on vacation or something. And then, sure enough, I got the call from the NBA. Hey, you cannot leave yet, or not quite yet. There is a chance you might get the MVP. And I remember saying, I'd just give it to somebody else. So
You said you said you didn't even want it?
It's just not this year. I was still so hurt. I was still so embarrassed about it, the situation. And so we had to do a press conference, and David Stern, commissioner, flew in. And that was some of the most uncomfortable moments of my career, I gotta say, standing there and have a suit on and having to talk now about what had just happened 2 weeks earlier. And all I wanted to do really was be gone. And I took it like a man and talked about it and addressed it right away, that how disappointed I still was. And of course, now look back at the MVP trophy. It's amazing.
Right.
It was a great season with a great team.
It was one of the most, like, when you see the photos to this day, he looks sick up there.
Yeah.
Accepting the trophy.
He, first of all, that team, the fact that they lost that series, I still can't figure out how they lost that series. It was...
Dirk was soft.
Everyone...
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they put... Dirk at the time, and this is at the time, he struggled with defenders who were 6'8".
Yeah.
Right? He just struggled with those littler guys. For whatever reason, they gave him fits. And
they got under him, you know?
It was
they did.
It was the long, stronger, small forwards were the guys that gave him the biggest issues.
Who did they have in that series?
Steven Jackson gave him problems. Yeah. Udonis Haslem gave him a ton of problems the year before in the finals with Miami. And Haslem was obviously a bulkier player, but he was like a 6'9" guy with length.
Yeah.
I don't remember Dirk's post game early on.
It was he was still developing. He had that sort of...
He was pretty good in the post.
Flamingo fadeaway kind of thing, but it wasn't necessarily what it was 5 years later when they won the title.
He would punish you then.
Yeah.
He would then punish you if you want to go ahead and try to put that undersized defender on him.
In 06, 07, he really became a really good rebounder. That was when they took that leap and they went to the finals and they had that 67-win season. He went from being a guy who wasn't going to get rebounds to a guy that became a really good rebounder.
Stars, Game 3 tonight, 8:50 puck drop in Minnesota. Joe Pavelski not traveling for Games 3 and 4. Peyton found an audio clip of the Tampa Bay Lightning announcer, maybe taking off his first-round series.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Phil Esposito, Lightning radio color analyst. I mean, apparently he's a legend, right, RJ? I mean, I had no idea. I apologize earlier for not knowing. But yeah, he guy for the Lightning goes to the penalty box in the game that really was out of reach last night between the Leafs and Lightning, and he starts taking shots at the Leafs fan base.
There's activity by the Lightning penalty box. I think the Lightning are upset with some of the fans over there.
You got a fat woman who's yapping like crazy. Is that a guy with long hair? I can't tell.
Oh, his next job's in Buffalo.
Fat woman.
Oh my gosh.
He led the league in points 5 times.
Esposito?
Yeah.
What?
Yep.
He was the old Yankee shortstop,
led
right?
the league in goals 6 times.
I keep on thinking of Phil on the Sopranos finale.
Yep. Yeah.
Phil Esposito.
Yeah. Two-time
Hall of Famer.
MVP.
Got you down.
Let's hear it one more time, Pepe.
There's activity by the Lightning penalty box. I think the Lightning are upset with some of the fans over there.
You got a fat woman who's yapping like crazy. Is that a guy with long hair? I can't tell.
Or is that a guy with long hair?
You know what the best part of that is, he was determined to get it in. He goes, you got, and he's trying to. It's would you finish?
I know the feeling.
Yeah. He's he was determined to fit that line in there because he kept going. You've got, and then as soon as he finished it, you got this fat lady.
Fat woman.
All right, what happens to him?
He's 81. Nothing.
It's hockey. They're not gonna do anything.
He'll be off for the rest of the series.
Ooh. You give Grandpa Werthers and tell him to settle down.
Shut up. Or he'll be off for the next game at least.
Right? So, that's a good question.
Is that a guy with long hair?
Nah, he's on the broadcast. I bet he doesn't miss a game.
And which comment does he get more in trouble for?
That's progressive. He didn't assume the gender.
Woman, the fat woman.
Okay.
The fat woman.
Yeah,
and then he also said she yapping or like
yapping
what
like
he say
crazy.
she won't shut up.
You got this fat woman here yapping.
This guy.
All right.
Let's interview him.
No, you do it on your podcast. All right, Choppy, what's going on in Vegas? We get the Red Auerbach has, risen to coach the Golden Knights.
It appears so. So they did this 2018. They did this for the first time. On the road when they went to the Stanley Cup Finals in 2018. They did something to Winnipeg. All right.
Winnipeg, yeah.
And it rubbed them the wrong way. What they did was they refused to turn the lights on at T-Mobile Arena for the practice time. So Winnipeg has a practice time at the arena on the ice, and the Vegas Golden Knights instruct the people at their arena not to turn the lights on for them.
Some very Longhorns-like behavior.
So they're practicing in the dark.
When they shut off the AC on LSU in their locker.
Well, that was petty for the start. This time, though, it has gone to another level. The Winnipeg Jets had reserved exercise bikes. All right, they reserved exercise bikes for the players so they could warm up, stay in shape, whatever. And Vegas removed the pedals.
Damn.
from the bikes. Just petty on another level. Like, hey, here's your bikes. We never said they came with pedals. Here you go. Bush League or home ice advantage?
Bush League. It's all Bush League, to
It's
be
all
honest.
Bush League.
I mean,
I like it.
Oh,
I didn't like it. I didn't like it if it was against my team.
I like it, but it's still Bush League.
Yeah, it's Bush League.
I'm a Bush League individual, but I mean, that's
Red Auerbach, right? Let's keep it freezing cold. In the locker room, cold showers, rats running around.
Yeah.
These are all the legendary stories of Red.
Iowa, Hayden Fry. He painted the locker room pink, the visiting locker room. He painted it pink.
Something wrong with that?
Yeah.
Well, the thought was back in the olden days.
Tell us, Esposito.
That it would lower your testosterone, your manhood, or whatever. Who knows?
Go to the low T center.
Could do that.
Men's tea clinic.
Yeah, men's tea clinic.
Got
Yes.
a fat woman.
Texas did that to LSU though. They shut off the AC in there, and LSU. I remember I talked to one of the players from there, and they were very upset that COVID canceled the home series because they were like, we had something ready to mess with them when they came to LSU.
What was it?
They didn't tell me because they said we got to keep it down low, but then
We're going to leak Ed
or
Orgeron's girlfriend photos.
Oh God.
Or Les Miles. Who was the running back that went to Darius
Geis.
The Cowboys have made a move with CeeDee Lamb's contract. Is it going to be good news for Trayvon Diggs as well? That's next in Below the Belt on 105.3 The Fan. Below the belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take
off my belt.
We're not. How CeeDee Lamb, Trayvon Diggs, and Terence Steele are all kind of tied to each other. Happy Earth Day weekend, everybody, here in Below the Belt.
What's going to be your one thing today through the weekend?
I'm going to use a hashtag, I think, is what I'm going to do.
We're all going to use a hashtag. What are you going to do?
Well, I can't spoil it. Have you ever heard of spoiler alerts, Sean?
Spoiling Earth Day.
Yeah. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Both my kids play tournaments on Saturday. All right. I'm only going to go to one of them. Save the environment with the emissions.
Oh, that's good.
I'm going to buy a Tesla.
You know what? It wouldn't surprise me if you did.
It would surprise me off his salary.
His parents' salary.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a bunch of styrofoam that it has just been polluting the ground, and then in order to get it away from our land, I'm just gonna dump it in the water. No? It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. Relax. Let's get to football.
Save a shower. Just go in your pool this weekend.
That's a little cold still.
It is. It is.
Cold. I don't want to get duck poop all over me like your pool.
I felt like Tony Soprano.
No, but yes, happy Earth Day. Do your one thing this weekend. Okay, so CeeDee Lamb got his 5th-year option picked up. This figure is going to be around $18 million. And that is hopefully just a temporary placehold, essentially, for his contract once he gets an extension done this offseason. And I think that while he's going to get an extension done, I don't think we're going to see that till probably July or August. When you look back in the past when they've gotten done extensions with guys that they had a real motivation to get things done with early, Tyron Smith, Travis Frederick, Zach Martin, when they got all those offensive linemen done, they almost all did it like around July and August, like at the beginning of training camp. Training camp is ripe for getting a lot of deals done because agents come out there, hang out in the tower with Jerry and watch practice, and they're able to work on some stuff.
Yeah, Jay Glazer negotiates for everybody.
Yeah, including the head coach. And so you get the CeeDee Lamb deal done, hopefully. If you end up tacking on a 4-year extension, that would not replace years 4 and 5 on his contract, now that the 5th-year option's been pulled up. It tacks onto the end of it. So CeeDee Lamb would essentially be playing on a 6-year contract, hopefully, once you get a 4-year contract extension done. And then once you get that done, then you can hopefully turn your sights to Trayvon Diggs.
Unless they decide to draft a wide receiver in the 1st round this year and use him to replace CD so they can pay him.
Yeah, what's the chance that Diggs is the Amari of their defense and they're like, we're moving off of this. We're not going to pay him? Because I think Broadus was suggesting or speculating that there could be a lot of complications with a Trayvon Diggs extension. Steven talked about it with KMC.
Well, obviously our focus has been on keeping the guys who were free, keeping the guys that we could keep, but we're not able to, always have a clean run. But as we said, we were certainly thrilled to get Dono Wilson in the mix there. Certainly we lost some tough ones in terms of Dalton and then, of course, Connor McGovern. But, that's certainly our priority. And, as we move forward, that'll become a bigger priority here as we move past the draft. We've historically signed a lot of guys during that training camp period to extensions. But, guys like CeeDee Lamb and Diggs are certainly on our radar in terms of guys that we'd love to have around here for another, 5-6 years, whatever that turns out to be.
Diggs is complicated because where they're probably going to feel like he's valued Diggs' side and where the Cowboys probably feel like he's valued in the middle ground that they're going to have to find. The Lamb contract is so much easier.
Yeah.
Because not just because of the performance, but because of the agent negotiating it. Torrey Dandy has negotiated recent market-setting receiver deals like Deebo Samuel. It's easy to take the framework of those and go, hey, look, this is clearly the standard. This is what's been negotiated. Let's fall into these terms. It's easier than that. The Diggs one is difficult because you see deals get done for Jair Alexander and J.C. Jackson, and they're kind of all over the place and there's not like a set standard for where a player like Diggs, who's kind of unique in terms of what he's able to do, fits in. If I am Trayvon Diggs' side, what I'm doing is I'm grabbing the quote that Will McClay gave last training camp, when they were asked, what do you think about these people who are super critical of Trayvon Diggs? And he said, clickbait. He's elite. He's an all-pro player. That's all I'm walking in with is, look, this is what your personnel department says about us. And so the other reason why it makes sense to get some stuff down with Trayvon Diggs now is because now that Terence Steele has signed his restricted free agent tender, which he did yesterday, he's locked in for this year and they are going to continue to work on a long-term extension. If they are unable to get that done, you are then looking at the prospects of Steele and Diggs being unrestricted free agents next year. Now, you're not tagging Steele over Diggs. There's no world where the Cowboys would do that. But that's the idea, is that if you don't get an extension done with Diggs and you have to tag him next year so he doesn't hit the open market, you're now exposing a young right tackle who's shown a lot of success and a lot of growth to an open market, and somebody would pay for that. They would outbid you.
Is there a rule that you can't use the tag a certain amount of years in a row?
On like players or in the league, period?
Each team.
No, you you mean in terms of a team cannot use a tag X number of years in a row, or on a player?
Can a team use the tag like 10 years in a row?
Yes, they can use it every single year if they want to.
And there's penalties involved and multipliers involved if you're tagging specific players certain years in a row. But a team can use it however much they want. So if you get a deal done with Diggs, that's good because then that buys you some time if you need to get something done with Steele. Otherwise, you're potentially exposing both of them to the free agent market, and that's a pretty dangerous thing. All right, we did half of these NFL burning questions yesterday from Adam Shine over at NFL.com. RJ Choppy's best friend there.
Oh, Adam Shine.
All right, we're going to run through the rest of these burning questions ahead of the NFL draft. RJ Choppy, should the Texans trade out of number 2?
If they're not going to take a quarterback.
What if they are going to take a quarterback?
Then I would not.
You wouldn't even trade back to maybe like 4. Like, let's give Indianapolis, if you don't love, let's say you love Bryce Young and you know Bryce Young is going to the Panthers. And you're just kind of like, okay, we should take a quarterback, but we don't have a total preference here. We don't care a ton. Let's hold Indianapolis hostage and make them come up from 4.
Sure.
Get the team that they want. So in that instance, you would trade back as long as you felt comfortable you were still going to get one of the quarterbacks.
Sure. Yeah, I'd do that.
Sean?
Because you also know you're probably going to get the one at 3.
You know, I like to maintain still a little bit of respect for my scouts, unlike RJ. I understand the thought process. You're going to be wrong most 50% of the time anyway, so just draft C.J. Stroud if he's in the same discussion. I get all that, but go ahead and move out of it if you're not going to draft a quarterback, despite Ross Tucker telling us Will Anderson is the best player. Sean, and that's probably what they're going to end up with.
Yeah,
I'm going to guess because of their new head coach, who's a defensive guy.
They love the guy that Ross is scared of, though. They love Tyree Wilson at Texas Tech.
Oh, really?
They think he's really, and he is good. Which, by the way, I will say, Tyree Wilson. I know Ross said I hadn't heard of him before this year. Last year in the spring grades, he was like from National Football Scouting. He was one of the highest graded players in the country, and so they were on him. Sean Sharif, do the Giants have a Saquon Barkley problem? In the same way that maybe the Ravens have a Lamar Jackson problem?
No.
Or is this just negotiated?
I almost consider not even bringing this up today. Who cares? Even if Saquon Barkley is going to be a problem, he'd be doing the Giants a favor to get out of this because of the running back debate. No, it's not a problem. Saquon should be happy that they still want to keep him despite all of his injuries. It's not a Saquon Barkley problem, and if he wants to be difficult, then just go ahead and draft someone in the 3rd or 4th round, and you can eventually replace him too. Saquon should be thankful that he's still a Giant getting $10 million a year. That's my opinion.
RJ Choppy, I would guess you believe it's never a problem not to have a running back under contract.
No, I think I absolutely want them under contract
for $10 million or $11 million. That's what I mean. He hasn't
No.
signed his franchise tag, and he doesn't have a long-term deal done.
No, now that I don't care about. But I would love. But they do. Malik Davis under contract, right?
Yeah.
We have Malik Davis under contract. The Cowboys are. We're talking about. Yeah.
But they're gonna have. They have somebody under contract.
The Giants. Yeah. But so you wouldn't consider it a problem then that Saquon Barkley's not locked in?
No, not necessarily because I assume they're going to draft a running back in what? 3rd round, Sean? 4th round?
All this is posturing.
Yeah.
So I'm not worried about it until, as Jerry says, deadlines make deals. You're going to show up for training camp or not? Hey, less time for him to get hurt.
We're going to skip over the next question because I already know how both of you feel about is Bijan Robinson worth a top 10 pick.
No.
RJ Choppy, that's why I said I knew how you felt, Sean. Didn't have to verbalize it. Which team, RJ Choppy, should be making the biggest push for DeAndre Hopkins?
Oh, man. Kansas City.
Really? You don't think they've shown an ability to just thrive whether a Tyreek Hill's there or not?
Yeah, they have. They absolutely have. But, I think he's still a major threat. I mean, I could say Buffalo maybe.
Buffalo makes the most sense to me. Go get Josh Allen, somebody like that, and somebody who can make...
Diggs didn't show up, by the way, to the voluntary stuff. What about Baltimore? You can make the case.
You have to go acquire a quarterback.
Yeah. Stop it.
You can make the case that,
I would love it if Baltimore drafted Roschon Johnson from Texas, by the way, because he's a converted quarterback, and then I could make jokes about their running back being a quarterback and their quarterback being a running back.
So there it is, below the belt, around the NFL, and inside the star every day with Roberto, part of our draft coverage Thursday, night 1. my favorite day of broadcasting, right there at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco, and everyone else from the station is going to be at different Pluckers locations for you to go and party it up. Power rank the controversies.
Power rank.
Draymond, Harden. Your segment's over. Draymond, Harden, Embiid, and we got breaking news of a coach that is out, plus pleading ignorance. We need a boxing education for tomorrow night, y'all. Apparently, this is like the event of the year. We need a little boxing education. Final hour. Things about to get even crazier. Friday edition next.
Well, let's get you over to QC.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And here's Bridges on a lob to Claxton, and he's able to get it in, and he knocked down Embiid. Oh, man, Embiid and Claxton are in a little bit of a scramble. Embiid was lying on the ground. Claxton then stepped over him. Oh, I don't blame him. And now Embiid kicked up at him right in the groin area. That's going to be a flagrant foul on Joel, but Claxton did not have to walk over Embiid.
Filthy Radio with the call. RJ Choppy is going crazy on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's Sean, RJ, and Roberto. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back here on DFW Sports Station. Filthy is up 3-0 on Brooklyn. No one cares about the actual basketball being played. We care about the controversy. And it started with Joel Embiid. The more I look at the Embiid one, I'm like, okay. The more I'm watching that, the worse it gets. There's still no defense for throwing James Harden out of that game for the push-off or the grab to the groin, whatever you want to call it. That's what happened last night in the NBA. Devin Booker went crazy as Kawhi wussed out. And you have the what was the other game? Oh, Golden State staying alive as Steph Curry went off, and the Kings are now up 2-1. But to me, Philly's the headline because of Harden and Embiid.
It is. Real quick on that Golden State, the team 0-2 coming back home, covering the 5-point spread is like a gimme. It just seems to always happen. And they covered it by.
But they didn't have 12? Draymond. Oh my God! They didn't have Draymond. Their spiritual leader.
I know they could score now.
Yeah, what were they going to do without 4 points?
Triple single. Still might be Barkley's best nickname.
It is. Street clothes, triple single.
I don't know. Which one? I think triple single.
Triple single's pretty brilliant.
It's way more insulting. Way more insulting.
Here's Barkley last night agreeing with Peyton that Joel Embiid was worse than Draymond.
I thought he should have been ejected. I thought that was a flagrant 2. I think his was worse than Draymond's. To be honest with you.
Worse than Draymond.
Yeah, because he tried to kick a guy in his jump.
Yes. Just
because the guy's a bad shot. I mean, you know what he was trying to do.
I mean, so what's the law?
Yeah, no, just my listen. We don't have. Listen, we all have our own opinion. I thought he tried to kick him in his private parts. He should have got ejected. That's just my personal opinion.
Is, we go by the law. So if one guy gets suspended for the game, I'm not saying kick the man out. I'm just saying like that's supposed to be the law. Draymond did the same thing.
And listen, in my personal opinion,
are you saying Embiid should have been ejected from the game? I don't want to say it because I don't want that to be the headlines. I'm just saying I seen something like this the other day, and the guy got ejected and suspended. So how come it's not the same thing? It looks similar. So you're basically saying that you just don't want to see it.
Well, I'll say it. I thought he should have got ejected.
Yeah. I don't think so.
Kenny, thank you for being the only one correct. The scary thing is Shaq's a police officer.
I mean,
yeah, why is he calling the rule book the law? What's the law? I mean, what's the penalty? Like, or what's the rule?
This whole thing is the two Shaq arguments.
Two Shaq.
The not two Shaq. But if Sabonis didn't grab his leg, then he wouldn't have stomped on him. Yeah, true. Irrelevant. Stupid point. Oh, it's the same exact thing. He meant to kick him in the you-know-what. I could mean to do something and accidentally do something else that has a worse consequence. I pay the harsher price for the thing that ends up having the worst consequence, no matter what I meant. I could point my gun at you.
That's results-based, Sean.
And miss shooting you, or I could shoot my gun in the air and the bullet comes down and splits someone in half. I'm going to jail for life for the lesser act of pointing the gun in the air. That's what this is. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah, except I don't know how true that is. I think if you are pointing and you shoot and you miss, that's still attempted murder, and you're going to.
Yeah, it's not worse to me.
Shooting up in the air is just manslaughter.
Yeah, I think that's manslaughter. I think
you
actually might get more trouble for pointing and missing.
You're not trying to kill him.
No, I think you're wrong.
I think that's involuntary manslaughter versus attempted murder.
Let me ask Franklin.
Now there'll probably be discharging a firearm. You're going to get a million charges thrown in there, but
I just think that the point that it has to do with like the stones, it makes our manliness meter shoot up through the roof, and it's you meant to do that. You don't do that to another guy. You're suspended flagrant 2. It's not worse than Draymond Green stomping on Sabonis' chest.
Masculinity.
No,
what was that from?
That was me interviewing Tolo Alex at the Stars game, saying I was masculine, and he's right. He's right. No, look, I mean
Draymond's is absolutely worse. He's standing on his sternum. He could have like cracked ribs.
Yeah, and then he's such an actor, man. Like the stomp, and then the oh my god, I can't keep my balance. Let me jump over you. And
where was I supposed to put my leg?
Flail all over the place.
Where was I supposed to come down?
Oh,
so
God.
to me, Draymond's is the worst. He deserved to be ejected and suspended. Embiid's is second worst. He should not have been ejected. That's a flagrant one. He did not get ejected. And then Harden's is the least, and he definitely should not have been thrown out of that game. So that's me ranking the three from the NBA controversies.
Yeah, they're all on distinct tiers for me. Like Draymond's is easily the worst, Embiid's is easily second, and Harden's isn't even anything that registers.
It's an offensive foul. I don't know how they threw him out for that.
I need to get some police clarification on my analogy and see if it was incorrect.
Well, let's see here. Somebody on the fan text did just send in and said 469 says it can be involuntary manslaughter or it can be considered deadly conduct. What you described.
And others saying intent matters. Intent absolutely matters. But, I mean, the result matters too.
Well, Draymond had intent and delivered.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Embiid had intent, didn't truly deliver. And again, I think Harden's isn't even the conversation. That is criminal what they did. Tony Brothers was an official in that game. He's the one who got into it with Dinwiddie.
And the one that everybody loves, apparently, according to the Athletics poll, that everybody loves Tony Brothers as an official.
Did we have Mavs bitterness last night? Checking out Dorian, Scottie Pippen, and Dinwiddie. We're not going crazy over the games that they have. Spencer had 20 and 7 on 5 of 12 shooting.
All right, not bad.
Finney Smith had 3 points and 9 rebounds.
Every time now that I see Dinwiddie has a bad game, I'm going to think the only way you'll be worth your contract is if they let you put it in crypto like you want to do.
That's not a bad game, though.
Huh?
No, it's not a bad
20
game.
points is fine.
But what did he shoot? 5 of 18 or whatever?
5 of 12.
Oh, okay, 5 of 12.
It's not terrible.
All right, so that's the association last night. Breaking news, T. Rainey, one of our top Tolos, Nick Nurse is out in Toronto.
Man, so he wins a championship, and then they blow the team up, and he's out.
This is one of the guys, I mean, he was the must-have coach after they won.
Yeah,
People
he
were talking
was.
about him for the Lakers.
Yeah.
He wasn't even going to entertain that. I don't know how much of this is fired versus contract up. He's been talking about taking some time off anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he's a grinder, man. He was in the G League. I think he may have been the first coach to go from the G League to the NBA, to be a head coach of the G League and then become a head coach eventually in the NBA. He was always a good coach. I think he was down at RGV.
Yeah, he was 58 and 24, won the title that first year. Then he was 53 and 19, lost in the conference semis. 27 and 45, missed the playoffs. 48 and 34, lost in the first round. 41 and 41, missed the playoffs. So they've struggled the last 3 years.
Rangers resume tonight, and yesterday's topic came to fruition. The Diamondbacks saying bye-bye to Madison Bumgarner. They're going to eat $34 million for the playoff pitching hero to get off their team.
Man.
And we were wondering, Buster Olney said, look for a possible reunion. Bochy and Bumgarner, and Madison's numbers are not good at all.
No, they haven't been good. I would be stunned if they brought him in here. And Basic's right.
You'd be stunned?
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have anything left. Basic's right. He is he going to go? He's not going to crack the rotation. Okay, so what are you going to put him in the bullpen? All right, I mean, the bullpen's doing pretty well right now. They don't need anybody in the bullpen. You can always use bodies. And is he really going to go to Round Rock or Frisco and just hang out and wait for somebody to get hurt? I mean, probably not, right?
Like I said, just let him take Ezekiel Duran's at bats. That's what he can still do. I don't want the 5.30 ERA being in the bullpen right now. They're pitching well enough at the moment.
Scherzer suspended for 10 games for the rosin controversy that took place. And look, I need a little Tolo education on this boxing match. My boy Ivan's like, you want to come watch the fight Saturday? And I was like, what fight? What are you talking about? And I'm just seeing more and more hype over what's supposed to take place tomorrow night. My boy Jake is sending me all the press conferences and everything else, and people are really, really building this up. Who is this, Choppy? Have you followed this?
I have not followed
Davis
this.
Garcia.
Yeah, Gervonta Davis, and then is it Ryan Garcia? I have not followed much of it. I have my boxers that I kind of follow.
Who are they?
Errol Spence and no one else.
Errol Spence, basically. Canelo. Loma.
Jake Paul.
There's Jake Paul. Yeah. Logan Paul.
Chalkrec.com text line. This is the biggest boxing match since Floyd versus Golden Boy. Two top-notch pros in their primes in catchweight, super talents as well. So that's what the Tolos are saying on the text line.
Yeah, and look, and they are right. Like two guys in their prime. Like, and that's the problem with the sport, is that the sport takes forever to get people together that we want to see.
Yeah.
And that has always been a sticking point. Like, how long did it take Floyd and Manny to get together? They were like 40 geezers.
Yeah, no,
they were like 40 years old.
That took forever. 817 says don't miss it. So Sean, you're not allowed to miss this fight. 469, they bet their purses on Instagram. I did see that. They were on live and they bet each other like, all right, loser gives them their purse.
These guys have vowed to break each other's jaws. Yesterday, the quote.
It's like Carter and Peyton.
This is from Garcia yesterday. I see him getting caught with a left hook. Just slept. Good night. One of the most brutal knockouts you've seen in many years, and the whole crowd's just going to go silent, and we're all going to have to take a knee. I see that. Seriously. Well, these are the promises.
That's dark.
That I love
dark.
that.
My word.
Davis said, all he talks about is one punch. I only need one, too. I touch that jaw, and I'm telling you, you're going to sleep. I'm going to break your jaw. I promise you. Don't even bring your mother or your daughter to the fight.
They all just need one punch.
Yeah.
You know, that's all it is.
Puncher's chance. That's why it's called that.
Yeah, they all just need one punch.
817, they hate each other. 682, the boxing match is a must-watch tomorrow. And 920, happy 40th birthday to 920, the Tolo there.
Thank you, Tolos. And we have some Dallas Stars representation that RJ Choppy's a little bit upset over.
Sort of. So ESPN did the celebrity fans for each team in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Okay, so all the celebrity fans. So for Boston, Bill Burr, Conor McGregor, Steve Carell, John Krasinski, who was in The Office. For the Maple Leafs, Bieber, Drake, Mike Myers. For Tampa, Dick Vitale, Hulk Hogan, Charles Barkley. Carolina, Petey Pobb, Evander Holyfield, Stephen Colbert. I mean, you're going down the list. Devils, Kevin Smith, Shaq, Patrick Warburton, Edge. Jay of Silent Bob. Kevin Smith also from Silent Bob. Margot Robbie for the Rangers. Liam Neeson, Eli Manning, Tim Robbins. I mean, all these. Every single team has got multiple. Maybe some of them are old, like Billy Joel and Ralph Macchio for the Islanders. Or some are very young.
Macchio.
Ariana Grande. Tua for the Panthers. Josh Gad. You get all the way to the Stars. Colorado. Larry Walker, John Elway, and Trey Parker. And the celebrity fans for the Stars, they just named one, Pantera. That's it.
That's not even a person. That's
It's
like
not.
a band.
At least, and they had to stretch for Minnesota too. They gave him MacGyver, the Hanson brothers,
Richard Dean Anderson,
and Prince, who's not with us.
Shouldn't you put like Dak on there or Luca or like somebody who's
they put Tua on the Florida Panthers one. Why wouldn't they put Dak on here? Vegas has been around for 20 minutes.
Throw Derek Holland on there.
They got Bryce
Throw
Harper,
RJ Choppy,
Lil Jon, Wayne Newton, Gordon Ramsay, Daniel Negreanu. I think for crying out loud, Seattle. They just came in the league.
Pantera, that's it.
Pantera.
Who would they have named if Pantera hadn't reunited recently?
That's a good question.
Me? Yeah. I am the number one fan. They did give me that foam finger.
Tolo chains.
Yeah, me and my 2 chains.
You bought the finger, right?
No. They gave it to me.
They did.
Yeah, they were like, they gave me, it came with a crown, a certificate of achievement, and they were like, we're
Oh,
so
right.
happy
Why do I
you
ask
came
you
here today.
serious questions in the
and I was
final
like,
hour?
I'm so happy to be here, guys.
Or the final day.
Your segment's over now, Sean. Let me finish. talking.
8778. All right, I want you to tease the next one then.
Coming up next.
Up next.
Sports Talk with Sean Sharif leading the segment on the Fan.
Another shady shot fired at the Cowboys, and Tony Romo has a reply for all the haters. Next.
Let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day.
hired drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Bijan Robinson tells Dan Patrick he's only had 2 official visits, the Buccaneers and the Eagles.
Smoke screen, baby. That's what that is. There's more than 2 teams interested in Bijan Robinson. That's nobody wants it to be known where they'd be interested in him.
I mean, they would have interviewed him.
Those are the 2 teams everybody assumes might take them. So anybody else who could take them, I don't think wants it known.
Odds yesterday from Bet Online. First overall pick, Bryce Young is now 1-20. That's
Damn.
minus 2,000.
Wow.
Second overall pick favorite is?
I think it still has to be Stroud.
Got to be Stroud, right?
No.
Will Anderson.
Damn.
Man, if Houston, oh my God. Now, this is what's going to happen.
I swear to Easterby.
This is what's going to happen.
Let me ask you a question, though.
Huh?
Let's say, I'm going to test your quarterback theory here. Let's say that Hendon Hooker was thought of to just be the only other quarterback besides Bryce Young that was worth a first. All the other QBs were graded as thirds. If you were Houston, would you still take Hooker second?
Yeah, because you just now.
The reason I'm trying to test you is you've seen Hooker,
yeah, I have.
night in and night out.
Yes, I have.
Right? Caught a lot of things.
Yeah.
In and out.
Thrown a lot of things.
Throwing a lot of things.
So I wanted to see, I wanted to test if you were going to try to be a scout and be like, I know he's not good enough to be the second overall pick because you watched him at Tennessee.
Yeah, it's look. I understand what you're saying. Like it is tough. Like you've just the whole point of the draft and trying to maximize the value, in my opinion, is find the guys. Like the reason that running backs are not drafted in the first round typically is because finding free agent running backs is very inexpensive. Finding free agent quarterbacks is not. That's why wide receivers and quarterbacks and edge rushers and tackles, those are your primary first four positions you want to pick in the first round, because replacing them via free agency is next to impossible.
I wonder if
From a
this
cost perspective.
era of quarterback movement also stops teams from drafting.
It might.
QBs higher. Like Bill Barnwell just, had his trade proposals, and he tried to put together a package for the Texans to trade for Lamar. But, Kyler drama, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, back when, Bobby was a young pup, when Jay Cutler got moved, that was a humongous deal.
It was.
Because it was like quarterbacks do not move.
I was an adult when that happened, by the way.
Sorry.
You're like 18. That's not
No, I was in my 20s when he got traded.
You're still a child.
So I get it. If you think that there's
Watson has moved.
Yeah. So if Houston, to me, if they're not going to take a quarterback at 2, I don't have a problem with them not taking a quarterback. If you're not, though, then try to move down. Even if you don't get full value for the pick,
go down for Hooker. Yeah,
move down a few spots. You already have number 12. They're 12, right? They're the 12th
yeah,
pick
12.
As well.
They're 2 and 12.
I mean, they can always take a quarterback at 12, or they can move back into the first round at the end if Hooker's still available and take him.
Are they really regretting the Lovie Smith victory at the end of the year?
100%.
I would hope so.
Hundo
Texans
P.
fans just didn't understand it. They couldn't comprehend. You got to trade up now assets to move up if you want to.
They thought there was a play-in tournament. They're like, oh, crap.
All right, diehard Dak defender, Antoine, all over Twitter. He said, are you all going to respond to Shady? Are you going to talk about LaShawn McCoy and what he just said on FS1?
It's the true problem. The problem is that we always want to give Dak Prescott a pass. Always give him an excuse. The question is, does he need more help now?
Yes, does he need more help?
Bro, listen, he had an all-pro wide receiver. He got a Pro Bowl running back, right? He got a solid offensive line. He just brought in another all-pro speedster wide receiver. It's like, who else do we need? You know what? You guys won't be satisfied until they bring Jesus to the Cowboys.
You guys?
If they bring Jesus to the Cowboys, then he'll have enough he has. He'll have enough weapons and talent to win the Super Bowl. And listen, I'm done with the segment.
What's with you
Every
guys?
day we want to give him a pass.
You can't be done. We got too much time on the clock.
It's crazy, man.
Shady,
Oh, God, that was so good.
Speak is like Succession. I hate everyone on the show, but I continue to watch it.
Wow, Dave Hellman, shots fired.
Damn right.
Wow.
Come at me, bro.
I'm requesting a new name for this show. I'd like to be addressed by something. Shawnee McCoy. That's what I would like to be known at. LaShawn McCoy.
You want to be LaShawn McCoy?
LaShawn McCoy.
Great. Yeah, I think
LaShawn McCoy.
I've been saying that statement for the last 3 years around here.
Shannon, RJ, and Sean.
So remember, Tolo.
Only time I've agreed with LaShawn.
What Sean is telling you is he is so in sync with Shady McCoy's opinions, he wants you to call him LaShawn McCoy.
Shawnee McCoy.
Yes, he has had some really good, nice pieces around it. There's no doubt about that. And I would say that like every quarterback outside of Patrick Mahomes does. Like, does anybody give Joe Burrow flack for having T. Higgins and Jamar Chase and Joe Mixon and
Tyler Boyd?
They had a really good tight end.
Hayden Hurst. Yeah, they got a bunch of players.
When Mahomes had Tyreek and Kelsey, like nobody said, "Oh my God," you have to have good pieces around you unless you're basically Patrick Mahomes, who still has the all-time greatest tight end around him.
That's why Rob Ninkovich thinks there's tons of pressure on Joe Burrow to win a Super Bowl this year.
I mean, so you have to have that. And at the end of the day, he still won 12 games in the last 2 years. I know last year he was hurt for a couple, but still, like they would have won, I think, of most of those games that Cooper Rush started, if not all of them.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like he's won 12 games.
Wait a sec. Say that last statement again.
I think if Dak played the games that Cooper started, or Cupper,
yeah,
I think the Cowboys win all those games.
Oh, yeah.
I think the record's probably the same.
I thought you were saying the reverse. I thought you were a Cooper Trooper.
Oh, no. So, like, yeah, you got to, that counts for something.
Pooper Scooper.
Like, I don't think he's an elite quarterback. I don't think he's on the level of the tier of guys at Mahomes on his own, but I don't think he's on the Burrow, Allen, etc. level. But, I mean, he's somewhere between 6 and 12, and that's totally fine.
If we consider Patrick Mahomes on his own
7
tier,
and 12, whatever,
if we consider Patrick Mahomes on his own tier, then Dak is tier 3.
Yes, and you can argue who's on that tier with him.
And you can win a Super Bowl, I believe, with a tier 3 quarterback.
You can win a Super Bowl with a tier 3 quarterback. I think you need a lot of luck. Not a lot, but you need
you don't need an inordinate amount of luck. You can win with him.
You need to have here's what you need. You need one upset ahead of you in the playoffs. So like you get that, like the Rams got the home game. Green Bay got upset. They didn't have to go to Green Bay, so they got the home game for the final. Like you need something like that to happen. And then, you need a dropped interception that you throw. You need to have a pick six. You need a tip ball. You need a fumble.
Yep.
You need those things. But if you don't have an elite quarterback, you're going to need those things anyway.
All right, Bobby, I'll let you get your revenge here since we opened with a shady shot at Dak.
Are we going to talk about Updog?
Tony Romo. If you want to recap it, go ahead.
It was great, guys. Okay, so we were walking in the hallway during the last break, and Sean goes, "What's that smell?" And I just thought he would know the reference, and I was like, "It's Updog." And Sean literally went, "What is Updog?" and fell for it like he was 6 years old and never heard that before.
And Bobby ran out of the break room
and told everybody
as if he won the lotto.
I've never gotten to do that to anybody.
Guys, show for Updog.
Everybody,
show for Updog.
Go for the Updog.
And then I took my water bottle and made him look like he wet himself.
Yeah, he did get water all over me.
Oh, no.
I have black shorts, so you can't see it there, but on the shirt, it's right there.
Congratulations.
But it was Updog,
No, you know what it was? It was probably my tuna.
That is actually that makes a ton of sense there. So what did you actually want me to get to other than Updog?
I was going to give you a chance to, even out the QB hate here on the segment with a Tony Romo rebuttal to the haters.
Oh, yes. I love this. So Tony Romo was at the Invited Celebrity Classic yesterday. Size matters. And yeah, all of that, Tony. And Tony responded to the criticism he's been under from national media pundits like Dick Ebersol and Andrew Marchand and all those individuals. And this is what Tony Romo had to say. I think that's normal. I think that happens to anybody. Anytime you're doing something well, I think there's always going to be that. Ooh. It's just the archetype of someone's career. It's happened to me a few times before, and that's a good thing. Is that a little bit? That's how it's written out here. It's not. I know archetype is a thing. This literally says arc space type. I'm just reading what was written here. Okay. I don't know if that was Tony that said that or it was transcribed incorrectly. I'll have to ask Calvin Watkins who wrote this. But it says that it's happened to me a few times in my career before, and that's a good thing. So is that sort of what?
We got some Odell stuff happening.
Oh no!
What kind of stuff?
Thanks to Diego Tolo.
Go Diego, go.
Let me triple check this. Yes, TMZ Sports. Odell Beckham Jr. named in assault investigation.
Ooh.
Newly signed Odell Beckham has been named as a suspect after a woman went to police claiming he put his hands around her neck in an LA hotspot. Law enforcement tells TMZ Sports the alleged incident went down at Delilah several weeks back when a woman says 30-year-old OBJ went up to her and grabbed her throat with light pressure. A rep for Odell vehemently denied Beckham did anything wrong. You would think that there'd be cameras inside a place like this.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. Ask Willie McGinnis.
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead. Back to you. That just came
Well,
out.
no, that's pretty bad, and would just speak to again. Maybe that's why Lamar Jackson encouraged him to sign with Baltimore, because he has no intention of signing with Baltimore, and he's trying to throw him off. I think that's a pretty arrogant way to shoot down the rumors there.
All right, recap just what Romo said.
Romo says that the criticism, I think that's normal. I think that happens to anybody. Anytime you're doing something well, I think there's going to be that. It's happened to me a few times before, and that's a good thing. So that basically is like, guys, look, I'm such a badass at this that people are going to, when you come for the king, you best not miss. All right? Heavy lies the crown sort of thing.
Heavy lies
and
the crown.
that's a pretty arrogant way to push back, I feel like, against some of this.
He added that one word in there. If he just would have left out the word well, like when you're doing something, all he had to say was whenever you're doing something and, it's highly publicized, you're going to catch criticism. But when you're doing something great, when you're thriving, when you're dominating,
that's
a
why
little bit of arrogance.
That's why everybody takes shots at me over my golf game. And everybody's telling me, like, you're such a douchebag about it. It's because it's like when you're doing something really great, when you're at the top of the game, people are going to come for you. And it's because they can't handle your success.
So next year, because of your big mouth, we will be doing the show at the Las Colinas Country Club.
Yeah.
We'll be out there doing it.
We will.
I had to sit out this one. A lot of these athletes get super competitive, and it's because I kind of graciously backed away from the event because I don't want to get them upset.
I want to play in this. I'm a celebrity.
Yesterday was 420. Don't know if you heard.
Oh, I heard.
And RJ Choppy has
I didn't hear, but I smelled.
Did you?
Yeah.
Has some horoscopes to go along with it.
All right. Again, Bobby, your birthday is
June
15th. June 15th.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so these are the what kind of stoner are you based on your zodiac sign?
I don't need my zodiac sign to tell you I'm a paranoid one.
And I do believe that they once again have thrown shade at Sean Sharif.
Oh, shady.
Lashani. By the way, I prefer Sean and Sharp.
Shannon.
I'd rather be Shannon than Shady. But man, these Scorpio shots. Isn't Slater a Scorpio?
Yep.
It's going to be a rough week for you 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, she already thinks I'm untrustworthy because I'm a Gemini, like dead serious.
You're a Gemini. Okay, I was going to ask if you were a Gemini or a Cancer.
Gemini.
Because you're a show Cancer.
Yeah.
Correct. So you're a Gemini normal. Okay,
well done. Doug.
All right, now here we go.
So bitter that you got by a first grade joke.
I don't care.
Holy cow. If this is not pinpoint Bobby Belt.
Oh, gosh, I can't wait.
Oh, like the pet rock? Amanda, I went home. She goes, God, that was perfect. The pet rock description for Bobby's personality.
Y'all be careful. I'm going to get some FCC fines
How would you
here.
describe when Bobby decides he's going to go out on the night and decide he's going to get drunk? He's going to
Annoying.
No.
Reckless.
What is his mode?
Balls to the wall, 100 miles an hour.
100 miles an hour. Here we go. Unable to decide on a strand or a method of ingestion, Gemini does everything all at once and is found days later in a snorkel mask teaching their dog Morse code. That is 1,000% Bobby Belt.
That's good.
I don't think I've said it on the air before. But the first time I ever partook in that, I literally spent the entire evening at a party standing with my back up against a wall. Yeah. And my brother came up and he was like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, if I stand against the wall, I can see all of you coming for me and I can stop you. And if my back's not against the wall, you can attack me from
behind. You have said that before, so thanks for wasting 30 seconds.
Virgo,
thanks.
I'm a Virgo. Peyton, you're a Virgo as well. This is totally me. I don't know if it's you. Because I'm scared to take a lot of supplements. I'm just scared to put stuff in my body like that.
What?
Oh, like creatine or all that stuff. I'm scared of taking it. I won't do it. Thermos, like those fat burners, scared of it.
Only QC Kinetics.
No, that's not a fat burner. That's not something like that. That's
I'm just saying that's the only thing you want to take.
It's science.
That's science.
Yeah.
Virgos grow their own because they're suspicious of pesticides and mistrustful of others.
Yep, that's you.
You're worried about getting like
I'm worried about a fentanyl
laced?
Yeah, I'm worried about being laced. Absolutely. Peyton?
You worried?
I mean, I just usually stick to like the same stuff. I don't like go outside the norm. Like I'll stick to the same brand of Tylenol and ibuprofen and stuff. I don't like try other stuff.
I mean, acetaminophen's acetaminophen, but
Next, this is for Sean.
Not really.
And I said this is more shade at Sean. Scorpios get high alone in the dark while wearing velvet, but the weed is sprinkled with the ashes of their exes.
Good Lord. So a vengeful high.
You're a vengeful high. You smoke your exes.
it's what the Outlaws did with Tupac's ashes. They smoked him.
Did they?
Yeah, dead serious.
Huh.
No, man. It can't be vengeful while you're stoned.
You can't be vengeful while you're stoned, but in order to get that way, it says, according to this, that you will you will partake with the ashes of your exes.
All right. So happy 420, especially the person who we see once a week who keeps texting us about this subject matter. Let's crosstalk. Mikey Bassick is going to lead crosstalk if he remembers. KMC in studio with a grouchy Kevin Hagelin.
right. It's Earth Day. And I'll tell you what for Earth Day.
What's your one thing?
What's your
Mike?
one thing, Mike?
I made sure to do this, okay? I made sure to make sure that my water was my lawn was watered this morning. So we had our sprinkler system on.
That's your one thing?
Yep.
Oh, no, there's more.
But I went around and we have 3 toilets in our house. And I was like, listen, I know that the earth wants clean water. So I made sure to flush all the toilets to make sure they were clean. And then I turfed my backyard this fall to make sure that we have a green earth in our backyard all the time.
What they mean?
So my backyard is green. I made sure to water the front this morning.
By hand. You water by
No,
hand.
I turned on the sprinkler system and let it run for like an hour and a half to make sure,
my God, that's
to make
too
sure it gets a
long.
good rain.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a picture of. I'm gonna water my lawn by hand this
And
weekend.
I flushed all the toilets multiple times to make sure we have clean water.
Better than the utility crooks. The water crooks, they're the biggest criminals in the city.
Sean didn't like my idea. I said that I always see so much styrofoam around the city. So I was going to walk around tomorrow, collect all of it, and I was going to put it in the water. That way it's like off of our land, and we have clear land.
I'm not really happy with the cedar tree that's kind of in between my neighbor's house and our house. So I think I might cut it down today and use it for firewood.
I don't see any Twitter or social media evidence of your axe, Mike.
He's talking about it right now.
Yeah, I think this is good enough.
No, I think you guys supposed to tweet it.
100,000 watts, baby.
Did you take a photo or video of it?
No, I'll take a video of me flushing I'll go home and flush the toilets again to make sure that there's clean water.
It's all a joke, by the way. We love the earth.
Do you have any house plants? They need light. So did you like leave any lights on in your
You know
house?
what I need to do to make? I'm going to turn the AC on right now.
You're not even home. Is anybody
but
home?
I just want to make sure.
DFW security, baby.
To make sure everybody's comfortable when they get home.
Is that good for the earth?
Stress-free humans means stress-free planet.
Didn't he say no one's home though?
Hayden said he's going to buy a Tesla.
There's no
That's-
way.
that'd
Be good, right?
That's hard to
Another
top.
one?
I would rent, right?
Rent a Tesla.
Lease one.
You know what? I'm probably going to go to the gas station
thought you were gonna
and
move
go
off
buy
of the topic.
and go buy new gas containers and just pump them full of gas just to make sure in case of an emergency I have gasoline.
God.
I knew something like this was going to happen. And when they played that Odyssey Earth Month commercial, I was like, we're screwed.
He changes his oil every day because he wants
You know
cleaner
what?
oil.
I am. I'm going to go get my oil changed today, even though it still has 2,000 miles to go on my car till I need to do that.
Why? To make
Fresh
your
oil
car-
for the earth. The earth makes
don't
oil,
think-
so I need to use that oil that the earth made.
Is there like a PETA-esque environment group that's that intense and passionate that this could, huh?
Yeah. There it is.
Kevin just mouthed something to me. I honestly didn't get it. Mike, that's your
You need
crosstalk,
some
baby.
turf, right?
I want to get turf.
I got turf in my backyard.
Do you?
Yeah.
So that part is not a joke.
So Tolo.
Did it cost you a fortune?
It's expensive, but I priced it out with 4 or 5 different groups.
Yeah.
So I mean,
didn't
went
realize how many
around-
turf companies there were in the Metroplex.
Yeah,
There's like
there's-
11
so
that are in my inbox.
I can give you my guy's information. It doesn't mean that you have to use them or not, but he definitely can quote you on whatever you want to, because we're making the earth green.
Yeah.
Oh,
Look at Mike spreading the greenery.
Yeah, I'm spreading all the green.
yeah. Would that be worse for the earth that I'm like getting rid of my grass?
I believe that is
Yes.
accurate. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and zero-scape it, right?
There's grass underneath it. It's like when you carpet a hardwood floor.
Didn't we
You
see a
can always
study?
unturf it if you need to. If the earth is running out of stuff, just
Didn't we
rip
see a
up the
study?
astroturf and the earth is good again.
That's fair.
In Philadelphia, the stadium, like the turf they had up there, had lots of like cancer-producing stuff. Did that send that your way?
They use the same turf as the Super Bowl.
You guys be all right if I left now?
You know what?
Yeah, I got.
When I get home, I need to throw a gallon of chlorine into the pool just to make sure.
Oh my gosh.
Just to make
clean.
sure. Yeah, to make sure the water's blue.
Salt water.
The earth, if you think of the earth, the water's blue and the earth is green, the ground of
I
it.
use chlorine. Is that bad? That's bad? That's what you use chlorine?
Yeah, you're supposed to use chlorine.
But you're not just supposed to just throw a gallon in there, right?
It kills germs.
Yeah, you're killing all the stuff that's bad in the earth with the chemicals.
Would you? I think this might make Sean want to
gotta look at
stay,
the
but
fan.
Mike,
I
this is
really
up
wanna
to you. Could I possibly tell the story about the person who yelled F you at me in the parking lot this morning?
Yeah. Again? This happened again?
I kind of think it might be the same person because they drove the same stupid little white car.
No. Despite you being dressed like that, all professional, in a tie?
For the first time. And I'm sure plenty of people will think I'm in the wrong, but I had no idea what this person was doing. So going up to park, this little white car stops in the middle of the incline. And I'm like, okay. And then they start turning to the left. So I think that they're parking just regular. And they're taking their sweet ass time about it. So I proceed to start going around them to the right. At which point I noticed that they decided they're going to be fancy and park in reverse. And so
I hate reverse parkers.
Me too. Especially if you can't do it. If you're really good at it, that's fine. This person was not. And so they decided they were going to reverse. By this point, I was already going around them and I honked at them so they wouldn't hit my car. And then I just parked and it took him a while. Even though he was ahead of me and parked closer than me, I was already walking past by the time he was getting out of his car, and he yelled, "Hey, F you!" And at that point, he swung his door open and hit the car next to him, at which point I could have de-escalated and kept walking.
Which level floor was this?
It's the third level.
Oh, okay, all right. My car's
This
on
is the same person that you got into it
I
with
don't know that for a fact, but they have the same little white car style, but that could be...
You should report him to TJ.
You know what?
I would report he damaged the car next to him.
You might be right.
That's
And
what I would
instead,
do.
I just
Snitch.
laughed at him because he hit the car next to him.
You don't know who the person is?
You know what we should do for Earth Day? Toilet paper his car. Let's
Buy
wrap
it
it.
degradable?
Last time you toilet paper.
I've never toilet papered
Ever?
anybody, but
You haven't?
and then you know what we
Can
should
you
do?
imagine Mike on Halloween if he
Find
walked out
where
into
he
his front
lives
yard?
and let's buy all the
I got toilet
plasticware we possibly can and put all the forks and all the
Fork his
knives
lawn?
in his lawn.
Key his car with a spork.
My neighbors TP'd my house or my tree in front of my house a couple years ago.
What do you think? Mike would be. Do you remember
livid.
Mike would be the Albert Bell story if he walked down to his front yard and there was toilet paper all up in the trees or egged. Have you been egged your house?
No,
Oh, that'd be good.
I'd be mad.
torture.
I tell you
Mike,
what, I
help the
saw a
environment. Take all the cans that you find and put them in that guy's yard.
I saw a video of Joey Bell, Albert Bell, the other day, and he got hit. He's on the Orioles. He got hit, and he refused to take first base. He's like, nope. Call it a foul ball or whatever. I'm hitting. It took like 2 minutes for the manager to be like, Albert, you have to go to first base, man.
My question for you is, was it a prolonged, did you hold the honk or did you tap the horn?
No, I just go, whoo.
Okay, that seemed like an in-between.
I'm a prolonger if it's stopped like
No,
that.
if someone's really rude or
Oh, yeah.
screwing up, that seemed like it called for a ding 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 ding. Like you know what I mean? A light honk, like I'm going around you.
What's the longest you've held down a horn? Because I had somebody who was a jackass who cut me off, and I rode behind them holding it down for about 45 seconds a couple
Oh
Oh
weeks
my
ago.
gosh. I felt like maybe 7 or 8
No,
seconds.
I was obnoxious.
Okay.
I have obnoxiously done it before.
That's noise pollution. Not good for the
On
environment.
Earth
Noise
Day.
pollution.
Yeah, noise pollution on Earth
You're not
Day.
helping the
SoundCloud.
Earth.
SoundCloud.
Yeah, be like Mike, help out the Earth. But yeah, that guy was so mad, and I was like, dude, it's not my fault. You don't know how to park. And also, he didn't just throw it into reverse park. He just sat there like he didn't know. Should I park to the left or to the right?
But why the reverse park, Corey?
I'm a reverse parker.
I am too.
You don't. No, you don't.
Not here because I would never. First of all,
Then you're not a reverse parker.
Well, everywhere else I am. If I was a,
why aren't you here?
Well, I have a theory on this. Okay?
I don't because it's an incline.
If I was a manager, if I was conducting an interview, like if I was like going to hire somebody, I would before I even did the interview, I would just say, take me down to your car. I want to see if you park straight on or reverse.
You said interviews are stupid.
They are. This is how dumb they are. I would never hire a reverse parker at work because it shows that you're willing to take more time to get into the office so you can speed home. I want somebody who wants to get here quick.
It's Friday. I want to get out of here fast, so I do.
You only reverse on Fridays?
No, it's kind of a feel thing. If I pull up and I'm like, I can get in there, then I'll do it. If I pull up and I'm like, well, this is the best way, then I won't. Like this morning, Kevin, I was reverse parking. There were 2 cars behind me. but I saw that they parked.
Do you drive a white car?
Huh? I do actually. I saw they parked way
his
far
car is
back,
not that
and
car.
so I was like, I got this.
But
So I
I've
pulled
seen
in.
you reverse park.
Yeah.
You know what you're doing.
really good
It's
at
the
it.
people
I
who
got
are
a
like,
camera.
this might take me 3 or 4 attempts, but by golly, I'm going to get it done.
Yeah.
Sporting events, I always reverse.
Do you know how?
That's it.
Yes.
Do you
Because
pull through?
at our baseball, like my kids' baseball, because I don't turn around when I back up.
All right, listen.
Gonna hit a little kid.
We're out of
Yeah, I don't
time,
hit a kid.
but the NBA needs to get it together. They're cutting down all these trees for these wooden courts.
Cutting the nets down.
And do you know how much energy it costs for this ice hockey thing? Like, go find natural ice somewhere.
Yes.
And go play with a coal. You know,
A pole instead of a puck?
Yeah,
Okay.
you know, that's a
I got
plastic
you.
puck.
I got it.
That's
I got it.
It's a rubber puck, and
I understood.
So we need to go find some clay courts and some natural ice.
Okay. I'm on
to
it.
do these playoffs.
I'm on it.
All right,
ice.
coming up next,
No
the
one's
KNC
dying.
masterpiece.
No one's dying.
And
Stephen Jones at noon today.
Stephen Jones at noon to
Ask him
talk
his
about
one
the
big
draft.
thing.
Oh yeah, what's your one big thing,
Yeah.
Stephen?
What are you doing for the earth? Next on the
That's going to be
fan.
Mike's only question.
Get rid of that turf in the stadium.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Despite angry cars in the parking lot, we are going to have a good day today. It is also a shout-out Friday, 877-881-1053.
You can't tell me what
if
to
you want
do. I'll
to
have a good
shout
day if I
out
want.
anybody. You don't have to have a good day.
All right.
That's true. Corey, I hope you do have a good day. And shout out Friday. So
Who are we shouting out?
I'll shout out you. I hope you have a great day. And I'm really glad that you're on the show.
I'm shouting out Reunion Arena.
All right.
Because when they played that song Shout when I was a kid, that place was explosive until like 1991. And then they played it and we're like, listen, we get it. We all get a free pizza if they win the game in the hustle board that happens twice a year. Horrible franchise. But in the 80s, when they played Shout and they had that dog with the Oscar Mayer wiener dancing around on that board, it was awesome.
All right. Well, that's a good shout out right there. Something that's
Kevin
no
McCarthy.
longer around.
Your Dallas Mavericks.
Oh my God, I got really nervous.
And their fans.
Oh.
That was the good old days.
What do you think he's up to now?
I don't know.
Okay.
Oh,
Do you know?
the politician.
That's a different.
His name was Kevin McCarthy. Right?
Okay,
Who was the announcer for the Mavericks.
That's why I got
Help me
nervous.
out, old people.
What
I'm pretty
is
sure that's
that
right.
person up to now. Joey, if you can go ahead and fire off cut number 6. My question's going to be, who is going to have the better weekend? Is it going to be the Stars or is it going to be this team?
Single. He swings here and hammers one to left center field. That one is back. Isbell looks. That one out of here. Marcus Semien, a 3-run home run. It's a 5-run inning and the Rangers lead 8-2.
That's a very great professional call.
It is.
And if you're not fired up on a Friday when you start hearing this song right now, you can't get fired up. Now, I'm going to let you know, at the end of the Rangers' first half in Washington, I am going to get to be the color guy on television with CJ Nikowski.
What?
As Dave Raymond is out. I don't know what happened to everybody else, but I get to do it. If the Rangers hit a home run and I'm the color guy and we're all supposed to have our own little saying, is it okay if I just yell, "In your face"?
Yes.
And then name the pitcher's name?
Yes.
I love it.
I'm totally in on that.
I'm pretty sure I won't be asked back if I do that.
Do you want to go back?
I do.
Okay.
Okay.
877-881-1053. What should Mike say?
What if you say the pitcher's name and then go, you just gave up a home run. Deal with it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ding dong, the pitch is dead.
Oh, I love it.
Man, that sounds.
Does that already I don't know if anybody else does that, but I think it's wonderful.
I've been thinking of these things, and I don't think I can get away with that one either.
Why not? That's good.
It's a rhyme for which.
Yeah.
Not
and the
other
B word.
one.
It sounds like the B word.
But you get so close to it being the other word that then they're like, oh, did he just say that?
I think you'll end up in spots and on websites and stuff, so it could get good publicity.
When is this again?
It's like July 7th.
Okay,
and 8th,
so we got a lot of time.
Right before the
We can
All-Star break.
workshop this later.
I was like, is it next week? When are we doing this?
From the 214, from the 214, it's going to be the Rangers that have the better weekend. The A's shouldn't even be a real MLB team. We'll get to that in a second. And then from the 903, why can't they both have a great weekend? They can. But the question is,
who have a better one?
Exactly. And no, wouldn't you argue, though, I know, like, the Rangers sweep this weekend and the Stars sweep this weekend, doesn't the advantage go to the Stars? I realize the Rangers would have won 3 games versus just 2 for the Stars, but since they're playoff games in a finite series, I feel like if the Stars win both, it's going to be advantage Stars.
The Tampa Bay Rays have a plus 83 run differential.
We're second, right?
The Oakland A's have a minus 86 run differential.
That is so much already.
They're the worst team in baseball right now.
Keep them the worst.
Yes, keep them the worst.
You do have to play decent baseball. Hey, the Rangers haven't been good for 5 years. Yet the Rangers still would win around 60 games to almost 70. So, I mean, the Athletics are going to win 50 to 60 games. They're going to have probably the worst record in Major League Baseball this year. But They are going to win 50 to 60 games. And a few of them will be against you, but in your
Yeah.
12 games, I would love to see the players don't look at it this way, but win 10 of 12 of those games. You go 10-2 in those 12 games, and you are giving yourself a great chance to make the playoffs.
I know it won't stand up like this, but do you know right now the A's are on pace to go 26 and 136?
Yes. I actually did know that. Do you know how?
Math?
Well, I was listening to what you said, so that's how I know.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and so that's where, like, this is a division rival. Bruce Bochy is probably going to, I don't think he's given a rah-rah speech. And I haven't asked him that question. Are you one for rah-rah speeches, Bruce?
That's a good question.
But like, I guess I did kind of touch on that whenever they had the error games in Chicago, and he was like, no, I told him, look, we're going to fix some things. We're not going to have games like that bad all the time. But with the A's, I don't think he's going into it going, man, I got to get these guys psyched up for. He wants to observe how they play against a crappy team. Okay? Like you kind of want to see, how does your team do whenever you don't push the pedal down and they're playing against an opponent that's subpar. Okay. And so, like, I think he wants to see that. So next time they have that, he knows if he needs to say something or not.
And Derek played a lot more than I played in the major leagues, but I don't recall any manager of mine, whether it was Bobby Valentine, Art Howe, Buck Showalter, they never had a speech about playing a bad team, and they never had a speech about playing a good team. It was kind of always about us and how we were playing. Now, at the same time, you knew. I mean, it's kind of, you're all grown men, so you have an idea. Now, the only time that they would talk about certain things, and it would be if we were in Cleveland, we had clinched the playoffs with, let's say, 10 games to go. I can't remember how many games, but sometimes, and this doesn't really happen in baseball anymore, but I'm sure there'll be times, let's just say a dude hits a couple of our guys. Hey, we got way more to play for. Yeah. Let's get them back. The Stars are dealing with that with Minnesota. Yeah. And you're kind of like, hey, we're going to take some cheap shots and we're going to try to do something to them, but probably next year in the regular season. And so that's the only time it comes into effect of really concentrating on the opponent and what they're doing to you is we have more to play for. So let's not try to, we go down to their level and we get guys ejected or we get guys suspended, then we might be costing ourselves something, and they have nothing to lose at this point because they're done. They didn't play good baseball this year. So that's the only time I can remember, like late in the year, really discussing the other team as some sort of speech in that scenario.
Now, so for me, no matter what happens against Oakland, I feel like unless it's bad, I feel like it's going to be good, but it's just like it just can't compare to the Stars having a good weekend. I think the Stars are going to Minnesota. I think their whole point to what Mike was just discussing, they took out Joe Pavelski. We don't know when we're getting our guy back.
And it ain't looking like it's going to be this series.
They want to embarrass this team by scoring until the other team just throws up and says we quit. Like, that's how I feel the Stars' purpose is for the rest of the series is you took out our guy, and we are going to make sure that you are just completely embarrassed on the ice. Not physically necessarily, like in a fighting way.
Yeah.
But we just, like, we want the series to be over with, and you guys go, man, we had no chance against them.
And Joey, I'll definitely give you credit. I can't remember if it was yesterday or it might have been Wednesday with a roster move, and you're like, I don't think Pavelski is going to play. He's not even traveling to Minnesota for games 3 and 4. And I know DeBoer said there's quote unquote lots of hope that Pavelski can return at some point in the first round. And I appreciate that. But the fact that he wouldn't even travel, and concussions are just a different deal where you're like, hey, I sprained this, or you tore that, or if you need surgery. Concussions, you're like, I don't know. Maybe he'll be back in 4 days. Maybe it'll be 4 weeks.
Yeah.
It's so tricky. And I feel so bad for him because he is such a huge part of this team. And so it sucks that, like,
is he around the guys at all?
I don't believe so. I know he was up in the press box watching game 2.
Okay.
So that's kind of a good sign because if you have a concussion, sometimes you have to be away from light. So he was watching, supposedly gave a thumbs up to some Stars fans.
Thumbs up's a big deal.
I'm sure he's going to the locker room every once in a while, but Yeah.
And I just wanted to go back to the thumbs up being a big deal. Michael Irvin said that after the DeMar Hamlin moment.
Oh, right.
And he was like, I didn't realize how important the thumbs up is until I saw him go off the field without it. And that's when he was like that's when you see that from an athlete, they're just letting you know, hey, we're here. We're doing our thing. So, like, that is a big deal.
Would you rather? I know this is
He's not traveling, by the way.
Yeah, no.
Okay, yeah.
Would you rather the Rangers get swept and the Stars win both games, or the Rangers sweep and the Stars split this
What kind
weekend?
of crap is this?
I got to put you to the test.
What kind of crap is this? I don't want, no.
I know your answer is going to be, I'd rather they go combined 5-0. I know that's what you're going to say.
We need the Peagle.
Oh, man, I don't want it.
Why not? I want one of those Peagle hoodies. They kind of look cool.
Oh, they're awesome.
I do
We were
think
at
Peagle
the
hoodie
shop
looks cool.
on Monday.
I didn't see it.
I feel like there needs to be more Peagle.
Yeah.
More like just in general.
More Peagle, the better.
Should we have an active?
It's on the side, the arm.
Yeah.
Oh, you want more Peagle on the uniform?
Yeah.
All right, I got you.
You just want that to like be the main component.
I know this is for
of the-
3 years, but can we throw like a Peagle on the side of this hat? We have 421 on the side. What if a Peagle was on the other side?
That would be awesome. Well, the New Era thing has to be on that side.
Yeah, thanks a lot. New Era.
So today's the day, right?
Yes.
Today's the day.
Today's the day
They
for the
break it
Peagle
out.
to. Do we have a mascot? Do we have a Peagle mascot? We didn't ask that question, Kevin. We need a Peagle to fly around the stadium
Wouldn't Cowboys fans say it's Eagles fans?
and throw out the first pitch.
Oh, and we can spell out Peagle.
I accept that. I accept that.
Peagles.
I accept that. I'll let you decide what that first letter stands.
I can't choose out of your options, though, Kevin. It's unfair of you to do that to me on a day like this, whenever we're trying to celebrate Earth, for one, and for two, when we're trying to celebrate playoffs in baseball.
Okay.
So I appreciate the attempt.
Can we also celebrate the Tolos, the Twolos, and our YouTubers? From the 903, shout
Corey
out.
didn't even vote.
I know. Shout out to my wife, Samantha, and 7-week-old son as they are on the road today. Be safe.
Where are they going?
I did not get that information in that text. I will look for a follow-up on that to see if we can get more
I want to
information.
see where they headed.
From the 469, Corey, shout out to y'all and the KNC Masterpiece for holding it down on middays. Love y'all.
We love you too.
Absolutely.
Who do you think loves more in that relationship? Do we love them more, or do they love us more?
I think they love us more overall, but I think we love them more than they understand.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, they would never know how much we truly love
absolutely.
them. Yeah.
Now, I guess I'm going off a little bit of hope here.
That's what Kevin always tells me. He goes, I love you, Mike, but.
That actually does. That is a fair breakdown. That is a very fair breakdown of me.
All the emails start out that way.
Yeah.
Hey guys, look, yesterday's show sucked. Here's how we gonna get it together. No, I thought yesterday's show was awesome.
Jeez.
Yeah, yesterday's show was great.
You're not supposed to read that email out loud.
I think it's more logical that the Rangers will have the better weekend because they're playing a garbage franchise who has already let us know that they're leaving. And by the way, do you know this will be the third professional team that Oakland's lost in the last 5 years?
Name one.
The A's.
Oh.
I haven't lost them yet.
And
Who are the other two?
They're gone.
The Raiders and the Warriors? Okay, they were in Oakland.
So that's kind of depressing for them. But I really hope it's the Stars who have the better weekend because that would hopefully mean they're up 3-1, looking to come out and close on Tuesday. But Corey, I'm not going to rule out 5-0. I think that would be just delightful.
Do you think there's any chance the Stars could really throw it in Minnesota's face and wear throwback North Star jerseys?
That would be
tonight.
Awesome.
Imagine.
That would be funny.
Right?
I feel like that would have to mess with the fans because the fans would be wearing those North Stars jerseys and you like point to them and they're like, not you.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Look at us. That's a really good idea.
I think they should wear North Star jerseys
in your
tonight.
face, Minnesota.
Yeah.
That's an awesome one. That would really screw with them a lot, for sure.
From the 214, if the Rangers get swept, we're all going to lose our minds. From the 229.
I think they're right. I really do. Like, I was just thinking about if that was to happen, Rangers fans around here would be like, what just happened? How? How in the world did that happen? Who do we have pitching here?
It's 3-16. If they go 3-0 against us, yes, that would be very bad. By the way, they're a robust 2-10 at home, Corey.
Because you have Gray, Heaney, and DeGrom against the A's. You should not lose any of those games.
I agree. I agree. From the 214.
Who do they have?
Stars.
Sears, Fujinami, Mueller.
Oh, Kyle Mueller. He's from Jesuit.
And?
Well, I mean, he was Gatorade Player of the Year. He won the state championship at Jesuit. He signed with UT. He got drafted in the second round by the Atlanta Braves. Signed for like $2.1 million.
And
what else?
Well,
that guy who pitches second has like a 68 ERA right now.
Let me go check and see.
It's really bad.
Oh, it is. Well, it's 11.37.
Okay. Not bad. Well, we're in trouble.
That's still pretty awful right there. From the 214, Corey, you're going to love this. Star Sweep and Ranger Sweep. Get with the program, Kevin. You are better.
Thank you.
with
Thank you.
Sweeps. That is an excellent point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, more of your shout-outs. Plus, from nut shots to awards to blue checkmark hijinks. Let's talk about the NBA and the playoffs. Next on The Fan.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank.
DeMarcus.com.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation, it is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Here's Tobias to the right side, Melton into the lane. To the corner, Tucker. PJ backs it out to Maxey. 3-point shot by Maxey is good. Tyrese Maxey. Timeout Brooklyn. 51-40. The Sixers with the lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to go through not just the NBA, but the NBA playoffs as well. Or actually, what I should have said was not just the NBA playoffs, but all of the NBA. I really screwed that one up, Corey.
It's okay, man.
You grant me forgiveness?
The great thing about radio is that we can always go back and edit it later.
Oh, no. I think this is live.
Right, Joey?
Sort of.
We have a dump button?
It's kind of like the Japanese situation again.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So it happens, but I can clean it up for you.
Well, let's
dump that
for the podcast.
and then we'll restart.
Okay. Hey, guys, let's talk about the NBA.
I've been
Not just
there.
the playoffs,
Yeah.
but the NBA as a whole. And do you want to start with, I don't know if you found this surprising or not, but this morning, Toronto giving the boot to Nick Nurse.
I knew their GM was scheduled to have a press conference today. And and that was, they had discussed that. Yes, they said yesterday he'll have a press conference on Friday. And then first thing this morning, he'll be speaking, by the way, he'll be speaking at 11 today.
Okay.
So the first thing this morning, bam, he's gone. And I think it's interesting because there are lots of other teams out there that would look at Nick Nurse and go, we absolutely want that guy. But Toronto, out. Like the Rockets are already like in hey, that's the guy that we're going to get.
And supposedly Ime Udoka, the former Celtics coach, is in the mix for their head coaching spot.
But one thing I have learned, coaches can't be the savior. They're not the savior of a team. So like he can go in and do everything he can, but the players got to play.
Are we going to judge all things off of what our organization says?
We've won a championship in the last 20 years.
That actually is true. Hasn't Toronto won a championship far more recently, though?
Yeah, and so you got to trust their process too.
Okay. All right. Now let's go to the 76ers and the Brooklyn Nets. 102-97 is the final score right there. But honestly, who cares? What really people got caught up in, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe you're super locked into the general series, is
all the falling by Embiid.
Well, and him not getting kicked out of the game, but James Harden, yes, getting kicked out of the game for essentially James Harden with his offhand, like kind of threw his arm out and it hit somebody in the junk. Flagrant, boom, ejected. Now, Joel Embiid, when he was on the ground, and I will admit, Nets player just stepped over him and Joel Embiid just kicked him. And they're like, yeah, you know what? Not ejected. It is a little confusing.
Yeah, and I mean Harden was playing really good too before that happened. So like you're pretty excited about that. But is it because there are so many discrepancies in who the guys are, the referees are, that this becomes the case?
They were in the same crew.
Yeah, I know, but they can also like and hate different people. And I don't know how much that has to do with it.
That is true.
Also, with the Draymond situation that popped up earlier, are you trying to like stamp some things out early? And then I don't know, man. Like I really don't know what their decision is. But brother said based on the point of contact directly to the groin, it rose to the level of excessive ejection.
I mean, he definitely hit him in the groin. I just wasn't like 100% sure it was totally on purpose. I'm not saying it wasn't on purpose, but
the one that we know, Joel, 100% we know is on purpose.
I know, and they didn't kick him out. That's the part that I can't wrap my brain around.
It's like next guy that goes after the balls is out of this game.
Yeah.
That is a good point. Now,
we should have done it with the first one, but we're waiting for the next one.
We really dropped the ball on that. Now, you brought this up. You brought this up from a broader perspective is Kawhi with the injury. And I'm not saying that I do not believe there's going to be a press conference today where the NBA is like, you know what? No more load management. But this seems like a pretty big shot to the concept of load management, since that's what the Clippers' entire season was about.
I was watching last night. I can't remember which game Stan Van Gundy was on. I think he's on one of the West Coast games last night, but he said, he just kind of talked about, what can really help you in the playoffs and your season. You practice all the time, you play in all the games, and your body gets used to this schedule. So then come playoff time, you might not be dealing with these nagging things that you can't play with because you went through the grind and your body went through. And now I get the other side of like, wait, what if you never have to go through the grind? But the whole load management thing, and I get there, like there's science behind it. And I know that they have doctors behind it, but it's really just a theory. It's not proven. There's no proof. The proof is not done yet. This is all a theory that has been going on for, let's just say, I'll give it 7 to 8 years.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Where they've gone with this theory of like, let's not play the guys. And let's see, or when they play, tell them to kind of take it easy during the regular season for some of the games, even when they do play. It just doesn't seem to be proven at all. In fact, it looks like it might be going a little bit in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
And that it's really not helping out that much because Dirk never load managed. Kobe never load managed. Tim Duncan, I guess he kind of did with San Antonio. There must be breaking news right now. What's going on?
It's not that
It's
big,
NFL stuff.
but
Yeah, we'll get to it later. Yeah.
Okay. But, I mean, I don't like it. I think the sport suffers some from it, and you can't ever count the Lakers as a real contender now because Paul George out for the whole series.
Yep.
Kawhi's probably going to miss the next game too. I'm just assuming if his knee's bugging him that bad in game 3, why is it going to be perfect in game 4, 5, 6, and 7?
That's an interesting point because Lawrence Frank, the Clippers president, said he was, quote, extremely disappointed that Leonard won't be able to suit up. And that's always one of the things where, like, what's the context or what's the subtext that, I guess, is the subtext is, well, he's our best player, so it sucks that he's not going to play. Or is the subtext, we're disappointed that the Maserati didn't think it was at 100% to be able to go.
So, yeah, that's what I feel like that sometimes the subtext really is in that.
And it could be. I'm just honestly not sure. Now, off the court, I don't know, maybe you don't think this was hilarious. I personally did think it was kind of funny to see people freak out about the blue check mark or lack thereof. Is a while back, LeBron James had said, if you know me, you know I'll never pay the money for this app to keep my blue check mark. And then yesterday, when a lot of people's disappeared, mine included, it said he still had the blue check mark. And
what?
It said, this is because LeBron James is subscribed to Twitter Blue and verified his phone number. So a whole bunch of people put LeBron on blast and on freezing cold takes and everything like that. And then word started to trickle out that maybe Elon Musk was doing a bit. And
really?
Then he tweeted out, I might have gone ahead and paid for a few people's memberships myself.
Oh,
and
wow.
So it really feels like he picked out, I don't know, it might just be like the most high profile people, or it might be people who raged against saying, I'll never pay for that check mark, and went ahead and paid for it for them.
When you own it, though, you don't have to pay for it, right? He owns Twitter.
Sure.
I don't think he's sending in $10 a month, whatever it is.
No, that would be hilarious if he put all his credit card info and it was like, I need to get charged for this.
Because there's
like
another
everybody else.
100 people or whatever he's doing this for, if not 1,000 people.
Yeah, I have no idea the actual number.
It made me think of this. From about 2015 through somewhat 2018, the Mavericks sold out every game. Yet if you went to the games, you would see anywhere from 2,500 to 5,000 empty seats. Yeah. Pretty much for most games. And it's like, nope, every seat sold. And you're like, how is this possible? And it would, from what I understand, maybe Mark Cuban just bought the seats.
Yes,
but
I have heard that as well.
I guess when you own the team, can you just reduce them to game time? They're $1 a seat? Because I feel like that would be pretty illegal to just say we have a sellout every game without selling the tickets.
You could just buy them all yourself, knowing that a good chunk of the revenue is just coming right back to you.
Okay.
You know, like that's
that money's your money?
Yeah. Yeah. I think that would be my guess, but I don't know that 100% either. Also, I don't know if this fascinates you, but as long as we're in the Twitter space, I saw multiple like wrestling people post, hey, this is my official Twitter. If anybody asks you for your personal information or your money, it's not me. And I'm like, hey, thanks for that useless PSA. If somebody who's uber famous sends you a DM and saying, hey, this is like Alexa Bliss or whatever, can I have some money?
Giving her the money.
No!
It's Alexa Bliss.
Maybe.
She's obviously going to use it for a good reason.
You just might be too dumb to have that money. Don't send
Or
that
in
money
love,
to some that.
Love has no bounds.
Okay, you're in love with a
Financially,
bot.
yeah.
Alexa Bliss, first of all, is married.
Well, so am I. What's that have to do with the price?
What?
Yeah. You didn't know I was married, dude?
No, I meant like you seem to kind of just casually be like, hey, I'm married.
Yeah.
Things could still happen.
I mean, you never know. Like, you have an idea when you go into it, but plans change. It'll never change, Kevin. But yeah, no, don't give people money on the internet, is what you're saying?
If it's not somebody that you really know, and you can still just click on the profile, and if it says A Bliss 76W1S42, like, that's not her.
Okay.
You should be able to figure that out.
Do you feel like people aren't going to trust you now without the blue check, Kevin?
That's fine. That's fine.
Like, can people, hey, Tolos.
My Twitter is almost solely to promote this show.
Okay. But without the blue check, they're like, I don't know if that's really about his show or not.
It's okay. All you can do is click and see.
What about the people that you see that still have blue checks? Are you looking at them a little sideways today?
I know Jared Sandler is. Because I know he posted a side-by-side of Derek Jeter with no check mark and A-Rod with a check mark.
And he was like, this makes a lot of sense.
And he goes, this is just perfect.
Yeah,
And so I absolutely think that it was fascinating to see yesterday. I had no idea people were so passionate about this. People were like, if I find out you're paying $8 for the blue check mark, and by the way, I think it might actually be more than that now.
What?
I'm going to block you or mute you. And I thought, for real? Like, I had no idea people were this passionate about it, that even if you pay for it, they're going to block you or mute you.
I didn't even know I had one, honestly. Like for a long, I don't know how I got it. I just feel like Twitter was like,
respected member of the community.
Man, this guy, he tweets a lot of stuff, and we think it's kind of funny sometimes. We're going to give him a blue check. I felt like that's how it worked.
Yeah.
I don't know how it works, but I guess I don't have it anymore. So can you trust us now that neither Mike nor myself nor Kevin or even Joey have a blue? Do you have a blue check mark, Joey?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, none of us have a blue check. Can you trust us now?
I kind of want to troll Joey and just start paying for his blue check mark. Just so he'd be like,
Thanks, Devin.
Thanks a lot. All right, a couple more just super quick NBA notes. Malcolm Brogdon, won Sixth Man of the Year, and Mike Brown for the Kings. This was pretty surprising to me. Became the first unanimous Coach of the Year in NBA history.
Oh,
that's pretty dang impressive, right there.
Can I shout somebody out, Kevin?
Of course.
Maylee Kate Carpenter, diagnosed with a malignant brain tumor. You guys, this is from Christopher. You guys are a badass man, and helped us retweet yesterday. We were able to raise over $5,000 yesterday after you guys all. I turned that over to her parents into Tolos. They're driving down to Houston today for a consultation at Children's in Houston. If you can work it in, I really appreciate it. So shout out to Maylee Kate.
Yeah. And this is the kind of fundraisers that are easy to support because, like, whether it's this person or whether it's a family member or friends directly, I feel like just about every human in the universe has either experienced, like, directly or pretty darn close directly somebody who has had to go through that. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Excellent shout out right there on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Will Clark owns TikTok?
What?
Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag. The Rangers and A's kick off a 3-game series tonight in Arlington. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks, inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of tonight's game gets underway at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet looks at the road ahead and says, Texas, let's ride. They're doing their part with deep discounts on their full lineup, unprecedented savings. That makes now the best time to buy. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got a ton of shout-outs coming in, trying to catch up from the 214. Shout out to my Lyft driver, Philip, who is taking me from Arlington to Sherman, and we kept it on 105.3 The Fan the entire time. That is outstanding. From the 713, shout out to my dad. He turned 58 on Wednesday. Happy birthday to you. Remember, if y'all want to put names in there, you definitely can. Now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, so Rangers had off yesterday. Fernando Tatis Jr. came back. We found out that Major League pitchers are better than AAA pitchers, as he did not hit 8 home runs yesterday. He did go 0 for 5. But what has been interesting to me, and I've held this for, I don't know, about a week now, but I feel like with the off day and the Rangers going into this new series against Oakland, this could be a really fun time to introduce you to what Eric Burns, my former teammate of the Phoenix Desert Dogs when I was in the Arizona Fall League in 2000. And he's a fun guy, hyper guy, high energy guy. And Will Clark, who we, I think, had on the show during the COVID times. So this is Will Clark watching a Dodgers-Giants game with Eric Burns. Now they're in their homes, and they're doing kind of the Zoom thing, and this is Will Clark having fun watching baseball as a Giants fan.
And by the way, while we're sitting here watching the San Francisco Giants and Dodgers, who the hell's Bozo a clown here?
May.
If you throw me a sinker, I'm gonna whack the out of it.
Oh my gosh.
That's what I sat and lived on, with sinkers and sliders. Here comes the fastball in, all right? Because they missed up and away, they come in fastball in. Here we go.
Another inside fastball. Jock Peterson down the line. This is going to be a run! Run! Will the f***ing thrill just called it. Incredible.
I'm so sorry I haven't hit in 23 years, and I know what the f*** is coming. Jesus Christ. Hello, McFly. Jesus.
Giants are up 2-0. Suck on that, Dodgers.
Oh my God.
So if you'd like to watch the Eric Burns and Will Clark, I guess, video cast of things that they do, but this has gotten a whole bunch of views, and obviously Will the Thrill's great. Burnsy, I don't know if he works on MLB Network anymore, just because I haven't seen him in a long time in there. I know they have a lot of people, so maybe he's just not on there anymore. Maybe he's just on there a little bit and I just don't see him, but that is them watching an early season Giants-Dodgers game, and they are talking about our guy Dustin May, who we've also had on the show, who is from the Fort Worth area. I always forget which city he's actually from, but he's from here. Good guy. And I'm
sorry, that was seriously amazing. I'm still caught up in that.
And that was,
I love it.
Glorious.
And so you can, if you go find this on TikTok, Instagram stuff.
20 years.
We often it gives you an idea though. Sometimes, like, I will say this, Will Clark is letting you into the way that we do talk at times, that we can't on the radio, that we can't on television. But we can with our compadres. We can in the clubhouse. So Will's probably having a few there too. But
I could see that.
Dodgers.
That's the first question, Kevin. Maybe you too, that I always get, or one of the first 3 questions that I get whenever I talk to people that want to be in this industry, and they're like, "How do you keep from cussing?" And I'm like, well, I mean, we're trained professionally to not do that on air and everything, but there is a casual thing off air. But like we've talked about, how would it be if Kevin and I were in the booth with Jared? And I don't think it would be quite that extreme, but it would be far more casual than but you guys do great job. Like Mike, I know you were explaining rain while you were down there with Jared in Arizona, but Jared does an amazing job at giving and delivering the picture on radio. We would be a far more casual kind of in that vein style, but it's not.
Yeah.
They just don't allow that. It would have to be a different thing.
You know what stinks about rain is yesterday my kid practices in North Dallas at Parish Episcopal. I think it's an Episcopal school.
is.
But that's a decent drive for us from south of downtown Dallas. And we got there, and then the side, like a lot of these schools now will have like kind of a warning, like if lightning or thunder within, I'm sure it's lightning, within like, I don't know, a 10-mile range, 20-mile range. I don't know how the thing picks it up, but if it does, then they have to clear all the fields. And so we drove out there, sat there for 10, 15 minutes, and then drove back home. So that was a nice hour in the car.
You know what I love about you, Mike? You start sentences in ways I never would have possibly imagined.
You know the thing about rain.
Yeah, like that is just not a sentence like in my brain I was possibly
Where is
prepared
this
for.
going?
Yes.
Yeah. So usually after the show is over, I usually have a lot of things to do. And like when you do have a lot of things to do and then you want to do those things or you don't want to do those things, I don't want to drive to Parish, but my kid loves baseball and we're going to drive him to his practice. And so that just kind of was like, yep, there was a hour and a half or 2 hours of my life that's what it is though. But when you have kids and a family, sometimes people don't understand that don't have that how much you have to do after work.
Is that sometimes when the phone calls come in because you're driving or?
Yeah, sometimes I'll take the other day when we had the short day, somebody's like, hey, and then the other thing too, which is cool. People want to interview me that are in college that want to talk about something. And I'm like, hey, I got 20 minutes in the car right now that I'm driving. I can do the interview right now. But besides that, I can't tell you the next time. This is why it's really tough for me to do baseball lessons. People call me up all the time like, hey, my kid, I've heard you're pretty good at pitching lessons, this and that. And I'm like, my dad is better. But yeah, I can do it. But my free time is very tough to get to with everything that I have in my life. So that makes it kind of tough with stuff like that and doing extra things that people want me to do. So next thing, Daniel Vogelbach plays for the New York Mets.
Okay.
And I don't know if you guys have seen this commercial.
I haven't because I know you were asking for it. I'm not familiar with this commercial.
I'm really hoping that this plays well without the visual of it. But this is Daniel Vogelbach and Buck Showalter this is like a 30-second MLB promotion commercial. I think MLB is doing a better job at promoting the game. See if you enjoy this commercial.
These new bases are wider than the old ones.
Is he focused on the size of the new bases?
Now it will be easier to steal second base.
Is he thinking about stealing second base?
7 years in the league.
And he's never stolen a single base. Don't steal second base.
The pitcher's not looking.
I am not looking.
So it's even better with the visual, but it is a really fun commercial about how it should be easier to steal bases because the bases are 4.5 inches closer to get to the base. The bases are a little bit bigger to maybe sneak into there. And Daniel Vogelbach, as he has his lead at first base, gives Buck the thumbs up in the dugout. And Buck gives him the Dikembe, don't do it. So as they're going through in their head, talking in their head on like what he's going to do and how they're having a conversation inside of each other's head, he's like wagging, please don't go.
That's hilarious. I like that a lot.
So now, real quick, I know we talked about it earlier, but this looks like an easy series on paper. The Rangers are playing great coming into this series. Oakland is playing really bad coming into this series. But I just want to throw out, you still have to play good baseball. As much as like, hey, the Rangers have struggled over the last 5 years. They beat some teams that we didn't think they were going to be. Go, wow, how about that series? Like, I didn't see that coming from the Texas Rangers, taking 2 out of 3 from the Houston Astros right there, which obviously never happened in Houston, but could have happened here. And so, hey, make good pitches, play good, clean baseball, and you should win tonight. You should win tomorrow, and you should win the next day. If you start making mistakes or start taking things lightly, we saw it from the Dallas Mavericks about 15 times this year.
It can bite you.
You will not only lose, you'll kind of lose pretty easily if you kind of take a team lightly like the Detroit Pistons or the Charlotte Hornets or something.
In the Rangers, they're tied for the longest winning streak in baseball right now, whereas the A's have the longest losing streak. Like, to your point about, you really need to win this series. I think it would be absolutely delightful if they picked up another sweep. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Doc Rivers, Major League Baseball, youth wrestlers and possums again.
What?
Do any of these entities deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece. This is going to be fun right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for some Forgiveness Friday, 877-881-1053. And I just came to a realization about how Facebook works. No.
Did you get hacked?
I do not believe I got hacked. I think I know why that person is texting this in for Forgiveness Friday, 877-881-1053. Do you need forgiveness? Does somebody else need to ask for forgiveness? Corey, I want to start with something, if we can, that I know came to your attention, and we've just been like jam-packed with awesome guests and cool stuff. We haven't had a chance to get to it, is the new rules that Major League Baseball is experimenting with in the Atlantic League. Do they need forgiveness for that?
This
Should
is
I go over the
interesting.
rules first?
Do you have all the rules?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I don't know.
Yes, I would.
Because
yes, I do.
Like this is the experimentation of the pitch clock and all that. Mike, was that 3 or 5 years in the making as we led up to what we're seeing right now? They were already experimenting and they were like, hey, we kind of like some of these things. Let's see how it works in what I like to call the MLB mainstream pipe.
Ooh, now I know you'll hate one of these more than the rest, Mike, or I think you will. In the Atlantic League, teams will have a designated pinch runner who can be substituted in without penalty throughout the game.
So this happens in high school somewhat with pitcher and catcher. You can run for your pitcher and catcher because they want the pitcher and catcher to be ready to get out to the field. And I will say, listening to Derek Holland and other people, they said that the toughest part of this rule of, hey, you got to be ready when you're ready, is when a catcher is either left on base or makes the last out of an inning.
Yeah.
That can be difficult for him, or somewhat leading off an inning. He has to hurry up and get his gear off as fast as he can to get ready to hit. I'm still not for this. I understand why, because I can pinch run for Jonah Heim every time with Bubba Thompson if this was in the major leagues. Well, heck, that's a huge advantage. I've just taken a person who's a station-to-station runner who's going to have a tough time scoring from second on a base hit to a guy who's going to score easy from second on a base hit. So I get why they want to do that, but man, you're starting to kind of mess with.
I'll just wait.
All right. So are you guys for or against? Like, hey,
this one bothers me the least, I think.
In these instances, Mike, I'm very like, hey, if you're giving more people jobs and you're expanding your roster and you're going to be able to have a roster spot for Bubba and he's just going to run, I'm okay with it. If it's like now you're pinching off somebody else and they don't get it and there's not more jobs, because I'm all about creating more jobs, Mike.
So you're saying that you would expand the roster to do this?
For one roster spot, you get a fast guy.
Why would you hire a baseball guy then?
Why would I hire a baseball guy?
Why not go to the Olympics or go to University of Texas and find their best 100-meter runner?
Exactly.
And teach him how to, because now I'm like, I don't even care if you can run, hit, or throw.
Point.
I mean, I don't care if you can hit or throw. I just need you to run the bases.
There's two more rules. Pitchers will be limited to a single disengagement as opposed to two.
My God.
I knew you would not like that one because that's already tough.
It's already tough as it is.
Yeah, and the game's fast right now. Like,
in fact, they're trying to get, like, Major League Baseball made a rule like keep drinking till the game's over, because they're like, we don't like how our beer sales have gone down because of how quick these games are going. Within a week of baseball, they're like, just extend selling beer until the ninth inning.
And then the last one, there would be a double hook designated hitter. What that means is you would eliminate a team's right to use a DH if the starting pitcher doesn't go 5 innings. That feels like the most dramatic of the potential changes.
And these are happening in the Atlantic League?
In the Atlantic League, which doesn't mean that they're imminent, but it does mean that MLB is trying it out.
I don't mind them trying it out. I don't think these will work. Just like I want to say the Atlantic League moved the mound back at some point. They threw from 61 feet instead of 60 feet 6 inches, or maybe they moved it back to 61 feet 6 inches. Like moved it back a whole foot to see if it would help out the hitter and get more contact. So, I mean, they've done things that I don't think will ever happen. So I get it. I mean, those guys they're professionals. They're getting paid about $1,000 a month. It's very little money, but I'm not for any of these. I love the pitch clock. I almost think that to the point of the game going so fast, maybe, and I don't want to do it yet, maybe you take out the pitch clock in the 9th inning, especially like the alcohol thing.
Yeah.
That's not, we saw already. I'm sorry. Jared Sandler, who does Jared Sandler do the podcast with?
I forgot.
She got hit by a drunk driver.
Yes. Yeah.
And so you've extended the time, and I think that, I'm sorry, I think it was Strom for the Phillies, I think made this comment of like, our game's going even faster. You would say, no, we have to cut cells back after the 6th inning, not the 8th inning, because innings are taking such a short amount of time. Extending the cells really means they're almost taking their beer to their car with them.
Forgiveness Friday, 877-881-1053 from the 903. I need forgiveness for saying the Rangers City Connect uniforms were garbage. The more I look at them, the more I grow on them. The more they grow on me, and I just ordered a hat. Got it. And then
Mike's wearing the hat. That looks dope,
I
dude.
do really like
I will
the
say
hat.
this, at 8th grade rain out baseball practice, really lightning out practice, and I do think it started raining at some point, but the kids really liked this hat.
Yeah.
So 8th graders.
Brandon liked the polo I brought home.
Yeah, really like this hat. So we'll see. Like, they haven't even played tonight's the first time we'll ever really see them in a game. So whether you like them or dislike them from the team shop, let's see how they look over time in games.
Corey brought up a good point. That's not really the way our society works, right? Like, I have to give you an instantaneous opinion, regardless of how it will eventually play out. From the 972, Corey, I hadn't thought about this before.
Okay.
Kevin needs forgiveness for clogging up my Facebook timeline with his request for free stuff on some mobile video game, LOL. And at first, Corey, I was concerned that I did get hacked. But then I thought about it. I didn't realize, or I guess I just didn't think about when I respond to things, it sometimes will pop up in people's timeline. I play this mobile game called Penny and Flow because my wife played it, and it's super fun and addictive. And like twice a week, they're like, hey, what's your favorite time of year? Whatever. And I just realized if you just respond, give me free stuff, because that's what I do every single time. I never respond to the actual question. Is they'll give you the little items. They're like, hey, if you answer this, you get 3 whatever.
So it posts on your Facebook?
Yeah, I guess I didn't realize that, like, for some people, they'll be like, Kevin Hagelin responded to a whatever. I apologize if I've clogged up your Facebook timeline just to get some free stuff for that game.
I played that game for an hour.
Did you hate it or you loved it?
I deleted it because I knew I would invest too much time in it.
Yes!
And so I was like, nope, I'm staying away from this one because it will be the time suck of my life.
It's just a good, for me, that's my decompression thing.
Yep.
Like before bed, especially if I just need to like not focus on whatever.
Try reading about Russian history or, you know, Chinese history. Or
I know that you told me that. I should
Slovenian
probably,
history.
I should probably do that. I will see what I can do about that.
Yeah, Spanish history.
Slovenia history.
Canadian history.
Luca happened.
Is there a lot of... there's probably a ton of Canadian history.
Dude, they have a queen.
That is... But, like, not really, right? But their queen is the England queen.
Mm-hmm.
But they also have a... I don't know. Look, you know what? I might need to read up about Canadian history.
See?
They used to have the Montreal Expos.
That's
They
true.
left to the Washington Nationals.
They used to have the Quebec Nordiques.
They might be getting Montreal back in 2030, I think.
Hartford Whalers.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And they went away, and then they came back, and then, you know.
They have the hockey version of the Cowboys is what I'm told.
The Toronto Maple Leafs, who I believe were victorious last night. Do possums, or more particularly opossums, need forgiveness? Because, of course, there were tweets over the last couple days that there were now a dozen Dodger Stadium workers chasing a possum in the upper deck. Are opossums looking to take over Major League Baseball?
This is what happens,
They're
Mike.
great places to live if you're a rodent.
Yeah, be careful, Jared.
But this is what happens is all the people moved from California to Texas, right? And then so the
To avoid the
possums took
possums?
over. No, they took over. They're like, all these people left, so now we have all this
Like
space.
they're squatters in the stadium?
I can't remember who tweeted this out, but it was a baseball writer and just talked about how much more money eventually Oakland Athletic players are going to make in 2027, it
When they
looks
move to
like.
Vegas.
Because there's like a 12.3% state tax. In California, and just the living expenses and everything. They're like the Oakland Athletics / Las Vegas Athletics will be making a lot more money just because of, I think Nevada is also like Texas. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think they have a state
won't
tax.
be taxed as much. That is delightful. From the 214, my boss needs forgiveness for moving the employee appreciation party last minute because he'll be on vacation. Man, that is kind of a dirtbag move.
Yeah. Just say, you know what? And since I won't be there to appreciate y'all more while I'm on vacation, I'm leaving y'all an extra $500 for the bar. You know, like just do something even nicer. Be like, I'm going over the top because, guys, I didn't realize that this was going on. Kevin, I have did you have a thought on that?
No, I was going to play some audio, so let's
Should we forgive Matt Dumba for his hit on Joe Pavelski?
No.
All right, see, there we go.
Because I stay firm. You
Period.
add 2 S's to the end of that, and that's what I think.
Okay, but you don't pronounce the B then, right? It's just
I mean,
Dumas.
You can, no, it's pronounced dumbass.
All right.
Because
that's the way my grandfather pronounced it. We were at the NBA draft when they drafted
Tony
Jason
Dumbass.
Kidd. He's like, more like Tony Dumbass, because we wanted Wesley Person.
Gotcha.
Chuck Person's brother. But.
And it's because that dude was like, I mean, of course, it wasn't a major penalty. He was like, I didn't even think it should have been a penalty at all. And I was like, dude, shut the hell up.
It was the way he was smiling in the box about it.
Yeah,
Like, this dude's, like, leveled and laying on the ground, and you're just smiling like that? Nah, man. So, yeah, I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page with the forgiveness on that.
Now, I'm going to go to cut number 1 here, Corey. We're going to need some answers. Who needs forgiveness here? Doc Rivers for totally making up this statistic, or the reporter for daring to ask for cite for where he got this information from? Like, you'll hear the moment, and Doc Rivers is like, oh, crap, I didn't expect that. So let's play cut number 1. This is Doc Rivers talking about all the calls not being called for James Harden and Joel Embiid.
You know, I don't want to sound like I'm campaigning, but I am. You know, James and Joel do lead the league in missed calls as far as fouls. They get fouled the most. And that's not a Sixer stat, by the way. I'm just saying.
I haven't seen that stat before.
Yeah.
Missed calls. Whose stat is it?
I will just say it's a stat that we know that it's there. Can you find out for us?
I'll look into it.
And then, you know, you're on ESPN. You can actually report it too if you like.
It's a stat that we know
exists.
He just made that up.
Here's what's happening. Coaches keep this stat in their mind. They're like, that dude has screwed us over 6 times today, and you know what? He owes us at this point. Now it's time for me to politic here. So, and I also kind of think that should be kind of tracked a little bit. Like, hey, he missed that. So, actually, doesn't it feel like Mark Cuban's like forced them in the final 2 minutes to keep track of some of these missed calls?
Yeah.
So they are tracking some of them, but not all of them.
So does he need forgiveness for just making that up, or is it the reporter for daring to call him on his BS when he goes, I'm not familiar with that stat. Where can I find it? Doc Rivers goes, well, it's there.
I like it. I will say this, something that we forgot to do, I think it was, I'm not sure if it was this week, but Doc Rivers, it was either last week or early this week. He actually talked about his Clippers team with Chris Paul and Blake Griffin and DeAndre Jordan. He's like, that team never got along well enough to win anything.
Oh.
And it just goes to show you possibly that everything might not be so clean and pretty, and then a decade later, they're like, yeah, guess what? They didn't like each other.
Yeah, that is interesting. I guess I just missed him saying that.
Yeah, it was he just kind of said they didn't get along. You know, I shouldn't say that because like that becomes a like, do you hate him or whatever? And it's like, but all of a sudden Doc Rivers like, yeah, like he was asked about that Clippers team and he kind of just talked about the chemistry of that team. Yes, very talented. And maybe he's deflecting a little bit that, you know, a lot of people do blame him for maybe his lack of coaching and getting them to be cohesive and getting them to play to their best abilities. But he's like, yeah, that team that I coached in Clipperland, we didn't get along well enough to ever really do anything special.
From the 214, this one is really sad. And I think this person is like genuinely like, man. Can I get forgiveness for accidentally stepping on my sister-in-law's teacup chihuahua and killing it in front of my daughters and ruining dinner? I feel horrible about it. It was an accident.
Oh
I totally understand why you would carry that with you. I think you should, and I hope you can forgive yourself because it was an accident. That is just awful, awful luck, too. I'm very sorry. You are forgiven.
Oh my gosh.
I know.
That is terrifyingly sad. I feel bad for the person that stepped on the dog.
Yeah.
I feel bad for you. You deserve to forgive yourself. Your children may never forgive you. All right, that's fine.
Now
the dog will never forgive you either.
Does the dog care anymore? It's up in heaven for this documentary I saw.
All right, all dogs go to heaven. I saw that one too. That was good. That was good. That was squad.
Yeah,
but man, that's sad. I'm sorry.
What percentage of people do you think said that they sent the family dog upstate to the farm?
My dog went to a farm.
Sure.
It's a fact. My parents told me. Cowboy was his name. Freeway went to go live with another family. But definitely Cowboy had to go to a farm where he was happy. My dad was like, he's happy where he is right now. So I never saw pictures of him after, but I know for a fact that he was at a farm. He had more space. He didn't have as much space. We had a big backyard, but he had more space at this new place.
He definitely did. He had an infinite and eternal amount of space. Where he went, it might.
Yeah, and that's why I'm happy for that he's. I think he's still alive. I was like 9 or 10 when we had to move on.
So hold on, and
it was because of my allergies. I think.
So that was like 32 years ago.
Yeah.
Let's just pretend the dog was 1. So you're saying that the dog was 33 years old?
670 now or something?
We were getting our house redone, and so our dogs had to go to the farm literally to stay at my in-laws, and Sadie couldn't stop biting people that were renting out property there, so we had to put her down.
I'm glad that didn't happen to
you. Had to put her down on a farm, like you just put her down there and then walked away.
No, we gave the dog to a vet, and the
vet. Oh my gosh! Okay, I know what happens.
From the 817. What's he talking about, Kevin?
You know what? I'll tell you about it when you're older. From the 817, that
Ranger
guy
made it.
That told Kevin F you needs forgiveness. Now we have been given further information about this. Is our inside source saw this car in the parking lot and said its front bumper is also messed up.
Oh,
so
no.
This person is just a garbage driver.
That was Carter that said that, by the way.
Okay,
Carter told us.
Okay, I didn't know if he wanted his identity revealed as our inside source. You're bad at journalism.
Whoops.
Well,
I don't like sources. I like real confirmed sources.
It's no good. I might need to report this person to the front desk because they're bad at driving and they have an anger problem. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Rangers have been really good thus far, but is this a worrisome trend?
No, I don't know what it is. So, but no,
we'll find out next on The Fan.
All right, Tolos, let's find out.
segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens. The consultation, it is always free. Frankel and Frankel, visit truckwreck.com.
Checks first, time leads. Pitch to Thompson, he swings, and that one is hammered up the alley in right center field. That one is trouble. One hopping off the top of the wall. Heim hits the bag at third. He comes home and scores. Thompson races around second. He gets into third, sliding in safely ahead of the throw with an RBI triple. And the Rangers' lead grows. It is now 6-2.
Excellent call right there, and positive stuff for Bubba Thompson. I am going to bring up a part of this team that is still struggling or has been struggling while this has been a phenomenal start to the season. And by the way, Evan Grant brought this up for the last series, which I thought was top notch, is in the last series, the Rangers got 16 walks, 2 hit by pitches, and reached on catcher interference. That's 19 free bases.
Give this team some free bases, baby. Oh, and are you saying
watch what they do with it?
You're saying they got these free? They weren't giving them away. They were receiving these.
That's right.
Yeah,
they
man.
Earned it.
Yeah. Whenever they get them, they take advantage of it, man. I love it.
Now, there's a flip side to this. Early in the season, the Rangers outfielders, they've used 7 different outfielders already. Now I realize we kind of knew that there was going to be some platooning and whatnot. They have a slash line of 184, 256, and 303 with an OPS of 559. One of our discussions going into this season, and I know we did focus a lot on simply left field, but this outfield is not off to a good start. In fact, they are off to a horrid start in a season that has gotten off to a phenomenal start across the board. So I'm not trying to say, oh, this team is trash and everything, but my question is, are you concerned about the outfield now and going forward?
Yes.
I agree, but winning like sweeps it all under the rug, right? As long as you win, you're like, I don't care, we're winning.
Yeah. But if you're Chris Young, and you know Chris Young,
right?
Is he sitting there going, we're winning? Or is he going, I got to fix that?
Yeah, he's probably looking at that. Obviously, he knows it's not going to be this bad, right? There's just no way. Just like Oakland's not. They have a 7.71 ERA.
Yeah.
At the end of the year, Oakland will have better than a 7.71 ERA as a team. It's still going to be really bad, but it won't be the worst in the history of baseball.
Right.
Maybe it will, but it won't be 7.71. But I do think that from what we understand, the Rangers are interested in adding an outfielder. Not tomorrow. That was in spring training, but it just nothing came about that they could do. And they got Robbie Grossman, and he got off to a hot start. He's cooled down.
He's been atrocious,
right? And so you're gonna be able to fight through this. I think there's 2 things here. One, Evan Carter is now, yesterday's game got suspended, but he went 1 for 2 yesterday. I believe he's up to 381 or 386. Wow. He has like a 1.15 OPS. He's 20 years old. He's the second youngest player in AA baseball right now.
381.
He will probably get called up, but not tomorrow, and probably not in May. They're going to give him time, and they might even go, hey, if you're going to tear it up and you're going to bat 380 for 6 weeks in AA, they might after 6 weeks go, let's send him to AAA. I don't know if they'll send him.
See if he keeps doing it.
I don't know if they'll send him directly here. They might. They might just say, no, you know what? We're not going to send him to AAA. But they might go, let's send him to AAA there's more, let's say, 26 to 32-year-olds that are hanging around that are like Mike Bassicks. They have some time in the big leagues. They've never established themselves as a big league pitcher, but they've had a little bit of success in the big leagues, but not enough to stick in the big leagues. Let's see how he does against that competition. But I do think in June or July that if the outfield is still somewhat struggling, Evan Carter will be your everyday center fielder if he's continuing to play great and there's a struggle from, let's say, Leody Taveras and Bubba Thompson as your center fielders. The other one is the Rangers are keeping an eye on Brian Reynolds.
I was just about to ask about it.
So he's batting right now, 291. He has 5 home runs, 17 RBIs. He's having a very good start to the season. His OPS is 858 to start the year. His OPS for his career is 843. So it's very much, he's not having like this year of like, dude, this is kind of out of the ordinary. He's having he's a 282 career hitter.
Yeah.
So he's batting 291 this year. He's pretty much just going above his numbers, but that's to be expected. Why? Because he's a switch hitter. From the left side, you can't put on the shift anymore. So now a few ground balls find the hole. Instead of being a 282 hitter, maybe I'm a 290 hitter in 2023. So those are two guys to watch.
How many other teams do you think covet Brian Reynolds right now?
Probably a pretty good
Probably
amount,
4 or
right?
5,
Okay.
I'm going to guess.
Right.
Now, the other thing, too, is I believe the Pirates are leading their division right now. I think they're 13-7. So your issue is you also need the Pirates over time, which I think they will, to cool off and not play as good a baseball as they're playing. Because if they're
second in their division because of the Braves, but you're right, they are 13-7.
They're in different
Or
divisions.
excuse me, I mean the Brewers. I'm
Thank you.
sorry.
Yeah, but you need them to cool off. Because if they're 5 or 6 games over 500, there's no reason for them to like give up. They would say, hey, well, we're doing pretty good here. So now the other one too, I wasn't opposed to signing him in the offseason, and I don't think this will be the case, is Andrew McCutchen is having kind of a renaissance back in Pittsburgh. Now that's where he was an MVP. That's where the majority of his great career. I don't think they're going to trade McCutchen. And I
Just
don't
because it meant so much to have him back.
I think having him in Pittsburgh, having a veteran, I think he's helping out this young team they have there to have a dude who's been through a lot of battles in MLB baseball. So I don't think that they're going to send him away. But if you had to, right, if you had to go get a veteran guy on a team that's not maybe supposed to be playing great baseball, Kutch could be a guy to bring in. But it'll get better. But I do think the Rangers, Evan Carter, and like a Brian Reynolds are guys to kind of keep watching.
And I agree it will get better, and it is early, but I thought you brought up a great point. Just because you're winning doesn't mean you ignore all other things.
Yeah. Right.
And also, I know WAR is not end-all, be-all. For some people, maybe it is. I know it's not end-all, be-all, but you look at some of the primary people who have been in your outfield, even though, as I brought up, they shift people around, is Ezekiel Duran is minus 0.2. Adolis Garcia, minus 0.2. And Robbie Grossman is a minus 0.6. So, like, if you just look at those three guys, that's below replacement level. Like, you need to be at a 0 if you're, like, consistently starting.
Mhm.
And I believe.
Or maybe plus 6, let's go with that.
That'd be great.
All right.
It's interesting that I just don't find Adolis as a negative. And I get he's only batting 206. His OPS is 253.
But he's brought the
But he does have 19 RBIs.
Yeah.
That has to be a lot in Major League Baseball through 18 games, right? You're getting an RBI per game.
Yeah.
Like, I would just think he would at least be at a 0. That's where WAR to me gets a little bit confusing.
Yeah.
I do like the WAR stat. It does give you an idea, but then there's some times where I look at it and go, he hasn't played as good a defense this year as he usually has.
It's 4th in Major League Baseball right now. By
That
the way,
seems pretty
19,
good, right?
Yordan Alvarez has 21, Matt Olson 20, and Adolis comes in at 4th at 19.
And he'll be better.
But you'll get a kick out of this then, and Bubba Thompson has a 0.1 WAR. So they're saying WAR is saying he's better than Adolis Garcia thus far because of the different valuations. And I know that's why some people have moved to some other stats. But
Yeah.
even if you want to say Adolis Garcia has been doing fine, I think he's gotten to the level now where fine ain't good enough for him. So I feel like he has been worse than we're used to early. I feel like Robbie Grossman has unfortunately hit all of my fears about him being an automatic everyday player.
Yeah.
And this outfield has been a mess early in the season for a team that has not had a lot of issues.
And yeah, there aren't a lot of, we knew there were some specific holes going into the season. Sure. They attempted to address. They will, I believe, because Chris Young and Kevin or Mike, just that small moment that we got to talk to Ray. It just he has this. He was excited.
Yeah.
Like I think he saw there's no turning back now that we've gone this path. We have to keep pushing and we got to win.
I'm with you, and I think that they will add. They have the prospects that they just don't have places to go for certain guys.
Especially those middle infield.
Yeah, right. And so that's where I do think you can add to this team without really subtracting something from your farm system that you are relying on producing on your major league team. But I look at Adolis Garcia, whether he came up against Kansas City or he's coming up tonight against Oakland. If he's coming up in the 7th inning in a 2-2 ball game with runner on first and second and 1 or 2 outs, I'm not like, oh no. I'm excited about that. Like, I feel like, this is only a feeling, I feel like he's going to do something positive here, or has a good chance to do something positive here, even in this season. I hate picking on this guy, but when Joey Gallo came up in those situations, I'm like, there's a 90% chance it feels like he's going to strike out. There's the 10% chance that he hits a home run.
Yeah.
And so his career average is 241. He's batting 206 this year. I think he'll be around 241 at the end of the year.
Yeah.
And in fact, if this weekend, if he ends up going in his 15 at bats, let's say he ends up going 7 for 15, which isn't going to be like crazy.
Yeah.
All of a sudden he probably is like a 235 hitter because of the lack of at bats right now in a season, right?
Yeah.
He has 68 at bats.
I'm fascinated by that. And of course, I know I'm not trying to kill anyone's dream, but multiple people asking if Ohtani plays outfield.
No, he does not.
And like,
He could, but you would not put that pressure on him.
Yeah. And even if he did, I still don't think you're like, you know what? Now we'll take.
Well, I mean, dude, let's just let him pitch. If he pitches, we don't even need outfielders.
This is for a whole nother time, and I know that G-Bag was asking me about this off the air yesterday about Ohtani, because there's a report he's going to get traded if they fall out of contention at the All-Star break type of deal. We all know that. He's already said, he said a year ago, I want to be on a winner.
Yeah.
So we know this, but you have to ask yourself this, Ranger fans. Do you believe, and we'll talk about this in a whole segment later in the week or later in the year, do you believe if the Rangers add Ohtani and probably lose, you'd lose Evan Carter for sure.
Yeah.
He's gone. Who looks like a future all-star center fielder. You will lose one of your premium pitchers, if not 2 of your premium pitchers in your farm system, and you'll lose another guy like Luis Angel Acuna or Justin Foscue. Do you believe adding Shohei Ohtani this year makes you the championship team? Not a playoff team. You shouldn't trade all that for just 2 months of a guy who helps you make the playoffs.
Okay.
If you believe Ohtani, adding Ohtani to this team makes you now a championship contender, and you're like, no, we win it all. We get Ohtani, we win it all. If you believe that, then you're okay with making the trade. If you just believe he gets you to 92 wins, and you're like, hey, that gets us in the playoffs, that's a really bad trade to make.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, teasing ahead to next week. I love it. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Interesting news on Chase Young. And is this enough to make you break another person's phone? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay.
Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet looks at the road ahead and says, Texas, let's ride. They're doing their part with deep discounts on their full lineup, unprecedented savings. Make now the best time to buy. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Arizona State, the leading receiver in the game. Blitz is picked up, and Mullins fumbles the football. Washington has it back. Chase Young. They're chasing him down the sideline. And Chase Young has a Washington touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll get to Chase Young in just a second, but it's a shout-out Friday from the 720. Shout out to my wife, Savannah. She's working her full-time job and her side hustle today. I get to take off and watch our 6-month-old baby and Tolo. Ooh, that does sound fun. And then from the 972, shout out to my sister Dana, competing in her second, is it CASI chili cook-off? Kick ass tomorrow.
Chili cook-offs are awesome.
I know.
I like chili.
Do you want chili right now?
I want chili right now. Where can I order the best chili from at this moment?
Right now. Let's go around
Skyline
the
chili. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
That's like soup. That's like it's like
Joe Burrow just partnered with him. I thought people like Skyline chili.
Look, man.
It's not
It's
like
not great.
thick chili. It's like
trash?
it's
tastes like
it's
currants.
runny.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's weird. It's different. I was
like a
told
sauce.
put it on spaghetti with lots of cheese.
like chili
I tried
sauce.
it in celebration for
Chili
them being in the
sauce.
Super Bowl, but
I like that.
it wasn't great.
All right, right now, we might avoid chili as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Deep
biscuits.
And we start with Chase Young, though this phone story is pretty amazing, too. Ron Rivera was asked about Chase Young's fifth-year option, which the Cowboys did enact the fifth-year option for Amari Cooper. We got Stephen Jones coming up at noon o'clock. We'll discuss that with him. CeeDee Lamb, yeah. Did I say Amari Cooper?
It was a 5th-round pick for Amari Cooper.
They most definitely did not enact that option. Man, that really would have been breaking news. So Ron Rivera said, we're going to wait until May 2nd to decide. I am just fascinated if they're actually going to wait until the last minute, what kind of discussions have taken place. This is somebody that was the number 2 pick in the draft, and that first year looked like, oh, crap, we're going to have to deal with him for a long time. Now you might have to deal with him for one more year and not even really be that concerned about it.
You think there's going to be another team, though, that gets him very cheap?
Yes.
So that's the way I would look at it. I mean, I understand it was a number 2 pick, but
that's why he'll get another shot.
We are going to offer you the value of you. We can't offer you any more than that because, dude, like, look at you, bro.
And looking at the 5th-year value option for that position, that's probably not worthwhile. All right, you want to talk about gambling?
Oh, man.
You're suspended.
No.
Is Jameson... Okay, that was the right answer. Jameson Williams is one of 4 Lions players, as well as Shaka Toney for the Washington Commanders, who was suspended today for gambling issues. They can apply for reinstatement after 1 year, although Detroit announced that 2 of its players had been released. Yikes.
This is fascinating because it brings up lots of moral questions in this whole thing. Like, the NFL is completely embracing gambling now. But your players cannot gamble. All right, I get that part of it. I was only betting on my team to win. That is always a very was that a performance enhancer, Kevin, that you were betting? You were now. I don't know how they.
Argue,
but the rule is the rule, right? You guys can't gamble. Plain and simple, you can't do it. And if you get caught doing it, this is going to happen.
Now, here's an interesting twist to this story.
Should we ask Steven about this? Like,
yes,
the concept of it all?
That is a great idea. So the 2 players for the Lions that are suspended indefinitely, they bet on NFL games, and the Lions gave them the boot. However, Jameson Williams and Stanley Berryhill, the other 2 Lions players, are both suspended for 6 games for mobile betting that occurred at the Lions facility. However, they did not bet on NFL games, is what the team said. And so then I wonder if, because it's a lighter punishment, I know people were wondering why it's the lighter punishment. Well, the lighter punishment is because they supposedly didn't bet on NFL games.
Okay.
But the punishment is because it happened at the team facility. So like if you'd have just bet at home or whatever on college, whatever the hell they bet on, I think you would have been good.
Basketball.
I don't know what it was, but maybe.
This is, yeah, well, okay. So they're suspended for betting.
Yep.
On something else.
Yep.
While at the facility.
Yep.
Wow. I do wonder, like, who sends this message to the Cowboys players? Does Jerry walk in? Does he send an email? Does he send a little letter to everybody? Is it one of the PR guys? Is it Coach? Who is? I have a lot of things I want to know from
family
Steven.
thing, but we can ask Steven
Yeah.
that.
Are the Joneses allowed to gamble?
Yeah, that's a good.
Not on football.
Yeah.
Not on football.
Not on football at
But
all.
they can go to Vegas and they can play craps. They can bet on
I
some
think
college
so.
football.
I don't think that's a good question.
We
I
will
don't-
ask him that. Maybe it's as long as it's not at the facility.
Okay.
But that
They
is a good-
probably have, I would guess this. They have too many connections with college football coaches, their scouts,
Yeah.
that they would probably say, no, you have too much possible inside information and contacts
Yeah.
to know about the health of the Arkansas quarterback or whatever, the UT
That actually makes a lot of sense.
offensive line is struggling in practice because your scout is there getting to watch a closed practice or something like that. So I bet you can't bet on college football.
The mobile betting thing too. How did they know? How did they know that they were
could
mobile
trace
betting?
They could trace your
In
SIM
the
card and all that.
Wow.
Now,
Somebody gave them up.
possible. Actually, you're probably right about that.
There was a clubby, and he was just like, I saw him doing it.
Potential bad news for the Jacksonville Jaguars, Mike. I'm sorry. Chris Claybrooks.
No such thing.
Here's my question. I'll give you the scenario. What do you do next? Chris Claybrooks, so the allegation goes, is he was watching a movie with his girlfriend. Then his ex-girlfriend showed up to inform the new girlfriend that Claybrooks had been with her the night before.
Oh.
And she had proof they were together on her phone. Corey Majors,
Yeah.
what do you do next?
It wasn't me.
Okay.
I learned this from Shaggy a long time ago.
Uh-huh.
He said, just just say it wasn't me. And whenever she's like, here's the video, you just be like, that's not me. That's clearly somebody else.
Joey, in this scenario, what would you do? You're at the movies with your girlfriend, and your ex-girlfriend shows up and says that you were with her the night before, and she has proof on her phone. What do you do?
I leave the area immediately.
Smart.
And let them hash it out.
Yeah.
Well, Chris Claybrooks decided to go in a wildly different direction. And I don't really think this helps his case. Instead, what he did was grab his ex-girlfriend's hand that had the phone.
Oh, no.
Ripped the phone away from her and allegedly spiked it into the ground.
Threw it on the ground.
Therefore,
Brilliant play.
destroying the phone.
I don't need
No
your
evidence.
charity.
No evidence, but if you're a fan of circumstantial evidence, that looks pretty bad. I got proof of my phone. The hell you do? Bam!
That was actually really smart.
Now your phone's broken.
He immediately took the thing that had the proof. Like, he got it real fast. He was like, okay, this is smart. I like this.
His face,
Tom Brady would approve as well.
That is true. We didn't do anything wrong, Smash. He was charged with 2 criminal offenses: misdemeanor domestic assault causing bodily injury and misdemeanor vandalism of $1,000 or less. He's supposed to be in court next month. His attorney declined to discuss the case, as did the team.
There's more I want to know about this.
Okay.
She's had proof that they were together. Like,
My thought is it's
a
text
video?
messages. No, see, I think it's text messages like, hey, you coming over tonight? Yeah, I'll be there in 15. Or like, hey, thanks again for
Sup?
tonight. Or yeah,
You
exactly.
up?
Yeah, exactly.
winky face.
Yeah, I don't know about the video or photos, but maybe that's what necessitated. He's like, I'm really screwed. That's a bold move right there.
Yeah. Here's the problem, though, Kevin. This phone breaks. I get a new phone. I can bring all the same stuff right back.
Yeah, wouldn't you?
Thanks to the iCloud.
Well, all Are you going to have to explain that to your girlfriend?
What? Oh, well, we broke up.
Okay.
We're breaking up, definitely.
Okay.
She's like, hold on. I saw what you did.
Because you can't survive that, right? If what you chose to do was take the ex-girlfriend's phone and spike it into the ground, you're not sticking with that girlfriend, right? She's
no.
like, no.
Yeah, and the other girl, you're not going back to her. She's trying to get you in trouble because she loves you so much.
But what if you bought her a brand new phone, a better phone?
No,
I just
avoid that, dude. Avoid that
Okay.
whole situation.
Okay.
Although she is trying to get you to be a more honest man, and that's important.
Or
being honest is good.
Or was she trying to get him to be honest, or was she mad because maybe he was like, nah, you're the one for me. I'm gonna break up with this other girl. And then how did she know he was at the movies? Did he post it on social media? You're right.
Yeah.
I have more questions.
Kevin, there's a lot of fictitious information in this story that we don't know about
But
yet.
the real information, per the police charges, is that
threw
Chris
the girl
Claybrooks was at the movie with his girlfriend. His ex-girlfriend showed up and said he was with her the night before. She had proof of it on her phone. He grabbed her, took the phone, and spiked it into the ground.
Yeah.
He grabbed her hand.
Don't grab people.
Not her. No, you definitely should not. All right, a couple more things. And this is another just really awful thing. Is you remember we talked about the story of Michael Jefferson, the NFL draft prospect. It's like a mid-round prospect who's going to miss the entire year after a car accident. Well, police say that the 55-year-old who veered across into his lane and hit him was, they believe, alcohol and drugs played a part in the crash. And like, that's awful enough for any human being. And now you're also like, hopefully he still gets drafted. And I'm not entirely sure how that's going to play out, but they said they are quote unquote optimistic he can play in 2024.
Okay.
After multiple surgeries. So because of some Nimrod who decided they were more important than everybody else in the world, you could have killed people. You might have ruined this guy's life. And if nothing else, you have dropped his earning potential for a little while.
Absolutely.
Just trash, trash, trash. You want something more uplifting. I don't know if you find kicker extensions.
Lift me up, bro.
Okay. Tyler Bass agreed to an extension with the Bills. He is the kicker for them. He got a 4-year deal worth $21 million with $12.3 million guaranteed. And also the most bet on player right now to win MVP next year, Jalen Hurts.
Really? Jalen Hurts?
Yep. He's got 10-1 odds, so maybe people see the value, and maybe they just think
It's not going to happen.
he's going to win.
It ain't going to happen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here in your home of the Cowboys and the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
This in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We should get to talk with Stephen Jones, Cowboys Executive Vice President, eminently, but got a few other things for you on a shout-out Friday from the 206. Shout out to my fiance and I. We move into our first home tomorrow. Congratulations. The 817, shout out to my younger sister Isabella, who is celebrating her 23rd birthday in Seattle. Now, I got another football question for you guys, because one of these statements was pretty shocking from an NFL executive. You know, we've talked about the S2 cognition test as the replacement for the Wonderlic and everything like that, and I've heard G-Bag talk about it as well.
And we'll talk about it a little more at 1 today as well.
Okay, did you see the results?
For the whole thing? No, I haven't. I've heard a couple of results, but not all of them.
And these are just quarterbacks.
Okay.
All right, so Bryce Young, 98%.
That's fantastic.
Yes, it isn't on a scale of 100, as you probably would have guessed. Will Levis, 93%. Clayton Tune, and the reason I bring him up is he's somebody that you had brought up about like maybe a potential mid to late draft pick, 84%. Anthony Richardson, 79%. Hendon Hooker, 46%. And CJ Stroud, 18%. Now, to put this into context, this is the thing that Dov Kleiman said he got from an NFL executive. If you get a high score as a quarterback, it's not saying you're going to be a great player. But if you get a low score, it's 100%. None of the quarterbacks that got a low score became good players.
Wow.
None of them.
Okay.
Do they have examples?
Let me see.
Like Zach, I'm wondering about Zach Wilson. I'm wondering if you want to, like, this would be something to know if you're the Houston Texans and you're trading for Trey Lance. Like, I know it's been injury with him, but I mean, I would just want to know, like, what are some good examples of guys that we thought that were somewhat can't miss quarterback prospects that now this has played out? Because if they're like, hey, I don't know, a 3rd round pick.
Yeah.
The dude from Michigan State we wanted over Dak Prescott. I'm forgetting his name.
Zach Wilson scored an 84.
Okay. So
from what I see.
That's good, right?
Yeah. And I'm seeing like they're using it as example for the good. I'm not seeing as many bad examples. Like Joe Burrow did really well on this test. Brock Purdy did really well on this test. I'm not seeing the examples.
Like, did possibly Sam Darnold do bad on this test? Did Baker Mayfield do bad on this test?
And that would have been your tip-off. And one of the other executives that he talked to said, when you see an 18, this is, quote, that's like a red alert. Red alert. You can't take that guy.
Okay.
This is why I have Stroud as a bust.
All right. See, like, here's the thing.
Wow.
I don't know. Does it test arm strength too? Does it test those things? Because if you can make great decisions and you can't throw, that would be a problem in my opinion, right? Like that would be my like, hey, look, I know the guy can think fast, but he can't throw the ball, so that's part of it. But I totally understand CJ Stroud. You're asking him to maintain the entire offense. He has to think about 1,000 things at one time.
Sure.
And in addition to have the ability to throw it. At the combine, Kevin, I saw a guy that could throw the heck out of the football.
That's true.
But if he can't make the decisions in a real time, then it's not going to be beneficial to me.
The categories I've seen are visual learning, instinctive learning, impulse control, and improvisation. And so
impulse control.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And so the one that really interested me as well as Hendon Hooker is like, I know you can discernibly say, hey, Bryce Young did great. CJ Stroud did poorly. But like Hendon Hooker at 46%, I don't know if they say, hey, if you get less than 60, that's awful. Or if it has to be less than 70 and it's kind of like school grades almost. But 46 obviously seems like an area where that doesn't seem particularly great either. But yeah, so good news for Bryce Young, Will Levis, Clayton Tune, Anthony Richardson, potentially not the other two.
Yeah, Brock Purdy scored 97.
Yep, and Joe Burrow was really high too.
Would you say that his decision-making this year was in line with what you were, what Kyle Shanahan wanted from his quarterback? Look, we're a really good defense.
Yeah.
We don't want you to lose the game for us. We're going to ask you at times to maybe win the game for us. But for the most part, we're going to be – you just got to make the right decision. and know what those things are. And don't be one of those guys that should impulse control. Man, when you, Kevin, here's my test for impulse control. Or walking up, you see your favorite candy right next to the counter. Are you going to buy that candy or not? That's my test for you.
Okay.
Are you going to see some really cool little lighter up there and you're like, got to get that lighter right now? That's my impulse control.
Would that be translated to football then, where you're like, you see this safety lagging, but he's clearly baiting you? Are you going to go
Yes,
for it? Okay,
yeah.
so that's the equivalent of the candy test?
Yes, yeah, something like that.
That actually kind of makes sense to me. Real quick, I got NFL Would You Rather.
All right, let's do it.
All right, and I know we did that yesterday, but I have more.
more.
NFL Would You Rather, especially since we're now less than a week away from the NFL draft. Would you rather be a 6th or 7th round pick in the NFL draft or an undrafted free agent? Now, I know on the surface you're like, I want to get picked, but we always talk about how much freedom the undrafted free agents have. Would you rather 6th or 7th round pick or undrafted free agent?
Undrafted free agent. For multiple reasons. One, I do get to pick which team I want to go to.
Sure.
Out of whichever teams want me, obviously.
Right.
So I get to choose where I want to go in that. Also, the story becomes everything I do is this was an undrafted free agent.
Yeah.
Like I know the
that's
6th
true.
and 7th round pick is kind of like, hey, can you believe this 6th round pick? He should have gone in the 3rd. But everything else is, this guy was an undrafted free agent. Look at what he's accomplishing right now. He just did this. And then the story for as long as until I sign my next contract is always that. So I'm always surpassing anybody's expectations as long as I'm good. That being said, you're more guaranteed to have a spot if you were drafted?
Starting with the 6th and 7th round, I don't know if I feel that way. Maybe to a certain extent, but I wonder about 7th round versus undrafted free agent if you're like, look,
Yeah.
the hell's the difference?
I trust myself. I'm going to bet on me, Kevin. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to beat those 6th and
You don't
7th
care
round
about
ones.
getting your name right at all then, do you?
They're not going to say my name right anyway.
That's a fair point. Mike, would you rather be 6th or 7th round pick or undrafted free agent?
If I never make it in the NFL, I want to be a 6th or 7th rounder because I can say I was drafted
Okay, that's a fair
into
point.
the NFL.
That
But
is
if I make a team, Corey brought up all the points on why it's better in the 7th round to not get drafted, because now you're hoping like 6 or more teams call up your agent in the 7th round and go, hey, we're out of picks, or we got to take an offensive lineman here for our training camp situation. But we love you, we think this, and all of a sudden it becomes you get to pick the team and you get to look at their roster and you get to say, where's my best chance to try to make the team in training camp? And if you're drafted in the 7th round, you don't get that choice. You just have to go to that team.
NFL, would you rather be a fan of the Bears or the Panthers? Now, obviously, this taps back into the draft. And don't forget, our path to the draft is brought to you by Pluckers on draft night. That's less than a week. We'll be at all the 8 Metroplex Pluckers locations.
5 or 8 days from now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, okay, we'll get back to that.
Yep.
And we'll have cool specials, prizes all night long. So thank you very much to Pluckers and K-Post Roofing and Waterproof.
I will be, and we met Mr. K-Post yesterday.
Yes, we did.
I will be at the Arlington location with Will Chambers. He told me to bring my liver. I usually travel with it.
Because every time he says Kentucky basketball, you'll have to take a drink.
Yeah, and it's probably some kind of type of Kentucky bourbon.
You might get alcohol poisoning.
You know what? I'm up for the challenge,
Oh, my
Kevin,
gosh.
if that's what it is. So.
Stay focused, Corey.
All right, Bears or Panthers? Here's my deal. I have zero beef with the Bears. I cannot remember a time that I really even cared about the Bears opposite the Cowboys. One of my favorite interviews ever was Dick Butkus. Whenever I asked him about that stadium, and he had some thoughts on that stadium.
He did not love it.
The Panthers, there's some ill will towards the Panthers in my feel.
Because of 96?
Exactly. So I'm still holding that. Plus,
but you have the number 1 pick.
But I got Justin Fields right now. I like Justin Fields. Not everybody does, but I like Justin Fields. So I'm going to go with the Chicago Bears. There's a lot of history there.
From the 214, I literally just failed the candy test. Thanks a lot, Corey.
From the 214, I'm from South Carolina. Screw the Panthers. So they are from that area, and they don't even like them.
Mike, would you rather be a Bears fan where they had all the salary cap money and still have a lot of it, and now a lot of draft picks, or a Panthers fan, you get the number 1 pick in the draft?
Bears have history. Panthers have zero history. I lean towards the Bears. They can get the national coverage that I don't know if the Panthers ever can get.
Yes.
I guess if you have Patrick Mahomes, if Bryce Young ends up being Patrick Mahomes, yes.
Right.
But I feel like if you're good, the Bears will get covered. If you're good, I don't even know. Did you feel like the Panthers got covered a lot with Cam Newton?
Nah, maybe that 1 year.
In 2015 when they went 15-1?
Yeah, you have to have the MVP. You have to go 15-1. You have to be Super Bowl bound, or else people are like, either way.
Dude, can you imagine being a Bears quarterback that wins a Super Bowl?
Yeah, I mean, we just saw Jim McMahon, and people still were like, oh my God, it's Jim McMahon.
Oh, I love Jim McMahon.
At the Super Bowl, yeah.
And like that whole organization has been so miserable at quarterback for so long, and they're just like begging for one dude to come in there and say, screw the wind, we're going to win this thing.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Lunch Rush and the Expressway, where we might talk to Stephen Jones. We do have Mike Likes It. Plus, we might have a combo platter, National Brunch Month. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what is your favorite brunch spot? And do you eat more breakfast food or lunch food? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, Tolo, man.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it is the Executive Vice President of your Dallas Cowboys, Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
We're doing good. I was hoping you could give us some insight, whether from the team's perspective or the league's perspective. We were just talking about the S2 cognitive test. How big of a deal is that in your organization and for grading out quarterbacks as well as other positions maybe?
Yeah, we put a lot of, we actually use S2, and, we feel like, just the quote unquote test that we've historically given in terms of whether you call it IQ or football IQ or whatever, a lot of men, a lot of people learn in different ways. And certainly some people, have unique skills in other areas in terms of how they view things and, how they respond and what you feel like they see. And we think it's been a very helpful, productive test. And, and then we relate it to it's position by position of where we would want them, to have better scores than others. And, some positions it doesn't hurt you as bad if you have a low score in an area. And so it's a helpful tool for us.
Do you have any particular insights, or can you tell us anything about maybe the positions that are not impacted as much by a lower score?
Oh, I think they're all impacted, but you can have low scores in some areas and high scores in others. And that can help you out position by position, whether you're a quarterback, whether you're a running back, whether you're a defensive tackle or end, whether you play more outside or, have to see things quickly if you're playing inside. All those are things that you look for and they test for throughout the testing process.
I feel like the answer to this question is pretty easy, but to stick with that, it's not an end all, right? Like that is one of those things.
None of it's ever end all. All of it's just goes into the full body of work. But certainly, I'd say the biggest thing of all is what they put on that tape. At the end of the day, you go out there and you watch how they play football. And there's some really good football players who've gone on to be great players in the NFL who may not test good on the S2 in their area or, may have this area where they're light in, but they go on and they overcome it and they're just great football players. So, I wouldn't say any part of the process is an end all to end all.
Man, that's great. I know Brian brought us a smiling ear to ear here, and the tape matters. The tape matters. Specifically in your front seven, when you're drafting on the defensive side of the ball in that front seven area, is there a lot of discussion right now with this team about a player's fit in Quinn's scheme, or is there something else that defines what Dan Quinn likes?
No, I think it's, everybody, there's different players who fit, there's different schemes. And what may not be a fit in our scheme and we may not have on our draft board may be a player that's in somebody else's, second, third, fourth round. And they would be in our second, third, or fourth round too if we were running a different scheme. And Rod Marinelli ran a different scheme than Dan. Mm-hmm. And even though Dan started out in Seattle with a lot of similar philosophies, to what Rod did when he was in Seattle. But, these guys evolve, and certainly Dan did. I know, we were out talking to Shanahan, or one of Shanahan's friends in the media, and, of course, he had worked with Dan there in Atlanta. And they were saying, well, that'll be helpful that you know Dan well, and maybe it'll be helpful to Dan. Well, Shannon said it may be helpful to Dan, but what he did in Atlanta is no help to me because he's totally evolved. Mm-hmm. So, these guys evolve, and you have to evolve in our game today because these quarterbacks and these coaches are so smart. I mean, they see things on tape, and they start to recognize it well. And if you don't you don't continue to evolve and change, that can mean week to week, then you have to, keep these quarterbacks on top of their toes because, one, they're so good, and two, they're coached so well, that you have to continue to give them challenges in terms of, how you stop these guys.
So, Steven, yesterday we talked to DeMarcus Ware, and just for your information, he wants you to draft Bijan Robinson.
He does.
Well, Bijan Robinson's one hell of a football player. I know that. He's obviously the best running back in the draft. I think probably consensus, if you will, but just a special player. So I don't blame DeMarcus for being on the Bijan train.
So how much does, let's say, your current players, whether it's Dak or CeeDee Lamb or Micah Parsons, kind of your stars that you're building around, how much do they call you up or text you about a certain player they really like in this draft?
They don't call me up. I would say in general, most guys are pretty good like that. Now, I think obviously some of them are talking. And by the way, and a lot of times we'll call up a player, Damone Clark, and say, tell us about these 3 or 4 LSU guys you played defense with, and what were they like, and would you want them to be your teammate again, and just general questions like that. So a lot of times they're a great source in terms of especially the guys who just came out and played with some of these guys. They're a great source to say, hey, what were they like as a teammate? Would you want them back? Would you want to play with them? Those are all important things, and you take that into an account as well, because most of the time it's hard for these young men not to root for former teammates, things of that nature. But it can be very useful and helpful. But I wouldn't say that Dak's knocking down Will's door, my door, or Jerry's door, McCarthy's door, saying, hey, take this guy. If he's asked, he'd certainly give an opinion. But that's, like we said, we have a lot of things that go into the mix before you come up ultimately with a final grade and a consensus of where this guy would fit on our team.
Well, to add to that, does Dak maybe slide a wish list across after the season and say, hey, maybe this?
Well, the quarterback obviously has a great feel for your team, and he might talk in general. Here it'd be great if we could, add some help in this area or that area. But he's, in general, most of these players don't volunteer it. You usually have to go to them, and that's inclusive of Dak, and just say, hey, what do you think if we were, thinking about a Cooks? How do you think he'd help our football team? And he'd have an opinion on that if you were to ask him.
Now, we heard the rumblings last night, not particularly surprising, but I was hoping you could confirm, did you guys, in fact, go ahead and exercise CeeDee Lamb's 5th-year option?
Yes, we did, and certainly, it's that's just a part of the process. Our goal is CeeDee's just been outstanding for us. Played the position at a high level, and certainly a guy that we have targeted that we want to be around here for a second contract and many years to come.
And then on Terence Steele front, did he go ahead and sign his restricted tender, and how's he doing in the return from injury progress-wise?
He did sign his tender, and by the way, he's just been outstanding. I mean, Brett Brown, who's in charge of, we've got a unique system here, but, Brett Brown's really in charge of all of our players in terms of their rehab and, their progress and the mechanics of how we go about that. And he would put Terence Steele as maybe one of the best linemen he's ever had in terms of his rehab and his work ethic toward his rehab, and just way ahead of schedule in terms of, if you were to say what typically, how long would it take an offensive lineman, certainly Terence Steele's at the top of the list.
Stephen Jones joined us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. And the receiver class in this draft, Stephen, it feels like the McClay, even Mike McCarthy's Green Bay Packers teams, they liked big, strong receivers. And this draft doesn't necessarily lend itself to that. What are your thoughts on the size of the receivers in this year's draft?
Well, I mean, obviously we got one local player at TCU who defies what you just said. Yep. I mean, he's a big, strong, physical receiver. But, they do come in all shapes and sizes. Obviously, in our league, over the course of time, bigger, longer, stronger, faster is better. But there's obviously a lot of great football players that are really, really fast, really, really quick at receiver who make huge differences. I mean, Tyreek Hill's not necessarily a long receiver, but he makes as many big plays as anyone I've ever seen in this league. So certainly there's some guys who aren't necessarily the longest or the biggest, but make plays in other ways that are very productive. Certainly we just signed a guy who's been productive year in and year out, a perennial 1,000-yard receiver in Brandon Cooks, who's certainly when he walks in the locker room is not going to probably necessarily fit what you just said, which is big, long, and strong.
Yeah. Does a soft tissue injury kind of guy, like we talk about this, Kevin, a lot, Jackson Smith and Jigba, does stuff like that scare you away for a player?
It all goes into the evaluation. Some guys, because a guy's had a hamstring, it doesn't scare you away. Now, if a guy's, played in college for 4 years and never finished a season because of a hamstring, then that becomes a red flag. If a guy, has had a concussion, and missed big parts of the season for 3 years running, then that becomes, a bigger red flag. Can you work through it? Do you talk through it? Of course you do.
One of the things I really enjoy about talking with you and Jerry is y'all give us big picture, like league-wide information as well. That's fascinating. Today, the NFL suspended 5 players for gambling. And so I was just kind of curious, how does the NFL continue to embrace gambling while also being cautious and making sure that you don't lose like a wave of players to these suspensions?
Well, let's start with this. I know no details about the suspensions other than it flashed across my phone, so it would be very unfair for me to comment on any detail of the suspension, those type of things. Certainly, when you are involved in, and as the league is in sports gambling, you certainly, you want the integrity to be through the roof, and certainly, as part of playing in this league, part of being an owner, a manager, an employee for an NFL football team. When it comes to, I know where we come down on sports gambling, then that becomes, that becomes where the red line gets real bright. And but like I said, it'd be very unfair for me to comment because I know nothing about these latest suspensions. But certainly when you do have sports gambling involved, then it's always been an issue that it's part of what you give up when you play in the NFL. Certainly when you play college football, you can't be involved in sports books, sports gambling, things of that nature.
And that's regardless of if it's at the facility, at your house, wherever. You cannot sports gamble if you're in the NFL.
That's it.
Okay. That's what I was curious about. Thank you.
But you can walk through like a casino. Like Steven can walk through the casino and say, I'm going to throw this blackjack down real quick.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's certainly my didn't just read the rule book here right before I got on this radio show, but yes, it's my understanding that you can certainly walk in a casino. You cannot walk in a sports book.
Okay. All right. That's a lot more clarity. Appreciate that. You have Micah and Fowler and DeMarcus and Dorrance. Let's say you have a Nolan Smith sitting there in this draft. Would you want to add more to this current pass rush?
It goes back to, and certainly this has nothing to do with a specific player. This is a position, just in general, philosophy of ours is that's where you always do well, picking the very best player on your board. And you just, from contracts that'll be coming up, injuries, all the things that are not foreseen, to pass on a player if you're sitting there picking and he's the best player on your board by a long shot, then I think that's where you can make your biggest mistakes. I don't think you say, boy, we've got, 5 safeties that we love. Boy, we got, 6 pass rushers that we're really like on our football team. So, we're just not even going to grade the pass rushers this year because we don't need one. That's just not how this works. And, boy, if we see a pass rusher that we think's unique, that can really bring value to the table. Drafting young guys who are going to be, going to be around for 4 years, 5 years. You can't go wrong drafting players that you feel like can make a big difference on your football team, whether it's a pass rusher, whether it's a safety, a corner, a quarterback. All those are situations where if you feel like they're great football players and the best player on your board, then you have to stay with that. Now, if you're in a round and you've got in our grading system, you're picking in the second round, you got 5 players, all different positions from a 1-2-1 to a 1-2-4. Top of the second round players, then I think you do. And we feel that way that if the 1-2-4 is more need than the 1-2-1, then you certainly would consider that.
The last thing I'm curious about, especially since we'll still get to talk with you next week leading into the draft, which is great, is the NFLPA president posted up a letter, again, releasing this study that says that grass fields are shown statistically to be safer than the artificial turf fields. I'm curious, did you read the letter? Have you seen the study? And do you have general thoughts about that as they want to push for all grass fields?
I haven't seen the comments from D at all. I haven't seen their study. Being a member of the competition committee, I know we go over it every year. And it is, within the era in that range of to where there's not a big difference, whether it's turf or grass. If you were to poll the players, I'd probably give you they probably prefer to practice and play on grass. But at the end of the day, certainly if there was something material in terms of grass versus turf, it would have been a bigger discussion up to this point. But when you look at the margin of error and the injury data, on grass versus turf, then it's negligible.
Well, Stephen, we really appreciate it. Next week, come prepared. First question is going to be, are we moving up or moving down in this draft? All right, so we'll be rocking along next week.
You got to tell me who's sitting there, and that would be a long, in-depth process. So
it sounds like you better clear out some time.
Real quick.
Yeah.
It could be either one of those.
All right.
Excellent. Thank you very much, good sir.
Thanks, guys.
Here you go, Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. I appreciated the clarity on the gambling front.
Yeah. So they can play some craps, they can. But the sports book, you got to stay. Kevin, remember how close the sports book was to the casino?
Yes.
When we were at the Wynn, and remember how large that parking garage was? We were like, this is 3 blocks of parking garage. I can't believe this right now. So
something he said about the turf thing, I actually nerded out and did the math on this. Because it was like, the injury rate is 0.048 per 100 plays versus grass at 0.035. And I know you're like, that's a whole lot of numbers. What the hell does that mean? So approximately, you'll get 1 more injury per every 7,692 plays.
Okay.
So what would you say average in an NFL game? You'll see about 120 plays from both teams combined, give or take. Does that feel fair? All right. So that means every 64 games, you will see 1 more injury. So again, we see about 16 games a week.
Yeah. So you're going to see okay.
So potentially, I don't know what discernible difference means. That means based on the numbers, you would potentially see 1 more injury total league-wide.
Every 5 weeks?
Every 4 weeks.
4 weeks.
And so, if you're the player and it happens to you, or you're the team and it happens to you, or you're like, yeah, if we just make the shift, that's 4 or 5 less injuries per year. Or if you're the NFL, do you think they're like, do you know how much that's going to cost?
That's
4 or 5 million,
Mike,
4 or 5 people?
We watched the Wrexham series.
Yeah,
and remember their field flooded and started bubbling up, and they were like, what's going on? Or no, the field flooded, the grass wasn't working.
The grass didn't set right. It didn't take.
And Ryan Reynolds and McElhaney,
Rob McElhaney,
they were sitting there talking. They were like, "How much is this going to cost us?" I do believe it was 303 million pounds or something like that.
Dear.
I don't know the transfer on that, Kevin.
That's more than $3 million.
And so like they were like, "Oh my gosh," so obviously they said
had to get it right.
Let's get TikTok to sponsor our team, and then that changed everything. So, but that when that happened, they were like, "Man, this is a big financial problem." So, Kevin, to answer that, this is on soccer. I would think that they're like, "No, we're not doing that because now look at stadiums that are indoors. We got to figure out how to." They got all these things, and they don't want to spend the money on that right now. They would have to raise the money for it and then spend it at some point. But if the players keep pushing for it, if the players keep pushing them about it, and they fight for it instead of giving up quickly, they might be able to get some sort of solution that they can agree upon. And that's what's more important.
Now, another quick side thing, not related to NFL football, but college football.
Yes.
Is Dennis Dodd reporting that for the first time since 1968, clocks will no longer stop on first down in NCAA games. At most levels, apparently, they got no pushback except from Division III, which didn't love the idea of changing this rule. I'll have to look further into why specifically that was. But yeah, the first time since 1968, first down does not mean automatic clock stop, which hopefully, Mike, will mean not automatic 4-hour college football games every time.
Yes, that is the longest sporting event you can ever watch, besides maybe that cricket.
I don't know the average.
It
could take 3 days.
Like cricket's like a long sport. I don't know.
I'm not disputing that. I do not know the average length of a cricket match, I have to admit.
Do you think they're gonna throw a pitch clock on college football then? Is that
I think this is their version of that,
All
right? They're like, keep the clock running for the love of
this
goodness.
sucker done with, man. Come on. These college kids have to get back to their studies.
I mean, really, to make football more entertaining, wouldn't you shorten the play clock to 30?
I could see that.
Doesn't it take, it seems like, and the other thing too is now under 2 minutes, there's a better chance of getting the ball back if you have a timeout left. Because with 40 seconds, if it's first down and the other team doesn't have any timeouts, 2 minutes to go, the game's over.
Yeah, and it alters your strategy driving down the field where you can't just throw across the middle so often, right? Be like, well, the clock will stop. Well, no, it won't. So I thought that was really, really fascinating that they're finally.
I don't think
making
football
that
has
change.
an issue that they're getting close to making $20 billion a year, though. So
They're probably doing all right. Now it's time for some Mike Likes It.
Do you want to talk about our wives, or do you want to talk about the Toronto Raptors?
Oh man, this is tough.
Wives?
I don't know where the wife thing's going.
You just have to pick.
All right, let's go for wives because I got sports in one.
All right. So I think that wives are great at finding things. And you can agree or disagree. So if something is
the trash
lost
bags in the closet.
house, do you feel like your wife is going to find it way quicker and better than you're going to find it?
Sure.
Absolutely not.
What? Oh, because you're at every place for a thing and everything
has
place.
a place.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
but I hear you. Keep going.
Yeah, listen, Mike. Yesterday, trash day. All right.
Yeah.
I take the trash out. Son was supposed to do it. He's sick. I was like, all right, take the trash out. Go look for trash bags. Can't find them. Come back later. There's a trash bag in the trash can. I'm like, hey, where were the trash bags? She's like, right here where they're always at.
Do you feel like your wife can sometimes reorganize things without telling anybody and then be frustrated that you can't find where those things have now gone?
She expects the dishes to be at a certain place, right? She's like, here's where all these dishes go. And the kids are like, I don't know. I'm just putting them up. Y'all told me to put them up. And then she's furious at the kids for not putting them back in the right spot. But she never taught them where they were supposed to go.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to say this. I know that I have way more faults than my wife does. Way more. But in general, I feel like wives can move something, not tell a human being that they've rearranged where they're putting this thing. And then when you're like, I can't find it, they're like, how can you not find it? I'm like, it's been in this spot as far as I know for years. It's not there anymore.
Yeah.
Where have we hid the iron? By the way, specifically, where have we hid the iron in our house?
I feel like I could tell this was a real life situation.
But this is, I just feel like it can be with other things too, where I'm like, I can't find where this thing is anymore. Where did we put the tool that I need to possibly do this? And she'll be like, well, I put the tools in the garage in the left-hand corner of this. And I'm like, but like, I feel like there should be like a major note or something and not like, how do you not know that I've reorganized this into the perfect spot that nobody knows where it is except me?
Yeah, I completely agree. We need some sort of alerts on our phone or some sort of like a board that just says, hey, here's where things are.
How do those conversations go? Like, do you come to the agreement that, hey, we'll try to do better communicating, or does it usually devolve into...
No, because she gets frustrated that she believes that I never look for it. I think wives in general, Corey, help me out here because Kevin's a wife, I guess.
Oh, man.
Because you know where everything is do you feel like Adrian, your wife, will get frustrated if you ask for where something is because she feels like we have not put in the effort or energy to look for this thing?
Yes, absolutely.
So then it makes me not want to ask where it is because I'm like, I'm just going to tick her off if I ask where it is.
And then the project doesn't get done. And then you're just like, well, I didn't do the project.
So the other day when I needed my collared shirt ironed for work, Bally Sports Southwest, I'll be on tonight doing the pre and post game show, is that I'm like, I better not ask where it is. I just better go get another shirt. So I was like, let me go get a shirt that's already ironed. I'll change up everything else, the tie and the suit and everything to make it work with the shirt because I'm like, I'm not going to ask where the iron is. But my daughter needed the iron this morning.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, I don't know where it is. I've looked where it's like the 3 places that I believe it would be. I've looked and I can't find it or see it. Now I totally get it because my son, happy birthday, Jake. He's 15 years old today.
Hey, shout out to Jake.
So he will at times be like, I can't find the orange juice. And I'm like, I have to go in the refrigerator. I'm like, it's literally right here, man. But I do that a lot of times too. He picks up this trait. I think it's a manly trait of like, it really needs to be right in front of our face or we can't really see it or find it. So I totally get it. I totally get the wife's perspective.
See, that might be my problem is I was like, I'll just keep looking for it. I will find it.
But I know, but then you don't find it and you're like, it's gone. I feel like somebody has stolen our iron. Somebody has broken into our house, took nothing else, but they took the iron.
What do you think about this text from the 432? I agree. But don't we all know deep down our wife told us and we just didn't listen?
No.
Possibly so.
She can't have told me all these things
that you didn't listen
that
to.
I never listened to. There's so like the tally board that she has Corey 0, her infinity. All right. Like that's the problem that I have with this. She's always like, I told you this already. I'm like, there's no way I always miss this.
Right.
I'm pretty sharp with a lot of things. How do I just miss the things that you say all the time?
That's a good question.
So anyways, I did text her this morning.
How did that go?
I just said, hey, I can't find the iron. Let's see what she sent back. If there was anything she sent
I will
back.
say this though, Mike, let me add to this while he's looking for that. I will say this.
Did y'all find any? Because then Mary Grace also needed buttons. And I was like, no, we couldn't find where the buttons were either. But I have no clue where buttons ever have been. So
she does have 4 people in the house asking her where things are. Like, nobody asks me because what do I say?
Yeah.
What do I say when I'm asked where it is? Where it always is. Go find it is usually what I tell them. Or
because we don't really know where it's
I say, go ask your mom. So she does have 4 people. So maybe when it comes to me doing it, she's just like, I'm sick of everybody else asking me. And now you too? Come on, you're an adult.
I feel like this is where we get confused as men, okay?
Yes.
Because they want to have conversations with us.
We don't like to talk.
And we're not really like, I don't really care to have a conversation.
Or just shorten the conversation up for the love of God. Like, I understand what you're saying. Next point.
All these details, come on.
Next point.
But a lot of my main questions is where something is. But she's told me never to ask where something is.
Mm-hmm.
So then I'm like scared to ask. So then I'm scared to have this conversation. Hey, where did we put the iron? And if I don't know, I've looked in our closet. I've looked in the utility room. I've looked where the ironing board is. I've looked where every place I've found it before. I can't find the iron.
Let me add this to it.
But I'm scared to ask.
So, and you still don't know where the iron is?
She didn't respond to where the iron is.
Don't know where the buttons are either.
So
I've never known where buttons were though. So
I typically put my wallet and keys in the same spot.
Me too.
So if they aren't there,
I lose them all.
Now I'm walking around the house looking for I'm retracing steps.
Yeah.
When I ask her, hey, have you seen my wallet? It's not, It's not necessarily because I think that she picked it up and put it somewhere.
Did you check the same place it always is?
It's more like I'm just letting her know I'm walking around and looking for this stupid wallet right now, and I can't leave the damn house until it's found, so I need your help just a little bit, all right? So will you help me, or can you just kind of scan the room and see something? You're short, I'm tall. Maybe you see something underneath a couch that I don't see. I see stuff on top of the fridge that you leave up there all the time. You never see it. It doesn't bug you, but it bugs the hell out of me that there's dust up there. So dust it, please.
Ow. Man, who knew? And a lot of people are weighing in. They have a lot of thoughts about these
What are their
issues
thoughts?
as well.
Am I right? I know in general, women find things way better than men do. But at the same time, I feel like they will reorganize and not tell you. And then you're stuck between this rock and hard place of like, am I supposed to ask where the iron is, or am I just supposed to know where she put it now?
From the 314, my wife has absolutely moved stuff and didn't tell me, then expected me to know. From the 682, I feel like my wife only moves my things. That stack of mail, that can stay there forever.
Yes!
But my things need to be moved.
Such a big pile of mail! It's coupons, you don't use them.
They're expired. Like they've been sitting there so long.
Yes.
Your coupons have
But
expired.
guess what? Our registration sticker's stuck under there somewhere, I bet.
Oh my gosh.
From the 562, Corey, does she ever talk to you when the game is on? Maybe that's why you don't hear it. I don't know. I don't listen when the game's on either. So
For the 817, or excuse me. Yeah, from the 817, you caught me, signed the Iron Bandit. I don't think that's a real thing. I am invested. Please let us know if she texts back.
I'm gonna, and the thing that will be frustrating, and I feel like she plays a trick on me on this. If she's like, "It's right here," and it's just, I'm like, "No, there's no way." I looked
She
here
grabbed it and
4
moved it over
different
there, for
times.
sure.
she has a little like magic cloth that's underneath or whatever.
She found it in a place where it wasn't supposed to be, brought it over, and was like, "Oh, Mike, is this what you're looking for?"
Yeah. You moron. How can you not see this?
From the 214, marriage is hard. I don't know who the stand-up comedian was, but they give the best example of why marriage is hard. They're like, you ever talk with somebody who's married? It's like, oh yeah, it's good. It's tough. It is tough. But if you're like, hey, do you watch Game of Thrones? Oh, I love Game of Thrones. And they never say that about marriage.
Marriage is fun, though.
It is.
It's tough.
All right.
So somebody did ask if Sue has the same anger that Kevin has.
No, not at all.
Okay.
I think you get divorced
Mike
if you
does.
have, like, if Kevin and I got married, we'd get divorced.
That makes sense.
Why?
Because we would just be like, well, hey, dumbass, why didn't you look there? Well, hey, dumbass.
You can only do so much makeup sex until like you're just like,
gosh,
it's over. Like all we do is get mad at each other. We can't make up this many times because that means that we are getting mad at each other this many times. Does that make sense?
No, it actually does make sense. I just was not prepared for you to
From
say
the
that.
972, hey Mike, the iron is next to the buttons. So
It might be.
Oh.
But I have no clue where. But like that was like, there's no way. Like
I want to see
if
this.
a button falls off of a shirt, you throw away the shirt and get a new shirt.
Yes.
I want to see
I think
though.
I'm probably with you on that.
Here's my
actually.
dream scenario, Kevin, is one day Sue's like, you know what? I heard that segment and I want to show you something.
He's working.
And she goes,
She
yeah,
makes
but
way
you know, she
more
has
money than
earbuds.
I do up here.
She goes and she opens this door and it's to this room that has all the things that Mike's been looking for this
Oh,
whole
yeah.
time. And she's like, this is where it always is. And he's like, I never knew this room existed.
It's called the linen closet. And you're like, I didn't know that was
And
a
she's
thing
like,
we
I
had.
told you about this room when we first got married. And he's like, I don't know. That's my
That
dream.
would be amazing. It makes me want to buy a really small house, though. Not that we have like a big house, but I'm like, what if we just lived in an apartment? Maybe it'd be easier to find things because there'd be less places to put them.
I would much rather than you get an apartment, I want you to get a tiny house. Our tiny house is still the rage. I know for the longest time, everybody wanted a tiny house. And all these shows.
I don't know, but I think all the tiny house people got their tiny house, Kevin. So I
Okay.
think that's what happened there.
From the 817, I've just accepted my wife is going to yell at me, so I don't care anymore. From the 817, this segment is why I listen to the show, just greatness. And then from the 682, Kevin, your shirts don't have buttons. You don't get to agree with Mike. Except today, which if you don't hear me in the last hour of the show, don't be panicked.
I have my Toronto Raptors question for 2 minutes here. Nick Nurse fired as the Raptors coach recently, 2019 NBA champion. They were 41-41 this year. I'm asking this question to kind of myself too, because I just don't know where they're going. Do they believe that they are a good team and that Nick Nurse coached them to a bad record? Or are they restarting everything? Do they want to kind of trade Pascal Siakam, trade in a sign and trade? I think Fred VanVleet's a free agent. Like sign and trade Fred VanVleet, like kind of start over? Or are they going, no, if we get a different coach, we can win 50 games with this team?
I think it's that one because, especially when you heard Ime Udoka, the former Celtics coach, like that leads me to believe that they're like, we're close. Or we just need a change in coach and coaching philosophy, and we can still make a run at it. That's my guess.
Okay, because that would be a team that, if you were to end up with the 10th pick after the lottery's over, that I just wonder if they're like, we're unloading and we want assets if a Pascal Siakam, who seems to make a lot of sense for the Dallas Mavericks.
I mean, they did use the word reset, so if you want to look at that, then possibly. I think they're just going to gear back up.
Okay, so that's pretty much my Mike likes it. Just kind of thinking about the Toronto situation and the Maverick situation, if there is a possible marriage there. And then marriage, I mess up more. But there's times where I feel like I can't ask questions about certain things because I've been told for 23 years now, find it.
That segment connected with a whole lot of people. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
The eyes are the window to the soul, but also the window to success in sports. Next on The Fan.
Don't have DFW security.
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors and Mike Bassett. Kevin has had to step away for the next hour, and it's personal reason, and it's perfectly okay. He's just fine, by the way, so I'll just put it to you that way. Don't worry about him. But we'll get Masterpiece of the Week come up here at 1:30. Mike, right now, in the middle of the C block, I wanted to ask you about eyes. And there's lots of things to discuss here. Football, baseball, golf, all sorts of things. But what I've learned off of a study or a piece from The Athletic is that elite athletes tend to have minimal degrees of eye dominance, meaning both eyes absorb information for the brain to process. Now, I saw this is really strange because I was reading this article yesterday and I've read it more this morning, but last night I was scrolling through TikTok. A guy says, man, and he holds up a baseball and he says, it took me 10 years to learn this. He said, you're hitting with one eye closed. And I'd never thought about it this way.
Sometimes we call them one-eyed jacks.
Okay. And so he's saying, while you're up at the plate, you have basically your nose is kind of blocking your vision from it. And he said, look at Ken Griffey Jr. When Ken Griffey Jr. was at the plate, he had his head almost turned completely so both eyes were looking right at the pitcher, right, and both eyes were absorbing the information that was coming at him while the ball was being thrown. Is this something that you discuss with hitters too?
Yes, if you have a head tilt before the ball is coming in, you're probably going to have bad eyesight. You have to be able to get that almost chin over the shoulder to make sure that you can see with both eyes. I'll say there could be exceptions. I'm obviously not inside Yordan Alvarez's head.
Right.
But he has such a front shoulder turn that sometimes I wonder if his left eye can see the ball, but he must feel like it does. He's a great hitter. He's hitting well, but a lot of times with kids, you'll be like, hey, sometimes when that back ear goes to the back shoulder, you get into such a tilt that your eyes can't see the ball well. So a lot of times you really want to try to get that shoulder. Matt Williams, if you remember him, third baseman for Giants and Indians and teams like that, he would really try to get that chin to touch his front shoulder to really make sure that his head was square to the pitcher.
I don't know if this is another benefit then. Guys like Jay Buhner and even Nelson Cruz. Nelson Cruz, when he opened up a little more, that's when he became an even better hitter, was when he opened his stance just a little bit. Did that maybe turn both eyes?
Could have been.
Just a little bit, and that was a benefit to
him.
Man, that's really interesting. I never thought of it that way, because then you look at Mickey Tettleton, you're like, this dude basically has his back turned to everything, and he's staring over his shoulder with one eye. So that's just an interesting part of this, and we can go even deeper as we go along here. But Jake Marucci, who is the inventor of the Marucci bats, he invented these bats because his son wanted a bat like all the other guys, like the pro players. So he went in and started creating wooden bats in his shed for his 8-year-old kid. And then, he's talking to the Albert Pujols and finding out what it feels like off the bat and trying to make bats better because he wanted that whole experience.
Was he a former baseball player to LSU? I'm not 100% sure, but I think he had a baseball background too.
I know he was an athletic trainer for LSU, coming off the 2000. Yeah, so he was. Yeah, he was an athletic trainer for them. I don't know beyond that. I don't have much more.
He played before then. But yeah.
But he was talking, I guess, during this LSU championship run. He told his friend, he said, Justin Jefferson is going to be a can't miss talent. And his friend after the draft was like, I don't know. But then after the first season was like, how did you know? And he said, I just had a sense. He said there were multiple things that went into it. One of them was definitely the S2. So we've been talking about the S2 test a lot, but the fact that the competency of the receiver was because, you could tell by their decision making what was going on. They had a good assessment of the way he thought, and he could improv. He said that he looked into some of the greatest players and their abilities, like the Deion Sanders and so forth, their abilities to make, when things went wrong, they could adjust because they could make good decisions. They could make the right decisions very quickly to adjust. So that was one of the factors that went into knowing that Justin Jefferson was going to be great. But then there's another thing, and there was a pair of glasses, $14,000 glasses. I don't know if Broadus had seen these glasses, but they were a pair of glasses that I think it was Toby Pro was the software, the company that he was working with, that they could measure while he was playing the eye dilation, what the dominant eye was, and what those eyes were doing while he was running downfield trying to track a football. And Mike, I feel like this might even go along with, hey, this guy actually is better for right field than he is for left field based on this.
Okay.
So what they learned from this was Justin Jefferson does not have a dominant eye. His eyes both are dominant. It just depends on the angle that he's looking at and tracking. So whether he's going left or right, this is why they left him in the slot at LSU. They said he's better in the slot than anybody else because he can go anywhere on the field and see the ball and track the ball in just as well as if he's on one side. Now, some of the guys, and I don't know if they don't name Jamar Chase here, but they did say some guys, because of the way that their eyes are built, they're best on the right side or they're best on the left side and just leave them there. But Justin Jefferson, he said, I've never seen, by the way, Jefferson had a 91 percentile on the S2 test, so he's pretty good at that. He said, I've never seen, out of all the studies I've done, I've never seen an athlete, a football player, a receiver that has the same eyes types that Justin Jefferson has, and that's the ability to see with to turn his dominant eye in one direction. This to me has become very fascinating because they even said that Thaddeus Moss, do you remember him, the tight end? He didn't register a single drop for LSU in 2019, and that was because they catered specific things to him because of the way that his eyes worked. They were like, we know he can't do this, but this is actually going to be better for him to keep him on this side of the field and run these types of routes for him.
I'm going to guess this in baseball, and I don't know. I'm working with Mark McLemore tonight on Valley Sports Southwest. He is a switch hitter, and I wonder if he doesn't have a dominant eye either.
Yeah.
Because to switch hit, to be able to do that, yes, there has to be a lot of coordination that you have to have. But I think a lot of it also has to do is you might not have a dominant eye either. Because if your dominant eye is, I don't know, your left eye, it would be tough for me to then switch sides if my other eye is like a non-dominant eye. I could be totally wrong on that. The other thing too is obviously when they talk about Ted Williams and stuff like that, they talk about his eyesight being like his vision being 2010.
And don't they say most baseball players have you don't have a typical eyesight,
right? Even like 20/20 vision is kind of just okay.
Yeah,
especially in baseball for hitting because you're having to track a approximately 95 mile an hour ball for about 60 feet, and you have to make a decision before it gets to 60 feet on if you think the ball is going to break because of the spin on the ball, and then if it's going to be a ball strike, where to then take the bat to connect with the ball. That's why they kind of say it is the toughest thing. That's why in recent time now, 240-ish is an average.
Yeah.
Is average. If you hit the ball and the other team doesn't catch it and you make first base, you're only going to do that 24% of the time, where, the great ones, the Hall of Famers, do it 30% of the time.
Yeah, and this was... Mike, this is another one. This is another situation where Marucci was he was elevated to Director of Performance Innovation in 2021, a position believed to be the first of its kind in college athletics. And he basically served as like a point guard for everybody at LSU. So if anybody was like, hey, we have some questions about this, he was like, all right, I'll try and see if I can help you, deliver the information that you need. They had a golfer who was having trouble reading putts. Just could not read putts to save his life.
I can't read the ground to save my life. I'm going to tell you something. When it comes to golf, I will look at something unless it's so obvious a child could notice it. I'm like, crap, I can't tell. And then I putt, and then there's 25% of the time I'm like, I thought it was going to go the other way.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how do I not see these things?
And that he noticed the golfer's eye dominance favored one side. Now, I don't know, you're wearing readers right now. You've been wearing glasses lately, so I don't know anything about your eyes. But then he asked a staffer how the golfer reads putts. The resulting coaching point was not a different putter. It was just a minor shift in positioning toward the dominant eye. So it really was just angle your head just a little bit, and get your dominant eye the opportunity, because I'm a right-handed batter, but maybe my dominant eye is my right. So now if I'm standing in my stance, I can't see the same things that I'm seeing with my left eye.
What's an eye doctor called? Obstetrician or something? But
Joey, you know that? You know the answer to that question?
Ophthalmologist.
Thank you.
I was going to say orthopedic, and I was like, that's not right.
Yeah, they do surgeons.
Yeah, so... But yeah, so like that's...
I'm just wondering how quick they can tell. I'm sure like an eye doctor, within a 5-minute eye test or 3-minute eye test could tell you what your dominant eye is, I assume.
My cousin used to say, because of aim, she did bow and arrow stuff. She said that if you hold your hand up in a triangle and look through, that's your dominant eye. And so you're probably seeing my right eye right now.
Yeah.
Because I have both eyes open, but I'm holding up on my right. So my dominant eye is my right. But
that's how Diamond Dallas Page, he definitely knew.
But if I'm Justin Jefferson, I'm holding it up and looking through both because I have the ability to do that, which is also, Mike, that they said, this is why this dude can go up for a pass in the air and turn around and make adjustments while in the air, not only because of his physical ability, but because once he sees the ball and tracks it now, he knows his eyes are telling him what his body needs to do to adjust to make that catch. I think this is really interesting and fascinating. And I know Jeff Fry, like there's a lot of things that he sees that he's like, that's dumb, just go hit a baseball. But I also see the ability to kind of make projections on players. This is where the biometric data that we hear that Chris Young is running on guys, these are the little things that the information they're getting.
I think to your point, and I know this is about eyes, but I think to your point right there, which is beautiful about Bruce Bochy, is you want all the information.
Yeah.
And a lot of the analytics will say, if you just do this over 162 times, kind of like playing blackjack, if you just always hit, in this situation or always hold in this situation over time, you'll win.
Yes.
Over all of this time. But the cards never change. The cards aren't humans.
Right.
The cards are always going to be the cards. And I know analytic people want the humans to always just be the same human for the most part. But what Bruce Bochy says is, I want all this information, and I understand the 162. But right now in the 7th inning, I need to get this runner to third with less than 2 outs.
Yeah.
And I understand over 162, it might not be the best decision. But where I'm at in the batting order, who's behind, who is hot, who is cold, all of these things, I want all this information, and I want to play the 162 game theory. I want to play the blackjack theory. But right now, I have to use my brain. My human brain is telling me if I can get that runner to third, I believe that, let's just say, Nate Lowe is going to knock that guy in.
Yeah.
If I don't get him to third base, then I feel like, and then that's where analytics say, I don't want you to feel anything. But I think that's the tough thing about humans is the analytics are great and you need them and you want to understand them all. At the same time, today's a game. Yeah. 162 will happen, and I gotta
win this one.
I can't win 10 out of 12 against Oakland today.
Yeah.
I can only beat Oakland today.
And that's really interesting because we just had Steven on where he said, look, it's not just the S2. It's not just the speed. It's not just It's all these things, and then watching our film and seeing how they do play.
Yeah.
But if you know, hey, look, I got a right fielder that he can't see this part of the field when he turns left.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have to shade him a little more now to the foul line just for this specific play, just in case, because it's going to give him a better chance. These are the things that help.
Because we're out of time here, but it just goes into all the human parts of like, why do we do this or why do we do that?
Yeah.
And it's all still educated guesses. We're still making an educated guess.
real,
the
yeah.
Panthers on Bryce Young, all the information you can have. There's still nothing that guarantees 3 years from now, Bryce Young could maybe not love football anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
Or you could take a guy who's kind of been non-committal to football, but really talented at it. Then all of a sudden he decides to commit every ounce of energy to football.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden things change, so there's so many things in this that it's fun, but you're still never, no matter how much analytics you get, how much science you get, you'll still never really determine this because we're dealing with humans and humans can change over time.
Yeah, definitely. All right, great stuff. I'm glad you got in on that one. Coming up next, the NFL draft is amazing, but shouldn't their trade deadline be even better? Plus, Masterpiece of the Week is on the way. Next on The Fan.
When you're an innovative business,
Brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. That consultation, it is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
I got a question, Mike, about the NFL trade deadline. It always feels to me like it should be more exciting. There should be more going on, but I guess contracts are just so weird that it makes it difficult to make something really happen. But don't you feel like if the owners could get a good consensus on what trades are valued, like in the lower rounds, that it would make a little more sense? All right, here, let me give you an example here. In the middle of the season, you kind of know what your team is, and you kind of know what other teams are looking like as you get towards the end of the season. You're like, all right, we're probably gonna have to compete with them and them and them, and we need to be better at this. Well, this other team is losing. Let's go make a trade with them. But it's like, hey, we want the world for your trade, and that's just not going to work out. We need a defensive end. We need some pressure. And the other team's like, yeah, we understand that. Give us 2 first-round picks. And you're like, dude's not even worth 2 first-round picks. Why would we do that? It's like, well, then you don't get the guy. See you later. Good luck. And then you're dealing with it. But it always feels like the NFL trade deadline should be, because the draft is a lot of fun.
Right.
There's a lot of movement too, but they
players can get traded this week, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I still expect Derrick Henry to get traded on Thursday or Friday.
What about Rodgers? Are you kind of in on the?
Oh yeah, I just want it to be over.
You just want that story. It's never going to end, by the way.
It will if he goes to the Jets.
He'll go to the Jets, and then guess what? Next year will happen.
Yeah.
But I always feel like that trade deadline in the NFL should be a lot better.
I think what's tough is, one, the salary cap is tough because most teams are close to the cap number. So trading for a high priority guy, let's say that makes $18 to $20 million a year.
Yes.
That can be a little bit tough to be like, all right, we're trading for him and we're trading a draft pick in the 2024 draft, but we got to figure out how to fit the remaining $9 million under our cap. That's one. Two is, this is what I wonder. When you trade for a basketball player, Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving come to mind. You can immediately be like, you're going to get the ball all the time. And they're going to be like, that's fine. We're going to play basketball. There's going to be some things that we need to adjust to, but we're going to play basketball. We'll just isolate, right? You can either call for a pick and we'll stand and watch you play basketball. In baseball, when you're trading for a premium pitcher, like, dude, pitch. Trading for a premium batter, you're like, yeah, you're going to bat. Like, we don't affect you at all, as in you do your thing. Now, there can be pressure that's put on you.
Yeah.
But besides that, you're going to bat just like the way you always batted. In football, if I'm a premium wide receiver and I get traded in week 8 of the season, I know it worked out for Amari Cooper. You just wonder, what's the chemistry going to be like? There was no training camp with this quarterback.
Got a new playbook.
You can't really trade for a quarterback ever and then just stick him in. That can get really tough on what he knows and doesn't know, and the offensive line chemistry and all kinds of stuff. I feel like if you're on the defensive front, like, hey, go kill the quarterback.
Yeah.
Like, you know how you killed the quarterback with the other team? Just kill the quarterback. And I feel like a Charles Haley, it's a little bit easier for him to, like, go kill the quarterback. We'll figure out. Deion Sanders, I know it wasn't a trade, but just cover that guy and never let him catch the ball. All right. But I feel like in football, you do need, in quite a few positions, you need somewhat chemistry
with
sense. Your team in training camp to have a great understanding of what you want and the play situation, the way the option route.
Let's say,
can you imagine running an option route after getting traded? And you're just like, I don't know what the quarterback wants.
Yeah.
Like, I have an idea what I'm going to do here, but my quarterback doesn't have an idea of what I'm going to do here. So I kind of just need to run this direct route to make sure that the quarterback knows I'm going to be in the spot where I'm supposed to be on this play.
That makes sense, because if you're a let's say you're a defensive tackle and your linebacker all season has been saying carrot, 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 and you're like, okay, I know I need to do this on this play. And now they're saying hamburger. And you're like, I don't know what it means.
Yeah.
Or your linebacker that gets traded, and you're saying it, and that dude's like doesn't have a clue what you're saying.
I could be wrong here. I feel like the defensive front is maybe cornerback is, because it's, unless you're playing some sort of a lot of complicated zone coverages.
Yeah.
But
Man
I think
up
that
and just cover your guy.
On offense, I feel like it can be really tough unless you're a running back.
That makes
Because a
sense.
running back is somewhat like a baseball player. It's kind of like you're an independent contractor. We're going to hand you the ball. You find the hole and go run for as many yards as you can after hopefully we created a hole for you.
Yeah.
But besides that, I feel like quarterback's almost impossible to get traded mid-season and have any type of chemistry to make any type of run.
speaking of trade deadlines, do you anticipate this year's Rangers trade deadline to be exciting?
Yes, I do believe they will add to the team.
Before, like,
but not Shohei Ohtani, and that'll be a discussion for another time.
And when I say exciting, when we talk Brian Reynolds, I start like
a borderline all-star.
I start putting him into this offense and go, oh man, and now I feel pretty comfortable wherever I put him in the outfield and everything. I'm like, oh man, I added some production to my lineup. I'm actually pretty comfortable with most of the pitching staff. I think we're one. Maybe you brought up Aroldis Chapman, and I know that was kind of.
I want a closer. Yeah, I do want to. Hey,
Will Smith's not your closer.
Doing his job right now. Will Smith is great at his job. It seems like Leclerc is the closer.
You like to have a couple guys that you like really trust.
But I'd love to have a guy who like has 100 saves in his career, and you just feel a lot more confident about if you're.
You get one Reynolds or an outfielder with a stick.
Okay,
comparable to Reynolds, or another optional closer to Will Smith.
I would lean towards closer, but I also have a lot of confidence that in July or August, Evan Carter is going to come up and make an impact in center field.
That's the date. That's the month I put on him too.
But even if he doesn't, I feel like Evan Carter next year is batting first, is the leadoff hitter. I just think everybody's going to move back. I think next year your lineup will be Evan Carter leading off, playing center field. Then Marcus Semien batting second, Corey Seager batting third, Adolis batting fourth, Nate Lowe batting fifth. Now, if you add Brian Reynolds to that too, it changes a little bit of your lineup up because he will probably hit, you got to watch how many lefties you throw in a row for a lefty reliever to mess you up. But I think that Brian Reynolds could happen. I think Evan Carter will be. I think he's off limits. I don't think they're going to trade him.
Yeah, because
they know. I think they know that he's going to be their center fielder for the next 10 years. Once they deem he's ready to really contribute every day for the Texas Rangers.
Listen, I know it's early in the Rangers season. I know there are some Rangers fans out there. Some are right where we are. They're like, okay, let's keep this thing going because this could be pretty. Yeah. There are some that are like, World Series, baby. I'm not there yet. And then there's some that are like, it's the Rangers.
Yeah. They're going to go through a lull. There's going to be bad times where we talk about the Dodgers are playing right now. I don't know the Dodgers record. They're right around 500. There's going to be a 10-game stretch where the Rangers go 2-8 or 3-7, and we're going to wonder if it's all falling apart. But I think this team's going to play over 500. I will be shocked. Shock's a tough word. I will be disappointed, or like I just didn't see this coming if the Rangers are ever under 500 this year.
Yeah, I could totally be right there with you for it. All right, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Howdy, everybody.
Hello.
It is a beautiful Friday. A shout-out Friday, by the way. I did want to shout out my cousin. Her name's Avery. She is an equestrian at SMU.
She's a horse?
Yeah. No, she's not. She rides horses.
Oh.
She jumps on them and stuff. Does those cool things. But she won a national championship last weekend.
Nice!
So it was awesome. So congratulations to her and the whole team. Yeah.
What's her horse's name?
I want to say it's Chaco. That could be completely wrong.
That's a cool name.
But yeah, I should have looked it up. But yeah. Anyways, so shout out to her.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Shout out to.
No, that's it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I forgot to shout out Tolo Bill Carlson. It's his birthday today, too.
Oh, nice. Good shout outs right there, guys.
We will start on this Masterpiece of the Week with Kevin, in honor of Kevin. But I do want to apologize to baby Noah here, all right? He took a lot of unnecessary jabs in this one.
But our baby is in the car, and I was like, I know, and that's why I didn't do it. And that's why I'm such a B.
Yeah.
So there are, he can't read at all. He's just like,
He's how frustrating is that as a dad?
He's delightful, though.
But this is why he's so proud of Brandon right now, going off to college, reading, the ability to read. And I know it takes some time to learn to read. All right, listen.
Everybody has their own timeline.
dude, now I just got from Derek Holland. It's Casey Donahue's birthday today.
Well, happy birthday to Casey Donahue.
Are you kidding me?
That got the girl. That's one of my favorite songs. That and Waiting on You to Kiss Me, obviously.
And today's the day the Rangers started. So if you have this this is what's cool about Jake for his birthday, my son, is on the new hat is his birthday.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So they have 421 on this hat. So if you are born on this day and you get one of the new Ranger hats, it will have your birthday on the side of the hat.
And every person we just named can read.
We think.
Fly, Peagle, fly.
You don't know. Hold on. Can your son read?
I think. I hope so. He got into Bishop Lynch at 9th grade.
Yeah.
So
Is that a requirement there?
I feel like he would have not been able to get in there through the testing if they're like, hey, Dexter Manley, we have a problem here. Do you remember him on Washington?
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't read.
He couldn't read.
He graduated Oklahoma State somehow.
We're going to go to this one's a little bit of a throwback. And Mike was talking a little bit about Udonis Haslem and whatnot.
If Dirk's kid plays on the Dallas Mavericks, somehow Dwight Powell will still be on the Mavericks.
Time to vote.
And maybe starting. He might be starting still.
He might be the player coach.
And we're going to hear, you know what? Stats don't define this player. Well, then what the hell does? I read something from somebody who's tied into the Mavericks pretty well, and he already wrote team-friendly contract for Dwight. I'm like, he's going to be on the Mavericks. I don't know how many years it'll be, but honestly, Dwight Powell will be a guy on the Mavs, I think, for the next 5 years. I'm not saying he'll play a lot of minutes, but I do think he has a place on the Dallas Mavericks roster for the next 5 years.
From the 972,
I just have to deal with it.
Former Bishop Lynch alum here from 2012. I can attest you do not need to be able to read.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
Wow, low requirements.
Tough scene for Bishop Lynch.
He did do a winky face at the end of that text, so I'm not really sure what that means.
Corey, you talked about Mike yesterday, how he made it in an interesting way.
But that dude made it, all right? And he was going to try everything he could to make sure he squeezed whatever he could out of it to be in it.
Oh, man.
My body.
Yeah, well, yeah, everything out of he was going to squeeze all the talent that he could out of himself.
Yeah.
He got to the big leagues, and he did everything he could to try really hard.
My son made a joke the other day because somebody threw like a 90-mile-an-hour changeup. He's like, you didn't even throw your fastball that hard. And I was like, yeah,
Snap.
I know, Nimrod. But I go, yeah. And John Radigan was right there. Rad's was like, yeah, I thought you threw like 90, 91. I was like, no, man. I was like 84 to 87, topping off at 89. He's like, that's even more impressive you were able to make it to the major league.
Radigan.
And I was like, well, I guess so. You could look at it like, how in the world did you throw 85, 86 and like do this?
Didn't you say though that you had one was it Arizona? You looked up and you were like,
No, I didn't notice it. My agent calls me up. He says, Toronto's really interested in you. And he's like, they got you last year topping off at 91. And I said, I can't sign with them. I don't throw 91. I don't come close to throwing 91. Maybe they had a hot gun or somehow God bless me for one pitch to throw it over 90 miles an hour, but it ain't happening. And I'm going to get to spring training and they're going to go, this dude's throwing 85 to 87. And it's going to make, yes, that's how hard I throw a baseball. I'm trying to throw it 100. For some reason, it only registers at 85 to 87.
Well, speaking of God, Corey had this yesterday as well. And I want to say this is some really good comedic timing by myself.
I'm throwing the ball 81 miles an hour in a Major League Baseball game, trying to figure out how to get people out.
Did you say, God, I know I don't usually ask for you about this because it's stupid during a baseball game, but
I could have used a little more cowbell.
I thought, I was like,
how much cowbell would have helped you in your career, Mike?
I don't know. But that was the most oh no moment I've ever been on a mound before. I could have faced whoever I was facing. When you look up at the board and your first pitch is 79 miles an hour and that was your fastball, you're like, I'm in big trouble today.
Yeah. Well, it's all right. I thought you were pretty good, Mike.
You never saw me pitch 1 second.
He's like,
how old were you in 2007?
I was a solid 8.
That was the last year I pitched in the major leagues, and I don't think you had the MLB package watching the Washington Nationals win 73 games that year.
You couldn't even read. At 8 years old, you couldn't read?
No, I think I could. One more for you.
Right.
I think Mike was talking about some sort of workout here.
So if you're wondering,
it's not
it's not good.
No.
Now we had to. I'll give myself an excuse. It might have been 20 inches, but you weren't able to do a drop step. So I'm seeing that.
Okay.
I see that.
Man.
Like sometimes they let you
Good
kind
news,
of
yeah.
have a drop step and then your feet come together to then jump. We were just like no drop step, just straight 2 feet jump. But
Yeah.
man. It's my vertical.
Yeah.
It's weak, man. It's a 19-inch vertical.
Man, I don't know. Still?
Oh, there's no way I could do that now.
How many inches now?
Maybe 10.
I'm going to vote for.
What do you think your vertical would be right now?
You saw me dunk on my 9-foot goal?
Yeah, your kid threw away that camera in a hurry and then brought it back after you adjusted it.
I didn't adjust it. I promise.
It's like the guy in the movie theater
promise.
just shucks the phone.
I don't know.
But that's also a running start or a drop step.
Oh, yeah.
You have to just 2 feet, don't move your feet, and then just jump up.
I know I can
got
touch the
nothing.
ceiling, but that's about it.
I can't even feel half of my left foot anymore because of back surgery.
I remember having a jump off with a former host in this studio once, and we both touched the ceiling, and then we both stood there and we're like, I think I just threw out my leg, my back, my hamstring, my knee. It was bad. All right, I'm going to vote for Baby Noah Can't Read still.
Okay.
That was on there? I'll vote
like
for
the
it
first
too.
one.
Let's play it again.
Okay, yeah, no. Well, it won no matter what. So here you
My
go.
baby is in the car, and I was like, I know, and that's why I didn't do it,
read
and that's
yet.
why I'm
Can't
such a
read.
B.
Yeah.
So there are, he can't read at all. He's just like, he's
How frustrating is that as a dad?
He's delightful though.
He definitely does love that kid. All right, coming up next, it's time to chit chat with the fellows from the G-Bag Nation. Next on the fan.
Kid.
Getting close to retirement, or have you retired?
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet looks at the road ahead and says, Texas, let's ride. They're doing their part with deep discounts on their full lineup, unprecedented savings. Make now the best time to buy. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it's time to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you doing today?
Excellent, Majors. How are you?
Doing great. We are done and handing it off to y'all right here in the middle of this D&M leasing broadcast for Crosstalk. The question that we started our day with, who's going to have the better weekend, the Rangers or the Stars? Your prediction, go.
Well, I think it'll be the Stars because they will at least get a split and reclaim home ice advantage, which is important in the postseason. I think the Rangers, could get another sweep here against this pathetic Oakland bunch, but that won't be as meaningful as playing 500 hockey up there in Minnesota.
Yep.
I think the Rangers are going to sweep the A's. I mean,
but you're wearing your Stars shirt right now.
You are wearing Stars.
We need the Stars to if I had to pick between the two, which let's just go 5-0.
Okay,
and that's ideal. But I could see a split with the Stars in Minnesota. So I think the Rangers might have the better weekend, but we need the Stars to really do it.
Would you guys be okay with the Rangers getting swept if it meant that the Stars went 2-0?
See, Kevin tried to put us in this predicament this morning.
Oh, did he really?
And I was like, this isn't fair.
Great minds.
And I said, you need to lead the show.
Yeah, okay.
It's a BS hypothetical. Bleep Hagee. I'm glad you kicked him the hell out of here. I would say, though, yes, because then the Rangers could just go ahead and sweep the A's the rest of the season. And if you go 9-3 against them, I think that's satisfactory.
I have no satisfaction. Or there's nothing like if the Stars win, great for the community, great for Dallas, Fort Worth, all those things. It doesn't affect me at all if they win. If they lose, it doesn't affect me at all. So I do get affected by the Rangers. So I'd like for the Rangers. I'd like for them all to win. I want all the people in Dallas, Fort Worth to celebrate the Stanley Cup. But it doesn't affect me at all.
All right.
You give me a stranglehold on that series, you can have them 3 Ranger games.
Yeah.
Because I know I'm going to Cincinnati after I get done with Oakland. I'll get those 3 games back.
Whip up on them.
Oh, yeah.
I got the Yankees in the horizon, but right now I'm thinking about if I could get a stranglehold on this series, and the Stars play well on the road. They'll go up there. They'll go to. That'll be a tough environment for them to play in because of the hatred of the organization. We had Mike Madonna on. I mean, you talk about some hate.
Yeah.
There's a lot of hate going on right now.
Should we wear then North Star jerseys tonight?
I don't think I would.
Just to really, throw it in their face. Remember
I like what you're talking about, Mike,
idea.
when you were saying about Taunt Choppy's kid. I like that. Yeah. That I thought that was quality work on your part.
Fine, I'll root against you too.
G-Bag of the Day champion, Mike Bassick, ladies and gentlemen.
Also, Mike did bring up maybe the topic that off air was a big conversation just now. Is it difficult to find things in your house, and do you think the wife sometimes puts it in places? The thing that you're looking for.
I'm trying to find a good wife.
Okay,
I'm
gotcha.
0 for 2 in that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I need to figure that out first.
You know where everything is in your house.
I have to.
Yeah,
I have no
for
choice.
sure.
Yeah, I have no choice.
I think it's magical.
There were 2 lives.
I do think it's. Sorry, Zachary.
No, I was just having a side conversation with Mike.
He was just
when
being
he said 2, he 0 for 2. I thought he was only 0 for 1.
Been hanging out with you too much, I guess.
Zach took a day off yesterday for a physical. He's got extra words stored up.
He doesn't know how radio works.
I'm yielding today.
I don't know what the hell's going on. Yeah, pipe down over there, Gavin.
I'm just amazed that women have this ability, and maybe not all of them do, but all the women that I've lived with can recall where something is. I'm like, I don't know where this is. And they're like, oh, well, it's in this room under the deal. And I'm like, wow, you were right. How do you notice all that stuff?
Yeah.
I'm locked in when I'm cruising around. I'm on a mission.
Right.
They're just scanning the environment and categorizing everything for future reference. It's pretty amazing.
You could give me an hour in the living room to find that remote control, and I'll come up short every time.
Now, I do tick my fiance wife off a lot. She's mad at me right now. I'm not even sure why. But it doesn't matter how mad she is. I'll still ask her where something is because she takes pride in knowing.
Okay.
Good for you,
that's good.
man.
That is good.
Yeah.
See, mine gets frustrated big time. And I'm kind of at the give up point now where as soon as we don't know where something is, I'm not even going to waste the time to look for it because I could just ask you. Like,
Thank
she
you.
wants to know that I've put in some level of effort and come up short before that I can come and ask her.
Okay, so you kind of you start looking, and then as 5-6 minutes go by, you kind of stomp and huff.
Oh, there you go.
And then you're scanning around. You go into the room she's in, and you pull this routine off and scan.
Maybe that's what I need to
that's
do.
a heady play. Yeah.
I need to say, Sue, I'm now going to look for the iron. Because then she knows my timer's on. So she knows my timer's on.
Yeah.
So I'm like, at what
All right, let me
point
know when you're done.
when I don't find the iron, is it appropriate for me to ask where the iron possibly is?
That is a good approach.
And I do
there,
have
Mike.
to leave like in 30 minutes to go to the Ranger game. So I would like to be able to iron the shirt.
Can you let me know, please?
That is great.
You're not even
stuff.
asking her to iron it.
No,
That's
no,
what
no,
our
no,
dads
no.
would do.
Oh, yeah.
They just like drop the laundry off, be like, all right,
Adrian can't iron.
can't wait for these to be starched perfectly.
I'm the iron.
don't
You're
you
the iron guy.
Did you guys ever learn how to, Mike, obviously you know how to iron. Did you guys ever learn how to iron?
Yes.
None of you guys?
Yeah.
My dad actually, so he starts dating my mom in like 1968 in Anderson, Indiana. And about a couple of weeks in, he dropped his shirts off at her dorm for ironing.
Just to see?
Yeah.
Just see if she could.
Yeah, that's how things have changed.
Nice.
And she did them. She did them.
Wow.
What an alpha.
Yeah,
Mom
she's a
put
good
in a
ironer.
cigarette and started ironing.
Probably.
Who do you guys got coming up on the show, Graham?
Pure Gold as always. It is a Friday, and we're going to have what you drinking and what you thinking, of course. How about an Ask Zach and Brian anything about the draft coming up at 4? We're calling it the AZAB.
Nice. Okay. I like that. The AZAB. Captain AZAB on the
Captain Azab,
Pure
right?
Gold as always.
Look at that whale.
That is
this.
fantastic. Looking forward to it. That's the
genius.
G-Bag Nation. We'll be back with y'all on Monday. Until then, you've been Masterpiece.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night.
Say Peagle, Corey.
Peagle. Yeah, let's get a Peagle tonight.
This Odyssey Sports.
Fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It's a Friday. Hope you're having a great day. Dallas Stars game night. Can you feel the butterflies yet? We're 6.5 hours from the puck dropping. They're trying to go to Minnesota and really take what is rightfully theirs, which is home ice advantage in the first round of the playoffs. What do we have to do to get the win here tonight? 877-881-1053. Let's talk about it, guys. General at your service. There's Broadus. Wolchuk and Chiafalo reunited after a big medical day situation for Wolchuk yesterday. He needed his annual, and he got it. Everything checked out pretty good, sounds like.
Everything checked out well. They were very happy with the weight loss. It was actually kind of cool because I was like, man, so it's been a year since I've seen you guys. Last year at this time, I was still doing the Chick-fil-A during the day. So I would get off. I went to the doctor's appointment. That's why I was scheduled for the afternoon. And then I'd come up and do the nosebleed seats at night. So it's like, holy, what a year, man. Getting up here, doing the G-Bag with you guys. It was actually pretty cool. But no, everything
way
went
healthier,
well.
probably.
Way healthier. Oh,
Yeah.
dude. I mean, I'm
They're
off like
probably
all my
stoked for you.
medications now.
Nice,
Don't
dude.
have to do the heartburn medication daily. Don't have to do the blood pressure medication. Shout out to Soda, state-of-the-art weight loss. They've been tremendous. Literally, it's been life-changing. And they don't even do the finger up the butts anymore.
That is terrific news.
Wow. Just
Yeah.
the old turning
At
cough?
least my doctor doesn't. Yeah, I had to get the cough and the feel.
I'm going to have to get your doctor's number next time I have to go in for my physical, it sounds like.
Yep, I'll send
He
you
likes
the
them
way.
thick. He's turned off, basically. We can skip this part right here.
There is Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. Has the G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30. Of course, LA Live every night at 5:40. And you have Carter Freeman, who's coordinating your video, 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. What do we need to do tonight, guys? What do the Stars need to do?
You need to keep on that power. You need to keep, I'd say, the power play, but the special teams.
Yeah, keep embellishing.
Yeah, keep
That's always a good play.
Embellishing it for sure. But yeah, the one thing that we talked to this yesterday about with Mike Modano is that the Wild do fear your power play. They realize that they can't take penalties. They are one of the teams that seem to take a lot of penalties themselves. So what happens is every time that the Dallas has gone on the power play, it's made the Wild have to pay. I don't know if you're going to get the same calls, in their home barn, but you got to keep trying. You got to keep putting the pressure on them to maybe take those cheap penalties. Sticks in the skates. You get a lot of traffic in front of the cage there for the Stars. If you could get guys to take some penalties that way in the corners, stuff like that. I mean, I think that's the one way that the Stars have proven that they've been able to score. It hasn't always been about the 5-on-5 hockey. It's been more about the special teams.
So you're
Especially
pro
keep that
flopping.
going. Yeah. Well, I'm because
Of course he is. You kidding me?
Well, that's what happened when you talk about the embellishment. That we got the.
Well, it was a BS call, but now the Wild head coach are saying, "Oh man, we've seen some big guys take some dives out there. They're flopping around." He's saying the Stars are embellishing. I mean, look, the Stars got so many non-calls in Game 1. I think they went ahead and made up for it a little bit in Game 2.
And they should have.
Yeah, I
Did
do
the right thing.
What about the idea that you guys were at Baby Dolls when they won the game the other night, and so you probably need to head back up there for a Friday night edition.
Gosh dang it!
It's a winning recipe. It is a winning recipe.
Yeah.
The same way getting off to a fast start is. How about this? When the Stars score the first goal, they're 39-9-4. When the opponent scores first, they're 9-12-11. That really absolutely matters for this team. So they did that great in Game 2. Can they do it again tonight?
I think it comes down to, who can mount some sort of a defensive stand. Like the Stars have given up 6 goals. The Wild are a pretty good defensive team, but they've given up a ton of goals now. And, it comes down to whether it's on special teams or at full strength. I don't think you can plan on going through a playoff series, giving up 3 goals per game and coming out on top. It's possible, but it puts a lot of pressure on your offense to keep it going. The Wild are a slight betting favorite in this evening's game, and I imagine they got to be in a little bit of a crisis mode because if they can't stop the onslaught of rushers coming forward tonight, then they will be in absolute panic mode. So I know, getting some stops on those pucks in front of net has to be a huge concern for the Wild.
Yeah, and that's the problem that they're running into is that the Stars have forced them, the Wild's plan is to try and use 2 goalies. They've done it all year. And now,
let's keep Fleury between the pipes.
Well, I don't.
There's
think
no way Fleury starts tonight.
There's
if
no
the
way.
kid's good tonight, then I think you ride it.
Well,
that was brutal for Fleury the other night.
That's exactly what I think you're going. I think you're going to see that change be permanent.
Okay.
For the Wild.
We do have what you're drinking and what you're thinking, and we have a few more hockey discussion throughout this evening's show. If you want to sound off about the Stars and the playoffs, your opportunity's coming up at 5:20 there in what you're drinking, what you're thinking. Okay, we'll talk a little bit about what Tony Romo had to say about Dak's interceptions. Did you guys see this quote? You like it?
I didn't see the Romo interceptions quote.
Give it to me. What's he talking about?
I mean, if anybody's going to talk about interceptions.
Yeah, he is quite an authority on the subject.
He's an expert.
Yeah.
That Tony Romo.
You put that cape out for him, though?
Uh-oh.
Shoot him some bail?
No, he didn't. He didn't, dude. What? I was surprised. It kind of. You tell me. He says, I just think they're just that player or two away about these Cowboys, and that's played out, obviously, for a few years now. But
Did he say at quarterback? A player or two away at quarterback?
I don't think he said that. No, I don't think that's what he meant.
Oh, okay. I was just curious.
But he says the man who took his place in the huddle needs to address the reasons for his 15 interceptions last year, even if a detailed analysis of each one can lay blame on receivers running routes or passes being tipped. Quote, it's your job to overcome it. Figure it out. Ooh!
Tony said, I ain't forgot.
Figure it out.
I agree. I agree. Sure. But I think every quarterback can say my wide receiver let me down on some of these. Yeah. Maybe Dak had more than his fair share. But that's fun there from Tony talking about
He's
Dak.
like, I'm not giving you any slack here. Did I get any? Absolutely not.
That's how Tony could vault straight into the number one ranking again, is become a little bit of a hot taker about the Cowboys. Go ahead and just take the gloves off just a little bit and actually talk about the players.
Yeah.
Instead of predicting their plays and saying, whoa, Jim.
Whoa, Jim. Figure it out. Hashtag figure it out to old Dak. That's great.
Yeah, I think it comes down to recognizing that circumstances might be dangerous, that I have a receiver who might not run the best routes. There's a safety and a corner. I can't predict what he's going to do. And I think that exact moment has defined a lot of Dak's career. Earlier in his career, he could wait for the guy to be open. You had a great running game. There were a lot of heavy boxes, a lot more man coverage, a lot more space in the secondary. Now they've taken the running game away from the Cowboys pretty good over the years, and they have crowded the secondary much more, and Dak's not finding the wide open players as often. So he's got to trust the anticipation a little bit. And I think what Tony is saying is, like, you got to be able to look into that absolute fog of war and figure out where the space is that the receiver is going to emerge into, and where can I put this ball that only he could get it. And that's like the next level of quarterbacking where you can still kind of take from the secondary. But I do think Mike knows this, and I think that's why he is kind of focused on bringing it back to the running game and simpler throws for Dak Prescott, because that's where he got in trouble. I don't think Dak can figure this out. I think he needs the coaching staff to figure it out for him and design an offense that maximizes what he does best, and don't ask him to make those kind of throws with anticipation into the secondary.
I do think there's a fine line. I think the coaching staff needs to help him for sure. I don't think it's avoiding the anticipatory throws, but it's getting him players that can be, get themselves open on a more consistent basis, i.e. a Brandon Cooks swapping out for whatever crappy receiver they were throwing to last year, and route concepts that set up the players for success. And that's not something that Dak has really had ever. And to be fair to Tony, I don't think he had that either with Garrett and company and those route concepts. I mean, it's been the same for so long. And so now, especially with the way defenses are playing them, with the way defenses have adjusted, and then you still have the old crappy route concepts, and you have pretty much all but one of your receivers' inability to get themselves open consistently, I think you're going to find a lot of interceptions with a lot of these quarterbacks.
I'm terrified going forward. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah,
I'm terrified because I don't know what you're going to get from McCarthy, and I don't know what you're going to get from Brian Schottenheimer. I don't know what you're going to get from a new offensive line coach, an assistant offensive line coach becoming your running back coach. The only real stable thing that they have over there right now is Linda Wells at tight end. Yeah. We've seen those tight ends develop over there. I do worry about this for Dak. Mike McCarthy, I get it, Super Bowl winning coach, But there's been a long period of time that he hasn't called plays.
A lot of moving parts now.
I think there's a lot of moving parts, and it might not be. It might be a thing where you're all of a sudden it's like, oh, we're starting to see some good things here. But how quickly are you going to see good things? That's the thing I worry about for Dak.
It could take some time indeed.
Yeah.
Massive NFL news. Wide receiver Jamison Williams of the Lions and 4 other players suspended, 3 other Detroit players. Apparently they made some mobile bets while they were at the Lions practice facility. Williams is going to be out 6 weeks, and the other players can reapply after a season. They are suspended indefinitely. Betting on college football games, I believe, is the issue. Mobile bets for the second offseason in a row. I tell you what, if you're a player, you're getting the message very loud and clear. I don't think any team is going to let any more of these slip through the cracks. It's like, guys, I understand if you want to bet, but you can't be doing it on a mobile device that's trackable.
And you can't be doing it in the facility.
Yeah.
That's definitely number one. While they're like, guys, you can't be in the facility and doing this. I think players do this as long as you're not betting on the NFL. Personally, I don't see an issue with it, especially when the NFL is making tons of money after DraftKings has jumped on as a sponsor. You name the sports book, Caesars. The NFL's cashing in left and right. If the players want to bet, I don't care. Just don't bet on your own sport.
I think that's a great point. Maybe the NFL needs to look at this and say, guys, do we need to suspend players for a year if they're not betting on the NFL? If you're betting on the NBA, the college football, baseball, boxing, MMA, that's not an issue, is it? Is there any?
In my mind,
in there?
I don't see why that would be an issue. I don't understand.
Right?
No, I don't think so either. I wonder if the league should set up ways for these players to gamble. Have an avenue where they can monitor it if they want. But I like that. Yeah. You can gamble on everything but the NFL. But you go through. You have a thing maybe at the facility. If you're a guy that likes to gamble and you want to gamble on horse racing or or anything on baseball, whatever, sure. But you're going to do it at the facility, and we can monitor that way and know you're not gambling on the NFL.
Rangers taking on the A's tonight, 6:30 pregame here on the Fan. It's going to be Gray against Sears. We're going to get DeGrom on Sunday, right? DeGrom,
yes. They have not. They've not officially listed him yet. Yeah.
I want to see him in those powder blues, man. Damn bad.
I think he's going to pitch. But hey, Bochy did say earlier, if we need you to miss a start, it's not the end of the world, especially when you've had Dunning and Reagan's pitching so well.
We had more kicking in the NBA last night. I don't think this is going to get any suspension, but Embiid was down. Claxton of the Nets stepped over him pretty unnecessarily. Embiid took offense.
Yeah, and I don't blame him. Bless you there, General. I don't blame him at all. I mean, anytime we've known since the Allen Iverson, Tyronn Lue thing. Like, this is a patented disrespectful move. This is always the disrespectful thing to do in that moment. And so any competitor in that moment is going to want to retaliate. Absolutely, dude.
Yeah.
We all would, right? That's human nature.
It was more of a leg sweep than a kick. It ended up tripping the guy.
And he flopped, and he sucks.
But I think players need to get together inside the union and be like, okay, we're all kind of in this together. It doesn't look that cool. Like, if a player is down, try to avoid him. And if you're down, don't grab his damn legs. We don't need the NBA to come in here and govern this, do we, guys?
No.
Can we just, as a group of players, say, cut out the BS? When you're down, don't grab legs. And if you're up, don't step on the dude. End of story.
I mean, you've got these examples now. You got these examples of, listen, bad things are going to happen to us if you try and do this. So I don't know. With the hockey playoffs, they're talking about retaliation of the, of going and trying to make it for Pavelski and stuff. Mm-hmm. But in basketball, I mean, because they're saying, hey, we can't afford to be suspended during the playoffs. You start doing this stuff in the NBA, and guys are getting like Draymond Green. They got fortunate last night. That, the Warriors got fortunate. They won a game at home, which they do quite a bit, but they lost one of their better players because of some stupid thing. Mm-hmm. So if you see what's going on, don't make the league have to make a decision on it.
Claxton was not like in the midst of a run either, where it was like, this is just where I'm going. It was like he could have just
a dead ball.
He could have stayed still.
Yeah.
He could have gone east, west, or south, and he decided to take the elongated north step over the legs of Joel Embiid.
Yes.
And that is always going to come across disrespectful. Yeah. And if you get popped, you get popped.
I was offended by it for Embiid, I think.
Yeah. I kind of was on my couch
I
and I threw a little leg kick out there.
Big update for the soccer team. Last night, I told you Sophia's paperwork got approved. Everybody's very excited about that. They're going to have to overcome adversity, though. It appears the goalkeeper, Layla, fractured thumb.
Oh no!
Fractured thumb. She actually played a game with this fractured thumb. It was one of the greatest games she's ever played. She's a warrior, and we appreciate her. But it appears we're going into battle this weekend, starting tonight, without young Layla.
So we got tournament play with a backup.
Yeah, we have Ella back there to start, and she's solid. She's done some pretty good work back there for us in the past. So we'll keep you updated on Twitter, probably.
Please do.
Okay, we got G-Bag today coming up at 2:30. What did Tom Brady mean about this? It's coming up next right here, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat with you about Twin Peaks now with 10 locations thanks to the Texas Motor Speedway spot right there across. Here we go, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and the segment's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Consultation's always free at truckwreck.com, and it's brought to you by Soda, state-of-the-art. Wolchuk's physical yesterday, his doctors were raving about his physical health. They were stoked, and it's Soda's doing the magic there, and a lot of discipline, a lot of willpower there for the Wooly Bully. Okay, what Tom Brady mean by this, though? Speaking of a man with great willpower, Tom Brady doesn't even eat strawberries, too much sugar in them. It's very clear to me, though, that a comeback is somewhat possible. The keynote speaker at a global technology conference, he did not give a definite answer to a question posed by a host. Is there any chance you're coming out of retirement to play for the Dolphins? Asked a host. I'll say now I'm not affiliated with any team anymore. Even though I have strong ties with a couple of teams, I do have some friends in the Dolphins that I really like, said the 7-time Super Bowl champ.
Just stop it.
So I wouldn't say I necessarily root for them all the time, but I root for my friends to do well, and several of them play for Miami. That's why not just say no?
Stop it.
He's coming back, Brian.
Stop it.
He's coming back.
As soon as Tua gets hurt.
Tua's going to have a week 7 concussion, and Tom Brady is going to pick up that phone, and he is going to be ready to rock and roll. I believe.
What's this dude's problem?
Help his friend. Well, same thing as Jordan
he's
and Favre.
addicted, man.
He can't walk away.
What's his problem?
Yeah, it's competition. He's addicted to it.
And it's a pretty sweet setup there.
Then don't retire. Don't retire.
Yeah, he wants to, but
don't retire.
You think you're ready.
Don't retire.
If
you want to keep
it's
playing,
a sickness.
go keep playing.
Yeah.
Go. You said it yourself. You're free. You could go sign with anybody you want.
Yeah.
Go call the Houston Texans. They need a quarterback. What are you doing, bro?
Doesn't it sound like he's going to come back to you, Brian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But why? Well, he should just go play
because he's looking at that specific situation.
Why do we have to monitor electronics convention or something wherever he's at and to learn that Tom Brady's still interested in playing football?
Is it because there was still is it because there was still a year left and he needed to retire to get out of that contract so he could go do another one with the Dolphins? I don't know if there's some sort of a song and dance here, or it's just as simple as sports are awesome. And guys get old if they're not hurt and can still play at a high level. They think they're supposed to retire, and then they're like, "What did I do? I can't believe I'm like." Why would I want to walk away from the chance to do what I love more than anything else? That was crazy. I thought I was stressed out, but you know what's stressing me out more is not playing when I can still play.
He got a divorce. He got exactly what he wanted. He got the freedom to go do what he wants. Go play.
I'm with you. And you made the mistake. You get that mulligan last year. You retire, and then you wake up 40 days later and you say, never mind. But then that should have been the clarity you needed, not to then play the season and then retire, and then we'll see. Maybe he ends up, because you would think it would be very easy for him to just close the book on that. That's an easy tee up. Hey, are you going to play for the Dolphins? Nope. I appreciate it. Awesome, but no, I'm retired.
He looks at that Dolphins roster, and that's a team that he would handpick to play.
Yeah,
for. He's like, I can throw to Tyreek Hill. I can throw to Jalen Waddle. There's a lot of good talent here that I can have a lot of fun with, and their defense is pretty good. That's a situation you put Brady on the Dolphins, they're getting love as a Super Bowl pick.
Mm-hmm. Well, then if I'm the Dolphins, if I'm Chris Greer and I think that he could play quarterback, I'm telling Tua, you need to retire. Seriously, I am. I'm saying, listen, Tua.
Choice.
Yeah, Tua. I'm sorry, we don't think you can stay healthy enough to play. We're going to go get Tom Brady. What do you think about that?
I think he'd be a pretty good backup. Tua.
Sure.
Yeah, if he's got to play a couple of games, I think that's probably what he's going to stay healthy for.
I'm just tired of the Tom Brady thing.
I hear you.
To me, you're right. Brett Favre and that whole situation, he couldn't. But if you're capable of still playing, which if you watch the last game he ever played against the Cowboys, it
was bad.
It was bad. What are you laughing at over there?
Maybe you had to say the damn name, and Eric immediately looks over at me like, you know what to do. The rules are the rules.
Well, the rules are rules, Chuck, and he said the BF name.
He certainly did. Mama gave me 8 of them flapjacks. Said, Mama, take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
You were saying though, Broadus?
Brian?
Yeah. The thing about it is, though, listen, he's still capable of playing. Like I say, you watch that last game, you wouldn't believe that.
Yeah.
But, if you feel like you could go help the Dolphins or help any team, go.
He doesn't want it to end like that.
Yeah, don't.
Hell, I'd go play for a Super Bowl if I could right now.
Sure.
I'd walk away from everything.
You lost your marriage, go keep playing football. He did. He lost his marriage. He was, she's probably like, bro, you need to retire. Oh, no, can't do that. Okay. You can hit the bricks. I don't need you. Kind of a thing. So yeah, I mean,
I hear you though. I'm pretty tired of Tom Brady. I'm pretty tired of Aaron Rodgers. And
Play.
I tell you what,
I'm more tired of Rodgers than I am Brady.
Really?
I am.
Well, I tell you something else I'm tired of, and I hit this point last night in the 5. I don't know if you guys are there with me. Dak audio.
It just sounds all the same.
I was just totally underwhelmed.
It's
by
just
it.
generic.
It might be less interesting than Jerry audio.
He's a damn politician. It's amazing, bro.
It is.
I
dude.
tell you
What a statesman he is, Dak.
He is.
Chiafalo,
Yeah.
he admitted
Congressman
it to you.
Prescott.
Yeah, he knows.
He admitted it to you on air here. Chiafalo asked him those questions and did an interview with him in the generic Team X, Team X has got this going for it.
Dummy questions.
And he knows
Dummy
it.
He smiled and was like, that's exactly what I did.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter whether it's 105.3 The Fan or it's
Adam Schefter.
Adam Schefter. It doesn't matter. It's the same, I've got a lot of respect. Okay.
There's got to be at least a chance that some great insight or emotion happens. And it did happen once. Remember when the guy threw the thing at the ref when they were walking off the field following the 2021 playoff game? Is that what it was? And there was like a little crack in the armor once where there was an actual human moment.
Yeah.
But, after 6 years, I'll just wait for the highlights. Or maybe we'll get 3 or 4 seconds of spontaneity. But, yeah, he's unflappable.
He's lived this for 7, going on 8 years now about the Cowboys.
972, could you shout out my group? We won our first golf scramble with a 48. We're all Tolos. Congratulations to that. Look at 24
Tolo.
under.
They pencil whipped the hell out of somebody to get that score.
Well, I don't know. Sounds like
Tolos aren't cheaters. 48. Come on, man.
I like that energy right there, B.
I played in a lot.
I like that energy.
Man, I played a lot of scrambles in my life with some really good golf.
Gaslighting you.
Yeah.
48.
Well, maybe this is Jordan Spieth and his brother.
Yeah. There are pros that don't shoot 48.
Lies.
Yeah, come on.
It was probably a short course.
I hope you
flat
enjoyed that
greens.
first prize.
Yeah.
You get a gift certificate to Golf Digest or something for winning.
Brian's mad. He's never had a
There's no price for your integrity,
All right,
though.
I'll tell you one thing. I played in golf tournaments before, and we played our ass off
Back
and
in
lost.
my day.
So much so that you were dropping grumpers in one of the backyards.
I'm just telling you,
Literally
man.
played your ass off.
You play your ass off legitimately, and somebody rolls in there with a 48. Yeah, okay. There's going to be a fist fight when you're getting that trophy by my group.
We were using wooden sticks.
Meet my group back here. It's going to kick your ass for posting a 48.
It's time now for the G bag of the day on a Friday. Here's Lucius.
Yeah, walk to school uphill both ways. What's your excuse?
In the snow. You don't know
In the
half of it,
snow.
Lucius. You don't know half of it.
I love it, bro.
Yeah.
I love the energy on a Friday.
Uh-huh.
Humble these hoes out here.
48.
Humble these
Shove
hoes.
that scorecard up here. You know what?
He
Humble these
says
hoes.
it was at Woodbridge and Saxe. Come on out, Broadus. We'll smoke you too, my guy.
Yeah.
Look how quick he's turned on them.
Yeah. 48.
You want
That's
to call
what we-
me out? He
Yeah.
said.
Enjoy that free golf bag you got, bro.
Believe yourself, Brian.
Yeah, humble these hoes.
Pencil whipping people.
Let's see. Shout out to the Woolly Bully. You had your little doctor's appointment. Everything was fire. Doctor said you look good. You don't even have to wear your faja no more out here. You can be real, bro. Our winner so far is Mike Bassick with his parenting advice for our one RJ Choppy. RJ's Choppy is having trouble with the middle schoolers. They're using foul language and just being disrespectful. Mike said, you need to do this.
Middle schoolers are the worst people in the world. They are the worst human beings on the planet. But like, I could take his phone away, but the next day he goes back home.
You
right?
keep it.
Yeah. You didn't do it back then.
See, that would have
Choppy
created.
took it at 7 p.m. and gave it back when he woke up.
Oh my dear
And I was
God.
like, that's way too light, I think.
Choppy, that's why.
Cheer against him at his baseball games.
Pays him like you did the volleyball in Oxnard.
Yeah, that's
Throw him a curveball. He hasn't seen one in months, and he ain't practicing.
That's what I'm gonna do.
That's not bad.
I am gonna heckle my kid.
You might get in trouble, but you can say strike 3B.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Sit down, you non-practicing little chump.
I'm gonna cheer against him.
Sit him out, coach.
So good.
Beautiful. create little alcoholics out of your kids. You know what I mean? Come on, Dad, man. One day he was just awful. Let's see what we got here for you boys. Hey, it's a Friday. Yeah. Little Prince right there on the Friday, folks. R.I.P. to the purple one. You're never gone. You're in our hearts.
7-year anniversary, huh?
Yeah.
Time flying.
Yeah. All right, let's go to the NHL playoffs. Tampa Bay, Toronto Maple Leafs. Was Drake there in the audience by chance? Anybody see Drake, the Sixth God?
I didn't see Drake.
Okay. All right.
He was cursing other NBA teams with his bets.
Was there a deep fake Drake in the audience, though?
Soon enough. Soon enough, there will be.
AI Drake.
Yeah. Like the Tupac hologram.
Yeah.
Phil Esposito has some insults for a Maple Leafs fan right here. Awful.
There's activity by the Lightning penalty box. I think the Lightning are upset with some of the fans over there.
You got a fat woman who's yapping like crazy. Is that a guy with long hair? I can't tell.
Oh, yeah.
That's cancelable.
Oh, yeah.
Got a fat woman, or is it a guy? I don't know.
First of all, you don't joke around with women.
All right.
It might have been a guy, though.
She forgot her faha.
She forgot her faha. I like you for that one. You brought it back around, bro. Let's see what else we got for you boys. You think he's going to get canceled, have to apologize or anything, or we're just going to keep it moving?
Definitely apologize.
You think so?
Phil's in his late 70s.
Apologize to all the fat one out there.
Listen, all you fat broads, I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you feel fat, I apologize.
All you fat broads.
I didn't mean it like that.
All you fat broads that are wearing hockey sweaters, not showing anything.
Hey, hey, look at me. Hey. Let's see what we got else for you boys. This clip right here reminds me of Abby, and I say this respectfully, Dawson.
Okay.
I do. I say this respectfully. I haven't seen Abby in a long time, like face to face in real life, but when I did meet her, she had a lot of sauce.
She does.
A lot of sauce. A lot of sauce to the girl. Look, I got a little girl right here. She's drawing. Her mom is on Instagram Live with some family. It's like, hey, talk to the family. Oh, no. She's not drawing. She's making a peanut butter sandwich. Peanut butter and jelly. Excuse me.
She said, Paradise said, hey.
Hey, Paradise. What you doing? I like this peanut butter shit.
Did you curse? No. Yes, you did. That's why you looked up like that. No. You said peanut butter and S word.
I did say that.
Yes, you did. That's why you look like that. Watch your mouth.
Yeah, watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. She was just flowing, got a little too comfortable. I want here together.
She said, Paradise said, hey.
Hey, Paradise. What you doing? I like this peanut butter shit.
She was comfortable, bro.
They're just impersonating you at that age.
They really are.
They really are. You can only look in the mirror if they let one slip.
3-year-old said crap the other day.
Whoa!
I used to get in trouble for crap.
Yeah.
I mean, crap. I thought I was getting over when we turned like 15 and could say crap.
Yeah. My cousin, he was like 16, 17, couldn't say boo-boo. He had to say bookie. It's like, it's just us, bro. You don't have to say your mom's not here, dog. Chill out. Hey, I got a bookie. I'll be right back. Bookie? All right, dog. Hey, we got an airlines passenger right here. He lost his cool after an 18-hour delay. 18 hours. He stood up for the people. He became a man of the people and started just fussing at the airliners.
Hotel hours ago. There is plenty of reason for me to be upset right now. You wasted my whole day. All of our days. You totally.
Where's the organ? We need the organ. We need the organ.
The A-man gassed him up, bro. That's when he started yelling.
Amen.
They do.
All of our days. You totally f***ed us all over all day. What the fuck? What the fuck? It's unacceptable. It's totally unethical for you to mess with us all day. 20 minutes here, 20 minutes there. Move to D7, move to E5, move to E4. It's bullshit. You never had a pilot the whole time.
Lies.
I'm sure you're a good person, but you work for a horrible, evil company.
Oh.
What you said, but please don't scream at me. I have not done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally sympathize with that.
I know. I wrote down right here in my notes the great Gavin Dawson.
Yeah,
that's you.
Yeah, I'll do that someday.
Guys.
I'll be that guy one day.
Yeah,
because they keep acting like, oh yeah, we're probably gonna take off. We're probably gonna take off. We're gonna take off. Just relax. 18 hours.
Yeah, that's.
I've done like 10 hours.
That's much.
They changed laws since then, and luckily you don't have to sit out there on the plane while it's overheating for all those hours anymore. But still, it is an absolute nightmare.
Yes.
If you know you're not going to fly me, at least let me leave so I can go do business and try to get a flight tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's tough, though. Okay, we got choppy parenting advice from Bassick. Is it NHL playoff insults from Maple Leaf fans? Is it the little girl making a sando? They better watch her mouth. Or is it the airline's passenger lost it cool after the 18-hour delay? Yeah, wow, that's tough. I could vote for any of these. Do you know who you want to vote for yet, Chief?
I think I'm going to stick with the champ.
All right. How about you, Lucius?
Yeah, Mike Bassick. And they say you are what you eat right here. I got a little extra bonus for you, boys.
Oh.
We don't have to count this one at all, but there's a chicken farmer that sounds just like his chickens. They say you are what you eat.
That's good.
Those are some good laughs right there.
That's some great laughs. He's enjoying himself.
We can add that to the laugh bracket.
Wolchuk?
Yeah. I'm going to go for the little girl.
The little girl, yes. It's 2-1, Broadus.
Yeah, little girl.
It's 2-2. Okay. I'm going to go with the airline passengers, which means we have a tie. Is it Choppy, our champ? Is it the little girl making a sando? Jump onto @GBagNation's Twitter account. Follow us when you get there. We'll be back with Krusty's Corner and to announce the winner. And Brian, where are we going with the corner today?
Yeah, we got the sports mix on a Friday. We'll do that next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and
This segmentation of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
All righty, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Taking a look at this G-Bag of the Day vote-off. It was RJ Choppy versus the little girl, and Chopster wins 74%. Thanks to everybody who voted at G-Bag Nation. Here's Broadus in Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Watching day baseball from my favorite place, Wrigley Field, today.
Don't you wish you could be there?
Wish I could be there with all the others. I'm watching behind the home plate. Nobody's looking at the game. They're all looking at their phones. Every one of them in the first row looking at their phones. They're not paying attention to the game. I did learn that Mike Napoli's coaching first base for the Cubs. Did you guys see that? Mike Napoli coaching these. How about that? That's pretty cool. And another thing, General, you were talking about the the Rangers. Was it what do we call our uniforms? The alternate uniforms?
City Connects
uniforms.
With the Peagle.
You got a pair of those pants for me yet?
Well, no, $84.99 will get you that hoodie, Gavin.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, the Peagle hoodie.
$84.99 will get you that hoodie.
That's a nice looking hoodie.
So that's
They're
all.
going to look so good dominating in those tonight.
Well, those pants. Yeah.
Think they take the pants off?
Would you rather them just go pantsless tonight, Broadus?
Yeah, just cups and supporters, and why not?
A couple of jocks.
Yeah.
Are we still doing the jock strap? We should ask the guys in the clubhouse.
Yeah, they're definitely still. We have.
They're still jock strapping.
But I think why are you asking this question?
I think you wear sliding shorts over that area now. I think that's what.
No, I don't think in the outfield. Not all the outfielders wear those, but infield, you're wearing that thing.
You're jogging.
And catchers, 100% wearing it.
If you were an outfielder, would you just wear one just to be cool, just so you maybe
to fit in?
But maybe so you kind of have a look that maybe people are looking at you like, hey,
he's packing.
Well, that's a cup. Like,
yeah, well, maybe.
I just put a sock in there like the Rolling Stones used to do up there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Robert Plant,
like Journey or whatever.
I mean, hey, the photog's going to be right up on you.
Yeah.
You might as well.
Yeah. I think.
Be a showman.
Just enlarge that thing.
I think you're onto something.
Show business.
It is show business. Gavin.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the sports mix here.
Okay. Let's do it.
When we look at the history of the Cowboys draft, or since you've been doing the G-Bag Nation stuff,
okay,
is this the most confident you've been in a Cowboys draft?
No. I mean, I'm still waiting for that information to come by that's going to let me know what's the most likely development. I feel like in a lot of years we've had a pretty good feeling, but I'd say this is one of the more mysterious. I kind of expect the Cowboys to deal us a big surprise in 6 days, Brian.
Okay, so when you say confident that I know what they're going to do, or confident that they're going to get it right?
Confident. I like what Gavin did because confident that they're going to get it right.
Yeah.
Are you confident that? Because I know with you guys, there's the thought about the runner.
Mm-hmm.
And so are you confident that you're
confident in their execution?
Yeah, execution of it.
I am. I think these guys got it going on pretty good. And I think the momentum they've been building in recent years of taking the best player available is going to make it highly likely they do that again. They're not going to screw it up with a taco pick.
Yeah, I think I'm as confident in the Cowboys doing the right thing in round one and sort of all throughout the draft as I could be in any team ever. I mean, they are the best drafting team really over the last decade or so. So, yeah, I'm confident that they'll come away with a good player, even if I'm scratching my head on the night. Hey, here's Micah Parsons, what I assumed to be an off-ball linebacker that I didn't think had great instincts. Turned out to be a dang home run. And then here's Tyler Smith. What are we doing? I'm not even sure what is going on right now. Turned out to be a nice pick. So even if I'm questioning it on the night of the draft, I think big picture I'll look back and feel good about what they did.
Hey, they've earned the benefit of the doubt when it comes to first-round picks and nailing that thing. Like, even if you had a doubt about Tyler Smith last year, today you're sitting there thinking, man, that was a home run pick. In a redraft, he's going in the top 10. So, to me, I'm absolutely 100% supporting, even if it's a player that I'm like, I wouldn't have taken that player at 26. I'm pretty sold that he's going to have a good career because the Cowboys have been so dominant in the first round.
I like what you guys are saying about this. I'm confident that they're going to put together a really good board, and if they stick with their board, which they've done in the past, and and their stack is right, which I think it'll probably be, and they're picking it into the draft isn't easy to do, but at least they can let the board come to them. And I'm a big fan.
And I like it with this draft. I like sitting back, waiting. I think there's going to be a player that maybe they weren't even expecting that could be there, like in the CeeDee Lamb draft.
Okay, let me go back to you on this question then. Will Cowboys Nation be happy with the pick that they make?
I think yes. I think the majority of Cowboy fans will be. I think if it's Bijan, you're going to have the majority that are going to be excited about it. And I think even those that were against it will kind of be like, that's a hell of a player. To get him at 26 might be the best value pick of the entire first round. So, I think yes. I think even the tight end, if they were to take Mayer, you'll probably have some people that are like, don't take a first-round tight end. Then they'll come around to it. So I think yes, because of everything we've just said, with the Cowboys have earned the benefit of the doubt. Even if that's a player like Will McDonald, who I'm not as high on as others, you see a lot of upside and potential there. If Dan Quinn stands on the table, fights for him, I'm sold. I'm fine with that pick.
Eric, is Cowboys Nation going to be happy with this pick next? When we get back on the radio next Friday and we talk about this, are they going to be happy with that first pick?
I will say no, just because I think most of the fan base wants to see that flashy name. They want to see the Bijan Robinson name pop up. They want to see a Jackson Smith and Jig, but even a Quentin Johnston, local kid TCU, like a big, sexy kind of pick. And I don't know that it's necessarily going to be that. I think it might just be one of these Tyler Smith kind of deals. Here's Darnell Wright.
Right, yeah.
It's like, dude, honestly, in my mind, I'd be like, that would be awesome.
Gosh, I'd love that.
But I think there's a good chance it's going to be maybe an offensive lineman, not overly sexy, and so the loud fan base will not be overly happy with it.
Gavin, Cowboy Nation happy next Friday with that first pick.
They won't be happy if Bijan's on the board and they don't take him, and I think there's a legitimate chance that happens. So I think you could have full-on outrage. You could have confusion if we have a pick like last year where they take a guy that there's been no smoke, no way of getting to know the guy before the pick happens, and I think both of those things could happen. The Cowboys have been pretty secretive. They've done a nice job of masking their intentions. So I can't answer that question right now, Brian. I think it's about 50-50.
All right, Chief. Yesterday I asked this question, you guys, at the golf trip, because I wanted to ask Tony Romo this question, but we didn't get a chance to talk to him. I was going to ask Tony, do you think you or Dak has taken more grief as a Cowboy quarterback? And I'm going to ask you this question. Who do you think has taken more grief as a Cowboy quarterback, Romo or Dak?
I think it's Romo, man. I do tend to think it's Romo. It's probably a coin flip, but I think Romo had a lot of back-breaking moments that felt like it was on him. Here's a fourth-quarter interception late in the game where it's like that. You feel like that one cost you, and he never. I mean, or the Seattle. Botching the snap,
the field goal.
So much of what went wrong at times felt like it was squarely on him, and so I do think that he took more of a beating than even Dak does. But they both take a ton.
I'm going to go with Dak. It takes a little bit more because people know he's not as good as what Tony was. Okay, and when you can talk about the noise that surrounds it and everything, but when it comes down to it, I think more people think Tony was a good player.
How about you there, Zachary?
Tony did get a lot. I'd probably go with Tony for as of right now. I mean, Dak's getting a ton. I think it just comes to being the Cowboys quarterback. You're constantly going to be either loved. Some people are going to love you. Others are going to hate you and shoot you down. But Romo did have a lot more of those moments where it's like, how many games are you going to point at Dak and say, this is the game that he lost you? Fans were pointing the finger and blaming Romo, and they had no business even being in a lot of those games because Tony dragged them. I'd go with Romo.
Thank you very much, sir.
Appreciate you brought us Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40. Little Friday sports mix there for you. Okay, as we come up on the 3 o'clock, that means you're about 2 hours and 20 minutes away from what you're drinking and what you're thinking. I'm trying to ignore this text. He needs to clean out his ears. I'll tell you that much, Brian.
Oh, is it about the question about Dak and Tony again?
No, it's about Bijan. He says I'm out of the loop, and if Bijan is there and they don't pick him, the Cowboys fans will be pissed.
That's exactly what you just said.
Thank you, Wolchuk. I was trying to ignore it. I couldn't.
But you did say that.
I did.
I'm proud of you for ignoring it.
Thanks, man. And I thank Wolchuk for dunking on that guy, so I didn't have to.
Yeah,
I got your
teammate
back
right there.
We got the NFL news of the day coming up next, Wolchuk. Where are you taking us?
Who's the team that's taking calls about moving into the first round and why one person says Bijan is not getting drafted by this team? Next on The Fan.
The latest from From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. It's time now for the NFL news of the day. Now, here he is, back from his very trying physical. It's Zach Wolchuk.
Thank you very much, Gavin. Happy to be back with you.
Yeah.
They draw blood from you?
Glad to see you made it.
Are you a needles guy?
No, I look away.
I look away too.
I can't do that. I don't want to see
Scared of heights, look away guy.
Yeah, I don't want to see the blood going in the vial there.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing, man.
And they're very talented folks that do that, by the way.
It was painless.
It is absolutely, and you're scared.
I was I always get nervous.
I'm always
but
nervous.
They've done a good job.
Yeah.
They find the vein. Mine were showing. They were like, you did well here.
You mean on the cough?
Yeah. The cough was probably the most traumatizing part of the whole thing. All right, let's get into the NFL news of the day. If you missed it in the opener, we've got suspensions for gambling as the NFL continues to be the hypocrites that they are. But I get this one, I suppose. When you're betting on in a team facility, it's against the rules. So you've had 4 Lions players, including their first rounder, Jameson Williams, who were among.
You mean the Little Caesar, or not the Little Caesars, the Caesar's Palace.
Pizza.
The Caesar's Palace facility that we've just named, that kind of thing.
Exactly.
So you can't bet at the Caesar's Palace
not
facility.
if you're an NFL player.
No.
Or an NFL member.
Steve was on
anyway.
earlier. He said you can go in there and play blackjack. You just can't go into the sports book.
Can't go into the sports book.
Yeah, it's the same rules as you were subject to as a
Derek was trying to fire me and Rob Phillips.
Yeah.
For wanting to go in the sports book.
I bet that you still went in there.
No, we didn't.
Well, these players were among the league-wide players to be suspended for violating the NFL's gambling policy after an investigation by the league. Jameson Williams got 6 games for this suspension. So, hey, he's just another one. I mean, he didn't get a year like Calvin Ridley did. Yeah. But
6 has got to be the max. Unless you bet on the NFL, they're way too heavy-handed. That's a 2-gamer.
Well, you got
2-gamer max.
You got indefinite suspension for Quintez Cephas, indefinite for CJ Moore.
They lost
and
their jobs.
Indefinite for Shaka Toney.
Yeah, which means it could be more than a year. I think they can apply for reinstatement in a season.
Right, but those are jobbers. Let's be
for
honest.
sure. Yeah, absolutely. No question.
And Brian could be right. Like, those dudes could be bleeped.
No, they're gone.
Yeah.
They're already gone.
Like,
They let it.
but
they
I'm
let it-
talking, who knows?
Oh, yeah.
You know, you
They're
miss a
gone.
year and you're kind of a fringe roster bubble guy anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's done.
They kept the guy. They kept the guys they wanted. Matter of fact, the Detroit Lions have a history of this. Alex Karras, like 60 years ago, got suspended.
Oh no!
So the Lions lead the league in like players getting suspended for gambling. They're like the team everybody looks to. Like, hey, who got the most gamblers? Oh, that's the Detroit Lions by far.
They also lead the league in farting away like 1 in a million talents, like Barry Sanders and Calvin Johnson.
Jeez. Well, speaking of
Stafford,
the Stafford, yeah. Well, here's quarterbacks.
What?
I mean, he's not on the same level of 1 in a million talent like a Calvin, like
Super
a damn
Bowl.
Megatron,
Megatron.
and Barry
Who's
Sanders.
Megatron?
All right, go ahead, Wolchuk.
Are you guys done?
I think
We
so.
can. I mean, I think we had a good.
said
we had a
no,
good argument brewing
We
here.
did, but then I put a J in instead of the G, and then
And now
that
you
was-
decided
that
now I'm
was
leaking
over.
confidence. It's
Yeah.
over now. Okay. Well, I know you
Brought
guys
us
do.
wins.
You guys get into the S2 cognitive test results. We've got the results, baby. So when
I
you
wish we could get. Broadus, can you find a way to get your hands on one of these? Because we, as a show, need to do an S2 test.
No, we
and,
don't.
And see
Do one every morning?
No, we don't.
See what's going on.
We don't need to do
Dawson
that.
does one every morning.
Number
Scores
one.
keep getting higher and higher.
Number one, best score.
-6.
Bryce Young, 98%.
Ooh.
How about number 2 is a bit of a surprise. And by the way, 80% is considered good. So anything above 80, these guys did really well.
Wait, I love that.
Wait, you said somebody's surprised, bro? That's awful, fam. You need to relax. Keep your personal views to yourself. Good
I
God.
was just about to say, what is this guy having just one of those faces that
He looks like a dumbass. I can't believe he got that high.
He's a mid-round quarterback that people aren't talking about. That's
Who
why
helped
it's a
you?
surprise. I thought he had dumb face.
Cheat.
It's Jake Hayner from Fresno State.
I
Got a
thought-
96%.
I thought it was going to be the mustache guy.
And most people would just not know who the bleep Jake Hayner is unless you've been studying the draft. That's why it's a surprise.
You drinking that Haynerade?
6-foot quarterback from Fresno.
He's
right?
not. I like him quite a bit. I
But see,
think he's got a little moxie
Dane
to him.
compared him to the Brock Purdy.
Yes.
He said if there's a Brock Purdy in this draft, it's our guy.
That's the
Hayner.
guy. He's one of those dudes. Been a full-time starter there for a while.
Do you agree with Walchuk's moxie take about old Hayner?
I've never seen the man, so I can't tell that.
His tape.
I thought if you watch the tape, you can see if the guy's got moxie.
Moxie. I thought you said about how he looks. He had dumb face.
Oh, I didn't say. I was joking about the dumb face thing. I don't think he does. He's not Eli. He's not Eli.
Oh, he does have moxie. Yes.
Jake Hayner's got that moxie.
He's got moxie. No, he absolutely does. They play in games where they're playing UCLA on tape, and they keep giving up the score. I mean, they can't stop UCLA, and he keeps bringing them back.
Yeah.
So, moxie.
He's not bad. He's one of those guys, if you want to throw a dart, take a developmental quarterback.
He's 6 foot, though.
He's small.
That's your problem.
Right. Yeah. And if I'm going for a 6 foot guy, give me Jaron Hall, who got a 93%. He tied with Will Levis. Jaron Hall's out of BYU. He's kind of my mid-round target. I'd like to get him. Clayton Tune got an 84%.
Cowboys are on him a little bit.
Where's the threshold at which it starts to become a concern? 80?
80 and below. Below 80 is when it's like, okay, you're not great at this. And right on the fringe is Anthony Richardson with a 79%. And Hendon Hooker's 46%. And CJ Stroud, lowest score at 18%.
I'd love for Hooker and Stroud to be the best players out of this class.
Just end up saying bleep this test.
And flip that test.
So far, the test has been pretty accurate.
Well, from what I understand, just because you score high on it doesn't mean you're going to be a good player. But if you score low on it, it means you are going to suck.
It's a little bit of a red flag. That's what they say. We haven't seen the test. I've seen the Wonderlic test administered, so I kind of know what the test is with this S2. And that's one of the reasons why they say that the Houston Texans are not going to take a quarterback at 2, because the team in the league that's the biggest S2 team is the San Francisco 49ers. Where did the Texans get the majority of their offensive coaches? San Francisco. That's why you're hearing such
makes sense.
That's why you're hearing such a rumbling about, well, they're not going to take a quarterback at 2. It's because they really believe in the S2 and they bringing that to Houston. But the problem is the general manager, Nick Caserio at Houston, is kind of like, no, wait a minute, boys. Wait a minute. No, I'm not the biggest believer in the S2.
Because he's not a Niner guy. But I mean, Will Levis, if you're married to the S2 score, Will Levis seemed to score pretty dang high.
Right. And as of my grades these tests match that. Like, I have Levis is the second best quarterback, Bryce Young is number 1.
Yeah.
And that matches the score. So for me, that'd be good.
I mean, all I had to hear is that the 49ers are leading the league and paying attention to this. I'm sold.
They are. Yeah. They're the leading team. I
want all my players at all positions to have the best cognitive abilities for tracking multiple players and understanding where the ball is and where I am in relation and memorizing all that stuff when I turn my back to it.
Absolutely.
That's essentially what we're looking at, and it's a huge edge.
Yeah, the S2 guys have come on various programs and said, listen, hey, we're not trying to make people look bad here, but maybe it's one of those things that you coach around the deficiencies. That's how they're trying to say that. Look at the test this way. Don't look at the, just look at it as a way to say, hey, my quarterback might be deficient, and this is how I need to coach him.
I think there's ways of succeeding if you have a good team around you. Maybe it will limit your abilities to be a long-term franchise quarterback, though. I think there's that much to it. And I know the S2 guys are out like saying, please don't use this to weaponize, but they provided something that's going to revolutionize scouting and determining where guys should be on boards. And they don't want the negativity that comes along with it, but there's going to be, because guys who look great in college, this is going to really deal them a serious blow when it comes to, it's genetically qualified. There's nothing you can do about it. It's not like you didn't pay attention in class. It's just how good your eyes are at telling your brain stuff and how good your brain is at organizing it while running a 4.4, and we're talking about the upper 1% of the upper elite crust of athletes. It was just a matter of time before science, came up with something that could empower the scouts and is now empowering media and fans to get a little bit more of a scientific understanding of what it takes to be able to process all that. 22 guys on a field running their balls off, stronger than giants, wrestling, and you're trying to process things in quarters of seconds to give your team an edge. And now that they have this test, man, it's a really one of the most interesting things I've ever seen in all of my time in sports radio.
It is. It seems to be pretty accurate, depicting who's going to be good, who's going to struggle. And if you want more information, just Google up the Athletics C2 cognitive test article. And
S2.
S2, and they did an excellent job of going through that thing. We went through it a couple months ago. Speaking of quarterbacks and a 49ers quarterback, they moved up. They took Trey Lance, 3rd overall.
I guess that means he must have scored high if the Niners are super high
Probably.
on the S2 stuff.
Right.
Trey Lance must have hit that
Unless
pretty good.
they really were going for Mac Jones, and Mac Jones was the one that scored high, and then they got nervous.
Yeah, Mike Lombardi, he was on that from the word go, and he's starting to get confirmation from people that the 49ers got a little scared. They backed out on that one.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we got
Came to their senses.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Indianapolis Colts have both recently reached out to the Niners about trading for my bestie, Trey Lance. I think both of those would be interesting teams for him to go to. Indianapolis, maybe more so to me than Tampa Bay.
Well, let's be honest. My guy at Indianapolis, Chris Ballard, is on his last legs.
He's trying to get a QB in there.
He hasn't in the last 4 years.
No.
I mean, that's been a problem for him. He is the next guy that's going to get fired if they don't find a quarterback.
Yeah. No, I'm not. And they've drafted okay as well. It's one of those things where he is just absolutely outside of the once Andrew Luck retired. They have just struggled at that position. Bijan Robinson, Texas quarterback, making the media rounds.
Running back?
He was running back. He was on the Dan Patrick Show. Okay. He was talking about who's he visited with. And I thought this was very surprising. I figured most teams in the league are probably going to want to at least visit with Bijan, right? Who knows where he's going to go? You see some people think he's going to be a top 10 pick, others in the 20s. He could go all over the first round. Well, how many
That's the floor of the season thing with him.
Top 30 visits have you taken, Bijan?
How many interviews have you done? How many teams you met with?
I've been to two teams. And like for official visits to their city, only 2 teams.
And those teams are?
The Eagles and the Buccaneers of the 2 teams I met with. But I've been talking to like a lot of teams on Zoom and stuff and on calls. So, but yeah, those are the 2 places that I've been.
Just 2 teams, the Eagles being one of them.
Mm-hmm.
But
that is weird.
You know, I guess if you're doing the Zoom thing, I mean, maybe teams now have fallen back to we had success with that a couple years ago with the pandemic.
Yeah.
We don't need to have them necessarily in the building, especially Bijan, who's a guy that seems like he's one of those home run prospects.
Right.
You don't really need to get him in here. You know his character makeup. You know the physicals are all right.
I think this is the problem with Bijan Robinson. And an article was just written about a great player that is in the wrong era. You know? I mean, that to me is there. Nobody knows. Like everybody's thinking, man, this guy's a great player. Probably not going to have a shot at him. You know, we're probably, and so now you're thinking, do I need to bring him in on a visit? If Philadelphia was picking it, like they're picking at 30, they probably don't bring Bijan Robinson. The fact they're picking at 10, that's the problem. Nobody in this draft knows where Bijan Robinson's going to go.
No.
The ceiling, I guess, is what you would say could be what, 10? Philadelphia,
I've seen as early as 8 to Atlanta.
Okay, well then there you go. There you go. A random ceiling at 8, floor 31 or 30. Nobody knows where this guy's going to go.
Nope, it's all over the map.
Maybe it's 40, and maybe this is a clear sign that a lot of teams are just not doing it in the first round. A couple are willing to, but a lot of others are assuming, well, he's not going to be available in the second round, so why should we bring him in, right? So there's not many teams that are going to be open to picking any running back in the first round anymore. And I think the word is, he's got to go in the first round. That's what the running back people keep saying. He's got to go in the first round. If he's there at 26, you run with the card. There's a lot of teams that are saying no because they get hurt so dang much. Like this is a real thing. And finally, we're now on the doorstep of everybody capitulating to the idea.
If you're going to take a running back and you don't want to give him a second contract, you got to take him in the first.
Yes.
Because of the 5th-year option. That's why you would have to take a running back.
And that's why when you're picking in the back half of the first round, it makes more sense.
And then you have to maybe be able to use the franchise tag twice if you really want to do
this.
But
it doesn't mean you need to do it in the top 10 when you can take a cornerstone player that has a good chance to get that second contract, like a quarterback, like one of the best edge rushers or corners or offensive tackles, the more premium positions. Yeah. So, I mean, I 100% support that argument. But in the back half of the first round, it makes a little bit more sense.
It does. It makes more sense. It's less of a bad idea the later you go on. I definitely understand that. But, I think there's a lot of teams now that have just drawn a line at it because they can clearly see it.
Well, the one team
in this
met
draft,
with there,
you can clearly draw a line if you want to. this is one of the rare drafts where you have these running backs that they're probably 10, 12, 13.
Second and third round.
Yeah. I mean,
got a lot of meat
there's
there.
a lot of guys that have similar traits.
Sure.
And so if you want to say, hey, I don't want to take one in the first, and you want to try and grab one in the second or third, I guarantee you there's going to be a run on them in the second round.
Oh,
there's
definitely. Third round, I think you're really going to get a good
It's going to be
run.
like cornerbacks coming off the board. Remember, we always get those cornerbacks that start at 41.
Yeah.
It goes all the way to 46. Just bam, 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 like that.
So here was Daniel Jeremiah yesterday of the NFL Network. He jumped on ESPN. They were asking him about the potential of taking Bijan with Philadelphia. And here's what he had to say.
If I'm a bad football team, it makes no sense for me to take a running back high in the draft where I'm going to use up 3 of his 5 to 6 years where those carries don't matter. We're a bad team. Now, there are instances where you have a situation like this year. The Philadelphia Eagles, they were in the Super Bowl last year, but they find themselves with the 10th overall pick due to a trade. If they were to take Bijan Robinson, every single one of his carries during that 5 or 6 year period would be meaningful. And when you look at the NFC right now, it feels like it is a 2-team race between the 49ers and the Eagles. And you stack up those 2 rosters, the one area I'd give the edge to in a big way to the 49ers would be Christian McCaffrey. You wipe that out right here if you go and you bring in Bijan Robinson. Now, Mel, that being said, I worked in that organization for 2 years in that personnel department, and if there's such thing as less than a 0% chance that it happens, that is the case there in Philadelphia.
0% chance the Eagles take Bijan at number 10, according to Daniel Jeremiah.
Yeah, Harry Roseman's way too smart for that. I mean, there's just it wouldn't make any sense. It wouldn't make any sense for a smart team to do that. It's a shame. And we talked about it, like every team coming around on the idea of the running back. It's like we're not even going to bring him to our facility because there's nothing that he can do or say or we can see that's going to change our mind on just the overarching idea now about the running back position. So it's like we're not even going to have him come here because there's nothing he can do to change our mind on what the value of the position is.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to end it. 817 asks what percentage of any position actually lives up to their second contract anyway, or earns a second contract. It's much higher for the other positions. That's one of the significant issues at the deal. When you're spending something like a first round pick, you got to look at how many games do they miss. How they impact winning as far as the EPA and some of the analytics can measure, how frequently they hit that second contract. There's a lot that goes into it, and it's why I think we're at a tipping point of teams now moving on from even considering it. I think these are the last years we'll even consider like drafting a running back in the first round possible. It's not as bad as kicker, but it's heading in that direction.
Yeah, and it's all of that. And then it's also the idea that the drop off from the guy drafted in the first round is not that much from the guy drafted in the fourth round. You know, and usually the first round quarterback is much better than the fourth round quarterback. At running back, there's not much of a discrepancy.
Okay, we got to run, though, G-Bag Nation. Thanks for making us part of your day. And a reminder, our Path to the Draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers. On night 1 of the draft, the fan will be at all 8 Pluckers locations. They have some cool specials and prizes all night long. And by our friend at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing. Your draft headquarters is right here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, favorites for breakout player for 2023. Let's look at next season for the Cowboys. Who's your guy that's going to open up and take the league by storm? It's next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, thanks to Rockwell Ford, it's 35 minutes of commercial-free Fan and the Expressway. Sean and RJ mornings at 7.
Pluckers locations for specials on their wings and beer. Make sure you stay the whole time because as the night gets going, the specials get better. Check them out, pluckers.com, and find a location near you.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good one. How about some Cowboys content here? Who do you think is going to be the breakout player of 2023? The 682 says it's turpentine, baby. The 817 Cowboys breakout player, Bijan Robinson. Boom. A lot of carryover on the text from our Bijan Robinson conversation. It's a hot one out there, and people have strong opinions, and so do all four of us. Segment here is brought to you by Soda, and it's also brought to you by us here, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thought you'd appreciate it. Okay, breakout players. We go to Blogging the Boys here. Matt Holleran. Quality writer here with the outfit. They're blogging about the Cowboys every day over here on this website. We appreciate the content, guys. Good work. Number one on their list, running back Tony Pollard. Had a big year last year, 1,007 yards, 12 total touchdowns, 5.2 an attempt. But maybe we're in for some more here. increase the carries from 200 to 300, and boom, you could be really off and running with an all-pro type of season for Tony Pollard. I just don't know if he can take all those touches. What do you guys think?
He's broken out.
I love a good re-breakout.
Come on. I love blogging the boys. But number one, Tony Pollard, we're picking a guy that just broke out last year.
Matthew's always hollering. Yeah, man. I think that is we've already seen the breakout from Tony Pollard. Now he's off an injury, so this would not be the breakout prediction year for me necessarily. This would be a setback year. But for me, and we've got this name texted in once from the 469, I immediately went to Sam Williams. I think he's Mr. Breakout.
That guy is an absolute stud, just a total alpha athlete. The way that he physically connects with people, like the body slam play from last year, I know he got a flag because it was just so strong, but I think he has elite pass rusher makeup. I think he could be a star in the league for a very long time. So that's a good one. The 469 was throwing out Sam Williams as well.
Is his off the field stuff that happens to him occasionally going to allow him to focus on the things he needs to do to be a really good player on the field?
I mean, I think it's a fair question to ask.
The maturity levels.
Yeah.
That's
the
been
only
a pretty
thing.
smooth year, hasn't it?
Well,
Other
the whole
than
thing.
that car.
He bought a car, then wrecked it the same day.
Yeah. So I mean, to
Nobody
me,
got hurt though.
There's times where they've kind of talked about him when some of the questions they had about him coming out of Mississippi, were that he needed to grow up.
Yeah.
And so maybe the automobile accident caused him to kind of reevaluate some things.
Meets Parcells as his coach.
He does. Just go ahead and no nonsense. Go get me that Gatorade like he did with DeMarcus Ware. But I like Sam Williams. I think that he is due for a big year. He had 22 pressures last year, 7 quarterback hits, 4 sacks. Heck, you could tell me he would double that. I'd co-sign.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, and because he's got it set up nicely, it's not like he's got to be the guy. Like offenses have to worry about DeMarcus Lawrence, Micah Parsons from a pass rush standpoint. So it's not like he's going to be a guy that sees a bunch of double teams or anything like that. So he's set up nicely. I think he's due for a big year, but it's fair. It's fair to ask that question there, Broadus, and I think that would be the only thing that would prevent him from being a super savage on the defense.
I think they like Peyton Hendershot more than they like Jake Ferguson over there.
So you'd go Hendershot?
What? That is shocking to me.
That's interesting because number 3 on the list from Blogging the Boys is Peyton Hendershot. Ooh. Picking up 23-year-old tight end Peyton was one of Dallas's best under-the-radar moves last year. Scooped up by the Cowboys after the draft, ended up making the team as a UDFA. Found his way onto the field. Why do they like Hendershot more in Ferguson, Brian?
I feel like when they look at more of the up the field stuff, the ability after the catch. Now, let's be honest. We were all talking about these tight ends and why would you draft a tight end in the first round? Go look at the numbers for the 2 tight ends combined when you start to look at production, and then ask me that question why you wouldn't want to draft a tight end. Let's not act like these guys had 40, 50, 60 catches each.
Right.
Well, they had the teacher's pet, Dalton Schultz, running in there.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. That's the reason why I would mention Hendershot. Again, just talking to some folks over there. Nothing against Jake Ferguson.
Okay.
I don't know why Peyton Hendershot didn't get drafted last year when you watch him play.
Yeah.
And I do feel like there's that down the field presence, probably a little bit better blocker, a little bit better after catch. So
they both have good energy.
You think Hendershot better blocker than Ferguson?
I think so.
Really?
It's just crazy.
I think Hendershot got benched because he couldn't block.
When you go through like the last 11 games for Hendershot last year, it's 2 catches, 18 yards. One of those catches was a touchdown. He did have the caused interception, I believe, in the Titans game. And then he was inactive. I don't remember if he was injured. I think he was injured.
It's a long learning curve for tight ends.
It is.
Usually for tight ends, it's year 3 or year 4.
Heck,
by the
we
time
saw
you're
that
good.
with Dalton Schultz. Yeah. I would go with Fergie. I think he's more well-rounded. But I see what they're saying with Hendershot. He's got a little bit more wiggle. Deron Bland, I think, is an easy answer to this. I think now that you have a full year starting with Deron Bland, he started the season strong.
He's everything that I thought.
The season strong.
He was everything that I thought Anthony Brown was going to be. Because I remember this time last year, we're talking about breakout players, and I was talking when Dorrance Armstrong was a guy, and then Anthony Brown was another guy I talked about. But Bland's done a hell of a job. He really, really has.
Keep those texts coming in, 877-881-1053. Breakout players. How about one for Damone Clark? We going to get something from either of these linebackers, Cox or Clark?
You know what? I can't sit here with any confidence and say that.
Okay.
Not right now. I mean, every time that you talked about people, and I asked George Edwards about this. He's now down in Tampa. But George was telling me, he goes, hey, Cox, 2 steps forward or 1 step forward, 2 steps back kind of a situation with him. So we'll see.
Such a bummer.
It's funny, though, the way you look at it, like when I think about breakout players, how many guys on the offense, I mean, the 2 tight ends are fair to throw up, but otherwise it's like who on the offense is breaking out? We'll see after the draft, if they draft a running back or some type of player offensively, then you can see maybe this guy has a big year. But all my breakout guys, I'm thinking, are on defense. Izzy McQuamu is a guy that comes to name for me.
Man, you throw Turpin in there, and you're just thinking, oh, how about another guy with the beginning name, last name of T was Tolbert. But you can't even have any confidence. You can't predict that.
You want a T first name Tyler Smith for a breakout from pretty good rookie lineman to great lineman.
Yeah.
I
see what you're doing. Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
That would be something, if he could do that and maybe get as good in the pass game as he was in the run game. Okay, how about this and real quick here, gauging who's under the most pressure for the Cowboys heading into the 2023 season. Who is under the most pressure to you?
Player or coach?
Well, it's interesting because we're taking a player from all 3 levels or a person from all 3 levels. We go to LP Cruz blogging the boys. Jerry Jones with 10% of the pressure.
Okay.
Admittedly said he would have fired himself years ago if he wasn't the owner and GM. The most valuable franchise in the world of sports prides itself on being the best show, but the last 26 years of mediocrity are more akin to Barnum and Bailey's. And a modern Greek tragedy. Oh, no. I like what LP's doing here. Nice work. The Cowboys have had good teams on paper. I feel like there's got to be some pressure, and maybe we got those trades because Jerry is feeling that pressure to actually put together a winner instead of a playoff team. Mike McCarthy's feeling 40% of it.
I think McCarthy's got the freaking heat on him, man. You don't go ahead and make those calls. I'm taking them over, and the pressure's not on you.
Yeah, you go pressure pie chart. I think McCarthy's dominating.
I say another Mike Solari, the offensive line coach.
It's important.
You can't go out there. If you flop around on that offensive line this year and look bad and struggle and give up pressure and have a lot of problems running the football, and it's because your guys aren't getting the job done, that's on that line coach.
Is that a McCarthy buddy?
That's a McCarthy buddy, which in fact puts his pressure
puts you back on McCarthy.
McCarthy, yeah, absolutely.
And they say Dak Prescott is feeling quite a bit of the pressure. They carved it up 100%. They gave 10 to Jerry, 40 to Mike, and then 50% of the pressure to Dak Prescott.
Makes sense. I think Michael Gallup's under a bit of pressure this year too.
I don't think Dak Prescott's going anywhere.
I
think the other guys, not Jerry Jones ain't going anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think that 40% is probably low on Mike McCarthy.
They're trying to give a new deal to Dak. He'll be here for at least 4, maybe another 8 years.
They've got a quarterback they think they can win with. They're not trying to go back to quarterback purgatory, man.
Okay, thank you guys. There's a little Cowboys news of the day here in the G-Bag Nation. Now, it is Friday coming up on 3:40. I believe it's little biggest L, biggest dub.
You would be correct, General. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next.
You know what? I'm going to tell you about D&M Leasing right here, though. I love D&M and this easy lease product they've put together for us, the Tolos.
The fans' path to the draft continues, and on day 2 of this year's draft, hang with the G-Bag Nation Friday afternoon, April 28 at the Owner's Box inside the Omni Hotel on Lamar in downtown Dallas. Hang with the nation and talk draft at the Owner's Box with 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. It is time for Eric Chiafon to give you some of the highlights of the week. Here it is, the biggest L and biggest dub with Chief.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Let's party.
Oh, yeah. Now
listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L,
biggest dub.
I learned something just a minute ago.
What's that?
How many beers do you think fit in the Stanley Cup? 12-ounce beers.
Give me an 18 pack.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go 16.
30.
17.
Wow,
That means Walchuk hit. I busted. Walchuk wins.
17 12-ounce beers goes into the Stanley Cup, can fit into the Stanley Cup.
Damn, that's awesome.
That's a great factoid right there. Thank you for bringing that
That's
to the
a big
table
dub
there.
for all of us.
Perfect.
I was just looking at the, go Stars.
So you get the 18
Go
pack,
Stars, yeah.
you crack one open and start sipping on it while you're pouring the other 17 in. That's genius.
Maybe you shotgun that first one too, just to really get the things popping off. Big L for Drew Smiley. My dear God, what just happened to him in a Cubs uniform? Former Ranger pitcher. He was going for the no-no/perfect game. He was 6 outs away from the perfect game against the Dodgers. They're up like 13-0 right now. Drew Smiley of all people. And then, I don't know, he gets tackled by his own catcher while he's trying to throw.
I looked over, and it was like the exit velocity of the hit that was 32 miles an hour. So it was a broken bat squibber, and Smiley comes flying off the mound, and his catcher basically tackles him in the open field. Before
they were both beelining to the ball.
They're trying to get to the ball to make the play, and it ends up being a hit.
What a way to ruin a perfect bleeping game. L for you, Drew Smiley.
How many perfect games have we had in Major League Baseball history?
22.
23, actually.
Wow, dude.
We had a couple last year.
We're all on point right now. Hey, let me.
Our guessing game is good.
Yeah, we're crushing it. I would say big dub to college football fans everywhere. It looks as though the clock will no longer be stopping after those first downs.
D3 is so ticked off. They were like the only part of college football that voted against this. Division 3 is like, no. Stop the clock after the first down. We are playing more snaps.
We have fans in the stands. It's our only way to make money.
We're trying to revenue build.
That's questionable.
How dare you?
That's questionable in some of the fans.
I don't know how anybody could be upset at this. I think this is a victory for everyone, everywhere.
It's a big victory for Big 12 football.
Yeah, I mean now, because we always talk about baseball as being the sport, and obviously no longer with the pitch clock, but that kind of dragged on a little bit. These college football games, as fun as they are, and as amazing as college football is, you got games going 4 hours on a regular basis. And I think stopping the clock after first downs was a huge reason why. So that will no longer happen anymore. I do believe, though, if I've read correctly, the final 2 minutes of the half and 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, you will get the first down clock stoppages.
And that's fine.
So, and that's
that
cool.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
I'm cool with that.
Totally fine with that, man. But that's a huge victory for college football fans everywhere.
If we could get just a half hour off the game, that these networks could figure out a way to get more games on. I don't know why it's taking them so long. If you can get it down to 3 like the NFL, and now in a 12-hour window, you're doing 4 games instead of 3.
Mm-hmm.
How is this not like a huge money grab for them? Maybe this is the first signs of it.
Step in the right direction. We got a big dub from the 682. Big dub from my brother Mauricio Hernandez getting married tomorrow. So congratulations to you. 817, biggest dub this week. My birthday always falls on 420. And it's always a miracle that I've survived it to 32. And a happy birthday to you, sir. And we got a lot of dubs. People going to the Rangers game tonight. Shout out to you and enjoy those City Connect.
Did we get a bobblehead tonight?
Marcus Simeon style.
And he's wearing the City Connect uni.
First 15,000 fans, I believe. So
you're going to want to get there early. Get there early.
Get there early. See that Peagle live in the flesh.
Excuse me?
Big L for the Arizona Cardinals.
You don't like them?
Dude, how can anybody like these uniforms? They hype it up. Oh, brand new uniforms. Here we go.
I think the Cardinals just they can't do it.
They got worse somehow.
Do they change their uniforms every year, it appears? Aren't they one of those teams? Them and the Falcons.
They've done it recently. They try and make the bird look meaner, and it never worked.
These uniforms, they're pretty whack. Their home uniforms are going to be all red, and it's going to say Arizona in white across the chest. I don't understand.
Looks
why
like a
these
high
teams are
school
doing
uniform.
That. It does, man.
Yeah.
It does.
Nothing against high schools, but
if you haven't seen it yet, just think of the Falcons uniform. But instead of it being Atlanta, just throw Arizona.
They just
on
look
there.
super generic.
Just not.
It's all black. It's all red, and it's all white.
I thought it was a joke. I thought it was one of those. I thought I was getting ball sacked when I first saw this on Twitter. I was like, "There's no way this is actually the uniforms that they're unveiling here." Like, so many things are getting better throughout time, but the uniform progression, especially in football, is just getting worse, man.
You don't like the way it says Bird Gang on them?
I don't even where does it say Bird Gang?
It says Bird Gang in the back of the bag of the collar right there.
The neck.
I feel bad for all Arizona Cardinals fans. That's a huge bummer. They look ridiculous. Big dub to grits lovers in the greater Boulder area. You can thank Coach Prime for the addition of grits on seemingly every menu at local restaurants in the Boulder area, because
his
when
big thing, he travels around. He goes to these establishments and has lunch and breakfast and stuff like that. Yeah,
that was his one complaint when he arrived at Colorado. He's like, man, I can't get grits anywhere around here. And now apparently all the breakfast spots around campus all got grits on the menu. So that's a huge victory, man. Coach Prime bringing it strong.
That's what they have on the menu before grits. Was like malto meal or something.
I don't think
oatmeal.
Yeah, there's a lot of oatmeal going on there.
I didn't know grits didn't travel like that. Grits don't travel good.
Don't travel well.
It's mainly a Southern deal. Maybe a little of the Midwest.
I think Prime brought his. I think he brought the chef from Jackson State with him up to Boulder.
Good for him
for his cooking for his team and stuff.
Oh, they got greens and hog maws and everything.
He's
short ribs.
He is great.
Going out of control.
Catfish. He's great. He's great on Twitter, or excuse me, on TikTok, because he's always like, you're always seeing something about the program. He met the mascot the other day, Ralphie, and they're asking him to run.
Ralphie boy.
He's like, oh no, man, you're gonna give me out to run there. But he was like, petting Ralphie. He's really good for what they're doing at the program.
Did you check Ralphie's socks?
Oh yeah, it's a good call.
Yeah,
better
have the black joints on.
It's the black ones, right? Yeah. I got kicked off a practice field in high school for not having the right socks.
Yeah.
It was
Practice?
So you know how? Yeah, because you get a new coach that comes in and he's trying to set a new standard for certain things, and I got random run of the mill socks on, and you're supposed to have these crappy white socks. Everybody's supposed to be uniform,
right?
And we're in the middle of stretching, and he comes by me and he says, "We'll see you after practice, Jack."
I want to be honest. Yesterday, I was driving home thinking about you yanking down shorts and pushing people over.
Pause.
There's a lot to unpack there.
I need some more context for that one there, Broadus. You can't just leave that one hanging.
You get jealous or something?
No, he was telling the story about that.
Pantsing and kicking people over.
Yeah,
huh?
he's like yanking the pants down and stepping on their pants
Eric
and
was
pushing
a
them
bully.
over.
No, it's a great pastime if you're a high school bro and you're on a baseball or football team or whatever it is right now, and you're all wearing the T-shirt and the athletic shorts. You go behind your buddy, you pants him, and then he inevitably, human reaction, 10 out of 10, it's undefeated. They immediately go down to the ankles to pull their pants up. But you've now stepped on those pants in between their legs, and you just give them a nice little nudge, and boom, they're falling over. 10 out of 10.
And I'm
it's
getting
priceless.
my ass hammered.
And these are freshmen that you do it.
Great way to build a camaraderie.
Yeah, or a buddy. It doesn't
or a
matter.
buddy.
Either way, it's a pretty good one. It's a pretty good, and it's relatively harmless, but it garners laughs across the board.
It sounds like a very fun joke to do.
I should have done it to my coach that
it.
day.
Oh, that would.
When he kicked me off the practice field, I should have went behind him.
Oh,
and
you didn't have the
pulled
gusto.
the fast one on him. No, I didn't.
But I don't
Coach
blame
used to wear the
either.
worst shorts back in the day. Those
I don't think you're getting those shorts down.
Oh, yeah, with the button joints and the zippers.
They're like, if they walk too fast, they're starting to fire.
Yeah,
like up to their
up to the thigh.
Yeah.
Above the belly button
Yeah,
joint.
exactly.
Talk about hustle. We're like, bro, what?
Be an athlete.
Be an athlete.
Those bike shorts. Oh, God.
Killer mustache and like a 50-pound belly.
Yeah. Whistle just hanging off that joint.
Railing you for being out of shape. Like, man, my gosh. Big L, obviously, to Oakland baseball fans. They're no longer going to have a baseball team. They are moving to Vegas.
Mark Davis, he
was not happy.
He was not happy with that.
Them. They're the reason we couldn't get a new stadium
He
built.
was.
I hate them.
Are they the reason why you have that haircut?
Yes,
what about
they
the text? What about the text?
Text, we got a big dub from the 817. Went out to Weatherford with my little man Liam. Got a burner and a pot for a boil tomorrow. Gotta love the mud bugs. There you go,
there
Brian.
we go. Congratulations.
There we go.
Be safe.
678 Major Dub securing the bag, and we'll be moving back to the Metroplex. Looking forward to maybe meeting you guys in a live broadcast. Bring it on.
Cha-ching.
We
Can't
love
wait.
you. And a big-time dub to big-time Tolo, Travis James. You can follow him at T_man35.
Little Train James.
It's his birthday today, so shout out to you, Travis.
Happy birthday, Travie. Big L to Darius Slay, and I would say the rest of the folks on the Eagles defense, because Fat Patricia has come to town. And if you remember,
at least he's working on the right side of the ball.
Darius Slay was a member of the Lions when Fat Patricia was his head coach, and he had poor things to say about Patricia because at one point Patricia called him out in film for getting roasted by a receiver in practice, and he had a euphemism thrown at Darius Slay that he did not appreciate. And so there's a long quote that is a little bit too graphic to even read, but Darius Slay, after moving on from the Lions, had a great quote about how much he hates Patricia, and now Patricia is a defensive assistant. So I wonder how Darius Slay found that news.
Now he really wishes he was signed in Baltimore.
But the biggest dub of the week goes to White Sox pitcher Liam Hendricks, who is officially in cancer remission.
He's done it.
As of yesterday. Biggest dub of the week. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, Chief. Every Friday at 3:40 here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, it is draft season. Our Path to the Draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers. It's time to hit up our truckwreck.com fan text at 877-881-1053. It's Ask Zach and Brian anything about the draft. Get them in. Leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous right here. It's the G-Bag Nation and The Fan.
The more you listen, the harder we grind. studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for an Ask Zach and Brian Anything about the draft. You can call it an AZAB if you want to, but all I need is for you to text us with your questions about the draft at 877-881-1053. It's optional, but you can also leave your name and city you're texting from, and we'll give you a little shout-out, make you famous right here in the G-Bag Nation. Speaking of being famous in the nation, we do have What You Drinking and What You Thinking. It's coming up in 80 minutes, 5:20 today. What You Drinking, What You Thinking, and we'll have ourselves a party then. It'll be quitting time. In the meantime, we got business to tend to. Okay, so let's talk about this draft. These boys have been working so hard on learning these players. Now, Wolchuk, did you learn as many players as Broadus? I know Broadus is over 200.
Yeah, Brian beat me by about 10 players, and that's fine with me. Not bad.
Oh, no, great job.
I tried.
Yeah, it's not. I mean,
you said 190 would be good, so I wanted to at least get to 190. I think that's what you normally try to do, and then you blew by. You blew by the finish line.
I had a good run there for about a month where, like, it seemed like that every night I was working through 4, 5, 6 players.
You crushed it, man.
And so you got some extra wins along the way, and so yeah. And by the way, I've got my board and my stack. It's over with Josh Clark and those guys on that side, the .com side.
Sweet.
So they're going to start posting that, like I think Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. They're going to kind of release a little bit of it each day. So I don't know. I don't think it was out today. Anything was out today. But check like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It should all be there for you if you're interested in how I rank the players and how I saw them.
If you want to get in any question you might have on the top of your mind for Zach, Brian, or any member of the G-Bag Nation, we can field those as well at 877-881-1053. Can Porter fall to 26 like he did on the Love of the Star podcast mock?
That was crazy. Like, Bobby, we were using, it wasn't the Pro Football Focus one. It was another one that he has, Draft Pro or something like that he thinks is actually pretty good. And it was really kind of strange. There were several picks that went ahead that were like, that was a little bit of, and then Porter kept, and to me, it was a very simple one. I don't know about you, Zach. Porter's the 9th best player on my board.
He's my number 1 corner in the entire draft.
Yeah,
so I'm with you as well. I think if he's there, it's a no-brainer to have him. And in your mock scenario, Jackson Smith and Jigbo was also there. It's like, oh my gosh, this is a dream draft wonderland. I don't think that he falls. I still think he's going to be taken somewhere in the top 24 picks. Like, I'd be surprised if Jacksonville passed on him at 24. But, man, if he got there, that would be an absolute dream scenario.
Joey Porter, cornerback. What school?
Penn State.
Penn State.
Yeah. And he's the son of Steelers linebacker Joey Porter.
Do you guys think you can make a quality addition at cornerback outside the first round?
I think so.
Absolutely. I think corner is one of the more deeper positions in the entire draft. I think you can find a good one in the second round. Like Emmanuel Forbes is a guy that I think is a first-round corner. He's my 3rd-ranked corner, and he's probably going to go in the second because teams are scared of his weight. He's the skinny guy, but a guy like Corey Trice out of Purdue in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
I've got him pegged. We saw Tariq Woolen out of UTSA last year. He was the dominant rookie corner outside of Sauce Gardner. I think Corey Trice is my guy. If I don't take one in the first round, he could be this year's Tariq Woolen.
Yeah, DJ Turner, too, from Michigan is a pretty good one as well. You need to keep an eye on.
903, what scenario could you see the Cowboys trading up, Mike, from Corsicana?
I just don't, me personally, I just don't think that's their MO right now. I don't see a scenario because, to me, the players that they like, where they've set themselves up is any player they take could help their team. So I don't think they have to be aggressive to go get somebody. If they don't like I'm just using the running back as an example. If they don't like the running back at 26, they could take a running back later. If they want a tight end, not in the first round, they could take a tight end a little bit later. If they want, like we mentioned, a corner, they could take that later. The position that's probably going to force them to maybe, linebacker would have to be, I think they could sit. It just doesn't stretch as much. So if you were interested in one of these linebackers, if you thought enough and you don't think you're gonna get a shot at him, that might be the small trade up. And depending on what you think about Sanders from Arkansas or Simpson from Clemson, those seem to be.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because every other position stretches for him. The position you would probably trade up for is one that you don't think is going to stretch as much.
Right. And we don't have enough that you can depend on at linebacker yet, do you?
Right.
To go into a season.
Now, I don't have a first-round linebacker. To me, I'm not trading up for one. But I get what you're saying there because the majority of these guys probably aren't going to make it to 58. So you're kind of in a spot where if you really want one, I think maybe moving up from the second round would be more likely for me than in the first.
The thing that's going to, I think you're still in play for positions you're talking about, even if you say you were to do that trade with the Colts where you went back to 35. I think you're still in position to grab a guard. I think you're in position to grab an edge.
Yep.
You could grab a corner. You could grab one of these tight ends. I'm starting to hear some non-buzzy things about Washington, the tight end from Georgia.
Not that. What about Darnell Washington?
Non-buzzy in a way that I don't think the Cowboys are taking.
Not at 26 there. The one guy I would move up for if he slid is Pete Skoronski out of Northwestern. Yeah. I think he is a ready-made prospect. He's going to come in and be a stud, much like I think his teammate in college, Rashawn Slater. He's a guy that if he starts to slide, you move up, you get him, he's plug and play, and you've got yourself a potential Pro Bowl guard like you did with Zach Martin for the next 10 years.
That sounds great. I would trade up for a guard if he's slipping a little bit. Drew in Sarasota,
well, the best
Florida.
guard you would, the absolute best one, yeah.
Where does Brian have Gibbs in his stack? Would you rather have Gibbs and John Michael Schmitz or Bijan and Zavala or another day 2 guard?
I think they would rather have, and I'm just going to chat with the Cowboys, I think the Cowboys would be good with Robinson and Zavala. That's it. The Zavala is the guard from North Carolina
NC State.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of love. If the Cowboys don't grab a guard in the first or the second, I think Zavala is clearly in play at this point.
So you think they're maybe not talking about Bijan a lot because they're trying to get him to slip to him?
They don't think he's going to be there, I don't believe.
Yeah. This is Tate from the 817. Zach and Brian, best position to take in the first round for the Cowboys.
For me, man, I think that probably I got more corners than anything in the first and edge. Like if I'm just going on best players on my board, corner and edge. I think the best for the Cowboys, though, I'm taking one of the guards.
Okay, the 575 says, is there still no chance of trading draft capital for Hopkins? Also,
I think they're out on that.
I don't think it happens.
That if that's going to happen, I think that's a draft day trade. But I much like we saw last year with what the Eagles did. But I don't see the Cowboys getting into those waters.
Okay, you got to listen to the rest of this text from the 575, though, Brian. He says, can you guys make Brian answer these questions a little faster? He's taking too long. Worse than Jared. Signed, Steve from Weatherford.
It's well played, isn't it?
It's a good callback. Little callback to the prank that brought us pulled on Jared last year. No, you're not taking too long to answer these questions.
That's amazing.
That's a good joke. Okay, at 877-881-1053. Think the Cowboys could find themselves drafting quarterback Duggan in the late rounds? I think he would be a great backup. That's Tolo Damian.
It's a TCU fan right there, I believe. Probably. I don't think they like him as much as others. I think the names you need to think about are Hall, Toon, guys
Aiden
like
O'Connell.
Those
three right there.
I think Aiden O'Connell, if they're going to go draft a quarterback early in this thing, and I mean early like third round, I would say Aiden O'Connell would be that guy.
How about this 214?
That's a Mike McCarthy guy, by the way.
O'Connell is?
Yeah.
And he's big. I mean, he's your prototype there.
I wonder if we could get our hands on his S2 score. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, it would be.
Same with Duggan. 214, Seth from McKinney. What position do you think Cowboys could end up doubling up on?
That's I kind of always think this is one of those cornerback classes I would double up on just because I think it's so darn deep.
I would say if you say double up, I would say if secondary would be clear. I think because you're looking into the future, there's not long term as far as contracts into the future. So corner, safety, I kind of feel like those are the position. If you say double up, and there's obviously saying corner,
right,
or guard, whatever. But I think that looking at it this way, look at like in the secondary. I think they'd use multiple picks for secondary players before they would do anything.
Okay, no, I think this one might be for you, Chief. Why do people keep saying Dallas needs to pick up another wide receiver? Do they not believe in Cooks?
No, it's not Cooks that they don't believe in. I think it's Tolbert and Gallup that you don't believe in. I think there's a very real scenario where you show up in week 1 or you wake up in week 4 and you only feel good about 2 receivers, and that's Lamb and Cooks. Now, hopefully Gallup returns form. Hopefully Jalen Tolbert steps up and becomes a respectable NFL player. But at this point, there's no reason to bank on that. So that's, to me, the big scare, and that was your biggest problem when you were in San Francisco that night. You didn't have enough playmakers.
Well, and Cooks is a short-term problem solver, right? He's not here for more than 2 years. So that's when you're looking at the draft, you got to look big picture. It's not just a one-year selection.
Yeah, I don't think it's crucial you do it this year, but next year it will be between Gallup and Cooks in those situations. And if a good player's there for you, I'd love to take one this year.
People were asking me about Flowers from Boston College, like would they take him? And I had somebody tell me, it's like, well, don't you have that in Cooks? Flowers and Cooks are very similar to the body types and stuff like that. One is established, the other's trying to be established. So everybody's like, what, or how many short?
I wouldn't mind having 2 of those guys, though.
Well, that's
I'll that explosiveness.
Somebody in the organization.
I've got a first-round grade on Zay Flowers.
Oh, that's somebody in the organization saying that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about draft the lakes for fishing, Brian? Give us your top 3 picks for fishing lakes. Within 2 hours of DFW.
No, man. I tell you what. My whole life, actually, really 35 years of fishing has been, out there. I know at my lake at Lake Echo, I know that Echo Lake, but the Caddo is one that they've talked about. Lake Fork was another
Caddo
one.
Mills is crazy. You're trying to get some catfish in your game.
Yeah, but I think Lake Fork to me is like, you talk about maybe going for a state record. Lake Fork is the place to probably do that if you're interested.
I love the name Lake Fork. We used to read stories about that in the fishing and hunting news when I worked up at that rag in Seattle.
How'd you kick so much ass up there?
We'd be talking about Lake Fork to our Texas readers, and we had no idea what it was, but we just knew they loved it.
Yeah.
So we'd be like, hey, you ever been down there Lake Fork? Oh, that'd get them talking. One way or another. Either they'd been and loved it or wanted to go. Okay. Where will there be a quarterback competition if the right quarterback is drafted? Is that at all possible?
Not at all.
Nope.
Not happening. Especially not this year. And I don't think they're taking a guy before the 4th round, and that's where you'd have the players that we've mentioned already.
Okay. Hey, Eric, what do you think about the Dolphins' 3rd-string linebackers?
I'll tell you, I hope Channing Tindall ends up being a player. They drafted him last year. No.
I did yesterday because
Broadus did.
We had a story about the Dolphins, and my man broke them down like he covers them every day.
Well,
he can do that for every team.
You watch a lot of Dolphins. He can't do that for every team.
I can do it, but don't you dare do that. We're obviously coming up on a break here. We don't have time today, but at another
go into
it.
Right. I think the majority of the AFC is, Eric. You got it nailed.
469. Why not go out and re-sign T.Y. Hilton? There's a good question.
I feel like he's always going to be there for you.
He's always going to be there.
Like if they need T.Y. in a pinch, they need some help, they call him up, they say, T.Y., you want to run it back? He's going to say, hell yeah, let's do it.
And you're not talking about 2 months from now. You're talking about on Halloween.
Yeah.
You're talking about on Thanksgiving, dialing up old T.Y. Hilton, ready to rock and roll.
You guys crack me up. 661. Hey, guys, Cedric from Lancaster, California. That might be Lancaster, California. Then what's going on with Cal Joseph? Kelvin Joseph?
Joseph. I mean,
Kelvin Joseph isn't going to be on the roster.
I was about to say that's not a player I studied. Cal Joseph. Yeah. You looked at me
missed him? Yeah, I looked at Brian like Cal Joseph.
He's going to be the Nation Wright of this draft.
Oh, man.
Gosh, I looked at 190 players. I should have looked at 191.
191.
I'll tell you, Nation Wright's brother, Ray John, he's a good player. I'd take him out of Oregon State. He's better than his brother.
I'll say this about Joseph. I think he's going to get the opportunity to compete for a position as far as playing in the rotation in the secondary. If it doesn't work out, they've lost a couple of their core special teams guys. I think that would be the next logical thing. If he doesn't make it as one of the rotational guys, he's going to play special teams.
682. If Will Levis falls to 26, you taking him? He might go number 2, right? That would be an Aaron Rodgers fall.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but yeah, I'd take him for sure. Him or Hendon Hooker.
He's off my board because of the mayonnaise and the banana peel
you
thing.
Said bleep this. I'm not doing it.
Lake
He got
Tawakoni.
that S2 test too, man.
Yeah, well, he hit that pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, at 877-881-1053. It's an Ask Zach and Brian anything about the draft.
Tawakoni, did you say was it?
Yeah, Lake Tawakoni.
Striper fishing and all
People
that.
coming in hard for the Lake Tawakoni
Lake
there
Tawakoni,
on the text. Razorback family here from McKinney. You think the Cowboys are thinking at all about taking Drew Sanders in the first round?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I think Drew.
yeah.
I think if they get wiped out, I was talking with Todd Archer. He was doing his mock draft for ESPN, and he had Drew Sanders and it was getting close to where he was getting wiped out. And he knew that Drew Sanders is him or your guy from Iowa State, the defensive
Jack Campbell.
Yeah, no, Iowa State, the defensive end.
Oh, McDonald.
Yeah,
Will McDonald.
He was looking at McDonald and Sanders as a possibility.
Absolutely. I think both of them, if they don't have one of their guys, like Brian's saying, Sanders is in play. McDonald, we know Dan Quinn likes. He worked him out firsthand, and that's a player that does show you a ton of bend. Physically, he looks the part. There were just plays that I was a little bit frustrated watching him. I'm like, man, you're too good. You shouldn't be getting blocked by certain guys that you're getting blocked by. But yeah, Drew Sanders is, and Drew Sanders gives you pass rush ability, and that's why I'm more open to that pick at 26 than I would be just your standard off-ball linebacker.
If we're going that route, man, I'll cross my fingers. Nolan Smith is available.
Oh, I am crossing my fingers.
Yeah, you would take Nolan Smith.
I mean,
over him,
Nolan Smith's the guy that you might say, hey, if he's within 4 picks, do you move up to go?
You talk about a guy like Bijan Robinson that has that high floor, high ceiling thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's Nolan Smith, where he could be picked. That it could be in the top 10, or it could be down near the bottom of the board.
Yeah, Nolan has some Micah Parsons-esque to his game.
Yeah, the looks that Dan Quinn could play with the front seven on like pass rushing situations. Holy smokes, that'll be an embarrassment of riches, man.
We'll do a couple of more next week. It's an AZAB. Ask Zach and Brian anything. That's another one in the books. Now the Woolly Bullies top 10 is coming up next. And Zachary, where are we going?
We're getting set for the draft. I got the top 10 wide receivers taken in the first round since 2000. Does a Cowboy make the list? Who do you think's the best receiver drafted since 2000? Next on the Fan.
All right, before we get there. Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having it good, and it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Now, coming up in 20 minutes, an old friend of the station. We'll tell you what to know about Game 3 tonight, Stars in a while, but an old friend of the station wrote a column that has Wild fans on edge. He might have to have security if he's going up there to cover that Game 3 situation.
Almost like San Francisco fans with you and I?
Yes, they might hate him worse than Niners fans currently hate us, Brian. And that's very hard to do. Okay, Wooly Bully's Top 10 is brought to you by the Olmated procedure, only available at EliteSkinCenter.com. Here he is, Zachary.
Thank you very much, General. Shout out to Eric for the Munchies list yesterday. My phone blew up with how the bleep does Eric F up a Munchies list. Wolchuk, you've got to get your top 10 back in order. Homeboys out there killing it in a bad way.
You think I threw the game on purpose to stick it to Wolchuk's physical?
Eric did a great job. The list was
I listened
suspect.
to it. I thought he did fine.
Yeah, it was good
the list
broadcasting.
is suspect, and this will happen sometimes.
Donuts at 7.
What I've learned about Eric,
that was egregious.
He's doing a smart thing. If you F it up so bad, they'll never ask you to do it again.
Yes.
That's
right. And I honestly appreciate
my
it.
diaper strategy.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
my dish strategy.
Yeah. The dish. Yeah.
One thing he doesn't F up is our noted Miami Dolphins insider, Chiafalo.
He is an insider. He was.
I'm an all 32 insider, man. I am Rob, whatever the hell his name is, in the stands with an NFL logo on his hat.
He's a real dove
Rob
climber.
Lowe.
Cover it all, yeah. Rob Lowe.
Stump the chief.
Yeah, like all of a sudden, Gavin had a question like, those Dolphin wide receivers. And like
Cedric Wilson
he
combo.
Spit out like
He's
7
grown up
of them.
on the Dolphins. He knows a lot about the Dolphins.
It was River Craycraft that really got the people going.
It did.
It's like, is that a real person?
I hear
It's
Eric dropped a River Craycraft. I'm like, bro.
Yeah, he did.
Now you've told on yourself.
He did as the rain was coming down on us.
Listen, Sands can go and tell you about the farm system of these big league teams. He'll go on to practice squads of NFL teams.
Absolutely. Specifically the one in South Beach. And that's the team I want to focus on here.
Seriously, is that your dad's team? Is
That's
that
my
Yeah,
dad's
yeah.
squad.
Is that
okay? Cool.
He's
All right.
a South.
So he's
4.
like a Bob Greasy kind of guy.
He's a Bob Greasy guy. He's a Larry Zonka guy.
Jim Kick.
My dad's dad was doing drugs with Mercury Morris in the 70s.
He wasn't, though.
Those teams were undefeated, so you guys run some good drugs.
Undefeated
Hell of a
for
legacy.
Damn good reason. But Chris Greer is saying that teams with late first-round picks are calling the Dolphins, who had theirs taken away from them, about trading down. They want to move back to the Dolphins' first pick in the second round, have the Dolphins move up into the first round, and now they can have a first-round pick. They've got number 51 overall in the second round. So, quote, we've had a couple teams in the bottom half of the first round reach out about saying they would be interested in coming down possibly if their guys aren't there, and we'd be interested in moving up. So, Dolphin fans out there, you might be able to get back up to the first round and get yourselves a first-round pick.
Did we miss something there? What was going on?
It would be a super all-in move. They're already extremely all-in.
And maybe this is a Brady pick, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, Tom, who do you want?
I mean, it seems to me like they should be in trade down mode to get a couple extra picks because they have like 2 or 3 picks for the entire duration of the draft.
What's the weakest part of their roster right now?
I mean, it's offensive line. It's offensive line for sure. They've neglected it.
Stand in there and make that pick.
Yeah, that Austin Jackson pick didn't pan out.
Yeah,
the 51st
Liam
best player.
Eichenberg's not really panning out either in a way that they would prefer. So, but they're hammering home. We're gonna trust our guys, the guys we've drafted and have shown nothing in the way of production on the offensive line over the last couple of years. I worry when you have a quarterback whose brain is on the line and you're not protecting his blind side. That's his right side.
You got Tom Brady coming in. Don't worry about
Brady's
this.
waiting in the wings.
Don't worry about that.
All right, let's slide into the top 10. The top 10 wide receivers drafted since 2000. CBS Sports put out an article. If you had to pick one wide receiver that's been drafted since 2000, who are you going with?
In the first round
isn't available. Randy Moss isn't available. It doesn't even have to be a
Megatron
first
is,
round
right?
receiver.
Oh yeah, dude. Calvin Johnson. I don't know that you can beat
Larry Fitzgerald.
that.
Larry Fitzgerald, Calvin Johnson, absolutely.
Greatest ass in the whole league.
I'm a Desby, and I'm biased. I'd go with Dez. Lucius, I don't know if you had a wide receiver you wanted to take here.
Be the greatest 3 years of our lives again.
Where's Andre Johnson? When did he get?
Andre cracks the cut,
there.
baby. Yes, he does.
Sometimes.
There you go. All right, so number 10.
Julio.
Let's see if Dez makes this, okay? And if he doesn't, let me know who he should be in over. Number 10 is A.J. Green. Selected number 4 overall by the Bengals. and spent the majority of his career there. Recently is retired. He's one of the best Bengals receivers to ever play for the franchise. Second in franchise history in receptions, yards, and touchdowns, trailing only
Isaac Curtis?
Chad Johnson.
Oh, Chad Johnson.
In each category. He made the Pro Bowl in each of his first 7 years, recorded 6 1,000-yard seasons in 10 seasons. So he comes in at number 10. Number 9, already jumping over A.J. Green, is the current Bengal GOAT at receiver. It's Jamar Chase.
Jamar, yeah. I mean, he doesn't have the, I guess, the longevity at this point, but that dude's a super monster.
Yeah. I mean, that guy probably is the best receiver to wear the uniform already.
For the Bengals?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's freaking awesome.
Helps
Shots fired at Chris Collinsworth.
Yeah.
Chris had
or
some good
Isaac
moments.
Curtis, who I just mentioned
Yeah,
before.
Isaac Curtis, yeah. But Jamar Chase, number
Or
5
T.
overall
Higgins, for
pick.
that matter.
Yeah.
Dude, he's already got 168 catches, 2,500 yards, 22 touchdowns in 2 seasons. And he's the youngest NFL player with multiple 100-yard receiving games in a single postseason. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Quarterback helps you a little bit there, too.
He sure does. Number 8, DeAndre Hopkins. Number 27 overall by the Houston Texans in 2013. Currently with the Arizona Cardinals. He's got the 4th most receptions after a player's first 10 seasons. All-Pro 3 times for Nuke Hopkins. Number 7.
Wow, it's incredible. You're going to give me 7 guys
Better
above
than DeAndre.
that.
Yeah,
wow.
I know. Number
He did
7.
with no quarterbacks for a long time, too.
Justin Jefferson.
Really?
Number
He's already
22
there.
overall pick. He's already there. And if we thought Jamar Chase's numbers were impressive, he is the most productive receiver in the first 3 years in the history of the
Freaking
sport.
LSU kids.
324 catches, just under 4,900 yards, 25 touchdowns, the most receptions and receiving yards by a player in their first 3 seasons in the league. Yeah, I wonder how you guys won a national championship with those guys on your squad.
Man, it was super interesting.
And the quarterback.
Yeah.
What Corey was talking about today on KNC about the dominant eye situation with Justin Jefferson and how most people have a dominant eye, but Justin Jefferson has 2 dominant eyes. And it's part of the reason why he can catch balls at any angle and you know, circus catches
The
left
way
and
he
right.
contorts his body,
This
man.
is a proven thing?
Yeah, it's a proven thing. It's a legit thing. I would have to ask Corey where he's got the info from, but and I also remember
Is that from the S2 test?
Would you say he makes stuff up, Brian?
No, I would not. No, I wouldn't say that. I think Corey's making stuff up. Corey said something
that
about
was the
his
question.
Corey said his cousin is an archery person.
Yeah.
And so you got to look through a triangle. Is that? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, I heard it and I was doing it and I didn't understand it completely, so I don't know which eye.
Did you
is
take
my
your glasses
dominant
off
eye.
to do it?
I don't know if you have to go glasses off in this situation.
Yeah, he was kind of given some kind of. She's an archerist, or is what archery person? I don't know what it's called. What's the name from
Archer?
Archer,
Yeah,
just straight
you don't
archer.
need- you didn't
I think archerist.
Don't
It's
add
just nailed it with
archerist.
Just
archerist.
archer.
She's an anarchist.
Yeah.
It'll be anarchy. Number 6 of the top 10 wide receivers drafted since 2000, Mike Evans. Texas A&M Aggies, number 7 overall by the Bucks.
You would take Mike Evans over Jefferson and Chase?
Nope.
No,
Or
not
I
Hopkins.
wouldn't
Or
take him over Hopkins either. But he has had a season where he's never had a season, I should say, where he's had less than 1,000 yards.
Okay, that's fair.
So, I mean, he does have quite a pedigree. He's played 9 seasons. He's reached 1,000 yards all 9 times. He's got the most consecutive 1,000-yard seasons ever to begin
Do
a
you
career.
think he's dropped more balls than Chase, Jefferson, and Nuke all combined?
Yes.
Oh, for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, he's good for a nice drop ski.
Number 5, and we've had him texted in quite a bit, is Reggie Wayne. 30th overall pick in 2001 by the Colts.
Wow.
His numbers, I think, are pretty eye-popping.
Yeah.
There's a couple of guys that you forget.
So
just
he played
how
with Manning
ridiculous.
and
Andrew Luck, yeah.
Andrew
4
Luck.
100-catch
I'm
seasons.
stunned Reggie Wayne's even on the list. You know, that's an eyeball to me. And
Really?
ahead of those guys too.
Yeah.
I would, yeah.
Ahead of some of
Terry
those
Glenn.
guys, I hear you, but his numbers are pretty impressive. 4 100-catch seasons, 8 1,000-yard seasons, 6 Pro Bowls, of course, won a Super Bowl. He's got a good resume, but I see
Was
what
he
you're
the
saying.
second best receiver on that team?
Yeah, because you have
Marvin Harrison?
Well, yeah.
But Marvin Harrison was 99
With Marvin.
draft, I believe.
He who shall not be named, I think, is how he needs to be addressed. But you're talking about 1,200 yards, 1,000 yards, 1,300 yards, 1,500 yards, 1,200 yards, 1,200 yards, 1,300 yards, 1,000 yards, 1,300 yards, all accompanied by like 9, 10, 12 touchdowns for Reggie Wayne.
He was awesome.
He had a dominant run, but it is fair. Defenses had to worry about He who shall not be named, and they had
Put
Dallas
Hopkins with Peyton Manning, and we'll see who's the best.
Right. Number 4 is Julio Jones, number 6 overall by the Falcons, and he's just trying to play out the 13-year career now. But we know the greatness of Julio.
Did
I need to look at his how long of a run did Julio have of just being a
dominant
monster? Yeah.
Did he make Matt Ryan's career, or Matt Ryan make his career?
I would say he more so made Matt's than the other way around. Like, I think Julio Jones would have been successful anywhere he went.
He had a real good run. 1,600 yards, 1,800 yards, 1,400, 1,400, 1,700, 1,400. That's a good run.
Yeah.
His touchdowns were always the issue. He only had 1 year of double-digit touchdowns.
Right. He was never a big touchdown guy. He had 1,300 yards in 6 straight seasons from 2014 to 2019. Pretty impressive. Number 3 is Andre Johnson, LA's guy. Number 3 overall.
That was a good pull from Lucius. He's got to be one of the most underrated players.
Absolutely.
Ever.
He twice led the NFL in receiving yards and receptions and in yards per game. He led 3 times. 14-year NFL career. He earned 7 Pro Bowls and All-Pro honors twice.
And he caught one body as well.
He did.
Finnegan's.
Yeah, beat up a guy that the entire league wanted to beat up on national TV. Cortland Finnegan there.
Oh, it was amazing. Here's the top 2. Number 2, Calvin Johnson, 2nd overall pick by the Lions. Maybe the most just athletic freak show wide receiver I've personally seen. I mean, that dude was like, you wanted God to make a receiver? Yeah. It's Calvin Johnson. Ran a 4.35 in another man's shoes. I mean, the stories are legendary.
That ended up being a tall tale.
He said it was fake?
Well, it wasn't that it was fake. It was that the videos only caught him handing or receiving shoes back from somebody, but he had lent his shoes to somebody else, and the videos caught that person giving those shoes back to Calvin Johnson, so they were his. And then I also heard Dan Orlovsky just last week talking about how when he was a Detroit Lion and Megatron was there, like Dan Orlovsky was a guy who was eating super clean and and then you look at Calvin Johnson's plate and it's just eating whatever you wanted,
like Chad
insane
Johnson.
amounts of
The
whatever
low
food.
vibrational plates.
Yeah, bro.
Just a freak show.
I'm trying to get on a Friday a nice low vibrational plate.
I'm with it.
Put me to sleep.
Number 1, though, best receiver drafted since 2000.
It's got to be Dez.
3rd overall. I know. Dez should have been in this over A.J. Green. That's for damn sure.
That is for sure.
Oh, it's the Fitz.
Number 3 overall, it's Larry Fitzgerald. You talk about an underrated receiver.
My guy.
Larry Fitzgerald awaiting his ticket to the Hall of Fame. Caught over 1,400 passes, just under 1,800 yards, 121 touchdowns in his career, all for the Cardinals, and he was responsible for maybe the most dominant postseason run you've ever seen from a wide receiver.
Yeah, I remember him pulling away from Troy Polamalu in that Super Bowl.
Every single one of their playoff games that year.
Yep.
He caught a touchdown, and he was just a beast.
Better wrap it up, Z.
That's it.
Got it. Zachary Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420 every afternoon here on 105.3 The Fan. Look at this. We are now just about 45 minutes from what you're drinking and what you're thinking. We're about an hour from LA Live right here. Bobby Belt's coming up at 5 o'clock, but what you need to know about Game 3 Stars and Wild and how toxic it's getting on the internet is next in the nation.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, it's NFL Draft Week. Plus, where are the Stars, Rangers, and NBA playoffs? We've recapped the entire weekend Monday morning on The Fan.
According to the National
brought to you by Classic Chevrolet, y'all.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to talk Stars. Epic throwdown happening on social and traditional media. Coaches going back and forth. Wild fans are jammed up about the Stars embellishing. Stars fans are upset with the hard foul on Pavelski. And now we're getting offended by what people are saying about it, sharing their opinions. Okay. Peter DeBoer, responding to allegations of embellishment this afternoon, says there's a hockey term for that. It's called deflection. And said if he had the most penalized team in the league, he'd probably be doing the same thing.
Get him, Pete.
So it's definitely playoff time, and it happens in basketball and hockey. You want to say as much as you can to hopefully influence the officials or influence the league in one way or another to try to get you some sort of an advantage in the upcoming games. Of course, Pavelski is out. Hopefully he'll be back for Game 5 in Dallas. But there's no doubt, to me, the Stars have been the bigger victims. And now the Wild are really starting to look like some big Richards here with really being abusive and dirty with their play style and then telling Stars fans to get over it, as you're sitting there with home ice advantage evaporated while one of your best goal scorers is wobbling off the ice. Okay, so these active aggressions coming from the North, I think are offensive. Guy on Twitter at 10,000 takes going viral for going after Stars fans. Okay, caption: Stars fans might have the dumbest. The Stars team might have the dumbest fans in the league. Tell me what you think of it. Here's the audio.
There's no denying the fact that the Minnesota Wild got absolutely worked in Game 2 last night against the Stars. But let me say this. Some of these Dallas Stars fans are some of the dumbest people I have ever seen on the internet. Example A on Twitter here. If you ever feel embarrassed about something that happened to you, just remember that at least you weren't born in Minnesota. Oh my God. Buddy, your starting goaltender, Jake Ottinger, born and raised in Minnesota. Riley Tufte, the guy from the AHL you just called up to help fill Pavelski's spot, from Blaine, Minnesota. But let's just go another level deeper than that. Your entire franchise, the North Stars, born in Minnesota. Kind of cute that the largest Dallas Stars fan page on social media has 1,400 followers. I can find that many in my couch cushion. And it makes perfect sense that this is the largest fan page with 1,500 followers because that's how many people were still at the game on Monday night when we won an OT. And going back to Ottinger, they think that Ottinger chose to go to Texas. He moved to Texas for a better opportunity. No, he got drafted, buddy. You don't get to pick which team you go to. So at this point, I'm just completely convinced that Texas doesn't even have a school system. They just have a bunch of cardboard cutouts that say school at the top, and people just do whatever the hell they want down there. But man, these fans are just dumb. They just insult themselves. It's honestly hilarious.
Well, the reason your franchise had to leave Minnesota is because you couldn't fill your own damn rink. You were getting more people at high school and college games. That's why they had to leave and came to Dallas.
I thought you guys liked hockey up there. Yeah. You let us come up there.
That's the hockey capital of the United States, out there in St. Paul.
Took your damn team and won a Stanley Cup with it, didn't we?
I haven't heard anything less impressive since those Aggie yell leaders were trying to get it turned up on a Friday night, and they were just doing awkward pep talks.
We're going to beat the crap out of App State.
The largest fan page for the Stars has over 40,000. And yeah, I think point holds. But if that's going viral, man, Minnesota fan must be tame.
They're salty.
Like real fan bases would have been like, this is not impressive. We need a better crap talker here to get this party started. Speaking of better crap talkers, Mac Engel going viral nationally for writing that the Stars need to get retaliation. Mm-hmm. It's crazy how tolerated this is in hockey compared to other sports. Like we're actually talking about, oh yeah, they hit you in the head hard and had you all woozy. You got to get them back. Michael Russo, who covers the Wild for The Athletic, took exception to Engel's column, saying it's disgraceful and beyond unprofessional, which I felt about Engel many times over the years. Ryan.
He appreciates that, by the way.
Yes, he loves this.
If anybody really is not a fan of Mac Engel, he embraces that.
Job well done.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Hey, Jared Sandler, man.
He keeps a little smirk on his face too. That smirk lets you further know he enjoys it.
He's such a columnist. He is. He just needs to get like 20 years older and start smoking cigarettes and tell people to get off his lawn, and the look will be complete. He says, it needs to be handled on the ice, wrote Engel, hearkening back to 1990 and 8, when the late Brian Marchment checked then-star center Joe Nieuwendyk hard into the boards, ultimately resulting in Nieuwendyk suffering a torn ACL. He called Marchment, whose son Mason plays for the Stars, a notoriously dirty player, and said Marchment would know what to do with Dumba. If it was the regular season, the first minute of the next game between the Stars and Wild would feature a Stars player or players going after Dumba. On the ice, justice remains one of hockey's greatest strengths. This is the playoffs, and such decisions will be weighed accordingly. There's priorities, and there are priorities. What Dumba did to Pavelski wasn't old-school playoff hockey. It was dirty, and it needs to be handled on the ice. Brian Marchment would know what to do. Marchment was suspended 13 times during his 12-year career, and his hits resulted in numerous player injuries, some of them very serious. So what Mac Engel is suggesting is very much like Bountygate style stuff. I think he might slide through because he's a Wild columnist and he's not actually playing in the game. But if a player had said or written something like this, I think there would be suspension. He says just because Domi got a few pops in on Dumba doesn't mean this is over. Engel puffed. This requires the type of old school hockey justice that Marchment made famous, as did former Dallas Stars defenseman Darian Hatcher.
He's not wrong. If it is the regular season, they're probably
Mike Modano said it yesterday.
Yeah, they're dropping the gloves and they're going immediately after as soon as the puck's dropped.
Yeah, I mean, and the hockey hawk, I was talking to him before the show, and Gavin was saying that, like, listen, this is something, because we were visiting about, hey, is there retaliation here? And he goes, no, regular season, you
carry it over.
You carry it over, but what you do is, like, you talk to their guy, you're getting ready to drop, you talk to their guy, you're back and forth, you go, hey, you ready? We're going to go here. You in? And he says, yeah, I'm in. And as soon as they drop the puck, then you go, and then it's settled. But that's, but you kind of set it up that, hey, we're gonna settle this right now.
I don't know if I want the smoke if I'm the Stars, to be honest with you. Maybe hockey analysts would call me a coward, but they're a lot tougher and more badass than us. We're better at hockey. They're better at fighting. Let them do their thing.
Maybe they. I don't know.
We got a guy named Domi.
Handled it pretty well.
Domi's dad. You talk about
Jamie Benn.
If Domi's dad came on the ice, he'd have a chance.
They would take him to the penalty box. His jersey would be off. Half his pads would be gone. All he had was like a T-shirt, pads, and he's still John. And they're trying to hand him like his sweater, his stick, his gloves, his hat. They're putting everything over the boards.
And he's trying to fight a fan coming over the boards.
And the fans are like on him, and now he's climbing the glass.
It's amazing.
It's crazy. Yeah, we got a Domi.
I like Domi, man.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I just think you have to be honest as an athlete, and like you want to be aggressive and not get intimidated. But sometimes if you're going to get beat up, just play hard. Just play hard and let them worry about the fighting part. I don't know. My sensibilities don't necessarily agree with hockey sensibilities.
Right.
They think it's very important that you come in. It's like prison rules out there on these hockey rinks.
For sure.
It really is. Like, well, he fought you. You got to fight him or they're going to think you're a punk, and then bad things are going to happen.
The good thing is you put both captains out there. Stars captain's going to win most of those fights.
Well,
That's right.
I'm just saying this, though, too. The league, the officials tried to get the guy off the ice. They tried to administer a penalty. It was whether Replay Center, I don't know if it's in Toronto or wherever the Replay Center is, they're the ones that said no penalty. The officials tried to handle it.
Yeah, I don't know what they were looking at.
And like their own bosses, wherever that is, I assume it's in Toronto.
The NHL.
In Toronto is the one that said no penalty. So they're the ones that allowed it to go, to where we are now. Instead of like the officials tried to say, yes, that's a foul. You can't do that. The league said, nah, we can take runs at guys without the pucks. We're okay with that.
All righty. We're okay with Bobby Belt joining us. He'll do it next. What does he have to say about Tony's critique of Dak's picks and other Cowboys-related storylines? It's coming up next right here, the G-Bag Nation and the Fan. But, life is unpredictable. I hope you don't get any wrecks tonight or over the weekend. But if you do,
Studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good one. Bobby Belt set to join you now. As coming up at 5:20, it'll be time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking, but we're 6 days away, so we could not get through this day without talking some Cowboys draft with your main man, Bobby Belt, a general at your service. There's Broadus. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. Wolchuk and Shia follower here. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And we have pizza on the way, guys. It's Friday. I said, what the hell?
Boys.
Let's get some pepperoni pizza in here. Make it a party.
I think next week I'm going to find a way to get that Chuck E. Cheese pizza up here for you.
Okay.
That pepperoni with it, say cheesy bread, right?
They got some good
I can
cheesy
pick it up.
bread.
I'm neighbors to one. There's one just down the street from my apartment in Plano.
People keep telling me how good it is, and I've just been in denial for years. You know, so I'm looking forward to this, and I'm looking forward to being wrong.
It was an eye-opening experience for me a couple of weeks ago at the daughter's birthday. I'll tell you what.
You made it sound gourmet-like.
I'm telling you, ask Bobby. Bobby showed up for the pizza party. Chuck E. Cheese style.
Was Bobby drinking?
Bob talked to me about it today.
He did have his Yeti, and I think there was something other than water in there.
Can you confirm or deny this, Bobby?
The pizza or the slander about the Yeti and the alcohol at a children's venue.
Which one is true?
The pizza at Chuck E. Cheese has always been fire. Like, I think everybody knows that. Like, that's always been their reputation. In fact, they are.
How's
like,
Tito's in your Yeti?
Calling Eric an idiot?
No, I'm not calling Eric an idiot. Eric, though, like, talked about this deprived childhood of his, where I was like, how did you not know the pizza was good? And he's like, well, I don't know. Like, I figured it may have just been the way I thought about it at 6. I was like, what do you mean 6? He's like, I think the last time I came to Chuck E. Cheese was when I was 6. I was like, good grief. You didn't spend any of your childhood at Chuck E. Cheese. That's so sad.
No, we were going to Adventure
parties.
Landing.
Nobody invited him to a party.
The food's secondary at Chuck E. Cheese.
He was a bully.
When I got to Chuck E. Cheese as a kid, it was like once every 5 years. I was wasting no time with pizza. You know?
But no, bro, everything was great there. Like, you had the games, you had the pizza, you had like the little stage up there where like
Pizza Time Theater.
Chucky and all them, they were like they were playing their instruments, and it was magical as a kid to go to Chuck E. Cheese. And so, but yeah, the pizza's still really, really good. I don't know what it is. I think they had like some extra Parmesan or something to it. There's just something different about the cheese.
Well, I look forward to doing a full investigation here probably at some point next week. I do
taste test.
Yes, maybe a blind taste test is warranted.
Yes, a blind taste test. That's the one that you got to do.
Put it side by side with Little Caesar, says the 972, and see which one is the best. My honest opinion is
Caesars.
I think DFW has a little bit of a blind spot when it comes to pizza. It's a culinary a masterpiece. DFW is. It's a culinary paradise for a lot of things. We have great restaurants. I don't know that our pizza is great. No, I think that's the reason that we might be thinking that Chuck E. Cheese is good.
Man, I don't know about that. Like, I mean, even some of the other places, like what would you claim? Like Chicago deep dish is some culinary masterpiece.
I don't think Chicago deep dish is that great. No, Detroit's
Chicago
not that great.
That's like eating a loaf of bread.
That's what I mean. Dallas gets it done, does it right. Shout out like Enzo's and Flower Mound. You want a great slice, Dawson?
Okay,
Enzo's and Flower Mound. That's the spot.
Hey, I will say with 100% certainty, there are some delicious pizza spots here. There are some great. I just think I think you got to go looking for them, and by trial and error, you're going to end up with some less than ideal pizza.
You hear that, sales team? Dawson needs a pizza tour, a remote tour at different pizza spots.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's set
another
up
day.
G-Bag takes on the pizzerias.
Man, I could put on some weight now. Okay. What'd you think about what Romo said about Dak's picks? He says it's your job to overcome it. Figure it out.
Pot kettle, I guess, would be my thought process there. Yeah, I mean, I understand there's a lot to overcome. It can be really difficult to overcome some interceptions, like maybe in the last 2 minutes of a game against Denver. Maybe difficult to overcome the dropped snaps in a playoff game against Seattle. These are just, made up scenarios that I'm talking about here. But yeah, no, look, Dak needs to play better. Like, I don't think anybody here would argue that Dak needs to be better. Dak needs to limit the turnovers. I think that there are a lot of things that when you look at the totality of what happened last year, you can say that's not going to duplicate itself next year. And I also think that you can't just shrug it off as like, come on, overcome the turnovers, bro. Like that's one of those things that pretty consistently, when you turn the ball over, you lose football games. And so I don't know how realistic it is to just say, well, just come back and level up if you're turning the ball over 3 times. No, the key is just stop turning the ball over. That's would be what it is.
What do you who's this on? I think it's more on the offensive design and play calling and then on Dak to figure out how to make those kinds of throws without the turnovers.
I mean, I think that there's a lot of it that's on Dak at times. There's a lot of it that is on the unholy mishmash of a scheme they tried to run out there last year, which was parts of different schemes that didn't really coalesce into a coherent scheme. I think at times it's been on receivers who either dropped the ball or didn't read the coverage right and broke the wrong way. But we can't just absolve Dak, I don't think. And not that you're doing that. I know generally you try to do that a lot. You try to absolve Dak, but I don't think we can do that in this instance.
I try to be fair and balanced.
Yeah, well, I mean, sometimes it tilts towards a little bit of Dak homerism.
Well,
general, I got to be honest.
Thanks for keeping me accountable on that, Bob.
I'm trying to, man. You do the same for me. No, I think that everybody had a hand in this. And that's why I think the biggest problem probably was just an unfocused scheme at a lot of different points. And that's why whatever happened, whether you were pro Kellen, anti Kellen, whatever it was, the argument needed to be you could not run it back the same way next year. Either Kellen needed to have complete control and it was his concepts, or Mike needed to take it over, or you needed to have a new offensive coordinator come in here, but you had to have a coherent scheme and a coherent plan that you could run out there at your offense, because last year was just sloppy.
We were talking earlier about who's the person under the most pressure. And do you think that is Mike McCarthy? And if it's not McCarthy, who else are you going with?
Oh, tater tots. Probably it'd be McCarthy and Dak, like a shared, pressure point. I think, if anything, I'd say that probably. Look, I think it's easier for them to walk away from Mike McCarthy than it is Dak Prescott. So maybe a little bit more pressure on him because he would be the one that would have the reset. But coach and quarterback, that kind of goes hand in hand. And Mike McCarthy, I think, is tied to the hip right now. And they'll go as each other go. And so probably a little bit more pressure on Mike McCarthy, but this is a lot of pressure on Dak Prescott. This is a lot of pressure on your head coach. This is, from the way they've talked about building this team, this is a lot of pressure on Dan Quinn to make sure that they can lean on the defense and that they're able to duplicate that success. This is pressure on Mike Solari to make sure that the offensive line is strong. And so I think that the majority of the heat is on the offensive side of the ball, and the majority of that heat that's on the offensive side of the ball falls on Dak and Mike McCarthy.
When you say there's pressure on Dak, is he at risk of losing his job if he does not play well this year?
No, I think he's at risk of things getting really, really loud and being in a more similar position to that of, he's a year removed from McCarthy. That the position that McCarthy's in right now, if there are struggles this year, Dak is probably in the same sort of position that Mike is now. And so I think that there's a lot of pressure for results and evaluation, and especially if you're going to go ahead and give him an extension this summer, you're going to need to feel good about the direction that he's headed. And look, I think that whatever the over-under is that Vegas sets next year on Dak Prescott's interceptions, hit the under. Bet the under, because that's something that
I agree with that.
I think that this is such an outlier on his numbers in terms of turning the ball over interception percentage wise, that I think you can feel confident that it's not going to look the way it did last year, but it still needs to look better in aspects other than just the turnovers.
Pardon me for being intrusive, Bob, but I just took a peek below the belt, and I saw that Trayvon Diggs might need a contract ASAP from the Cowboys.
Well, what's ASAP, right? So the idea being, that is what it stands for. Good job, Cheech. This is the idea being, and it's something that we've discussed here on the show, is that now that Terence Steele has signed his restricted free agent tender, and they'll continue to negotiate as they often do, there is a history of their rhetoric not quite matching their actions once tenders are signed and tags are signed. That once those get signed, they don't always continue to approach the negotiations with the same ferocity. And so there's a little bit of a concern potentially that maybe the Cowboys just go, you know what, we'll put this off. We'll deal with Terence Steele later. And you can't do that, because what happens is that I think Trayvon Diggs' negotiation is going to be so difficult that when you head in, if you're not able to get something done this offseason, which I think is unlikely, then you're heading into next year with Steele and Diggs exposed to the market as free agents, and you will tag Diggs at that point. You're not going to tag Steele over Diggs. And I think that you would have a tough time retaining Terence Steele if he were to hit the open market. So for me, I think it just makes sense that you get something done this offseason with Trayvon Diggs, so that, if you kind of play this a little lackadaisical and get a little comfortable with the restricted free agent tender that's been signed now, that way you can go ahead and tag Terence Steele at the end of next year.
It is Bobby Belt here with you in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, who is the quarterback they most likely end up with?
Man, that's a good question. I mean, I think it's a little bit of a roulette wheel of just day three quarterbacks. I really think that it makes a lot of sense, and they've expressed some interest. I think it makes a lot of sense, just the local size and everything else, to bring in a guy like Duggan. And I think that Mike McCarthy would be intrigued by the intangibles and some of that. I personally really like Jaren Hall, the quarterback at BYU. They've shown interest in him. He's a guy that's a guy that they met with formally at the combine. I believe they've worked him out. He's a little bit of an undersized guy. He's not got a wow arm or anything like that, but that's a guy who's a field general, and I think is pretty accurate and throws with good anticipation, good timing, and so
and he's mobile.
And the offense that they're trying to put in here, that is a timing based offense. That's the kind of offense that I think Jaren Hall will need to be in and succeed in, and so those are a couple right there that I think make sense. I know that Brian is a big fan of Aiden O'Connell. We've heard already about Clayton Tune.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that, Bobby, because I know I'm a fan, and this is going to sound crazy, I think Mike McCarthy's a fan of this guy too. And I wonder, is there going to be a point in time in the draft where maybe they get stuck in that third round or something like that, and Aiden O'Connell gets a mention from Mike McCarthy? I mean, I know talking with Dane Brugler, he's visiting with a lot of people. He's thinking that Aiden O'Connell doesn't get to the fourth. But does Mike McCarthy step up and say, hey, man, if we're going to have a quarterback, and I know you're talking about Hall and Tune and others, but is there going to be a time in that room where Mike steps up and says, wow, if we're stuck on guys right now, or we're really kind of not too sure, why would we not take this guy?
I think
because it's a Mike McCarthy thing, not a it's not anybody else.
We've heard about Dan Quinn having a big stick.
Yeah, exactly.
He has not done that for names in the past at quarterback yet.
In the room.
In terms of, he was a big fan and had a lot of really close ties to James Morgan when he was coming out of FIU. Didn't pound the table for him. I believe he thought highly of Kyle Trask. They had a private workout with Kyle Trask. Did not push for him. He's had his input obviously on guys like Ben DiNucci, and that was his pick. But I think that they've shown interest in several different quarterbacks that I don't know that the level of interest that at least I'm aware of. You may be aware of something else, Brian, but the level of interest that I'm aware of in O'Connell and other quarterbacks, I don't think they've shown a particular interest in O'Connell that is that much stronger than some of the other guys like Tune and Duggan and Badgent or any of these other ones. And so I think that he could very reasonably end up a Cowboy, Aiden O'Connell. I'm not saying he wouldn't. I just don't know that it's something where it's but Aiden O'Connell's just leaps and bounds above where they have some of these other guys. I think they could end up with a collection of these guys.
Okay, Bobby, real quick then, and I was going to ask you this, do you think there's a chance now that maybe Mike McCarthy needs to step up in the draft room more? Because everybody seems to talk about, it's a Dan Quinn guy. That's a Dan Quinn guy. Dan Quinn seems like he's got the respect of people in that room. Do you think that Mike McCarthy needs to step up in that room a little more?
So one of the things that I wonder if we should maybe try and dive a little deeper on and get some clarification on is Dan Quinn pounding the table and wielding a big stick in there, or is it just the Cowboys scouting process, which is to have the coaches really work hand in hand to communicate the traits they look for and those sorts of things. Because Dan Quinn grinds on the road a lot of times with the scouting staff, if they just have a better idea of who a Dan Quinn player is, so it's that closely aligned. I don't know that it's so much like Dan Quinn saying, get me this guy, as much as it is just the scouting staff being so in line with what Dan Quinn wants because of how they've worked with him. And so, Mike McCarthy, I think, has shared similar thoughts on guys that he likes. I think Mike McCarthy, in a way, helped break a sort of tie for Tyler Smith last year. I know that he's expressed interest before, like we said, in guys like DiNucci and Josh Ball and different players like that. And so does he need to pound the table? I don't know that that's necessarily it. I think it's just maybe continuing to work with the scouting staff and the personnel department on what he thinks of as the traits that he likes, and then them saying, okay, these are the traits you like. We're going to go find you those traits now in that position, and you're going to trust us to identify them.
Bobby, before we let you go on a Friday, I have to know what you're drinking and what you're thinking.
I am drinking a Zevia. It is the ginger root beer, which is my favorite, and I'm thinking I'm ready for the weekend, and I'm ready for this NFL draft to get here and take some time to recharge after that.
Path to the Draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers. Bob cannot wait. Is there anything else before we let you go?
Just that I love you all.
There he goes. Bobby Belt, love you too. I do think the pressure mounts especially if he's got picks early. Like if you get through September with 3 or 4 picks, you're like, are we going for another 15 or 16? Yeah. Is it going to be a pick, leading the league in interception rate? And that's, I still don't think the Cowboys move on. But it would be very interesting to see how that situation could play out. And for that reason, I think Dak has to feel the pressure to keep the picks low. And I think the end result will be they will be low. But who knows? Got to run. Time for the Expressway. What do you think about that topic and others? What do you think about the Stars tonight? The Rangers start at 877-881-1053. It's time for the one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated. What you drinking and what you thinking is next on The Fan. But first,